Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the NKC. It's round 2, and we are at Forest Edge in the south of England. We are not far from Basingstoke, not far from Andover, not far from Winchester. My name's Joe Bradley, and alongside me is Nick Damon. Nick, my first visit here to Forest Edge, so I'm sorry I've got no stories to tell you about this place.
That's a disappointment.
Have you been here before?
No.
No. So it's a new track not just for you and I, but a new track for a lot of our competitors for some reason, even the southern-based ones. So it's a new track for the calendar as well. And what a beautiful track it is. Just take a look at the pictures now that we're seeing as we've got our first heat of juniors out on the circuit. And you'll get your first glimpses. If you're not familiar with the Forest Edge track, we'll be taking you around it pretty much all day. We've got all of our heats lined up, and then this afternoon, of course, we get into the all-important finals.
What are we starting with?
Junior road
Junior road tax, thank you very much. Because
I've
had my head down in stuff.
It's not that he doesn't know what's happening. He has been setting up a lot of wires. And
a lot of wires. How many wires? All the wires.
So we're about to get away and the racing has started already here at Forest Edge. And with an 8-minute and 1 lap first heat, as ever, same format, mixed grids, Nick, so plenty of action.
Yep, Kazimir Veserick had gone in the lead in the 32 car. And we'll let you go drop down the hill. That first bit down is going into a winger's dip. And this is the dip. You can see they're coming hopping over and then come powering back up Anson's, which is the short straight, into the bus stop.
That's the bus stop there. Tricky chicane, especially in these conditions. Now, we started the morning with a very, very wet track. Now, the weather forecast is one of those nightmare days where we're going to have bright and hot sunshine, followed by sporadic Disney cloud-esque rain clouds
lovely.
That are going to just pour down. But right now, the sun has come out and the track is kind of beginning to dry very quickly.
Yeah.
The majority of the runners are on wets, though.
I have not seen anybody on slicks yet.
No.
So this is going to be what's called a very expensive heat, because those tyres are going to be overheating by the time they get to the end of the lap.
And of course, the more carts we have around the more carts we've got on the track.
Who's off there? 44, I think that was.
The quicker it's going to drive. We've got people off at the bottom of the hill, which is the winger's dip, and then the right-hander at Anson's. This is the bus stop chicane, which is a common name for D-type chicanes, but we're going to call it the bus stop all day.
Way too much curve we've got at the back there. Back over start-finish again.
This is the start-finish just in front of us here, and then through the left-hander.
Kazari from Jarek, just for the numbers, so it's 3.53 in second in the...
So with 2 laps completed, Visserek, Jarek Metters second, Harris Roberts third, George K fourth, Frank Ward is in 5th, Jensen Hookey is 6th, Charles Green 7th, Freddie Theobald 8th, 9th is Jill Everton, all the way from South Wales, Leo Basterfield in 10th there. But this will get very interesting indeed. Not only have we got the mixed grids, we've got a mixed track condition out there at the moment, as the number 32 now having to give sway, or does he, as Jarek Metters in the red and white cut there takes the lead for the first time and will lead across the line. 3 laps completed. Veserek goes after him, and there's Harris Roberts, a little bit of a distant third there, lonely third place for him. And look how slippery it is, Nick. The carts are being driven like rally cars out there.
Yeah, it's that kind of difficult situation where some of the track actually is bone dry, which is going to overheat the wet tyres. You get a reasonable amount of grip from a wet tyre on a bit of track for a couple of laps, so it melts.
For a couple of laps until you start overheating them. And that beautiful downhill sweep into Winger's Dip and then uphill. That's the bus stop chicane. And then on down a short straight to Midgets. From Midgets, this right-hander here, very fast, a little bit of a variation on opinion. And then the left-hander here at Tolly's brings you out onto the start-finish straight, just underneath us there, through the left-hander at Parsons. And then that right-hander there is the Haynes Loop, where it's a triple apex corner, but you take a very late apex in the last section because you want to have it all sorted out for Johnny's. And then that's because you've got that long straight then and then plunging. That's really tricky corner at Winger's Dip. The road just is very much off camber, and that barrier just absolutely like a magnet pulling you to the outside. Metta's there in the lead, the yellow and blue cart there of Veserek in second. chasing him down now. The yellow and blue cart chasing him down through Wingers Dip and Anson's into the braking area for the left-hander at Climate. And then
No, he's looking down.
through Tolly's, looking down at what was
Cowsby was having a look down at his engine and rear tyre. I mean, it may have been his head being bobbling down, but he's just wondering whether he's just feeling it's not quite working as it should be. And obviously, Meta's got it past him and gone pretty well.
You can kind of see the condition of your front tyres, Nick, as you're driving, because obviously the tyres are exposed on a car, and you can kind of get a grip. But the feel is what is important, isn't it? And it's how much feel they've got. All of the curb being used there by Metas. And now I think we've got Harris Roberts in third, Charles Green in fourth, Frank Ward fifth, Jensen Hookie sixth, George Case seventh, Theobald still in eighth, ninth is Leo Basterfield, moving up one, Zach Burke down to 10th, just outside of the top 10 at the moment is the number 111, Jaden Sherwood.
Yeah, look, Harris Roberts is beginning to catch up Kazari at the moment.
Yeah, that's the battle there, isn't it? He is definitely catching Viserek. These three seem to get away very, very quickly indeed and got to grips with the conditions on the track. The sun has come out, and when that sun comes out, it's very, very hot. Temperatures of above 19, 20 degrees here today when the sun comes out. But we have got sporadic rain due in about an hour. That's going to really start, and it's going to be one of those nightmare days of massively quick tyre changes going off in the collecting area and stuff, and just last-minute decisions as to what's best. But I think, Nick, looking at the way the certain parts of this track are very, very dry, but you've got massive damp patches, and I think that's going to keep people on rain tyres longer than you might suspect.
I mean, my feeling was that you almost think with the speed of drying of this track that actually we'd be seeing people from the next heat looking out and going, I might go slicks. But it's hard to tell, mainly because we can't obviously see exactly the spray that's coming up from every part of the track.
So with 7 laps completed, we are just under 2 minutes away from the first checkered flag of the day. That will bring the conclusion of the first heat, and we've got certainly a battle for second place. These is all points that you were accruing.
That's a lapped car in front of them, isn't it? I thought they'd come back towards Jerry, but that is a lapped car. It's a 54 of George Theobald, who's just let them through now, going around the outside of, what corner was that? That's Haynes Loop, that wasn't it?
I don't think that's Theobald. Theobald's in 8th.
54 George Theobald is in.
Oh, is it? Sorry, I'm thinking Freddie Theobald, who's in. Freddie is in 9th. Leo Basterfield is on a move just behind these three, Nick, as we've got a challenge coming off from Harris Roberts. It was into the chicane. Very brave to try a move down there. It's a very fast chicane, and there's the move. The moves come at midgets. That right-hander there
didn't make it though. Just stuck his nose up. I think about it in the JPS coloured machine.
I think that's because of the nature of that corner. It's got a very late apex to fire out, and that's what we saw Viserek being able to defend there.
So the 49,
and we're lapping in the 46s, so plenty of time for 2 more laps, I think.
Yep.
Before we.
Clock is literally in front of our position here, start finish.
Yeah, we got a great view of just monitoring how close they are to time running out. Closing them down now. Roberts out onto the back straight towards the bus stop, and he does the move. There's the move there. And the black and gold cart of Harris Roberts into second place. I think he hasn't got time, Nick, to catch the leader, Jarek Metters. I think Metters is gone.
Yeah, Metters is another, 3 seconds up the road, isn't he?
I think Viserek's struggling with tyres now.
Yeah, overheating is a big issue, obviously.
Yeah, he was looking down at something earlier on as well. So these three now spaced out. 2 laps to go. So it'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by for our leader, Jarek Metters. He's on the red and white cart. The 32 of Viserek just dropping now off the back of Roberts. That's our leader there. No, it's not. That's the 191. The red and white cart is the one we're looking for. That's not the one, though. That's the number 191, who is Jacob Aston.
There he is. There's the leader.
There's the 353. 1 lap to go board. Let's follow him round, Nick, through Forest Edge here into the Haynes Loop. And then through Johnny's, this section here, all important, very fast left-hander there onto the straight there. That leads you downhill, and then it just fires off downhill. Look at how much he's trying to get that car to turn in. And then along the straight there into the braking area for the very tricky chicane. Off towards Midgets. It's a very open entry, and then it tightens up on you, catches you out. But that's where we're going to see a lot of place changes, Nick, because of that.
Yeah, it's. I think this is a bit of a false dawn because the track is effectively narrowed by the dampness. So some parts which might be an overtaking position are not an overtaking position because of the fact there's a big puddle there. Right, so let's have a bit of a bet. What do you reckon the percentage of people on dries, percentage of people on wets is going to be for the next heat?
It's tricky, because
It's a dry line.
I don't know Forest Edge, but there's more dry track than there is wet track, I think. You know what? If I was at the back of the grid, I think I'd go slicks. The thing is that's the anomaly, isn't it? That's the tricky bit, the complexity of the complexity of the conundrum because you're gonna sacrifice a heat at the back. If you're a championship contender, every heat counts. Every heat to gain places to get you up that order. So just to give you an idea of what the programme is ahead of you, we've got a lot of heats, Nick, quite frankly.
We've got lots of heats. We've got 2 days racing in one.
Yeah, we've got Rotax 177s next, then the senior Rotax, which are the 162 category, and then another junior Rotax. It's quite a while before we see the first of our senior TKMs come out. We've got a plethora of Rotax. Again, fabulous entry. 214 overall entries in the 4 classes that we've got. We've got the 2 senior Rotax classes, the 177 kilogram category and the 162 kilogram category. We'll give you a bit more information if you're new to karting about that and what we mean by that. Then we've got the junior class, which has a huge field of over 60. And then we've got the TKM, the only air-cooled 2-stroke engines here this weekend. And slightly different size karts, which give a different kind of racing, actually, than what we see in the Rotax classes. But again, more of that. Again, if you are new to the NKC, indeed, if you're new to Karting Live TV, welcome. Please fire in any of your queries or questions for Nick and I. We'll try and answer them. If we can't, I'm sure we can find people who will.
That's a very brave question on that one.
Yeah, well. We can't guarantee that we'll know the answer, Nick, but we'll ponder and we'll deliberate. So round 2, here we are, round 2 of 6 rounds to round off the 2024 championship. We are off to Dunkswell Raceway for round 3 at the end of June. That will conclude the Southern Cup part of this season's championship. We then break from the championship and go up to Cumbria for Rowra for our O-Plate meeting. Always a very intense weekend, the O-Plate. It's all about being at the front on the day to win that accolade of carrying the O-Plate. We reconvene in August, middle of August, 16th through the 18th, at Wilton Mill for round 4 of the championship, but round 1 of the Northern Cup part of the series. September the 20th to the 22nd sees us in the Northwest at Three Sisters. And then we go all the way up to the northeast. I go home, in fact. I sleep in my own bed at Wardenlaw. Not that my bed's at Wardenlaw, but it's only not far from there. 11th to 13th of October for the 6th and final round where the champions will be crowned and also the champions of the Northern Cup part of the series. So we've got kind of 3 championships in 1 year, haven't we? We've got these,
North, South and overall.
Yeah, North, South
We've
and
also
overall.
on the track got the first appearance of the Polaris of Shame.
Yes,
Ash, could you cut up the Polaris for shame for me, please? That's the car that's the thing that's rescuing the carts. Let's see if it's...
Now, this is a really we saw this in practice yesterday, didn't we?
It's the Polaris of shame. It's got 3 carts to pick up. It's got a number of stops to do. It's like it'd be like an every delivery driver. It's stopping so often.
I remember being on many a Polaris of shame, being collected from somewhere.
The thing I like about it is how the driver... they have to put in the carts in the back of a truck, fine, but I love the way how the drivers have to sit in the and be paraded. It's like a medieval time where they parade
like
the
parade of shame.
Yeah, parade the shame. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, they should carry placards.
Well, no, I think
the reason why you're there.
No, the reason we should be allowed to throw like rotten vegetables at them as they go past. You know.
It's a bit early for silliness, isn't it? It usually creeps
never,
in the afternoon
ever too early for
we're
silliness.
beginning to win. Now, the thing is about sitting the driver on there. Put your foot on the brake, mate. Yep, keep your foot on the brake, mate. Do not let that roll off.
The thing is, they got a third one to pick up. That could be. This is a very. This may be a reason why you should have morning warm up.
Well, you know what? We're always going to have issues. We're always going to,
three breaking down.
Well, we've had more than 3 breaking down. But the thing about the Polaris of Shame is it doesn't have to stay within the confines of the track. It's an off-road vehicle. Where's Ash gone? Why isn't he following it?
Oh, he's probably eating his egg roll or something.
True. Yes, he does slowly eat. We get a thumbs up. Are those carts clear?
There's a cart hiding behind a marshal post, but they've let them out anyway, so that's fine. Right, they decide that one's not, so they can rescue it later.
Right, so we have indeed released the next group. So Heat 1. Now I've got a list of newcomers to the series. New people to the series this round. I'm just looking for it now, Nick, so talk amongst yourselves.
Well,
here we go. So the 177 drivers.
They really didn't make. They have made absolute. Oh, I've seen. They didn't realize they shortcut the circuit for the warm-up lap.
Yes, they do. Yeah. Dennis Ziri.
Who? Dennis Ziri.
Have a look at that name. I think Dennis is Polish or something.
Ziriak.
Ziriak?
Zirchiak, I think.
Zirchiak. Right, we're going to murder that. Sorry, Dennis. Come and tell us how to say your name, please. He's on the pole position here with Gary Cox alongside. George Willis and Rhys Llewellyn are on row 2. Row 3 is Josh Howard and Stephen Mottram. And Tim Darlow, Josh Bass on row 4. Steve Stewart, Billy Clark are on row 5. It's a very, very quick warm-up lap as they shortcut the track.
Yeah, but they've gone around again. Whilst we've got quite a Martin Taylor's on the please come and chat with us on the YouTube. Martin Taylor's good luck to all the drivers. Looking forward to the action. Come on, LPR Racing. Anthony yourself, good morning. Michael Burke, evening all, 6 p.m. here in Bathurst, Australia.
Oh, he's back.
He's back from Bathurst.
Yeah.
Victoria Bevan, good luck to my boy Lincoln, coming from the Isle of Man. And that's a bit of a run. Second round of the NKC. Anthony Nichols asked a question which I answered. It's my fault. And then so good luck to everyone, especially all the Forest Edge Kart Club members.
Yeah, they're going to have a bit of an advantage, aren't they, with local knowledge, especially as it pours down. We've got a lot of masters in this race.
Well, 177 obviously is the championship for people who are just doing it for, I say for fun, but for serious hobby.
We've got no aspirations for Formula 1.
None of them are looking to be picked up by Prema for an assault on the lower divisions of four-wheel drive motor racing.
But that doesn't detract from the racing and the
Absolutely
racecraft
not.
we're about to see, and we are underway with the first heat for Rotax 177s into Haynes Loop. The left-hander there, stay off the second curb, and there's the third curb because you need to be tight for Johnny's. Out of Johnny's and firing down towards Wingers Dip now. They appear over the hill, and that corner drops away much more than our camera shows there. And then out towards the bus stop chicane. It's a
nice
tricky
lead
one.
for the first 2 or 3 already.
It gives me the feeling of Reims that shot across the grass infield there. What a beautiful sight there. All of our field pouring through the bus stop there. Some people having problems midfield there, just hands down towards the motor for some reason.
Coming down towards start-finish though. Who's going to click the line first? Is it Dennis over the line? No, it's George Willis from Josh Bass. So Dennis dropped third during that one. So it's Willis in the lead. Coming towards us now.
Stephen Mottram, Nick, on the 777. He's come a long way. He's all the way from the northeast. His local track is Warden Law. And Stephen enjoying his time, I think, this season, in the first time in the NKC. Yeah. First time on the Maxxis tyre this year. And just look how slippery that is. And they're still on wets, by the way, Nick. Yeah,
no, I've lost my bet now. I think at least half be on dries.
Well, I would have been on slicks.
Well, it's interesting. A couple of people dropped back quite quickly. There's 10 minutes, don't forget. And it's 10 minutes of windy, drying weather. I'm going to have a quick shift at the back and they go past us now.
So that's Josh Bass just coming out the final turn.
So certainly wet on third place, 39's on dries, 1 and 77. So third and fourth definitely on slicks.
Right, so Dennis Zirichak
and Mottram,
and Stephen Mottram.
But Willis and Bass are on wets.
So they're on the slick tyre.
Yeah.
Right, Dennis is the first of the Masters as well. So the two leaders, though, or the two carts at the front. Oh, and there's a move for the inside.
About the 6th place, I think.
Very fast through the trees. So there's the first two, and there's the first drivers on the slick tyre. It's Dennis Jirichak and Stephen Mottram chasing down George Willis and Josh Bass. And as this race progresses, and if that black cloud can stay away, please, until for the next at least 5.5 minutes, that'll just be great. Side by side through the section here in front of us.
We're absolutely on the crossover because the 52 Nathan Wells, he's on wets. So you got goes wet, dry, wet. So it's at this point, it's the people in the dries are happier because they're not spending as much money on their rubber.
Look at the track glistening on that part, that downhill section, Nick. That's where you're going to need the grip of the treaded tyre. George Willis at the front of the field, though, he's already completed 3 laps. The rest of the field, somebody missing the chicane there. Yeah. So again, proving to be a very tricky track condition.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things about this, of course, is that these are experienced drivers who build up a huge bank of knowledge of all the tracks and all the tricks. But that's from Rowra, and that's from Warden Law, and that's from Wilton Mill, and that's from Clay Pigeon. But this is a circuit they probably, if they aren't a local, may never have been to, or at most like once, because it has a limited number of days when they can run races.
Well, the British champs came here in 2019.
Yeah, that's 5 years ago.
That's exactly, and that's the first time I'd kind of heard of for Forest Edge.
Well, it used to be called something else, didn't it? It used to be called Barton Stacey Racetrack.
Yeah, a friend of mine lives not far in Yateley, and it's not that far, about 20 minutes from here. And I'm surprised I haven't visited here before, because it is a beautiful track. I love how they've been able to manage to retain the off-track as just like a line of trees and bushes, and I think you're going to be very unlucky if you end up out there. It's off the trajectory of the carts.
Yeah, the big Lando Norris kart there.
Oh, there's a move down the inside.
Nice
That's
move.
the 99 Nathan Chafin. No surprise, Nathan on the CRG.
Into 4. No, into 3rd, sorry. No, into 4.
Yeah,
I'm literally out thinking myself. It's brilliant stuff here. Dropping down the dip.
Keep an eye on that one. The orange cart there is the 3rd cart in the picture there. No, they've got 2 orange carts because Chafer's now behind Dennis. We're going to call him Dennis forever now, aren't we? Because we can't pronounce his surname.
Good old Dennis.
Look at that.
Well done, Dennis.
I think we've got. Is that another CRG that Dennis is on?
So it's a big lead, by the way, for George Willis on the 153. He's crossing the line now. 2nd place is the white cart, the Tony cart, the 164 on the slicks. The 99's also on slicks as well. So that's Bass and Schaefer in 2nd and 3rd, also on slicks. Coming towards our cameraman now. There's streak down. That straight doesn't have a name, you know.
No, it's too short, really, the name. I'm just going, Schaefer's through.
Nice one.
I think we had Josh Bass on the Tony cart, I think he is. He slid a bit wide. Just check that, is it? Oh, he's got no nose cone livery, hard to see. And we've got, I think what we're seeing now, Nick, is the slick tyre becoming the tyre to have.
Yeah.
And we've got the slick tyre runners now being able to lap a lot quicker. Look at that, Ryan Taylor-Truman, the number 3, 3rd in the championship last year.
Yeah, Willis was a 2nd slower. Nathan Schaefer was a 2nd faster than the leader.
Ryan Taylor-Truman's got the fastest lap at the moment.
We've had a crossover. I think also the bits which are wet, the guys in the sticks have worked out how to get around them. And my guess is the wets are getting a bit warm as a marshal walks across our shot. What they will do for fame, and up the inside, quite easily goes the red cart. Oh, that cart's got problems, isn't it? I think it's a back marker.
I think that's Dennis, again, being accosted somewhat by Stephen Mottram.
So the lead now is where it's at, because 1st and 2nd are coming right together in this slicks versus wets. And you can see the slicks, look at the wets looking quite miserable on our leader, George Willis, as Schaefer gets closer and closer. He's pushed 0.7 of a second.
We haven't just got mixed grids, Nick. We've got mixed tyre choice as add that into mixed grids, and we've got a very, very busy racetrack out there. And just look how slippery the outside of that corner is.
Yeah, and that's where it's obviously Willis can pull a bit of gap in this now through the switchback. It's not the same. And was that the change for the lead? Coming out. I
think it is.
Yeah, coming out of the
midgets, wasn't it? Through climate.
Basically, the left-right through bus stop. He just had so much more grip. So Chafer takes the lead.
So that's Chafer on the slick tyre. George Willis now in second. We've got a minute on the timing screen now. So another couple of laps after this one. And look at that, the slick tyre now, not having any problems. But the guy on the treaded tyre, absolutely sliding around all over. And if Willis is not careful, he's going to come back to the clutches of Josh Howard. Dennis Rees-Llewellyn. Look at Ryan Taylor-Truman up to 6th. Josh Bass down to 7th. 8th is Oliver Moss. Marcus Basley in 9th. Stephen Mottram dropping down and rounding off the top 10 at the moment. Man of the moment, though, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Nick.
Yeah, coming up through the field, the car 3. Kart 3, first one of many of these, Lobby. But they go through. Chafer now pulled out over a second on George Willis in that last lap. He hasn't really got to push anymore. He knows he's under no threat. Willis in second has got a real challenge from Josh Howard behind him. So Howard and Willis, you see, accelerating. This is the point where the slicks have got so much more an advantage as you're coming through this bus stop there. And you just look at the slide that Willis has as he came out of it. And
he's all over him,
body checking the Howard machine, but Howard's going to get up the inside really easily up through Climate there.
He's got grip to die for, hasn't he?
But in comparison,
he really has. Look at him, the way it goes through the left-hander there at Parsons, and then into the Haynes loop there, the right-hander. And there's a hand in the air.
Steve Gilly is one of our leaders of the championship in trouble.
Is it really? Steve Gilly.
Well, the thing I read he was. Let me try and prove my point about that one.
Down to 29th.
Where's the programme gone?
Steve Gilly is a winner of the Heat 3 in round 1. That's probably what you're thinking, Nick.
Where's the programme?
Pass the
programme. Thank you.
Man on the move, though, has been championship leader Ryan Taylor-Truman, who came from the back of the grid. He's currently 5th and will take 5th. But just ahead of him, Nathan Chafer takes the win. Josh Howard 2nd. George Willis 3rd. Then we've got Taylor-Truman in 4th. Dennis is 5th. Oliver Moss 6th. Rees-Llewellyn 7th. Marcus Basley 8th. 9th was James Frost. Josh Bass was 10th. Ollie Bailey 11th. Stephen Mottram.
I misread that.
Round off 12th. Tim Dollar 13th. Chris Sawyer, Nathan Wells, Max Williamson across the line. Steve Stewart, Billy Clark, Dan Simpson. And I think it's beginning to rain because our cameraman has just come dashing in to pick up his raincoat. Yeah.
Is it raining, is it? A little. A little is our instant response.
Isn't that a shame, Nick? Because we were seeing the track transition there. We've got the 162s out next, mate.
Senior Rotax.
Whoops. Pressed the wrong screen.
So there's a few more people for the Polaris to shame, to be honest. There's at least 3 carts still to be rescued.
So championship leader Philip Howarth, he's not competing today, so he's going to lose that lead in the championship. Theo Frederick, who was the winner of round 1 in the final, he had a 2nd place in the 3rd heat, a 3rd place in the 2nd heat, and a 6th place in the 1st of the heats back at Clay Pigeon. He's going to be effectively our championship leader at the end of this weekend. Let's have a look and see if we can grab a look at how the mixed grid for the first of the 162 runners come off the box, so to speak. Mixed grids, what do we mean by that? If you're new to this form of NKC karting, this championship runs mixed grids. There's no time qualifying to form the grid formation for the heats. You basically, as a competitor, get 3 heats before your finals. And in one of those heats, you will start near the front. One of the heats, you'll start in the middle. And one of the heats, you'll start at the back. And what that makes, effectively, you can have your championship leader and one of the fastest drivers here can be starting way down the pack. And that way you get people driving through the field. If you're an experienced driver, not as quick as the guys at the front, then you really do get a full experience of people to race around. And it really does bring on. It's the way that people my age went racing back in the day, because we didn't have the technology for timing, live timing for time qualifying. So it is relatively old school. It's very entertaining, and everyone here at Karting Live TV we're in the entertainment business, so we absolutely love the NKC. The Polaris of Shame brings back 2 karts, one of which was the junior driver who's been out there for the whole of this heat. Let's have a look at the grid then. Jensen Watts is the pole position man. We know how quick Jensen can be. Jensen had a bit of a character building final at Clay Pigeon. He was second in Heat 1. He won Heat 2 and Heat 3. And then he had a big off coming together, wasn't it, with Philip Howarth, and ended up 32nd. That's put him way down the order on the points. 17th in the championship. So he'll be wanting to gain as many points as he can to bring himself back into contention. We spoke to him in the paddock walk back at Clay Pigeon, and Jensen, who visited this championship, I think twice, maybe 3 times last year. I'll have to check that. And he took the wins, and every time he visited us, he took wins in the final. So he's here for a championship now. He's got his eyes set. So that was a little bit of a character-building finish to the day at Clay Pigeon. So alongside him will start Finlay Underwood. And on row 2 will be Samuel Hawthorne and Rafi Salentano. Rafi moving up into the senior class for the first time this weekend, along with Billy Vogt, who we'll mention when we come across him. So Rafi, his first start in seniors on the third row of the grid. Sorry, on the second row of the grid in 4th place. So that's a bit of a baptism of fire for Rafi, isn't it? We've got Michael Thompson and Rufus Flan on row 3. Row 4 is Levi Goodyear and Kieran Ives. Then row 5, Zach Fletcher, James Becker. Row 6, Ryan Shepherd, Josh Della Carter. And then Nathan Jensen with Jib Tech in 13th. 14th is Gregory Akers, Jamie Burt, Oliver Atkinson, Paulo Nunez, Aranda, Henry Stratton, Harry Pearson, Bobby Rosier, our current champion. Bobby starting down the order in 20th. Keep an eye out for the number 1 kart. Archie Carter, Billy Edgecombe, Samuel Christiansen, Grace Lee Davis, Braden Hill, Ethan Lomax. Jack Maidment, another senior
nice
debutant.
Bit purple there on the 11. Terrible start for the 11. The 93 and the 15 went sweeping past him. And they come round, clock ticking down, and straight in the lead is the 15, who isn't currently scored on ours, but that'll sort itself out next lap.
Right, yeah, that's Samuel Hawthorne who is taking the lead. Jensen Watts, I think, was the kart I saw in second there.
Yeah.
They're all down already on the stretch, on the uphill stretch towards the bus stop chicane. It is indeed the number 15 of Hawthorne that leads, but Watts right there on his bumper as he came out the chicane. We'll keep an eye out on that.
That's a pack and a half, isn't it?
It is. Fabulous, fabulous sight that. And there's the 93 down the inside.
Nice move.
Down the inside at Climate Corner. And this one's called Tolly's, the last corner here. So lap 1, Nick.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm just watching the game. I'm pretty sure, and I am convinced, every single driver now on slicks, despite the fact there's precipitation in the air. Going around Haynes Loop, and they'll then sweep down to Johnny's and down the hill to the no-name straight before they drop into Winger's Dip. And it is a dip. And this is Anson's, the short straight up before we hit the bus stop. No buses harmed in the making of this TV programme.
So Winger's Dip is the first right-hander, and then it's virtually the same corner.
And there's a bit more rain coming down.
Man,
but is it going to be wet on some bits of the track and not others?
So we've got everybody on slick, so this is going to turn into slow motion if this rain continues. And already we see there, as Jensen Watts turned into that corner.
Oh, it's gone. It's gone already, yeah.
What, the rain has?
No, the grip.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, the grip has just disappeared instantly. The moment we've had a splash, and look at that, Jensen Watts absolutely struggling to turn the kart, get the kart to turn in. So we've got 4 karts now. Jensen Watts, Samuel Hawthorne, Rafi Salentano. Round of applause, Rafi. First time in seniors. Oh, he spun off. As I said that, round of applause, Rafi.
The curse of the commentator.
He spun coming out of Anson's. And how many, that is a very slippery part of the track because it's a downhill. So you've got the water sort of descending down on it. So very, very tricky conditions.
Yeah. I've realised now why they did this. That makes way more sense.
It makes even more sense later.
We've just moved our track map. So anyway, so first and second going up and round Haynes Loop. And that is Jensen Watts in the 93. That's the red cart and white cart, and the cart with the blue and a bit of pink. That is Samuel Hawthorne dropping into the dip. Third place, Kieran Ives in the white machine.
What we're seeing here, Nick, is those 2 drivers at the front have now sussed out what they're contending with here with regards to grip. and they are beginning to string out and make a bit of a gap to Kieran Ives. Gregory Akers is 4th, Rufus Flan 5th, Finlay Underwood 6th, Oliver Atkinson, Joshua Delacarta, Levi Goodyear, and it's Michael Thompson rounding off the top 10. But the driver just outside the top 10 is our number 1 reigning senior Rotax champion, Bobby Rosier, just outside the top 10 in 11th, but we'll see him moving up the order, no doubt. In fact, let's take a look back down the order, Nick, if we can, because these two at the front, Jensen Watson, Samuel Hawthorne, look pretty settled. A distant 3rd for Kieran Ives, off towards the no-name straight towards the bus stop. I'm going to call that the Reims straight, to be honest, because it reminds me of Reims.
Ram.
You've got to be very old into your history.
There we go.
There's side-by-side action there at the top end
That's
of the corner.
That's Lappery.
Yeah, midgets corner.
There's a couple of carts that really haven't come out well this morning. What's happened today is we've had no warm-up. Normally it's a 3-minute shakedown warm-up, and the desire to get everything done in one day, that's not happened. And I think we've seen a lot of carts which just haven't dropped out of the box fine, and these little problems in the morning would have been sorted out in that warm-up, and they haven't been. So it's an interesting situation about being able to take your cart from 5:30 yesterday, leave it overnight, and then it worked straight away. So they've obviously fiddled with it, they've mucked about with it, done some changes. Those changes don't necessarily have worked, and they've got a lot of carts are just trundling around with some engine issues.
Down the inside has gone the number 15, is it?
Yep, Hawthorne's got the lead.
Change for the lead.
And the kind of Pata Yamaha colours.
Out of the chicane it was, and then down towards the midgets corner. It's that tight right-hander at the end of the straight, and Samuel Hawthorne already consolidating that lead as they come through, and Jensen Watts beginning to fall back towards Kieran Ives as I look. I was wanting to, I thought that was settled, Nick. It's completely not, isn't it? And as the rain stopped, it's going to be one of those days.
Basically, they're getting a very small amount of rain because of the fact the track's basically only just dry, and they put down a huge amount of rubber which didn't get washed off last night. You then get water on the rubber and oil, and the grip goes away instantaneously.
First three coming together now across the line.
Certainly the second and third. I mean, Kieran's really found some pace over Watts there.
Yeah, Watts
purple
struggling.
side pod for Kieran, white nose.
Jensen Watts beginning to struggle in these changeable conditions. He's going to be challenged at midgets on the downhill sweep, or has he? No. Through the right-hander at Anson's. That's a bit of a kink that leads onto that straight towards the bus stop.
I mean, Jensen, remember, he's been the class of the field over the 4 or 5 events he's been at. He's never seemed in trouble, but everyone can be a full victim to the conditions.
Not sure how familiar he is with this track as well. New track for the calendar. A pleasant, picturesque venue. Great atmosphere here at Forest Edge. It's got a very, very healthy club scene. And as we've got Kieran Ives now in that white cart, just moving onto the rear bumper. And as the rain has stopped, Nick, we now see Jensen Watts being able to come back a little bit at Samuel Hawthorne. However, just under 2 minutes to go. Whether he's got time to keep Kieran Ives back remains to be seen. Look at that, absolutely pumping a bumper now.
You've got some back markers as well coming up. You're right, but Jensen Watts had a lap where he was just 2 or 3 laps where he wasn't anywhere near Hawthorne. Now he's got back on the pace again, but Ives also has newfound confidence in 3rd place. Completing another lap.
This is going to be a race to the flag, isn't it? Kieran Ives, fastest lap of the race last time by. That's the fastest lap that is sticking. He's right on the bumper now, Jensen Watts. Through Johnny's, out onto the straight towards Wingers. The Wingers dip there, this part here, and then out of there through a right, and there's the move.
Well, what?
That was traction.
So Ives there just came through.
Yeah.
Someone's off at the bus stop. That's a lap car first. Looking over his shoulder, already got out of the way. There he goes.
Yeah, moving out the way there towards.
Decisive bit of overtaking, in fact, by Hawthorne. But interestingly, Watt now doesn't look to have the pace of the top 2 again.
There was 45 seconds on the clock there as they came underneath us. They are lapping in 42 seconds, Nick. So they're going to be it's going to be 2 more laps after this.
Yeah, it's going to be super close.
Right on the cusp.
Watt is being dropped by the top 2. So it's Hawthorne from Ives at the front of this first senior Rotax heat.
It's a gamble on setup coming out this afternoon this morning, isn't it? You've looked at the track this morning when you arrived, completely different. It was scorching hot yesterday. we had like 23-degree temperatures, track temperatures, up in the 30 degrees on the tarmac. Completely different conditions here. We're on our race tyre, remember. One set of dry tyres allowed for 3 rounds.
Look how close Ives is now. He was pushing him along into that corner. Now Hawthorne's gone defensive, and this is going to allow Watts to catch up again. We're going to go back into a 3-kart race because suddenly the man with the real pace is that guy in second place, the 447, Kieran Ives. And that was 3 abreast. And now Watts seeing his chance as Hawthorne's gone defensive and slowed them all up. Looking left, looking right, coming the bus stop. Can Ives make a move?
Defensive driving from the leader, Hawthorne, down the inside of the chicane, just bottled them all up. And now we've got a race towards midgets.
He looked up the inside. I don't think he managed to get it. He was thinking about getting that run. Hawthorne now almost looking backwards as often as he's looking forwards. He kind of used that body position to get the kart to turn. But now, suddenly, Jensen's back in the game again.
We've got a 3-kart battle again. Watts
last lap
took a bit of a breather. And look at that, defensive driving from Hawthorne. He's fully aware that Kieran Ives has got a quicker kart and can get by out onto the straight towards Wingers Dip. It's going to be a downhill plunge, and this is a very tricky corner to accelerate out.
Up the inside was what? Oh, he got up the inside, being at the drive. And the drive, actually, Ives took a line there, a wider line through the dip. With the exit, that powered him up the straight, took away the challenge that Watt was putting through, but now he hasn't quite got what he needs to get past Hawthorne. The 3 of them streak into midgets.
Then they run towards the right-hander a climb. It's not really a passing place, this one. Very fast right-hander.
Last corner around the outside.
Final turn coming up now.
Oh, tried it.
Round of applause to Jensen Watts for the innovative thinking there at the final turn. It might have pulled off. And you know what? Round of applause to Kieran Ives, who gave him the space to do that. And then it was a race to the flag. But nothing in the toolkit to get past Samuel Hawthorne for Kieran Ives. So Hawthorne takes the heat win. Kieran Ives is in second. Jensen Watts are fighting third. And then behind them, Rufus Flan 4th, Gregory Akers 5th, from 20th to 6th for current champion Bobby Rosier. Finley Underwood 7th, Oliver Atkinson 8th, Levi Goodyear 9th, 10th was Ethan Lomax. And then just outside the top 10, we had Joshua Della Carter, Nathan Jensen, Jamie Burt, Arthur Thacker, Michael Thompson, Harry Pearson, Zach Fletcher, Billy Vogt, his first senior race there in great style. Billy Edgecombe, Paulo Nunes, Rafi Salentano had that spin and then recovered. But you know what, Rafi, you should be proud of yourself because you were really hanging in there with the leaders there when you had that spin. You ended up 22nd, but still a round of applause for your first senior race.
We have a comment from Mr. Phil Anson.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Phil says, there appears to be a corner with my last name. I can't recall crashing there.
There is, yes. Yes, Anson's. Where is it? Where is Anson's?
It's coming out the Wingers Dip and then that corner, the exit corner.
Yes, it's a little.
Dip, yeah.
The thing is, Phil, it's only a tiny little kink.
Well, there we go.
It's a tiny little kink.
No one has
Phil.
ever described Phil as a tiny little kink. Let's be honest about that. Well, not the first word, anyway.
No, absolutely. So you'll be proud to hear that it's just a tiny little kink. We've got our junior Rotax out for their next heat. Not necessarily the same runners, as we've got such a large entry. We have to split them. The Polaris of Shame collects up our errant stragglers, and I will endeavour, Nick, to get us a grid for this heat for the juniors. Junior Rotax heat number 2. Split the entry into groups of 3, I believe.
Mammoth entry, isn't it?
Yeah,
because we end up with a C final later today.
Yeah, I'm gonna just check actually. NKC
final.
No, entryless. Just to get a grip on. So we've got. I just wanted to see how many juniors we've got. We've got 63 Rotax 177s.
Blimey.
And then we've got 63 senior Rotax 162s. And then our junior Rotax, we've got 64.
No, it's always that extra one that means you have to C final.
The smallest grid is 22. That's still a massive grid of carts.
That's the TKMs.
For any kind of class. That's TKMs, of course.
So it seems that the idea now is you actually, because they run this shortened version of the track where they basically hop across from the bus stop back over the lines. They cut out that 4 corners. They do 2 warm-up laps, don't they?
Yeah, 2 warm-up laps, two warm-up half laps.
Yes,
I suppose. Is out. Charlie Hume is the pole sitter. Harvey Williams alongside Jack Dimbleby and Alexander Colantuono is on the second row. Dylan Morton and Karthik Kumeta are on row 3. Jaden Shearing and Adam Catling are next. Row 5 is Sam Green Gomez and Jasmine Taylor. Alfie McBain, making his debut in the series, is on row 6 with Jacob Hobbs alongside. Toby Street and Jensen Cox are next. And Josh Whiting, Oliver Gundy, Freddie Waylock, Ben Adrian, Reese Green. And then we've got Tom Holden.
They're going to go round one more time.
Chow. They are going to go round, Nick. We've got a few stragglers, haven't we? Will Swales, row 12 with Archie Hardiman. Row 13 is Jason Duchess and Nathan Traverse. Samuel Aston and Charlie Thompson. With Izzy Lawton rounding off, 29 cart field. So a full quarter of junior Rotax about to go ahead. And we've got bright sunshine now, Nick.
Obviously.
Bright sunshine.
I can't see.
And Nick can't see, which is probably a good thing for everybody. But more importantly than Nick seeing is the track is going to dry. Because it's hot. When the sun comes out, it's not just bright, it is hot. And we had steam rising from the tarmac in the paddock. Here we go then. We should get things underway. We've got everything to the liking of the starter, and we are underway.
I think the 53, no, it's lost on the inside, so I'm not sure the 53, no, so the lead is not the 53. Oh, and a nasty little tickle there for the 200. That was Harvey Williams, who got a little bit kind of clicked as they came out there, but they've got away from it. So it's Harvey Williams from Charlie Hume. Up the short straight for the first time as the field streaks down the dip. Now they all go. A bit of green flaggery, but there they come out of the D, the bus stop, and we get into the beautiful bright sunshine. What a beautiful early summer day it is now after being... We are going to get, in the words of Crowded House, 4 seasons in one day, aren't we?
You absolutely are. Well, I hope we don't get any sleet or hail.
We are in England.
We are, but we're in the south of England, and the forecast is just for intermittent showers. That's someone's exhaust not sounding too right.
Yeah, there's been a little bit... I've been watching as they've gone round this top corner to our right, which is the Haynes Loop, and there's a little kind of little nudging into each other and wheel-to-wheel accident. That does sound like a vuvuzela going behind us.
There's a mechanical flag. If I can just see the number on the start official just opposite us. I'll tell you, it's the number 134 whose exhaust is not right.
Oliver Grundy. Top 3 together, though.
Meanwhile,
in very similar coloured carts. 2 of them are teammates.
2 of them are
second
teammates.
and third teammates. That's the
is that TH Corsa?
53 and 193. So that's the Hillman Morton. They are teammates. Harvey Williams is also in a red and white cart, and they've all got white helmets as well. So it's quite different. Basically, there's 3 carts. Luckily, the 4th guy is in green and black. So thank you to Jack Dimbleby for being completely different. So down the dip, back up to the short straight. And then go into the bus stop now. Streak out of our view. And come back into our view for the bus stop. The 3 of them right together. They come up towards Midgets for the 3rd time of racing. And that's the 2nd and 3rd pass. Yep, and into 2nd has gone Dylan Morton. Looking like that entry into Midgets is becoming one of the more popular passing places, Jay.
It's because you've got to take a wide line for a late apex to maximise the corner, and that opens up the door if you're not careful. Those 2 teammates, though, I think Charlie Hume pretty much knew his teammate was a little bit quicker. He's so quick, in fact, that he's challenging for the lead, and indeed has taken the lead through the left-hander onto that short straight towards Wingers.
Well, Dylan Morton also has a good luck message from Meal Deal 38 saying good luck, Dylan Morton. So Meal Deal is working well. Has he gone for the crisps or has he gone for the chocolate?
Meal Deal?
Yeah.
Is that
Meal Deal 38 is his handle on YouTube.
Brilliant.
I say his, could be a her. I don't want to get prerogative on, or could be an it. Don't know. Could be anything.
That's very true.
Or a cat, we found out yesterday over dinner. So, getting away now is 193. The 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are quite close. And more importantly, it's the 4th place. It's the green cart, the back of those 3 carts you can see in the picture there. That's Jack Dimbleby, and he's looked to have the most pace. He's caught up a bit of a gap. He's now hunting around the back of Charlie Hume, coming into the dip, out through Phil Anson's. As we really should call it from now on.
That's going to roll off the tongue, isn't it, somewhat?
Those who don't know, Phil is a colleague of ours on Radio Show Limited Radio Le Mans, based out in the Middle East, and for a number of years was the English language commentator for Formula One throughout the Middle East.
That's right, he was.
And a very good racer himself. Raced both motorcycles and radicals, and a few little things that were quicker than that as well.
Yeah, great to have you along, Phil. Here we go then. 5 laps completed. Dylan Morton now solid in the lead, 7/10 of a second.
If Dimblby's on the move in third, in the conveniently differently coloured cart that helps, in the green and black.
He's going to mix up the colours a bit, isn't he?
Thankfully.
Charlie Hume. Harvey Williams is the number 200 cart in second. Dimbleby in the green and black cart.
Way too much curb taken by the leader there.
It looks like Dimbleby's about to challenge on Harvey Williams.
Yeah, that's the second and third.
That's the orange and white cart there, the number 200.
Got so much more pace coming around the first part of the top bends, which of course comprise midgets and climate. And now they come over start finish again. And the gap will drop down to 0.3 of a second. We don't really need a timed gap. You've got a visual gap there. A couple of cart lengths. You see pretty much on exit that it's working particularly well for Dimbleby.
I think, Nick, we've got a completely dry track at the moment. That sun coming out has completely taken away most of those damp patches. All of the runners on the dry tyre now.
Yeah, and what they're going to do now is they're going to be starting putting down some rubber. So they're going to actually increase the grip even more. So the grip's now going to continue rising. And as you said, the interesting thing is that if people are putting like a hybrid setup with perhaps slick tyres but slightly soften it down up the inside, thinking about it, and he got it in the end. And that was more, I think, did he spook it? Did he spook Williams?
Williams was kind of, he had to make room for Dimbleby. Dimbleby went down the inside of the final turn here at Tolly's, and he had to make room. He slid sideways across the curb, lost his traction, did Harvey Williams, and Charlie Hume, I think, has gone through. Now Williams comes back at Hume, the two teammates, dicing it out, duking it out through the chicane. Now he taps his helmet, let's go and chase off and after Jack Dimbleby, but he's gone, he's checked out in second. He's got a gap of 2 seconds to make up to the leader, Dylan Morton, as the number 53, Charlie Hume. He's hung on to that place, but here they come again, side by side, through Parsons.
Up in and out there. Certainly this battle for third is raging, as they say.
Still side by side to Johnny, sorting themselves out for the straight towards Winger's Dip. And through the right-hander, and this is a traction-limited corner there. Anson's is traction-limited. You never, Phil Anson, traction limit.
He could be in some ways.
Yeah. Here they go then. Hume still keeping him back. Hume doing a great job on that 53. Both carts red and white, but I'm not sure they're in the same team.
No, they're different.
It's a Tyro.
Different sort of...
Harvey Williams' Tyro, isn't it? Final turn.
2 or 3 laps to go, and what's happening is it looks like Freddie Werlock in the 88 in the blue cart. He's catching up as well.
Well, I think we've got those 2 red and white carts there of Charlie Hume and Harvey Williams, 3rd and 4th. They are driving and are concerning themselves with one another, and that just draws in Freddie Werlock. Freddie Werlock currently 4th in the championship. He won the 3rd heat. He won his 3rd heat at Clay Pigeon, so we know how quick Werlock is as they head down. And there's the move. Oh, and Werlock poked his nose through and said hello, coming out of midgets. That's the climate corner there. And this one, Tolly's the last. That's almost a hairpin, isn't it?
Yeah, very close.
It looks like a left-hander.
Not quite 180.
Not quite
it's
180.
about 160, 170 degrees of an
now
angle. And up the inside, there is a change as Werlock gets past Williams. So the 88 past the 200, up at the top of the Haynes Loop.
Again, Nick, it's a very late apex you need at the Haynes Loop because you've got to tuck it in nice and tight at this point here. So you leave the door open, and that's the door that we had Freddie Werlock say, thank you very much, I'm coming through. And there's another move from Werlock, the number 88 on a charge, and already ahead of the 53, Charlie Hume. He's got 2 places in 1 lap.
That's just come good, isn't it, the last couple of minutes?
Absolutely, just on fire. We've got 1 more lap after this one, so 2 more laps remaining. The leader's already gone through, Dylan Morton. He's got 3.2 seconds on Jack Dimbleby, who's got 1.8 seconds on Freddie Werlock.
Now Williams having a go at Hume as well. They've both let the 88 Werlock go past, and they're now going back to their battle again.
Just having a look over his shoulder was Charlie Hume. Williams still there, losing sight of Freddie Werlock ahead of them. And then behind them, behind that battle that we've been focusing on, we've got Carthy Cometa in 6th, Jasmine Taylor making her way up to 7th. Alfie McBain, that's a great drive from Alfie. He's on the Carlot Sainz 55 chassis, making his debut in NKC. And Alfie McBain up to 8th and inside the top 10, up to 7th there. He's just moved up and ahead of Reese Green. Karthik Kometa down to 9th. As Jasmine Taylor, Karthik Kometa, I'm not sure what's happened there, Nick, but he's dropped from what was 6th place down to 9th now.
I think we're seeing people really getting their carts coming back into kind of a sweet spot as the track goes back to a similarity as it was yesterday. Fully dry, gripping up with every lap. And
so it's the checkered flag, Nick. Checkered flag for Dylan Morton. Checkered flag for Jack Dimbleby. Checkered flag for Worlock. And now the checkered flag for these two. Harvey Williams finally got by Charlie Hume.
But Bain was 6th, Jasmine Taylor 7th. Jasmine.
What a great drive from McBain. Alfie McBain, 78. Now, we talked to Alfie McBain in the paddock show.
We do.
And we had a lovely chat with him. What a lovely kid. He's from York, so he's come quite a way. He's down here. He's got support from Hunter Motorsport here this weekend. Former British champion Reese Hunter looking after Alfie, and Alfie showing that he's learning very, very quickly with a great drive to 6th place there. Moved up the order quite a bit, and he overtook Jasmine Taylor.
Who we also talk about.
Jasmine, winner of Heat 1 at Clay, came 2nd in the final at Clay Pigeon. So, all credit to young Alfie here making his debut.
Wow, the Polaris is shame is going at a massive pace. So the Polaris just shot out of view to the left there. Yes, with the lunch break, which I assume is about 1 o'clock, we've got the paddock show. We're talking to the great and the good, including both Jasmine Taylor and Alfie Bain. There he goes, Polarising along. I think it's probably the job I'd be best at, I think in the entire karting sphere is just driving the Polaris. Yes, as Paul's saying off mic, but I'd be very good at just being sat in the carts as well with my foot on the brake. Though actually I wouldn't be, because I think I might be too big to get in a lot of them. My bum wouldn't fit in the tillet seat, that's for sure. That's not going very well. They've dropped the cart straight away. So, is he not going to help? Is he not going to help get it in himself? There we go. Right. I was postulating, Joe, that I think this is the job that I could do. Polaris driver.
Yeah, you probably couldn't get that wrong, Nick.
Yeah. But then Paul said I'd be good at sitting in the car with my foot in the brake as well.
You probably could.
Oh, it's a bit cruel.
You probably would lose somebody off your trailer or something.
Isn't that the point? Fast. Isn't that the point at some point?
No.
No. Sam, I don't know who Sam is or who he's supporting, but Sam went chain snapped. Don't know who it is.
Sam, that could be. Hang on.
Could be anybody. Could be any heat. Well, I think it was the last heat. But it's just Sam, chain snapped.
Well, we've got
Sam. Can you tell me who you're supporting on the YouTube so we know who's chain snapped?
Izzy Lawton, Oliver Grundy we lost on lap 2. Toby Street we lost on lap 5. Jaden Shearing we lost on lap 11.
But he could be someone from the previous heat reporting.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Do you know? Wait. Yeah, I've got my chain snapped. Anything else? Nope. That's what I'm telling you. Okay.
So we have our next heat for 177s, Nick.
I'm hoping that Polaris has got a lot of fuel because it's getting a lot of use. Yeah, it disappears off to the left, so left of the screen, and then has a forest loop back into the paddock, so it doesn't have to drive back through the tracks. They can open the track quicker. I cannot feel we're going to have a lot of conversations about the Polaris today. It could be Polaris heavy. Yes. No, it takes them to Forest, and they instantly enter into the Hunger Games. So they're in there. There's 7 bears, a man with a bow, and Arnold Schwarzenegger from The Running Man. They just get themselves, and then they get themselves back to the paddock before the next heat they can race. I think I may have invented an excellent lunchtime activity, actually.
We've got some newcomers to the series here at round 2, Nick.
And
in this
there
series.
we go, spoiling the fantasy by going straight into facts.
By being professional. Ben Hitch, Billy Clark, Chris Sevier, Chris Abram, Oliver Hutchings, Chris Sawyer, Paul Horton. I mean, not unfamiliar names, some of them, but having to miss round 1 for whatever, here they are at round 2. We've got Marcin Kaminski and Matt Zanetti on row 1 here. Oliver Hutchins and Nathan Wells on row 2. Richard Evans and Alfie Williams row 3. Paul Horton and Chris Sivia are on row 4. Then we've got Chris Abram and Dan Wright. Rob Simpson, Steve Stewart, Josh Bass, Tonino Machichi, Scott Clay and Tyler Fossey are on row 8. Row 9 is Will Milner and Rhys Llewellyn, Jake Davis and Marty Gilfillan. Then we've got Chris Sawyer, Steve Thompson, Tyler Kelsey, Daniel Hammett. Lewis Crocker and Cole Edwards are next up, and then Archie Elliott, Josh Constable, Zach Fontenot, Matthew Lear, Harrison Crook, and rounding off a 32-cart field is James O'Keefe. So a full grid of 177s once again.
Depending on which direction you look at, you've got bright sunshine, white fluffy clouds, or grey clouds. So there's rain over there, there's sun over there, there's kind of an average English day over there. So are they going to go for it this time or next time? No, I think they're going for this time. They're slowing them right down.
Championship leader not out in this heat. Harrison Crook. Did I see Harrison Crook's name on there, Nick? I don't think I did.
No, you didn't.
So the two
Here
championship leaders not out this one, but here they come.
There's a couple of them really smoking up.
Matt Zanetti and Oliver Hutchings. Hutchings are our front row drivers. Nice ordered grid, nice pace across the line. Gets underway in very ordered fashion. We've got a massive bottleneck through and into Haynes Loop.
Oh, it's more than a bottleneck, it's an accident. Huge accident.
I could see that beginning to happen. We've got, this is going to string the field out massively. You've got about 12 carts off in an incident at Haynes Loop.
Some of them have got going again, some haven't.
Struggling to get some carts started. Finally did, the 115.
We've only lost one, I think.
Tyler.
Only one cart's been lost, the rest is still going.
Tyler Fossey there got the 115 away, but he's at the back of the field now. Now that was midfield.
They're Battenberging it, so
right.
So it's virtual safety cart, effectively.
Well, that's virtual safety cart. So, if you are familiar with car racing, it is we call that affectionately known as the unofficial name for it is the Battenberg flag.
We're going a bit quick actually. It should be at walking pace.
So what happens here is the leader, Matt Zanetti as it is, the 277 is it? Yeah. He will control the pace, which is half race speed. That's the conditions. So he will slow the field down to half speed pace, single file, and that's just basically to make sure that we've got everyone in a safe place after that massive incident we had at the Haynes Loop.
So Scott Clee, currently third in the championship, he has he was the guy who he has not got going again. He's stranded on the inside of Haynes Loop.
Ah, that's a shame. That's Scott Clee we've lost. The only person we lost there.
Go. The result for people who got stranged out by the back of that accident. They should have managed to catch up the back of the field. So, another problem. Spinner on his own. Got to drive against the traffic flow, which is quite frightening, and then spinning round. So someone's going to tumble down the field next time round, spinning out as they did at the Haynes Loop. So who's leading this goddamn race, Joe?
Zanetti has restarted very well indeed, but behind Zanetti, that's where the action is, Nick. Nathan Wells, Oliver Hutchings, Richard Evans, Rob Simpson, they're bottling it all up behind him, and he's pulling out. Zanetti's just pulled away a little bit, and then we've got the Lando Norris cart of, I think that's Nathan Wells.
Should be, yeah.
Yeah, let's see if it is. It is indeed. Wells, Hutchings, Evans, Simpson, and then a little bit of a gap before we see Rhys Llewellyn, Steve Thompson, Josh Bash, Harrison Cook, Jake Davis, Cole Edwards. We had the field strung out because of that incident, but of course the Battenberg flag brought them all back together, and now we've got a nose-to-tail battles beginning to develop. 3 carts there for second, third and fourth. And
Marcin Kaminski has been one of the big losers of this one. He's tumbled down the field to the back. I think he was the man who spun off on that second lap. A change at the front. Well, second, sorry.
Yeah, Hutchings ahead of Wells, and I think Richard Evans has gone with him. So Richard Evans and Oliver Hutchings. So it's Hutchings, Evans, then Wells. We'll get that confirmed as they cross the line. It is indeed. So Zanetti leads by 1.5 seconds. Oliver Hutchings second. Richard Evans, Nathan Wells, Rob Simpson, Rhys Llewellyn, Steve Thompson. Battle of the Masters, by the way, as the number 12 pulls off. That's Josh Constable. But the Battle of the Masters, Rob Simpson, Rhys Llewellyn and Steve Thompson, they are nose to tail in 5th, 6th and 7th place.
So 2nd, 3rd and 4th there, and there's 5th as well. So it's Hutchins, Evans, Wells and Simpson. But they come round now nicely. That's a comfortable lead for Zanetti. He's got about a second and a half. And these three battling away, coming up to the final corner of the lap. This is Tollies. And now sweeping again into that difficult triple apex, would you say?
Yes, it is. It is a triple apex. You've got to wait and clip the 3rd and final apex on the inside, because that sets you up for Johnny's, which sets you up for the straight leading into that one. They're already out onto that back straight towards the bus stop, though, behind the trees, and into the bus stop chicane they go. Yeah,
we've lost another kart in Josh Constable as well, so there is a huge amount of attrition in these first few heats.
Yeah, as expected. The sun's still shining though, which is great news. The rain just holding off nicely. Here they come then. It'll be 6 laps completed for Zanetti. The gap's still at 1.5 seconds. Then we've got Evans, Hutchings, Wells, Simpson, Llewellyn. Harrison Crook spoils the Masters party by coming up to 7th, the number 6 there, 6th in the championship last year. Steve Thompson, Jake Davis, winner of Heat 1 at Clay Pigeon, up into 9th. And then we've got Cole Edwards, number 10, 10th in the championship last year. Came 3rd in the 3rd heat, 2nd in the 1st heat at Clay Pigeon. And Cole rounding off the top 10.
Yeah, bathed in fantastic sunshine now, with a massive dark cloud coming as well through Tollies. Leads come down a little bit from that second half, 1.3, 210, 2nd and 3rd, and then 3rd and 4th, a little bit of split. No real dynamic tight battle anywhere down the field actually until you get to about 17th. Only a bit of a battle.
The thing about mixed grids, Nick, and the thing about this series is, all right, ultimately it's about winning races and winning championships, but not everybody can win. We've only got one winner of the whole weekend. And as a competitor, you will find someone to race with. You will find someone with the same level of kit, the same level of ability, and you will. And it's, some of the best races I ever had with a 15th and 16th.
Yeah, 4th and 5th livened up actually now, guys. With the 52 in 5th place, really pushing hard. That's really Wells and Simpson really going for it. They come out of the Triple Apex now, down the hill they go now, waiting to get to the dip. There'll be a move at this part of the track. No, think about it. Squirreled under the heavy braking.
So Simpson, Nick, is the first of the Masters there on the blue and white kart. And then Nathan Wells on the 52. He's absolutely on his bumper, isn't he? Looking for a way, looking over his shoulder there, did Rob Simpson. And Nathan Wells right with him. What do I mean by master? Well, you're really old, over 35. It's for the really old drivers, the over 35s. Shame, bless them all.
Yeah, it's poor little things. Wow. Collecting their pensions.
Yeah.
I'm a master plus 2 juniors.
I'm 2 masters.
Yeah.
Well,
not quite. 70.
Not quite. Not 70. My maths was never my strong point.
No, it's sort of
70.
Well, you are the grandfather of karting.
Yeah, that's the last time you'll ever see that one, mate. We've got a bit of a gap though. Simpson, he's responded. He had a look at it over his shoulder. We saw that, didn't we? Sinister black helmet there. He really needs that reflective visor as well, because that sunshine is very, very bright indeed. Final turn then, 10 laps completed. Just under 30 seconds, 2 more to go. Yeah, this one and another one. Still no change at the front with Zanetti. He's controlled this, but he's controlling it to a point where the gap has gone from 1.5 seconds now down to 8th. The number 7, Richard Evans. We know how quick Richard is. He's carrying the number 7 because he was 7th in last year's championship. So we know he's quick. Oliver Hutchins still 3rd. Rob Simpson. This is the battle we're looking for. Rob Simpson, Nathan Wells. And who's that? We used to call him the Dark Knight, Rhys Llewellyn, on the number 22. That's because he was all in black, but now he's with Howarth Racing, and he's gone all glitzy on us, hasn't he? He's
luminous that's what happens,
yellow.
Isn't it? Yeah, gold helmets and everything else.
A luminous yellow there. He's not the Dark Knight anymore. He's got bright yellow shoulders as well. And Rhys Llewellyn is catching Nathan Wells. He's got one more lap to do it if he can, and I think that's just maybe too much of an ask. So we'll keep an eye on this battle for 4th place. Meanwhile, the gap down to 7/10. Matt Zanetti, the number 277. He's the leader. He will show as taking this
Flag.
heat win.
Yeah, just coming over across the line now, Zanetti.
Here he comes, just underneath us. That battle's still raging though. Zanetti, Richard Evans second. Gap was out to a second. Oliver Hutchings third. And there it is then. It finishes. Rob Simpson, Nathan Wells, Reece Llewellyn, Harrison Crook, Steve Thompson, Archie Elliott, Jake Davis. And then just outside the top 10, Cole Edwards, Les Crocker, Chris Sawyer, Zach Fontenot, Daniel Hammett, Will Milner, Josh Bass, Chris Sivier. 19th was Dan Wright, and rounding off the top 20 was Matthew Lear. Rob Simpson, 4th overall, was the first Masters, with Reece Llewellyn 2nd in the Masters, 6th overall, and then 8th overall, Steve Thompson. 4th Masters was 15th overall, Daniel Hammett.
Lengthy rescue operation again.
So what have we got next, Nick? We have got the senior Rotax out for the second heat. Senior Rotax 162s. What do we mean by 177s and 162? Well, that's basically the minimum weight. The 177s is a minimum weight of 177 kilograms. That's including the cart, of course, not just the driver.
Well, you know.
I'd be fine. And then the 162s, 162
How much
kilograms.
does a cart without driver weigh then? So how much is what's the maximum weight you could be on the weight as a 162 and again with the 177?
I don't know. I think about I've heard about 70 kilograms or something there or thereabouts. That's a good question. That if somebody knows that, please tell us. I did know that, but I forgot because I'm thinking of something else. Right, we've got Senior Rotax Heat number 2 coming out. Our 6th race. We are rattling through them. Very, very efficient here at Forest Edge, I've got to say, Nick. The Polaris of Shame is doing a fine job out there.
And the driver on the back of the Polaris for a minute there didn't have his helmet on. And he was sitting there just kind of sunning himself, enjoying a drive on the back of the all-terrain vehicle.
Newcomers to round 2. Newcomers
He'll
to
be
series.
meandering into shot any minute now. We cut camera 1. Here he comes. It's like he's like a May Day parade. He can wave to the crowd, you know. No, they're going quite slowly. Here we are.
That's the 55.
That's Steve Stewart.
Yeah, not sure what brought about that Steve wearing his helmet as a cap. Not happy, is he, Steve?
He's not been a great... Well, if you're in the Polaris of Shame, something's gone wrong, isn't it, really?
Yeah, he's not happy. He's got a great haircut, Steve.
Has he?
He's got a Mohican down the middle of his head.
Brilliant.
Completely shaved, either side, and a Mohican down the... Great haircut. So, welcome to the series. Samuel Hawthorne, Chris Latimer, John Hobbs, Zachary Mead, Macaulay Austin, who's out on pole position the next one, Oliver Rowley, Oliver Atkinson, Kieran Ives, who we've already seen how quick he is in the first heat, and Joshua Priest. They are all newcomers to the championship here at round 2.
Our best friend Meal Deal.
Yes.
Junior weighs roughly 80 kilograms with no lead.
Right, splendid. Thank you for that.
So would a senior weigh the same?
I think
because the difference is restrictor.
So. Yeah. I think that's probably right. Yes, because they're exactly the same chassis, aren't they?
Victoria Bevan says, "Is there a breakdown of the times of each heat? So where can I find it? There's a heat listing, isn't there? But that doesn't tell you exactly when they're going to be."
Oh, you mean the time? No, we don't know that. We can give you rough guides. I mean, we've got this one included 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 more heats of 8 minutes and 1 lap before the lunch break. But when you consider that it's a rolling program, because we could have incidents, we could have issues and the like that sort of fall, that the program falls behind a little bit, or we could be right on the nosy. So that's just a rough guide, and that's all we can really do here. That's the nature of karting, really. It's very dynamic. We keep things rolling. Let's have a look at the grid then for this second heat. Macaulay Austin, new to the series. He's over from America. He does a lot of work and racing out in American karting. The young man, Mason Perrin alongside, Ollie Varney next up, John Hobbs alongside on row 2, Elliot Barrell and Aidan Pomeroy, Henry Swanson, Louis Rees, Kieran Thompson, Luke Evans, George Hulme, Liam Deedman, Ben Ballou, Ashton French, Kieran Gifford, Reese Pope, Tommy Lee Davis. Here we are about to start, and I haven't got time to read down the full grid, Nick, as we're away.
Great start from the 136, Paulie Austin there. He got a little bit of a lead, then drifted straight across the left, get back on the racing line. Tyre Field gets around completely cleanly this time, which is an improvement on the previous race. They streak down the hill for the first time and into the dip. And sweep round the bottom corner. Huge cart fields here in the NKC, all very competitive. No one's left behind. And then up the hill again and through the bus stop for the first time. They'll go from here and they'll go up round the top of the track. And the top of the track, that is Midget. That's what it's called. And then the second corner here is called Climate. This is the Climate corner now. Very short straight before the not quite hairpin. Back on to the start finish of Tollies. And that is lap 1 completed. It's Macaulay Austin leading. Mason Perrin in the bright orange cart is second. Ollie Varney is third. John Hobbs is fourth. And Aidan Pomeroy.
You will recognise the name Mason Perrin. He was our junior Rotax champion of 2023, making the move into seniors and chasing down the Nib Sport driver Macaulay Austin. We've got a great interview, quite a long interview in our paddock show with Matt Isaacs, or Matt Nibs as he's affectionately known, who is the team principal, team manager and team everything at Nib Sport. And he's really expecting a lot from Macaulay Austin this weekend, as we all are, and so far so good. Macaulay leading from the pole position, but the junior Rotax champion now in seniors, not letting him get too far away, is he? And with 2 laps completed, Nick, this is the lap when the tyres are coming into their own. This is when you've got the temperature into the tyres, the pressures are right. If you've gauged your tyre pressure correctly, this is when your kart feels optimised, and now you can really push. And as we see, Macaulay Austin not leaving anything left on the table, ducking down and reducing that airflow.
Top 2 made a nice little break from the rest of them. So it was last time over the lap, I think a bit further. It was half a second from Austin to Perrin, but there was then a gap of 1.7 back to third. And I think all those gaps have spread slightly. Perrin there in this focus here in that orange car, getting, I think, a little bit left into no man's land. Let's have a look and see if my visual thinking's right. Yep, he lost a couple of tenths and gained a couple of tenths. So 1, 2 and 3 stretched out. The battle's more now, I think, in that kind of 4, 5, 6, that kind of running down a little bit.
Keep an eye on Kieran Gifford, the all-plate holder from last year. Kieran absolutely scything through the field. He's going to come into
4 and 5 and 6 and 7.
Yeah, that's where the action is. This lot here, Nick, from the number 2 down over Ollie Varney, Aidan Pomeroy, Elliot Barrell. There's the all-plate. Just keep an eye on Kieran Gifford. We know how quick he can be, and those carts ahead of him, they are not exactly slouches.
George training up these, aren't they?
Yeah.
The leader of that is the 2 of that on. So it's Ollie Varney's the leader of that group that's on the screen at the moment. So then you have Pomeroy, Gifford, Hulme, and Elliot Barrell, and they are barrelling down the straight
in towards Winger's Dip, and it really does dip there, and then back uphill towards the bus stop. Here's a move, is it? No, just a move onto the rear bumper. Just letting him know you're there is Ollie Varney. Now he pulls out, and the race down to midgets is perhaps where we're going to see a move. We did. There's the all-plate ahead of the 211.
Second and third swap. John Hobbs has got ahead of Mason Perrin, and Hobbs now appears to be on the move.
Well, Hobbs had put in the race's fastest lap a couple of laps ago, Nick.
And he's absolutely on it. Look at that. He's gapping Perrin with ease, just in a couple of corners, down through the dip. And then look at there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, still in that chain behind on the dip.
So the gap to the leader, Macaulay Austin, is 1.7 seconds. And Hobbs in second, who's now in second, is lapping last time by, lapped a tenth quicker. So he will close the gap.
And this is a kerfuffle in the middle of the pack. That's the 2-1-1. So that's Holman Gifford again. Gifford's in the lead of that one with the O-plate.
That's Ollie Varney being overtaken by
both of them, yeah.
Yeah, by Kieran Gifford and George Hume.
So Gifford's moving into fourth. Yep.
Ollie Varney, the number 2, vice champion from 2023, of course.
Absolutely. Yeah, that 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th pack is trying to close the gap on Perrin, which will pull him to Hobbs. I think Macaulay Austin is already away. I know we're only just over halfway, but I think he's got the pace of this one, Joe.
Yeah, I think so. I think they've sorted themselves out. I'm not quite sure whether or not we're going to see any change on this next lap, though. Sorry, I'll explain what I'm thinking there in my head.
Go on.
The gap at the front is 1.7. They've just gone through. It is still 1.7, a 41.859, a personal best lap time from Macaulay Austin. He's become aware of John Hobbs in his peripheral, hasn't he?
Yeah.
And he's responded. His cart's coming on. So great drive from the Nipsport driver at the lead and controlling the lead of this race.
Yeah, Hobbs has put it over a second over Perrin in a couple of laps. But Gifford's still 1.7 behind him. So if you look at that, that's the orange cart. That is third place Perrin. This is the fourth and fifth, trying to get A, past each other and B, closer to Perrin, which I don't think is going to happen, but you can never tell because we've seen carts really coming good in the second half of the race today as the conditions have been slightly strange.
There's plenty of time as well, Nick, just under 2.5 minutes. So there's plenty of time, and I'm sure that's what Kieran Gifford can see up ahead. He can see the number 76 on that rear bumper of Mason Perrin, and that gives you the motivation, and that is where you find the speed. Aidan Pomeroy now on the back of the number 2, Ollie Varney. That's the battle that you can see there. And Aidan Pomeroy looking like he's about to challenge. Not quite able to do that at the chicane.
Oh,
and there he does it, though. He does it at the top of the hill at Midgets.
Is he going to stick?
It's such a wide corner.
Some waving.
Oh, and if he's not careful, the number 2 has to slot in behind him. The number 2 slots in behind Pomeroy, and there across the line almost.
Got it back again, though. He got it back again. Varney got it back
He's
on
got
the...
it back, has he?
Oh, yeah, no, there's a too much curb taken by one of the carts there. I'm trying to work out what it was. It was the 37 took too much curb and lost and kind of bounced back in and out of the position.
And who took advantage of that?
Who?
The number 93 on the barrel, Jensen Watts. He's come up the order by about 3 or 4 places there. We'll check that as they come by next time. But it was a great opportunist move.
Oh, look at that.
There's another
beautiful
opportunist,
dive.
Jensen Watts again on the number 2. So Ollie Varney on the number 2 falls behind Jensen Watts, and again the door's wide open because of the wide line. There he goes, just slams it in there, doesn't he? It's Midget's corner, that. Very, very tight, that second part of the corner. And here they come through Johnny's. Jensen Watts now in 6th place.
Wow. He
However,
just comes from nowhere, doesn't he, every time?
Yeah, he's come from, it's his heat start at the back of the field. So he will be gathering points to maximise that grid position for the final. We are getting towards the 1 lap to go board, I think, Nick.
There's 16 seconds to go, so I think there's going to be... Where's our leader?
That's the leader's just gone through.
Yeah, so there's 2
one
more.
more lap after this.
Yeah, 2 more. We can go around. And once again, we're getting a little bit mixed and matched with some of the back markers, aren't we? So there's a few... You look up and think, oh, no, that's a back marker.
Yeah. Austin leads by 1.6 seconds now. So the gap has been there or thereabouts. 2.5 to John Hobbs. Kieran Gifford still in 3rd. Mason Perrin dropping behind Gifford. That did happen, Nick. The all played getting ahead of the number 76, the junior Rotax champion, dropping to 4th.
Yeah, he's dropped again now because the 2
he's dropped
Hulme's
another
got
one
past him as
behind
well.
George
Yeah,
Hulme,
so
yeah.
Perrin, who looked so quick in the first couple of laps, as he's right back on the pace. Has he overpressured his tyres, do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think that cart has just dropped right off, and he's unable to fight for position now, is Mason Perrin, it looks like.
So if you start with a tyre pressure that is a little bit higher, you will get into working temperature quicker. You'll be quicker at the start, but if you get it too high, the thing gets too hot and it starts losing grip. And that's what may well have happened to Perrin there, with a slight wrong on his pressures.
So we look for Macaulay Austin just in front of us as the rest of the field come through. That's George Hulme now ahead of Mason Perrin, but the leader about to take the checkered flag in front of us now.
There he goes. So
as the rest of the field come through, Nick, Macaulay Austin takes the win.
Then Hobbs.
John Hobbs 2nd, Kieran Gifford 3rd, George Hulme 4th. Then we have Mason Perrin finally finishing in 5th. Jensen Watts, a fine drive up to 6th place. Ollie Varney settles for 7th. Ben Ballou 8th. Elliot Barrow finishes in 9th. Theo Fedrick 2nd in the championship at the moment. Theo 10th. And then Matthew Lambert from Nibsport in 11th, Aidan Pomeroy 12th, Ashton French, Luke Evans, Ethan Wyatt, Sam Wyatt finishing together, like literally nose to tail for Ethan and Sam, the two brothers, run by their dad Andy here. Tommy Lee Davis 17th, Curtis Latimer 18th, Reese Pope 19th, and rounding off the top 20 is Ollie Rowley.
Well done. So, answer to my questions. Race.Charles says a senior cart weighs around 90 kilograms.
Oh, really? So the junior cart is 60?
80.
80, sorry.
And he says, give or take a few kilograms, depending on fuel load. Third bearing, if fitted, weighs around 2 kilograms. And batteries, 2 kilogram difference between standard lead and lightweight.
Yes, good point. That is a very good point. So roughly about 90.
Now, explain to me, what's the third bearing?
It's on the rear axle.
So why would you want 3 bearings?
3 bearings will stiffen it all up. Take the bearing out, it'll soften it up. It'll make the axle more flexible.
For wet weather.
For wet weather. However, on saying that, I was talking to somebody the other day who said that you stiffen everything on a Rotax Max. And that just went against everything.
That makes no sense.
Not from our age.
Well, that's the only age I've got.
That's true. We have got our Heat 3 for Junior Rotax out now, Nick. Junior Rotax Heat 3. I'll just find the grid for you, and then I'll give you an idea of who's who. Harry Hadley on the pole position. Zach Burke alongside. Sonny Morgan, all the way from sunny South Wales. Sonny Morgan third. Jack Theobald fourth. Jamie Salter, Jacob Anslow on the third row. Fourth row is Melissa Adrian and Amy Peacock. Barnaby Grubb and Ryan Sayers are next. Jarek Metters and Jill Leverton are on row 6. Row 7 is George Kay and Jason Duchess. Joshua Whitcomb and Alex Dola next. Freddie Theobald is on 17th and 18th. On the 9th row is Theo Bush. And then we've got Ethan Barrow, Leo Basterfield, Lincoln Bevan, Sam Mott, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Frank Ward, Harvey Williams, Jacob Aston, George Theobald, rounding off what is a 27 cart heat number 3 for Junior Rotax. So they are just going round again, being told to slow the pace down by our track officials.
Dominic Inskip Clarkson says, good luck, Jay Leverton from Ozan Racing.
Yeah, Paul Ozan, the legend that is, took the win at Three Sisters in the Historics last weekend, didn't he?
Was that historic drivers, historic cars?
A bit of both, I think, in Paul's
Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Nice break from the 57, Zach Burke. Absolutely took advantage of everything that was going on.
Through the Haynes Loop and now through Johnny's, the very fast left-hander on that straight to the off-camber wingers, and then through the Kink at Anson's, firing them along that straight towards the bus stop for the first time then. And that chicane, you want to keep well off those curves. Oof. The last curve, of course, is flat, so you can hammer the
first two are big B's, aren't they? They are things you really don't want to get around. But first, second, third now nailed together, coming round climber. Oh. And then fourth came whittling in there, and then so it's the third and fourth having a right old battle, and losing out actually with that multicoloured cart in fourth, which I think was Amy Peacock.
Jack Theobald slid wide. Jack Theobald was the cart that was having to drive very aggressively in defence. I don't know what you saw there.
Saw third and fourth out the window, I saw, and there was some real bumping and boring between those third and fourth racers, Theobald, Peacock, and I think Melissa Adrian. Top two, having a bit of fun. And 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So Zach Burke, Jacob Anslow is the top two. We've got a incident at the bus stop chicane near the midfield and back of the field.
Everyone running though.
That'll not affect the lead. Zach Burke, Jacob Anslow. Got the number 54 having a bit of a harmless spin. That's George Theobald.
Got a huge battle now around third place.
Let's have a look at that third place, Nick, as Zach Burke and Jacob Anslow seem to have
look
that in order.
There's 4 of them in third place as you're around the corner.
I think everyone's in third place looking at that. 5 carts now in a 5-cart train. Jack Theobald, Melissa Adrian, Sonny Morgan and Jack Metters. Jay Leverton just outside of that 5. In fact, Jay Leverton's just on the edge of that 5, isn't he?
Yep.
That's the cart in the tail of that field. Not much of a gap for then another 3.
Yeah. So the top 2 are of a nice little gap, but they're quite close together. But then you've got 3, 4, 5 and 6 all at the inside there. Went the 20 cart of Sonny Morgan. So Morgan now is in third, sliding fifth last time round. Off he goes. And it's the 100 machine of Melissa Adrian. So Sonny Morgan there.
Well, Sonny
moving
Morgan,
forward quickly.
Remember from the previous season, Sonny, vice champion in Minimax, moving up to juniors for this season. He pretty much had to because he was growing and getting taller. And so he's got quite a bit of experience from the Cardiff area of South Wales. And Sonny now at the front of that group of 5. Whether or not Melissa Adrian, Jack Metters, Jay Leverton and Jack Theobald can come back.
I don't know, but the first two are nailed
together.
This
is the lead now, Nick. Yeah, Zach Burke.
And Ainslow. Into the Haynes loop. Take 1, avoid 2, and take 3 as far as the apex are concerned.
Oh, look at that. It's very, very slippery there. We're not usually seeing oversteer like that.
No.
Because that's the slowest way. But however, here at Forest Edge, it seems to be the way.
This is the way.
Yeah, this is the way. Cracking. Sonny Morgan, fastest cart on the track last time by. He's catching them, isn't he? Now, the thing is, as that blue and white cart there in second catches the leader, Zach Burke, they'll begin to unavoidably slow one another down.
Exactly.
If Sonny Morgan has got clear track ahead of him, let's see if he puts in another purple time. No, Melissa Adrian.
But he was still 3/10 faster than the top two.
They were, but she's the cart who is behind Sonny Morgan. That was the fastest lap, but they're still catching the cart ahead of him.
There's over half the race to go. You're going to hit halfway. Well, the next lap, it's timed halfway, but there's more than 4 minutes to go.
Out of the chicane. Look at the gap. You can see it coming down, Nick. You don't need a stopwatch to tell you that one. The two leaders are being caught. Now, the gap was about 1.5 seconds. It actually looks visibly narrower than that now, as Zach Burke looks to have things in control. We've still got plenty of time.
Yeah, Zach Burke, good lap for him. Ainsco's dropped off him, but the interesting thing is that Morgan now is getting very close to strike, and even closer as you went around the Haynes Loop there. He's getting very close to striking distance on Ainscoe in second. Down the hill, there's a 20 car with the blue overalls and blue helmet. That's Sonny Morgan. Comes up now through Anson's, the Phil Anson straight. Through the bus stop.
Zach Burke, Jacob Anslow, fastest cart on the track is that multicoloured cart there, who moves into second place ahead of Jacob Anslow. Jacob having to succumb to the advances of Sonny Morgan, and if he's not careful, Melissa Adrian is going to come through, and she does. Melissa through, and now out of Johnny's, down towards Wingers. The Wingers dip, sucking those carts in. And we've got Jacob Anslow falling back to Jarek Metters now. And from what was looking like a very challenging, strong second place, challenging the lead, he's dropping down the order like a stone.
Yeah, once again. Oh, we've got a car off at the Haynes Loop, but that's just yellow flags. So we know overtaking coming into the big first corner.
Yeah, there's the move there. And he really had nothing in the toolkit. The number 14, Jacob Anslow. Jarek Metters just moved down the inside at midgets.
Sonny Morgan now getting closer and closer to Zach Burke. 1, 2 and 3. That's 4 in the centre of the picture there, but that's the top of the field, all going down the dip and back up the hill towards the bus stop. That is your gaps in real time between those top 5 racers. But the fact was it was 7/10 of a second effectively of the lead. That's come down for Burke. Morgan on a charge, but he's dragging Melissa Adrian with him.
Yeah, Melissa Adrian has not dropped away at all, and Sonny Morgan, that is not 7/10 of a second now.
No.
Let's find out exactly what it is. I'd say that was about 3 or 4.
Yeah.
It is 4/10. 4/10 of a second now, and Morgan, 42.385. Zach Burke, 42.668. Sonny Morgan lapping quicker than the leader. He's got plenty of time as he pulls onto the rear bumper of the leader now. They'll come out of Wingers through Anson's and heading on that straight. Great view of them through the trees, through the chicane. And Sonny Morgan's got the drag through there.
Oh.
Into midgets and out of midgets, now through the sweeping right-hander. That is Climate Corner. And then the final turn here, Tolly's. But look at that. That gap was 4/10. What is it now? It's nothing, is it? It's a 10th.
And they are nailed together. Coming to... Oh! What happened there? Did he get nudged off?
Sonny Morgan.
Whoa.
Sonny Morgan ran out of room.
I think he got nudged, didn't he?
Well, he did, yeah, but he ran out of room because Zach Burke...
Oh, no, he hit the curb first. He hit the inner curb there.
Yeah.
And then he got
launched.
I tell you right now, he's going to be livid, and then but perhaps when he sees it, it'll be less livid. Is that a change for the lead? Is that our leader losing it or not?
That's
no,
57 still.
Burke's still leading, but this is Melissa Adrian going to be after him the 100.
Melissa Adrian, here comes, so with 7, 6, 5, plenty of time for the leaders who cross the line now. So one more lap after this one.
So will Melissa Adrian be able to get past Zach Burke on this lap and a half to go? Into the dip, sideways, slightly tighter line by Melissa. She's in the red and white cart in second. It's the blue helmet leading. It's the bus stop.
This is where she needs to fire out of here. If she's going to have a go at Burke down towards midgets, not enough room into midgets because a more tighter defensive line by Zach Burke. Into Climate. They've got one more corner after this one. I think Zach Burke's going to hang on to it. If he doesn't make a mistake.
Another lap.
Oh, one more lap, of course, yes. One more lap to go. It's not over.
It's almost like you get up 12 hours too early.
Oh, look at this. Side by side, Adrian's got the lead out of the Haynes loop. She had a great run through the tighter line, but Burke's coming back in Winger's dip. No, not quite. And now the charge towards the bus stop.
Yeah, he's got some good drive, but Adrian took her advantage going through the loop. Coming back to them also is Jarek Metters as well. And they've got a back marker in the way now, which is going to be just slightly irritating.
Oh, no, I think that's
slightly worked in Adrian's favour, I think.
Yeah, that's going to clinch it for her. Melissa's going to take the win here. Melissa Adrian takes the checkered flag and a very fine heat win for her. Had to fight for it, didn't she? Yeah. Came through the field. Yeah, came through the order. It wasn't a start, a lights to flag win, but that's the move there as the leader, Burke.
I think he made a mistake.
Well, he let the card breathe as you do to bring it back in, and it was a tighter line. Melissa just seemed to have more grip, didn't she, on the inside line? Let's have a rundown of the finishes there. Melissa Adrian takes the win. Zach Burke second. Jarek Metters third. Sonny Morgan recovers to fourth. He'll be happy with that after he see how high he went off that curve. Joshua Whitcomb fifth. Leo Basterfield up to sixth. Jill Levitt seventh. George Kay 8th, 9th was Jack Theobald, Ryan Sayers was 10th, and then we had Theo Bush, Barnaby Grubb, Sam Mott, Alex Dole, Frank Ward, Amy Peacock, Harvey Williams, Jamie Slater, Lincoln Bevan, and then it was Jacob Aston who rounds off the top 20. We've got the first sight of our TKM runners coming out next, Nick.
Indeed. We've got a couple of messages. First of all, Race.Charles says nobody runs a third bearing in the UK anyway.
No, yeah.
Usually it's unbolted and just held in place with cable ties. It doesn't affect axle stiffness.
Right. It would if you bolted it in, though, wouldn't it?
Got Phil Anson.
Sorry?
Phil Anson's come on again.
Go on then, Phil.
Phil Anson straight, the Phil Anson kink. Not sure if I'm privileged to be name dropped or otherwise described. Well, you know.
I think it's very apt, though, knowing you as we do, Phil.
Absolutely. Those expats.
Now then. TKM. We've got, we welcome Jake Cox to TKM for round 2.
Is that it?
The question on everyone's lips here after round 1 is who can beat Mitchell Ball? Now, he was beaten in the third heat at Clear Pigeon by Alexander Lehman. He won the first heat, he won the second heat, he came fourth in the third heat, and he won the final.
It's quite good.
He won the final from Ben Watson and Jake Humphrey. We had Alexander Lehman, Jamie Mead and Liv Jackins finishing first, second and third in the third heat. And just looking down the order, we've got Mitchell Ball starting in 20th. So this might be a heat which is going to go the way of Alexander Lehman, who starts on pole position. So, Alexander Lehman and Paul. Ben Watson, second place finisher in the final at Clay, will start alongside. That's going to be a cracking battle for this one. Matthew Temple Purcell third, Leo Crabtree fourth. Third row of the grid is James Workman and James Hull. And then we've got fourth row, Matt Slate, Sam Cope. Fifth row is Ryan Layton, James King. Jack Crisp and Jake Humphrey are on row 6. Row 7, Joseph Phillips and Jake Cox. Chris Whiteside and Liv Jenkins are on row 8. Row 9 is Will Cregeen and Harrison Morrow. They've got Jamie Mead and Mitchell Ball and Molly, Nicholas Biles and Samuel King rounding off the 22-card field. Now then, I mentioned James King, who's only one of 2 masters here. James King, starting 10th. We have a great interview with James in the Paddock Show where James had a seizure.
Oh, had he?
Yeah, so we got...
An engine seizure, hopefully.
Watch the... Yeah, sorry. Yes, let's just clarify that. He had an engine seize, and what we're able to do, Paul on camera we were able to film him taking the top off the engine, off the motor, and we saw where the piston had nipped on the side of the barrel.
So basically, you just saw his wallet being emptied.
That's exactly as James described it. That's exactly as James described it. We have released the TKMs. You can tell by the pall of two-stroke smoke that descends upon Forest Edge.
Can't argue with that.
Yeah, we have no qualms with that whatsoever. In fact, we love it.
So they normally want to do 2 laps. Why do they get 3? They get 3 half warm-up laps.
Remains to be seen, Nick. We've got them heading towards Wingers.
What, 5 midgets? And relax.
Yeah,
okay,
so
everyone.
Right, we're going to go through the shortcut. We were off air there, by the way. I faded us down. Here we go.
Here we go. Number 5 takes the lead, and that's Ben Watson in black, and then sweeping around this smoky TKM start. And then it's the 44 and the 91. So it is Leo Crabtree in second.
This is TKM, and it's the only air-cooled class of karting that we have here, the 110cc TKM engine. More similar to the sort of kart engine that Nick and I would have raced back in the 90s.
So we're nipping up, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're very familiar.
I've nipped up all over the world.
I was very familiar with seizures. First 3 beginning to break away there.
They're not beginning, they're massively broken away. I think there's a problem with one of the karts more in the field having its own performance issue and hard people up. I think it's the 16 kart's got an issue.
Well,
the 18 kart's got an issue of James Workman. And it just wasn't running cleanly, and he was kind of like slowing people down, not deliberately, obviously, just because he wasn't moving and they couldn't get past him. So he's like a rolling roadblock, to be honest. So you've got a 3-kart break. It's Watson, Crabtree and Lehman. Where's our championship leader?
Well,
down in 13th.
Yeah, down in 13th, up from 20th, wasn't it? But Ben Watson, he finished second at Clay Pigeon, the Klassen Motorsport driver. Ben Watson leading the number 5, 5th in the championship last year. And there's Alexander Lehman. Part of the Flex team with that yellow and blue livery. He's demoted Leo Crabtree to 3rd. These 3 have broken away massively, Nick. And these 3 will continue to battle all the way to the flag. Plenty of time, though, 6.5 minutes. Plenty of time for Crabtree to come back. So just outside of this top 3, Matt Slade, James Hull, Jake Humphrey, James Workman, now 7th, Jake Cox, Harrison Morrow, Chris Whiteside, Jamie Mead, and then the number 1, the reigning champion, 12th. Keep an eye on that number 1, Mitchell Ball. He's on the yellow and blue livery as well.
Just stretching a little bit now. Top 3, just putting a little gap. Watson though under pressure from Lehman as they came out of the exit. Oh, the cart's just fallen off in front of us in a very weird way, the 65. And that's Matthew Temple-Cassell. He's probably got a problem, we're probably going to pull it in. But they go across the start finish any second now, around the final corner. That's Tollies. And power down, and Lehman looking like business with Watson. He's going up the inside, through
he's
Haynes,
trying,
not
isn't
happening.
He's trying. Now remember, Lehman was the only heat winner, apart from Mitchell Ball.
And he knows this is his chance. He's starting 15 spots ahead of him.
He needs to
got to capitalise.
He needs to capitalise this. But I tell you what, Ben Watson is not an easy driver to get by, or is he? Into the chicane. No, Ben Watson still in the lead.
No, not anymore. As that move into midgets is becoming the favourite place to overtake on the track.
It's that open entry, Nick. That's the thing.
And our new leader is Lehman. who was actually scored third due to a missed score of Matthew Kemper-Purcell as he pulled off the track.
Right, it sorts itself out. Lehman leading, Watson second, Crabtree, Slade, Humphrey, Cox, Harrison Morrow, Jamie Mead, James Hull, Mitchell Ball up to 10th, Chris Whiteside, Phillips. Down the order has gone James King. As James Workman dropped like a stone as well.
Workman's had this problem. Workman's engine's not running properly. It's
right.
Obviously stop. Deborah Humphrey says, good luck, Jake Humphrey and Team Classen. Well, he's doing all right at the moment. He's in 5th.
Yeah, he's doing all right. And Team Classen doing all right because Ben Watson's in second place on the number 5. He's just lost that lead. He's going to be hard to beat, Alexander Lehman. He's proved how quick he can be. He had a 5th in the final at Clay. Didn't have very good finishes in the first 2 heats at Clay, 16th and 8th, but then came out and won the 3rd heat. And then that gave him a 4th place.
Mitchell Ball has been going up 1 position a lap. I've been watching. He's now in 9th. Every single lap he's gained 1 position.
Yeah, just doing it. Just picking them off, isn't he? Not taking any chances. It's only 22 carts in the TKM class.
Only 22.
Well, I say 22, so you know you can easily make a mistake and end up down the order because it's not easy to get through. As Mitchell is proving to be the case, it's not that easy to make your way through this field. We are inside the second half of this first heat for TKMs. As Alexander Lehman crosses the line to complete 6 laps.
He got past quite easy, but he's not able to gap Watson at all.
No, he hasn't, has he?
In fact, in many ways, Watson's looking a little bit feisty at the moment.
Yeah, Watson's coming back at him, isn't he? 6 laps completed, so everything's where it should be, temperature-wise. The engines, well, you've just got to pray, really. You've just got to think about
Yeah, it might last.
Haven't got a temperature gauge or anything like you have in a Rotax, so you just got to pray that thing will keep on buzzing round.
Remember to choke it occasionally.
Yeah.
Actually, do they still have to choke
I don't think they do, no.
Yeah, it's so easy, isn't it? Everything's so easy.
Yeah, they don't do any of that. And with another lap about to be completed, 7 laps completed now for Alexander Lehman. Ben Watson second, still on his bumper though, isn't he? Mm-hmm. Leo Crabtree's having a great race in 3rd. He's alone. He's just keeping a kind of a watching brief on that lead battle.
Mitchell Ball's picked up 8. Just those who don't know what choking the engine is, effectively to give a bit of extra lubrication to these 2-stroke engines, because of course they get the lubrication from the fuel as well, and to prevent them from nipping up, what you would do is you would, with the throttle fully depressed, you would put your hand over the airbox, which would effectively mean that all the engine was getting was pure fuel and oil mixture. So it would just cool it down very quickly, lubricate. Obviously, it would take the power away, but you block off into a corner. Yeah.
You block off the air intake. Back in my day, there was no airbox; it was the carburetor.
Yeah,
and you just put your hand at the side of the carburetor.
Put on the air intake. Yeah,
but you would also be what you were required to do was, because as you came out on your longest straight, you would tweak the mixture screw to lean by about 1/8 of an inch. So you'd put your hand on the carb, adjust the screw 1/8 of an inch, and as you went into the braking area, you'd block off the air intake just from momentarily. You'd see a puff of blue smoke, and as you came out the next corner, you would tweak the mixture back to rich. If you forgot to do that,
you either slow or it went ping.
It became expensive.
Yeah, it was slow or ping, wasn't it?
Yeah, I used to have to be really concentrating to do that.
And then you had to work out how brave you would be when you fuel oil mixture. 16 to 1, 20 to 1, I don't know.
I think in the health and safety world we live in, we're a little bit reluctant to allow people to put
down. Yeah.
I've known people lose fingers in chains. Mm-hmm. They raced without chain guards back in the early 90s. That was when things like chain guards and airboxes began to make an appearance. The only time to put an airbox on was when it was wet. 9 laps completed. Lehman,
the fuel bit, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Lehman and Watson still the same gap as well. Crabtree, Slate, Humphrey, Mead, Mitchell Ball. While we've been waxing lyrical about choking engines, Mitchell Ball's moved up to 7th. Jake Cox 8th. Harrison Morrow 9th. Chris Whiteside 10th. Where is James King? James King's in 20th at the moment, and he stopped. Yes, is that James King over there?
There's a couple of There's a couple of not running very well karts.
Oh right, his best engine he seized yesterday. That was the one we filmed.
That must be annoying.
Yeah, it is.
Why do you never seize your bad engine?
No, you never.
Because you haven't run it so hard.
So we've got movement down the order as we get towards that last lap board for these two here. Alexander Lehman has had the company of Ben Watson pretty much for the whole of this 8 minutes and 1 lap. they will see 1 lap to go board, and maybe Ben Watson is playing a waiting game.
Possibly.
Maybe waiting for that last lap.
Is he waiting long enough for me to do this message from Pam Jones Ward? Good luck to Jake Cox, first time at the track from Freya.
Yeah, so Jake is
in 8th. Mitchell Ball 7th. Still, they haven't crossed the line yet for this one.
A lot of drivers here for the first time, Nick.
Yeah, it's not. We've said before, it's not a circuit that's on a regular circuit. In fact,
no.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Well,
because it's a limited number of available race days being an
right.
MOD site.
Here
we go. You were right. He's waiting. He's going. This is for the lead. Watson now. We get on the. He's got him through the Plymouth bus stop. Well done.
That's very brave, and it takes a little bit of compromise from the driver you're overtaking as well. And these two are not.
That's
stupid.
quite exciting doing our blind spot.
They're absolutely not stupid to do that. 2 clever drivers there. And it will be Ben Watson for Klassen who will take first. Alexander Lehman just lost that at the chicane on the last lap for Flex. Leo Crabtree 3rd, Jake Humphrey 4th, Matt Slate 5th, Jamie Mead 6th. Mitchell Ball, he's got to be happy with that. Mitchell Ball finished 4th in his poorest finish, so that's a little bit worse than he did at Clare, but he'll be happy with that starting down the order as he did. Jake Cox behind him in 8th, Harrison Morrow 9th, Will Cregeen 10th, and then we've got Chris Whiteside, James Hull, Joseph Phillips, Samuel King, Molly Nicholas Biles, James Workman, first of the Masters in 16th, Ryan Layton 17th, 18th is Jack Crisp, Sam Cope was the last of our finishers, James King the retirement on lap 6, Matthew Temple Purcell went out on lap 3, and Liv Jackins went out on lap 1. The Polaris of Shame will scoop everyone up.
It's got a few scoops to do, I think.
As we look forward to our next heat. The 3rd time we've got the 177s out, Nick. And it will be their 3rd heat for the heavier of the Rotax classes.
Just remember that who is taking part in each heat is completely random. You will take part in 3 of the heats. I think there's 6 in total, aren't there, heavy? So you'll be in half of them. And then who you'll be with and where whilst you will get a front, middle and back start, who your competitors are is completely random. So you may be with the same driver twice, you may be with the same driver once, you may be with the same driver never, depending how the rotation is.
Well, it's Ollie Bailey who will be starting this one on pole. James Price alongside, Max Williamson, then Will Milner. They're all there lined up in the collecting area, ready to be released. Ben Hitch and James Frost share the 3rd row. Chris Sawyer and Steve Gilly are on row 4. Marcus Basley and Oliver Moss are next. Row 6, Lawrence Hilton and Sean Rudge. Then we've got Jack Sweeting, Adrian Smith. Ollie Hancock is here, enjoying his karting as ever. In 15th, George Willis alongside in 16th. Then we've got Gary Cox. Dennis is 18th. Alfie Williams, Nicholas Walker, Scott Smith, Paul Horton, Neil Hemming, Billy Clark, George Walker, and then in 26th, Dan Millward, Nathan Wells, David Simpson, Josh Howard, Patrick Williams, Rawhudge, Nathan Chafer will start at the back. Nathan on the CRG will be invariably coming through the field. We'll try and keep an eye on him. And then James O'Keefe rounding off 32 karts for this 177 3rd heat, Nick.
Extravaganza.
That's a good term, actually.
Here they go. Chance to get some heat into the tyres. Now, remember, if you are not a newcomer this event, you have already run these tyres for 1 complete meeting. It was a completely dry meeting at Clay Pigeon a few weeks ago, so they've already got 3 heats in the final on them, and you have to carry on running them for a 3rd meeting as well. You don't get your 2nd set this year until the second half of the season starts in the Northern Cup. So it used to be last year you had 2 sets, you can mix and match them as you like, but now no, set 1 is used uniquely throughout the first 3 heats, first 3 meetings, and then the 2nd set is used for the next 3. As Joe flirts with the cameraman trying to get a decent shot.
I've still got to buy the pics off him.
Yeah, I know. Where are the freebies?
Well, it's good to have Stu Stretton here.
No, don't mention his name. He isn't paid for that.
It's good to have Stu. Check out the pics if you're competing. I'm pretty much you know who Stu is. Here we go then. Are we releasing them? We have indeed.
Ollie Bailey straight into the lead there.
Off towards the Haynes Loop. The right-hander there, the Triple Apex right-hander.
Bit of shuffling behind him. And in 2nd place, I think it's the 91 in 2nd. Yeah, Max Williams has picked up 2nd place. They go down to dip for the first time. And look at those 32 carts, 30 carts streaking past.
I've noticed, Nick, that this track rewards pole position.
Yes, absolutely.
There's some tracks that disadvantage pole position. What do you mean, no?
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I think we got out of sync with our talking there.
Yeah, we did. Really. I think you were a question.
Hang on.
I think you were an answer ahead of my
Am
question.
I being dubbed?
Yeah, it does though, because we've seen the pole sitter go off into the lead by about 2 carts lengths.
I know.
Pretty much quite regularly through the Haynes loop, which is where they are now. 3 carts breaking away. Ollie Bailey, Max Williamson and Ben Hitch. That's the 3. Ben Hitch, the 3rd cart in that string, is the first of the Masters. He's the really old drivers, over 35. And here he comes. Oh, he did look like he was about to mount a challenge, maybe, into the bus stop. It's a very fast chicane, that. But as they get the midgets, got to change for second. Yeah,
nice
Ben Hitch, first of the Masters, challenging for the overall lead. That's phenomenal.
At his age as well.
At his age, you would have thought it, eh?
Oh.
Into the final turn then. It'll be 2 laps completed. The sun is shining brightly here at Forest Edge as Ben Hitch looks to challenge for the lead.
Yeah, a good look up the inside there.
He did, didn't he?
Through Haynes, but he's now going down the hill in towards the dip, Winger's dip. That's it. It does, and unfortunately the camera does make it look a lot flatter than it is, but the cart's, it's a good 3 or 4 foot drop, which is quite a lot,
isn't it? Yeah.
Because you can't see the cart as it comes until it comes over top of the hill. And it drops down into that corner, but now we're at the other end of the circuit, and again another move at midgets, and that's the lead for Hitch. So 2 laps, 2 identical moves by Ben Hitch, and he demotes Ollie Bailey down to 2nd place. Williamson 3rd. Just looking behind them, they're beginning to be. They made that break, but now 4th place man Will Milner and Chris Sawyer in 5th. That's a 49 and 155. They're beginning to get there. Look at that nice wide shot now. You can see all 5 of them snaking away, but certainly getting nicely out in the lead is Hitch.
Ben Hitch, first time out in the NKC this year, missed round 1, and he's here in style, isn't he? The Master on the number 41, pulling out a huge gap already from Ollie Bailey. And then behind Ollie Bailey, Max Williamson, Will Milner, Chris Sawyer, Marcus Basley, James Price, Steve Gilly, Oliver Moss, James Frost is the driver that rounds off the top 10.
That was
That's
99.
99. Who's that?
Backing into us.
That's Nathan Chafer. So Nathan Chafer is one of the quickest drivers here. Nathan, 4th in the championship, 3rd in the final at Clay, was 18th, but now he's dropping back after what looked like a spin that might have been an incident.
Yeah. There they go down the hill. So 2nd and 3rd, close together, Bailey and Williamson. And now they're back up towards the bus stop. Yellow flags being waved coming into the final corner. I'm not quite sure what that incident is, can't see anything at the moment, but no move, but out in the lead by whatever a country mile is around here, a different sort of area entirely. He's probably in a different service. There we go, straight through. The leader is Hitch, and he's leading by nearly 2 seconds. There you can see 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, all on your screen. There's 3rd and 4th. So 2nd and 3rd.
Well, bright sunshine here. It's coming up to 11 o'clock in about an hour. That's all going to change.
Great.
According to my satellite.
Prophet of Doom, Joe Bradley.
Giving everybody a heads up in the paddock. I'm sure they've got the same sort of satellite app as what I use. We've got a battle for the lead that hasn't gone away. Ben Hitch, I thought, was pulling a gap there, but he's not. Ollie Bailey's come back to him. And Ollie Bailey in the yellow and blue cart, challenging the red and blue cart of the leader. Through the left-hander there at Parsons, and then this is the Haynes loop to 3 Apex Corner. You missed the 2nd curb, hit the 3rd curb there on the exit because you need to keep tight for Johnny's. Johnny's is the left-hander.
It's Williamson in the orange helmet, really biting at the back of Bailey. Ben Hitch gone, he's nearly 3 seconds down the road. That's the little streak there of the battle for 4, 5, 6 and 7 in the background.
That's a great battle, isn't it? We can't leave the battle for the lead, though.
This is the battle for second. This is second.
Well, the lead is gone, you mean?
Yes, this is 3 seconds ahead.
Sorry, I thought that was Ollie Bailey.
No, there he is.
Ben Hitch is gone.
Yes.
Right, sorry. That's Ollie Bailey and Max Williamson. Right, so...
See, I'm useful sometimes.
Yeah, you are. Keep me right. Behind these, though, Marcus Basley.
It's broken away.
has broken away from Will Milner and Steve Gilly now. And that was getting a little bit heated, wasn't it?
Still, mate. It's one of these problems with NKC karting. You need 7 different cameras pointing at 9 different battles. Can't do it. As they come through again.
Oh, and there's the move for second. Good spot there. Oh, and he comes back. Slides wide at midgets. Williamson went through on Ollie Bailey, but Ollie Bailey's done the switch back. And as they come to complete 8 laps, Ben Hitch has already gone through. The gap to the leader, their second place across the lines, 4.3 seconds the gap to the leader. Then Ollie Bailey and Max Williamson beginning to drop back towards Marcus Basley, who is the second of our Masters, in 4th place. Marcus Basley beginning to narrow the gap there to Max Williamson's kart, and that's because they've been swapping and changing.
The scream of angry tyres behind us is fantastic. So, second and third, still right together. No real move there from Williamson.
Well, the clock's ticking, isn't it? We're on about to 90 seconds or
and
so.
they're about to get a third member of this this pair.
Yeah, they are.
Right on the back is Beasley.
Yeah.
And Williamson now seems to have got the hurry up.
If we continue, we've got a cart.
Red flag.
Yeah, we've got a cart over at the final turn there. Cart's flipped. So we're going to have the driver being tended to. So a bit of a nasty looking incident there as we've brought out the red flag. So the result of heat number 3 for Rotax 177s will be taken on 9 laps completed. It'll be Ben Hitch who will take the win, Ollie Bailey second, Max Williamson third, Marcus Basley, Steve Gilly, Sean Rudge, Chris Sawyer, Nicholas Walker, Will Milner, Oliver Moss was the driver who rounds off the top 10. And outside the top 10, Ollie Hancock, Scott Smith, George Walker, Nathan Wells, David Simpson, James Price 16th, Lawrence Hilton sorry about that, Neil Hemming, Alfie Williams, Josh Howard rounds off the top 20. So while we tend to that incident, Nick, we've got the Senior Rotax 162s out next. We'll be having a look at that grid very shortly when we just get it up. The cart's just been stopped towards Winger's Dip. And I would think we literally had 45 seconds or so on that one. We'll be calling that.
Yeah, they'll call that one. I think they
so.
won't be restarting that one. So, yeah.
Gives us a chance to have a chat about the calendar and have a chat. Have we got any more comment?
That looks brilliant. No one commented that.
No one. We've never said anything.
No, that never happens.
Yeah. I doubt my biggest fan from the Portimao 24 Hours won't be there as well.
Yeah, it's unlikely.
Okay.
So unfortunately there's an ambulance on the track, so there's going to be a bit of a longer delay at the moment. They've parked the carts up just past the bus stop.
Right, so I very briefly mentioned the weather forecast, and I'm afraid the intermittent showers that were due at lunchtime are, according to my satellite app, is absolutely accurate, and it's going to be towards midday. So in about an hour, we're going to have a little bit of rain. This is round 2 of the 2024 NKC. It is round 2 of 6. But round 2 of 3 for the Southern Cup.
But don't forget the O plate entries are open.
I was about to say that, Nick.
Well, no, if he's not forgot it.
Yeah, no, but we've got this massive delay, so I'm going to drag this out.
Right. So you're going to start.
I'm going to drag this out, filling.
Really?
Well, no, I'm not going to do that.
Slowly.
So if you stop there, so Forest Edge here for round 2. Dunkswell Raceway for the end of June for round 3 of the overall championship and the Southern Cup. Then, Nick, we go to the O Plate at Rowra.
You pulled my fader down.
It's because you wouldn't shut up.
I'm going to talk to HR about that.
And you were saying, Nick, That's me. What do you want to say? That's me. What do you want to say? Get a grip. That's what I'm going to say.
Oh, God, for me, I've had my fader pulled down in public.
You were saying the entries are open. 225 quid entry,
Yeah,
isn't it?
3 days at Rowra.
Yeah, in Cumbria.
Might even be dry.
It might be dry. It is June, though. It's almost on the edge of summer. So,
good news, the driver who was out of his car, unfortunately upside down, is up and about and walking about. So it looks like he was, I think, probably windy because he looked quite uncomfortable for a while. He's up and about and drinking water.
By the way?
I think it was the 144 of...
was it the 144?
I think it's Oliver Moss, yeah. But he's up and about, so I'm sure he's not his best day, but he doesn't seem to need any further attention hospital-wise, which is great news.
I've already forgotten. So our timekeepers to our left is Sue and Lisa.
Yes.
And I've already forgotten which one is which.
Sue is over there.
Sue's over there, Lisa's to my left. And Lisa is the one who's confirmed that's the 144. And the best, he's not just on his feet though. He looks like he's not holding his arm or anything. He looks absolutely fine. He'd be more
Unlike
worried about
his cart.
He'd be more worried about his wallet right now.
He's
He'd be looking at that cart.
He's taken a severe punch to the wallet.
And he's fit enough. I've got to say, he's fit enough to come back on the Polaris of Shame.
Ah, marvellous.
So the Polaris of Shame, we're going to show everybody.
There he is. There he is.
That just how good he's looking. He didn't look good. He didn't look as good as that.
I think he was winded. I
think he was. He was upside down.
Look, he's sitting there going, that's 200 quid.
That's right.
That's 50 quid.
Yeah.
That's 70 quid.
We have to repair that for the third.
You should wave to the camera. He doesn't know, is he?
Yeah, give us a wave. Give us a wave, mate. There he is. Thumbs up there. From the number. Is that Oliver Moss, is it?
Yeah, 144.
Yeah, the 144. Well done, Ollie.
Sit there going, the neck.
Oh, God.
How much?
How am I going to explain this to the wife? I'm on the telly. Honestly, though, I used to take a note off my bills, you know.
Really?
Yeah. How much was that engine build? 30 quid. It was 300. Which is a long time ago if it's 300 quid. How much is a set of tyres? 25 quid. 25 quid. They're very cheap. They recycle them, you see.
Yes. Via my access card.
So after the O plate, we then go off for round 4, which is also round 1 of the Northern Cup. We're off to Wilton Mill. Now, all of you geography scholars.
He was upside down, wasn't he? So there's fuel and stuff on the track.
Oh, right, yeah, good point. Yes. Ollie Nitt-Smith, the series organiser, out there to inspect the track, is he? Is that what Ollie's doing?
He's going to have a look and see if there's any gunk on there.
Can we have a look at Ollie on the track?
He's slowing everyone down.
Let's have a look at Ollie on the track.
Paul needs to... There we are. There he is. See? There he is. You have to press the button there. Press 1. Press 1. Yes.
There's Ollie. There's Ollie doing his little push dance.
Going... do push pineapple. do.
Everybody join in with Ollie.
To the left,
now,
to the right.
In all seriousness, and there's Gez Owen. One of the series. Is that Gez? Yes, it is. Who's putting some oil dry
this is
down.
Special stuff, isn't it? This is like internationally well-renowned goose stuff.
That'll
leacher.
And of course, fuel on carts is very oily because it's containing two-stroke oil.
It is a mixture.
So that's why Ollie was doing Agadoo to keep
the
carts off this oily bit.
Don't spread it around.
Yeah.
They need a bit of concrete dust, don't they?
I'm not sure that's.
They're using this advanced stuff.
Yeah, there's our officials having a bit
of a stab at it.
Having a look, see how slippery it is. Well done, Ollie. If your wife, your missus, is watching this, then you'll be doing the benches next week.
Well, definitely. He'd already exposed himself as an excellent house husband because he was sweeping the waterway in fullback last year. Yeah. He was giving it full sweeping action.
Wilton Mill, which is near Daventry, Northern Cup. Yeah, okay, we'll give it a bit of a. So, fourth round.
It's not
of the
even north of Watford Gap, in fairness.
First round of the Northern Cup. Fifth round of the series is at Three Sisters. That qualifies north. Second round. Yeah, that's the northwest. That is actually in the northwest. And then in the northeast of England at Warden Law for the sixth and final round of the 2024 Championship and the third and final round of the Northern Cup. So that's the calendar for 2024, and I've got to say, I do like this place. I do like this track. This track is
cool.
It's beautiful. It's very different because of the openness of it. We're on Ministry of Defence land, so they're only allowed 28 weekends, or 28 days
28
actually.
days,
28 days, yeah. Of racing here.
Because this would have counted as 3.
That's right, yeah, because we were practicing on Friday and practicing yesterday. But it's got a very open feel. It kind of reminds me of like an old school, like the Osterreich ring in Reims down that back straight with the trees of the back.
I did the Osterreich ring because it's got some good conifers in the background.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Have you been to the A1 ring?
Yeah. Was I not there with you? Well, I've been to it was called the Red Bull ring when I was there.
Red Bull ring.
But we did go on the old track.
I've been to the A1 ring.
It's the same thing.
No, but it was kind of different. First I went there in '97, which was the first Grand Prix when it came back after as the shortened circuit. They had the paddock done. Okay, so they had Bernie's bus was parked by the side of the paddock. So the next thing after Bernie's bus was a kind of a path and then a fence. Okay,
yeah,
it's paddock. It's fine, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, they built a flower garden between it. So if he looked out his window, he saw a lovely, beautiful flower garden rather than... honestly, they built in a flower garden on the Thursday, potted it all in, just so when he looked out of his window, he could see a flower garden rather than a fence.
Yeah, that's what
Bernie.
You can do when you're in charge, mate.
No, that was them sucking up. That's the A1 ring going, oh, thank you very much.
Oh, I see. They did that for him.
Yeah.
Ah, right.
Put the best foot forward.
Right, got you.
Have I?
What?
It doesn't do anything like me.
What?
Apparently I've got a doppelganger. I'm being Lisa's decided I look like someone.
Who's he look like? Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
Who is that?
He's a top leading humanist biologist.
Well, humanist biology is how that two things I know nothing about. So fantastic.
Is he annoying and talks over people?
Anyway, so Joe's not on the broadcast anymore.
Right then, let's have a look at the grid then. We've got the senior Rotax 162s out. Kel Gray, Oliver Atkinson are on the front row. Arthur Thacker and Gregory Akers.
Arthur who?
Arthur Thacker. Wasn't he a Monty Python character?
No, Arthur Pewty.
Was it? Arthur Thacker.
I love that. Arthur Thacker.
Gregory Akers are on row 2. Zach Mead and Harry Wright, Joshua Della Carter and Grizzly Davis and next. Brayden Hill, George Hume, Zach Fletcher and John Hobbs. Matthew Lambert, Michael Goodburn and ex-Billy Edgecombe and Rufus Flan are on row 8. Row 9 is Jack Maidman, Theo Fedrick, Ollie Varney, Elliot Barrow, Joshua Priest, Nathan Jensen down the order there for his. Louis Rees, Aidan Pomeroy, Samuel Hawthorne, Liam Deedman, Finlay Underwood, Ashton French, Ryan Shepherd, Reese Knight and Tristan Sharp rounds off the 31 car
Going round
field.
again, you could have gone slower.
Could have gone.
We're going round again. Going around again.
So, senior Rotax at Clay Pigeon, of course, was won by Theo Fedrick, the final, that is. Phil Howarth, who's not here this weekend, was second. Ethan Lomax third. Bobby Rosier was... Ethan Wyatt was fourth. Ryan Shepherd was fifth, and Bobby Rosier was sixth. So, championship leader, Phil Howarth, will not be retaining that championship lead with him not being here this weekend. We're about to go racing, Nick.
And they're off and away. And it's the 160. Oh, they made a horrible mistake there. The 160 Oliver Atkinson went way too fast into Haynes and lost the lead. And it's now the 45 who got up the inside in the Tony Kart, and that's Gregory Akers.
That's just to prove us wrong about our theory about the pole.
Well, no, because Oliver made a mistake.
All right, okay.
Literally, you could see him overcooking it as he was at an angle of about 62 degrees.
Is that the 45 of Gregory Akers?
Akers is leading,
yeah. He's on the Tony Kart, isn't he? We've got a Tony Kart, Lando Norris Kart second. And then look at how busy that midfield is through the chicane.
Someone's off at the top of the corner. Someone's off quite near off at midgets. Someone who was relatively near the front of the field. We'll find out who it is because they'll drop like a stone any second now.
We'll get a look at them here. Across the line then. 1 lap completed. Akers, Atkinson, Wright.
It was Kel Gray. Kel Gray came off from 5th place.
He's flying down the order.
1 and 2 right together.
Harry Wright third. Arthur Thacker fourth. Zach Mead, John Hobbs, George Hume, Joshua Della Carter, Matthew Lambert and Michael Goodburn. That's your top 10.
Going up straight.
Into the chicane, these two breaking away. Tony Cart and Lando Norris Cart together.
Ooh.
Towards midgets, and down the inside has gone the Lando Norris Cart of Oliver Atkinson, and he's hung onto it through midgets. Down towards Climate, through the right-hander. Let's have another look at the move. There, textbook. It's a very late apex for that tighter part of the second part of midget's corner, and that way you really open the door for passing moves. And Atkinson it is that leads. Akers, Thacker, Wright, Hobbs, Hulme, Mead, Lambert, Della Carter and Goodburn. That's still your top 10.
There's Harry Wright in the back of those five, really pushing on in the orangey coloured cart.
Samuel Hawthorne, a cart on the move there, up 3 places to 14th last time by, Nick.
Yeah, they're the top two not letting themselves be, well, so the second place, Gregory Akers, not letting himself be dropped by Atkinson. Arthur Thacker is in third, with Harry Wright, John Hobbs now in fourth, and then Harry Wright. There's a kind of a battle at every corner at the moment, all the way down the field, but the top two nailed together, and third and fourth very, very close, and fifth and sixth coming together. So we're getting to this kind of Noah's Ark 2x2 in the front of the pack.
They are, aren't they, strangely, 2x2, breaking out into pairs through the chicane then for the fourth time. And that 2x2 formation is about to become a 6x6 formation very soon, because I have a feeling that third place Arthur Thacker and John Hobbs are catching the leaders.
I don't think they are. I think I'm going to counter that. I think they've been caught by the fifth and the sixth.
It may be the perspective through the chicane there. I thought that. Look at that, glued together.
Oh, and
down the inside.
No, yes, maybe.
No, it's round the outside.
Buffalo Girls, he's done him.
He's going to have the
kept
line
it,
of
should I
Johnny's.
say. He kept it.
He's going to have the line of Johnny's, but it's going to happen at wingers. The wingers dip is where number 45, Gregory Akers, made the move down the inside. He taps his helmet to say to Oliver Atkinson, now that I'm in the lead, let's just go and leave me alone.
But they've lost a lot of time.
What did I say, Nick?
Yep, that's because of the overtake, not me.
Doesn't matter, mate. I could see it coming.
Mystic Joe.
We've got 4 carts at the lead and not that far away.
Oh, beautiful move by the 40 there up the inside. That's Thacker. That was a lovely move for second. And that completely caught Atkinson unawares. As Atkinson again goes into... Oh, no, he's eased out. Wow, 14... I don't know what happened there.
It was Arthur Thacker who slid wide, and Oliver Atkinson went in deep with him.
I think Thacker was edged out by Atkinson.
No, they were both very, very hard on the brakes. He's already
lent on him. He's lent on him.
He didn't.
Absolutely. The 162 of Atkinson... And again, please... Director.
They didn't touch.
The 162 is lent on him totally.
They didn't touch.
Watch. The 162 comes in, leans on him.
He's already sliding.
Anyway, back at the front, leading now, it's the 45. This is right behind with the 69. The 69's got the inside, taking the lead. So a lead now for John Hobbs.
Or is it?
No.
Or
yes,
is it?
Maybe.
Or
no.
Is it? No, round the outside of Johnny's has gone the 45. This is great karting. The 45 of Gregory Akers now leads again. He lost the lead momentarily at the Haynes Loop, but he's got it back by the time they get to the chicane. We're still line astern. Akers, Hobbs, Hulme, Atkinson, Thacker, Wright, Lambert, Hawthorne.
Second and
side
third
by
changed,
side out of midgets. Who was that, Nick?
I think second and third changed.
Incredible driving there.
It's a 2-1. Yeah. George Hulme's in second now.
Yeah, Hulme up to second. Now his turn to chase after the lead of George Akers.
That change from second and third gave Akers a massive favour. He's taken the pressure off, but it's one. Then you got, it's interesting. Atkinson still is there in fourth and could easily win this. Thacker in fifth.
You've got time enough for this place change to completely change at the front of this field. And if anybody looks like the man on the move, it's George Hulme. The momentum he had through that chicane, through midgets now. This is not really a passing place. We've never seen any passing through Climate here. This right hand is very quick.
Oh, look at the inside move. They're finding that inside move in the final corner now, and a great move by the 69 of John Hobbs. Back up into second place again. Getting a little bit closer and right on the tail of Akers. Supremely competitive senior Rotax heat, this one.
It's all about how you come out the right under a Climate, isn't it? If you can gather the momentum, and then as you go on the brakes, it's quite, I was going to say quite easy to outbrake. It's not easy, but it's it's kind of lining up. The design of the track kind of lines you up to take
But I
the
think
move.
what we're seeing here is that, yes, people don't come here very often. Yesterday they learned how to drive the track. Today they're learning how to race the track.
Yeah,
and
that's
they're
right.
finding these moves they didn't know were there.
Yeah.
And that running out of climate and into the final corner of Tollies is a new move we've only seen in the last couple of heats. People are kind of learning what to do and finding how they can drive that one home for a place change. Anyway, so if I try and work out what language I'm speaking, still the 45 from the 69. So it's still Akers from Hobbs. Holm in third. And change the lead. So into the lead goes Hobbs. I don't know how many.
Or has he?
No, he didn't. There's about 4 different changes there.
Yeah, it's kind
No,
of tricky.
now he is.
Down the
Now he's in
inside.
the lead.
Down the
But
inside
hang on a
has got
second.
2.
Where's Atkinson going?
Down the inside
No,
has got
is it-
2.
No, that was what 50% of Hawthorn. Hawthorn should be scored second, I think.
Hobbs, Hawthorn, Ackers, Hulme, Thacker. It's going to change again. 45 seconds on the clock.
Which I have to admit, sounds like the back 4 for a 1950s Cup final.
It's not. Atkinson does. And Lambert and Wright and Goodburn. In goal, we've got Hill. Braden Hill into the top 10 as well, by the way. This is
fantastic. This is absolute
cracking battle.
You're going to need to remember this one for Race of the Month.
Absolutely. Do we record this, though?
I can get a recording of all of these, don't worry.
Okay.
And into the lead now, with the 2 laps to go. It is the 15
Right, it's changed again.
of Samuel Hawthorn.
It's changed again. Sam Hawthorn.
And
George
a break.
Hulme,
Hawthorn's got a break.
George Hull,
Oh,
John
and then
Hobbs.
around the corner, there's a problem at Tully's, and around the corner to Haynes, and we've lost one of the leaders. Can't see who it is. You carry on talking.
All right, if you shut up, I would.
Oh, yeah.
How long have we got? 2 laps.
1.5
Too
laps.
long. Sam Hawthorn. He's now at the front of the field, or is he? I'm waiting to see the number on that cart. It is the 15 of Samuel Hawthorn. He's coming into the final turn. It'll be 12 laps completed, and the very welcome sight of that last lap board. It's the Coles team again at the front of this field. I think that was a
It was
Coles
Arthur
livery.
Thacker who fell off at
It was
Haynes last
Thacker.
time round.
Oh my goodness. Thacker down the order now, dropping still. Still hasn't completed 12 laps. Now he has 22nd place. He's rejoined. And that has left Samuel Hawthorn in the lead with half a second of George Hulme, then George Hobbs, then Matthew Lambert, then Gregory Akers down to 5th, Michael Goodburn 6th, Oliver Atkinson, Harry Wright. Let's see as they come across the line. Final 2 corners coming up. Samuel Hawthorn. He is a Coles driver. Great to have the
Well
Coles
done.
team here. Client
Fantastic.
pressure brought them to the NKC, and they are very welcome to be on the grid here as Sam Hawthorn takes the heat win from George Hulme, John Hobbs, Matthew Lambert in 4th, Gregory Akers 5th, Michael Goodburn, Harry Wright, Oliver Atkinson, Braden Hill 9th, 10th was Theo Frederick, Rufus Flan, Billy Edgecombe, Zach Mead, Jack Maidman 14th, Ashton French 15th, Ryan Shepherd, Zach Fletcher, Joshua Priest, Louis Rees, and it was Aidan Pomeroy that rounded off the top 20. We had, of course, a lot more than that. There they are on the screen, 31 drivers in the field. Wow.
That was fun.
That was excellent, wasn't it? That was excellent. That was just great racing, that.
You spoke a bit roughly to me at
Fabulous.
the end.
There's a what, sorry?
You spoke a bit roughly to me at the end.
I didn't, mate. You were blithering on and totally losing sight of what you were here to do.
I don't know. I thought that was quite a relevant comment about them. It sounded like a back 5 from the 1950s Cup final.
No, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. But then you went on and on and on about something. I can't remember what it was.
I didn't know what was going on. There's
No.
too many carts overtaking too many other carts.
I've totally lost where I am in the programme. What was that? Was that senior
That was Senior
road
Road
tax?
Tax 3.
Right, senior road tax 3. All right, okay. So junior road tax 4 is out next.
How far
Here
to
we
lunch?
go.
Because I have
4
something
more
I need
heats.
to do.
4 more heats. We all have, Nick. Sorry to tell you this, Nick.
That's an hour.
1, 2, yeah, 4. My eyes have gone. Four heats before the lunch break. We can tell everyone. We're into the 4th heats in the sequence of heats for our Rotax classes, and we will be We've got Junior Rotax out next. We've got 177s, 162s, and then we finish off before lunch with the 5th heat for Junior Rotax. I've got the grid in front of me, so we'll have a look at that in a moment. We'll just catch our breath from what was an outstanding. That was brilliant, wasn't it?
That's brilliant.
Yeah,
all over the shop, all the time.
And you know what made it really, really good was the standard of driving. There was very little shenanigans, wasn't it? It was people making moves on people, and I'm not sure if
Can you play that replay again? Let's see if we can argue this once and for all whilst we're. Oh, it isn't the last one. Is there another one afterwards?
I think I pressed the replay.
All right.
It's not. Okay, it's fine. Doesn't matter. It's okay. Is it the right one? No, it's a different one. It's fine. It's a different, exciting one.
Yeah, that last corner is just, again, the design of the track just lends itself to make that a beautifully simple passing move. I say simple, it's not. You've got to come out of climate, the right-hander, which is very, very fast. A fast corner followed by a tight braking area is always going to bring you a potential passing move. There's the grid then ready for Junior Rotax Heat 4. Lucas Howell and Max Chown on the front row. Will Swales, Oliver Grundy. Freddie Theobald and Freddie Worlock, the two Freddies sharing row 3. Joshua Whiting and Alfie McBain making a great debut here in the NKC on the number 78. He's on row 4. Ryan Simmons, Jamie Salter. Then we've got Frank Ward and Jacob Anslow. Tom Holden, Harvey Lee Winteridge. We've got Rhys Green all the way from South Wales. Rhys sharing the 8th row of the grid with Harris Roberts. 9th row of the grid is Zauri Viserek with Daniel Clancy. Then we've got Melissa Adrian, winner of one of the heats this morning. Alexander Stefanoff alongside her on row 10. We've got Maxim Smith and Adam Catling, Charlie Hume and Alex Dole, Alexander Colin Tuyuno, Jarrett Metters, Izzy Lawton and Charlie Thompson round off what is a 28-kart field. So, Nick, we've got them out on track and they're just warming their tyres at the moment, being allowed to circulate on half a lap of the Forest Edge circuit. Jaden Sherwood's our championship leader, but we haven't got Jaden Sherwood out there, I think. I didn't read his name down. Yeah, he's not out there. Will Swales is out there, though, isn't he? And he's second on the grid. So Will Swales, who was 4th in the final, he won Heat 3 at Clay Pigeon, currently second in the championship with a 5th, a 7th, a 1st and a 4th. We are racing, though.
There they go. And the lead is not the 76. It's the other kart from the other side. And in fact, the 76 has dropped down to 3rd-ish. So into the lead goes the 19 kart of Lucas Howell. Max Chown's down in 3rd, actually, so it must be Will Swales up to 2nd. Grundy, Worlock and McBain up around as they come through that dip for the first time and now up to face the bus stop.
I love that shot across the field there, across the infield, through the chicane for the first time then.
Up to the
avoiding those curbs if you can, up to midgets. Late apex you see there, as they then charge down towards the right-hander at Climate and then towards the final turn. And they will turn through the left-hander, Nick.
A bit less frenetic start there. The 78 got an absolute shove at the backside by the 76 coming into the final corner there.
Well, this is
shovey enough to actually give him a drop down, but it was really thuddy.
That's Alfie McBain, and it's his first time here, and it's his first time in the NKC. We talked to Alfie in the paddock show coming up at lunchtime. He's on that beautifully liveried Carlos Sainz 55. He's running the Venator engine.
There he is.
There he is.
Red.
And so he would have probably been a bit hesitant, sort of still learning the track, I would think, young Alfie. But he's acquitted himself very, very well.
In 4th at the moment.
He informs me that he was the driver to get the very first pole position for the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis.
He's at the smaller end of the juniors as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still small. Yeah. Maybe we'll see Alfie out in the junior primo class at the O Plate.
Good point, yes.
Which is a new class for the NKC.
Is available in the TKC. Basically, it's understanding that the gap between the youngest and the oldest within junior Rotax is huge. So if you are under 14, you have a chance to go in the junior primo, which just puts you against people of 13 and 14 as the lead changes. And Swales sweeps. Actually, no,
it's Freddie Worlock.
That's 2nd and 3rd changing, isn't it? That's
Freddie
2nd and 3rd. Worlock getting past
Will Swales. Yeah, Will Swales, another of the Coles Racing drivers.
On his tail is
Lucas Howell's checked out. Lucas Howell's purple sectors, purple lap time there, 42.0. He's already pulled a gap of 2.1 Freddie Worlock, though, now clearing Will Swales, will be off and after him.
But Swales has been overtaken by Alfie McBain there, going into the dip. So McBain now into third. Didn't quite get the drive and may lose it again coming through the chicane and the bust up.
You can see how small Alfie McBain is.
He's tiny.
Yeah, and he's hanging on to that junior Rotax cart in great style. He's pulling away, isn't he? He's pulling away from Swales.
How much lead's on that car?
Quite a bit. Quite a bit, I would imagine, looking at the size of Alfie. He's a great little interview. Look out for it on the Paddock Show coming up at lunchtime. Great little interview, great little talker, and explaining what it's like to drive at Forest Edge and all sorts of things. He's consolidating that third, and if anything, to me, that looks like he's coming onto the tail of Freddie Worlock now. He's closing that gap. Lucas Howell still extending that gap with purple lap times. And here comes Alfie McBain. Alfie McBain now getting towards that rear bumper of Freddie Worlock, who took a third heat win, remember, at Clay Pigeon, did Freddie. Currently fourth in the championship. And there's McBain now beginning to think about challenging. Now, newcomer to this track, but he's certainly got the grips with it, hasn't he?
No, over and under.
Textbook. And he gets the power down. The power of that Venator coming into play there as they power out through the kick.
There's a problem. There's a problem for Worlock. He just pulled to the side, dropped down the position. I don't know whether he's now running again. Is it bogged down or what?
I don't know, because that was through.
No, he's gone. He's gone. So very bad luck there. I think for Worlock, he's got a slight issue. Way out in the lead now, Lucas Howell in the 19. He's about to complete his lap now. Second place. This is second place now, the 78 of Alfie McBain, but he's a long way back.
Yeah, no, he's not going to be putting in. That's a 42.2. He's still lapping slower than the current leader, Lucas Howell.
Yeah, Worlock's falling down the field. I think he just pulled off up the Anson Straight. That's desperate bad luck for Freddie. I
really do like the livery on that cart. It's very solid, isn't it? Solid red, black and yellow. It's not messy. I'm old-fashioned though, Nick. As are you. We're old.
We are old.
We just should have stopped at old. We're old. So we like basic colours for our old eyes to spot.
I like colours I can tell difference of.
Well, Alfie McBain certainly got to grips with this track here at Forest Edge. Look at that. Looking very composed at the wheel of that Carlos Sainz 55. Through.
So is there any difference between the Carlos Sainz cart and the Lando Norris cart and the Charles Leclerc cart?
Just the livery.
Is it really?
Just the colour.
Like any tweaks, like one's got a slightly different stiffness or anything?
No, not at all. It's an OTK. It's just different branding. I mean, the Lando Norris cart has been very popular. The distributors of the Carlos Sainz Hunter Motorsport, based at Warden Law, where we'll be visiting for the 6th round of the championship. But I think the price range is exactly the same.
I assume no one can afford the licensing for a Max Verstappen car.
I actually don't know what the deal is with the particular drivers. I mean, we've had an Alonso.
Yeah.
Alonso was the previous OTK to the Norris.
We had a Charles Leclerc for a while.
We had a Charles Leclerc. That was definitely an OTK as well, wasn't it? They do branding deals with Formula One drivers. And it was a funny story with the Carlos Sainz 55. They weren't ready to launch it, but they had to launch it the day after Sainz. Not Sainz, but they had to launch it before they were ready to distribute the cart, because Lewis Hamilton announced he was going to Ferrari.
Oh, right, okay.
And pushing out Carlos Sainz.
Right.
So they immediately had to launch the Carlos Sainz off the back of that.
For the red.
Before there was any speculation as to where Carlos Sainz was going to go. We're inside 90 seconds now. Lucas Howell has been the class of this heat in this junior Rotax field, but Alfie McBain has not been far behind him when it comes to class. And considering the lad was only here for the first time on Friday, practice Friday and Saturday, he's certainly got to grips with it.
He's our leader, who's absolutely bossed this one.
Yeah, Coles were very, very hard to beat. Lucas.
I think what happened was Lucas saw how excited we got about the last race and decided we needed a bit of a calm down, a bit of a rest.
I'm not sure Lucas was out. I think Lucas is on my list of
newbies.
Yes, I'm just going to make a check of that. No, he's not. No, I'm trying to find him on the... Oh, there he is. He won the third heat at Clare.
Right.
There he is. I've got him. He was at Clare. He had a 12th, 29th, the first, and a
That
10th.
29th must have loused his grid position up.
So I'm not sure where he is, but he certainly knows his way around Forest Edge, where he is in the country, I mean. 25
Right
seconds.
now, he's just there, by the way.
Yeah, he is. He's just in front of us, actually. Here he comes.
Last lap. Oh, no, he's got 2 more to go.
No, two more
to go.
laps to go. And you can see the difference in size of Lucas and the size of Alfie McBain and the Junior Primo class. We'll talk a bit about that later on when we've got more time and explain what's happening at the O Plate. The other thing I want to talk about is the new measures that the series have brought in, Nick. So remind me to tell everybody about that to ensure that people are inside the regulations. He looks over his shoulder. There's nobody there, Lucas. You've had a stormer, mate. 4.3 seconds lead to Alfie McBain. Will Swales in third. Tom Holden fourth. Aris Roberts, Ryan Sayers, Max Chown, Frank Ward, Maxim Smith, and Harvey Lee Winteridge is the driver that's rounding off the top 10 at the moment. As he continues, then we'll follow him round his final lap.
Around the Haynes Loop.
Lucas Howell through Johnny's fast sweeping left onto the straight and then very much plunging downhill. That off camber corner at Wingers, and then Anson's is the short king onto the straight. Bus stop chicane coming up next. Stay off the curbs, hammer the last one, and then down towards Midgets. Open entry to the corner, tight line into the second part of the corner, and then on towards the final 2 corners then, which is Climate, and then this one Tully's, and then the checkered flag right in front of us there takes the checkered flag, and that brings to a finish the 4th heat for Junior Rotax. Lucas Howell in first place. Alvin McBain, his debut here, taking a fine 2nd place. Will Swales 3rd, Tom Holden 4th, Harris Roberts 5th, Ryan Sayers was 6th, 7th was Max Chown, Maxim Smith was 8th, Frank Ward was 9th, 10th was Jarek Metters, and then outside of the top 10, Reese Green, Charlie Hume, Harvey Lee Winteridge, Melissa Ann Adrian was 14th, Oliver Grundy, Joshua Whiting, Daniel Clancy, Alexander Colantuno, Jamie Salter, and rounding off the top 20 there is Adam Catling. 28 carts finished. We lost Alex Dole, Freddie Whirlock, and Freddie Theobald, of course. We've got the 177s out next.
Is that their 4th heat or their 3rd heat?
It's their 4th. Everybody's their 4th until we round off with the 5th of the Junior Rotax heats just before the lunch break.
Did TKM get out before lunch?
No. So, where are we? Senior Rotax 177. Josh Constable will be our pole sitter. Before that, though, let's have a quick chat about the O-Plate, Nick.
Yes.
New class for the O-Plate. O-Plate entries open now, £225. I think I saw the entry fee. The
one set of tyres the whole event?
One set of tyres for the weekend. Of course, yeah, new set of tyres. The date of it's 19th to the 21st of July.
We have full coverage on the whole of Saturday and the whole of Sunday. So you get 2 days of full coverage.
Yeah, which is exciting stuff.
Covering the different, because it's going to have time trials and super times and super heats, and it's all a bit different.
Yeah, we've got time trials, haven't we? Which is similar to time qualifying, but not the same.
No, they're giving points because it's a points race to set the grid.
That's right.
On the main final. So you get points for the heats, you get more points for a super heat, but you also get points for the time qualifying, but it's called super time.
Junior Primo, though, it's a category that we've covered on Karting Live TV with the Kart Championship.
Yes.
And it's basically for the 12 to 14-year-old junior Rotax drivers. So a bit like when, you're in the first year of the of secondary school and you get put in the 5th year football team, you're not going to last very long. It's a similar sort of concept. It gives the younger drivers a chance to get to grips with junior Rotax, and it separates them out. And the huge grid of junior Rotax that we have, it's going to give people a chance to run at the front who are not necessarily going to run at the front of an overall grid. So you've got the older lads and lasses who are going to be in the junior Rotax class, and the junior Primo are for boys and girls who are between 12 and 14 years of age. So it's a great idea, and it might be a little bit of a tester for the 2025 NKC. Who knows?
Well, I think so. I mean, you've got a 64 kart grid of junior road tracks. You would probably think that of those, at least a third are in that lower age group.
Yeah, I think so. We've got the karts released for the 177 fourth heat for them. Josh Constable and Zach Fontenot at the head of the field. Matthew Lear and David Simpson, second row. Patrick Williams, Raj and Steve Thompson are on row 3. Then we've got Marty Gilfillan and Tyler Fossey. Scott Clee and Tonino Machichi are on row 5. Then we've got Lewis Crocker and Cole Edwards, Archie Elliott and Daniel Hammett, Toby Case and Oliver Hutchins, Max Zanetti and Marcin Kaminski, Stephen Mottram and Tyler Kelsey share row 10. Neil Hemming and Tim Darlow are next. Scott Smith and Dan Wright are next after them. And then we've got Joshua Pickford and Jake Davis, Rhys Llewellyn and Will Milner, Richard Evans and Ben Hitch. And it's Rob Simpson all on his own in 31st on the back of the grid, rounding off what is a 31 kart field.
Running through with the standard 2 warm-up laps. Will they'll be told they're giving the big slowdown. Well, they're going to get themselves into pre-grid order. There we go. Slow down, slow down, slow down.
Here they come then. It's a shortened track for the start, remember. We just take that shortcut there.
Engine being choked by
the number 12 of
Josh
Constable.
And the bright flory top.
He's got the inside line into Haynes Loop.
But no, outside the Tony Kart has taken him, so that's Simpson. I think it's gone into the lead in the 25.
Yeah,
then it's the 29 in second, so it's actually Matthew Lear.
Wow,
so
totally proven we don't know what we're talking about when it comes to the pole position.
You've still got to drive it properly. If you drift out wide, you kind of give it that advantage. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all coming together. Oh, that was too much. Way too much curb there
Got away
by
with
our
it,
leader.
That looked fantastic, though.
Look
at that! Everybody, everybody
get my way.
Everybody getting tripped up. We've got a kart that's off. It's one of the CRGs. I'm not sure who that is. Is it Nathan Schaefer again? I'm not sure Nathan's actually out in this one. I don't think he is. So it's certainly not Nathan Schaefer's CRG.
So the top 3 go past.
Yeah.
Simpson from Lear from Thompson. Patrick Williams-Ra is in behind them, or he was anyway, in the 98 car. And Josh Constable, who started so well, we got 2 off at the Haynes corner, but they weren't from the front of the grid. One's gone off quite fast, actually, so may have damaged bits of cartage.
Lewis Crocker, I think, is one of those karts over there at the Haynes Loop, and he was 8th, so out of the top 10. They're already out of midgets and heading down towards Climate. This is the right-hander there, and then into the final turn at Tolly's. We've got a warning for the number 4, who is Scott Clee in 6th.
That could be anything, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could be anything. Archie Elliott's the fastest kart in the field. 43.2 was his lap time for Archie Elliott.
Where's he?
6th.
6th, okay.
Yeah, David
It's interesting, actually. Sorry, it's interesting. This has turned into a snake. Right, look.
It has. It has. And it's like, I think it's the first 20. David Simpson has checked out. We've got the second and third karts, who were the leading Masters drivers. There's the Lando kart of Matthew Lear, Steve Thompson behind him. They've come together. And that kart of Patrick Williams-Raj is not that far away.
Yeah, second and third now are... Well, second, third and fourth is where the closest battle is. But no one's really making a move at the moment. Steve Thompson with the ST on the back of his helmet, that yellow and green lid. Florey's chrome green. Going down the back straight now, or the front straight, or just the straight. Into the dip.
Into Winger's dip. And then out of Anson's. And then towards the chicane. It is absolutely, Nick, a full train of karts. We've got the leader with a bit of a gap, and then pretty much everyone else just line astern, haven't we? David Simpson leading, the 2 Masters, Matthew Lear and Steve Thompson, and then Patrick Williams-Raj. Archie Elliott's the orange kart. There's a move down the inside of Tolly's. Will we see a switchback? We have indeed. They're side by side across the line, and there's no change on the timing.
No change in the position there.
As they trip over one another.
Yeah, just slow down.
Through a blurry Haynes loop.
And
tripping over one another through Johnny's. Will they sort each other out down towards the Winger's dip? I'm not quite sure. There's a that cart that has come out at the front of this line of carts is that cart was about 5th card back in that train. Just right, it's 54, is it? Yeah, it's Archie Elliott. Archie Elliott's come out in 2nd place. Archie crossed the line in 4th. He's now 2nd.
And he's gapping as well, so perhaps he has got the pace to get across to Simpson.
Well, he was the fastest cart on the track.
You were saying
for a
that,
while.
he's gone, yeah. And now we go back to our train from 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7.
And he's had to make his way through the order, hasn't he? Now, Patrick Williams-Rahaj looks like he's about to challenge as well for 4th on Steve Thompson.
Yep.
But behind the 2 leaders, Matthew Lear, Steve Thompson, Patrick Williams-Rahaj.
A bit of kerfuffle going on in that. 3, 4,
this.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, there's only 8 of them, it's fine.
I actually think Williams-Rahaj has gotten ahead of Steve Thompson, Nick. So Matthew Lear in the Lando, then Rahaj on the blue. Is that a Praga?
That's the 42 that's now in. That's Steve Thompson.
Steve Thompson.
Yeah,
hang on, here we go. Yeah, Scott Clee, Williams-Rahaj is down. Scott Clee's Zanetti up to 5th and 6th. Williams-Rahaj was right out of it, actually. I got that completely wrong. Zach Fontenay's 8th.
Half a second gain between Elliott and Simpson. He was half a second nearer. So he's 7/10 off in 2nd place. So that's become a battle quite soon for 1st and 2nd.
Towards the chicane then. There's the leaders. And the leader is losing that cushion he had as Archie Elliott is coming towards him.
Yeah, he gained half a second last time. He's gained at least 3/10 this time. That's a 0.3 gap, isn't it?
And now that's hardly a gap at all.
Yeah.
They'll concertina into the braking area and then spread out, but not spread out by much. 0.3 of a second is the timing. But with just under 3 minutes remaining, I think we're going to see Archie Elliott having a real go at the lead of this heat. David Simpson's got a lot of laps to try and keep him back, and I'm not sure he can.
He certainly
It's just where is he going to do it, Nick?
Well, my guess is into midgets, but that wouldn't be a bit of an
odds.
And there we go. Yeah,
there you go. Yeah, he made that look very easy, didn't he?
It wasn't particularly contested, I don't think.
No. I mean,
there's a kind of a point in these heats where you're just trying to gather points, and if someone's a lot quicker, you think, well, why am I fighting this person? Because I need to, get the best I can get, and that probably, and 2nd could be the best I can achieve this time. Patrick Williams-Rahaj actually is really dropping down the field. He's in 11th now. There's a huge train of cars all the way down after those top 2.
And it's a high-speed game of chess, Nick. That's what it is.
How are they doing with their momentum?
Inside of 2 minutes now.
Sweeping through the stop now, out through and into climate. This is the top 2. Let's drop back 3, 4, 5 for a bit. Let's have a look at the next batch of people. And that is your 3, 4, 5, much quicker with a couple of minutes to go. And that's Thompson, Clee and Zanetti. Zanetti, of course, won his first heat. As Joe showed me some bad news on the radar.
Yeah, but it's not, is it?
Is it missing us?
It's not at all.
It's edged us.
It's supposed to be raining.
Oh, is it? Oh.
Yeah. I'm going to throw this app out the window, mate.
It was good last time.
Yeah.
1, 2, and this is 3, 4, 5 battling still. Thompson in the blue car in 3rd. Defends slightly going to midgets. And then 2nd right-hand turn and go on to climate. And that's that short shoot straight down to Tollies to complete the lap. Over the hatchings. And it's a no change again. Cleves, Nettie and Hutchings. Following behind Thompson. So 3, 4, 5, 6. Lando Norris kart of Clee in 4th.
Yeah, he's the number 4. He was the...
Well, number 4's Lando's number, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, he's number 4 because he was 4th in the championship.
That's convenient, isn't it?
Yeah. Scott Clee, 4th in the championship, 3rd in the standings for 2024, with a 4th place in the final at Clay Pigeon. These 4 having a great battle, though. This is what racing's all about. When you are involved in a 4-card battle like that, the worst place to be for me was always at the front. I used to always like doing the chasing. And there's a move. Scott Clee down the inside.
Oh, he's lost
and
2
there
places.
he's brought Zanetti with him. Zanetti in the purple and white cart going with Scott Clee in there.
Terrible for Thompson. He's lost all 3 places.
Hutchings follows them through.
They just beat him up.
Thompson just lost momentum, didn't he?
Yeah.
Just lost all that momentum. And now he's at the back. I said I didn't want to be at the front. I didn't want to be at the back, though.
Where do you want to be? Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, somewhere in the middle, chasing them down. Here we go then. They're on the penultimate lap this time. Or they will be. Oh, and there's a move down the inside for third. And across the line, they're side by side for fourth and fifth. Oh, they'll sort themselves out at the Haynes Loop. But who will it be? It's the purple and white livery cart of Zanetti that comes through and will hang on to that third place. Scott Clee still fourth. Oliver Hutchings, Steve Thompson. Oh, that's the order as they're side by side towards the chicane. It's a very brave move down there with those high curbs. Looking over their shoulder to see who's where. We've got Oliver Hutchings ahead now of Scott Clee. And Scott will want to come back at him. Scott Clee, the first of the Masters, as the checkered flag flies for Archie Elliott, who takes the win by just under 2 seconds from David Simpson. Zanetti was fourth with the fastest lap of the race right there at the very end. Oliver Hutchins fourth. Scott Clee fifth. And there's the move for third, wasn't it? Zanetti taking that. And then just look at how they came back side by side for fourth and fifth places. Brilliant. So continuing down the order, behind fourth place Oliver Hutchings was Scott Clee, Steve Thompson sixth, Ben Hitch seventh, Richard Evans eighth, ninth was Joshua Pickford, Rhys Llewellyn was the driver that rounded off the top 10. And the rest of the order, down the order, is Matthew Lear in 11th, Cole Edwards, Zach Fontenay, Daniel Hammett, Patrick Williams-Raj, Rob Simpson, Tim Darlow, Tyler Kelsey. And then we had Jake Davis and Neil Hemming rounding off the top 20. The three Masters finished 5th, 6th and 7th. Scott Clee, Steve Thompson and Ben Hitch were our Masters. So we have got our penultimate heat before we go to our lunch break, and this one is for the senior Rotax, the 162s. We are ahead of schedule. Who was it on the messages that was asking about the programme? Senior Rotax heat number 4 coming up.
It was Victoria Bevan.
So Victoria, we are at the moment, I daren't say it, but we are slightly ahead of schedule. That might not be the case because we've got a senior Rotax 162 and a junior Rotax heat to get through before the lunch break. It was the 162s that entertained us so well in their previous heat, the third heat of this class. It was absolutely outstanding racing, wasn't it?
Me to myself. Unbelievable stuff. Got a quick message here from Dale Lewis. Good luck to Harry Wright, Josh De La Carter, Jason Dukes, Oliver Atkinson, Ollie Rowley, Callum Scrivens and Mason Perry. Oh, and George Kay, he says. So he's obviously trying to encourage the entirety of the field.
He's got a lot of friends out there.
Perhaps he runs a team.
Yes, we needed a little bit of a lift.
Bit of a sugar break we're having at the moment, which ends up being kind of a half-eaten mouthful swapping over there.
Let's have a look at the grid, Nick.
I've got me to eat the rest of the Kit Kat, yeah.
Well, I'm going to have a look at the grid while you eat your Kit Kat, and then you can talk. I'm sorry.
Do you want me to read the grid out?
You can if you want.
Because you want your Kit Kat, don't you?
No, I was gonna look for the message going into this round from the series organisers.
Is there a message? Is there?
Well, there's been a number of changes.
Yes,
with the
good point.
regulations.
Yes. Polaris is ashamed about finishing its job with its 2 victims.
So, just a tightening of the regulations to keep a handle on regulations. They've NKC have only ever permitted normal pump fuel, the sort of fuel that you get at your local service station that you put in your car, and has obviously banned all additives other than the 2-stroke oil. That's the only thing you can add to the fuel. And to ensure the rule is adhered to, we've invested in a trackside fuel tester, and now all competitors must purchase fuel from the designated fuel station and designated fuel pumps at that designated fuel station. So it means that everybody here is running on on the right fuel.
They're
And
all
it
running
makes-
on Shell from a particular pump 1 or pump 2.
That's right.
Yeah.
And what that
sticker on the pumps.
it enables it easier to police because if everyone's running the same fuel, if you are running the litmus test, quite literally, is that it's the same fuel. And if you are outside of that fuel from those pumps, then you are you're outside the regulations. And there's checks being implemented for tyre softener, and we've got what's called a tyre sniffer and a durometer. And a durometer is there to check the durability of the rubber.
No, it's not.
It's what is it then? The softness of the rubber.
Yeah, softness probably.
Yeah. So
It tests. They use them in RC racing for the foam tyres. The foam tyres have a density,
yes.
obviously because they'll not go air, and the durometer tests that density and sees what shore rating they are. Now in rubber tyres, what you're doing is you're testing that the actual rubber is giving the resistance you expect to being prodded, which it would do, unless it had some form of additive on it, which would make it softer and therefore less resistant.
We've got Billy Vogt making his first weekend in seniors here in the NKC, out in 16th. Paulo Nunez Aranda and Kieran Gifford are your drivers on the first row of the grid. Jamie Burton, Martin Bramwell are on the second row. Archie Carter and Harry Pearson, the third row of the grid. Fourth row is Tommy Lee Davis and Samuel Christensen. Then we've got Curtis Latimer and James Becker. Ethan Lomax and Sam Wyatt are next on row 6. Row 7 is Levi Goodyear and Kieran Ives. We know how quick Kieran can be. It's the two teammates though.
3 of the top 4 are in the same livery. 2 of them have got the same overalls. And then as I look away over towards Haynes, not only do I see the entire field, I see some very ominous grey clouds as well. So I think we are going to be visited by Mr. Rain at some point very soon. It's clouding over. It's cooled down quite nicely, actually. So up and away and through the bus stop for the first time.
The rain was due, Nick. The rain we were expecting is about to arrive, I think. But hopefully we'll get this heat out of the way. Look at that.
Whoa.
People being held up in the chicane, avoiding action, grass being ripped out of the ground as the leaders are already at Climate. And now at Tolly's, it's the 114 who's leading, Paulo Nunez Aranda, controlling the pace at the front of this race from the pole position. From Kieran Gifford, Jamie Burt, Archie Carter, Macaulay Austin, Harry Pearson, Tommy Lee Davis, Ethan Lomax, Jensen Watts through to 9th, and now rounding off the top 10 is Levi Goodyear.
But Gifford sneaked through. Gifford sneaked through into the lead round the Hayes corner, well Hayes loop I should say, and now they come through these top 3 nailed together into the bus stop. And there it goes, it's 0-1-1-4. I think it's Burt there in third in the black outfit. Up into midgets, and they have this kind of short kind of loop towards Climate. And now round Tolly's to start the lap again. So it's the 0 from the 114. It's the 51 in third, and then it's Carter. So Austin, Carter, Pearson, Watts, Lomax. So Jensen Watts, he's had his 3 heats already.
Yeah, he went from 9th to 7th there in that lap alone. So we'll keep an eye out for the number 93. We know how quick Jensen can be. He took a heat win.
I think at this point, with 6 minutes to go, they're not only racing, but they're praying that whatever's in that cloud over there isn't going to drop before the end of their race, because that will turn into chaos.
Totally turn it around.
And I think even more so, the people in the collecting area for the final race before lunch are going, what on earth am I going to do? Where the cool air has dropped down, you've got that feeling it's going to happen.
Here they come then, move for second place as Jamie Burt takes down the inside but drops back. Was that Jamie Burt? I'm not sure it was.
No, you were looking at the move for fifth.
I was, yeah.
That was 93 of Watts and Carter, and Watts has scored in fifth. He's absolutely on a tear, Jensen. So he's now in fifth. The top 4. So basically, you got a breakaway from Gifford. Then you got second and third together.
No, it was Macaulay Austin who was going inside Burt.
Oh, right.
And Macaulay Austin's made
I was looking
stick.
at Jensen Watt move because I was also looking at the wrong place as well, so it's fine.
That's right, yeah. The blue and white cart there in the picture. The orange and white and black cart is Jamie Burt, and Macaulay Austin, the Nib Sport driver, now up into third place and chasing after Paulo Nunez Aranda and Kieran Gifford. And then just behind Jamie Burt is that hard-charging Jensen Watts. So this heat, Nick, is not gonna be devoid of action.
Watts now is getting close to the fourth place. So what? I can see it. I'm going to point at that cloud. I can see the cloud.
I know. It's whether it's going to come. Look at
Look
that
at that
black
shot.
cloud
Look
there,
at the shot,
everybody.
the fixed shot. You can see what is coming there.
That's that Disney-esque black cloud, isn't it? With that Winnie the Pooh sang to.
I think that they might get away with it on this race, but the next race could be in serious trouble.
Nick, we've got 4 minutes and 40 seconds. That is about to come down any moment. It could just be on the last lap or
You're just
something.
sending fear amongst our roof-based cameramen.
Luckily, these drivers out there can't hear me.
We're okay. We're dry. Whatever happens, we're dry.
First, second, and third already through. Watts ahead of
He's
Burt
got
already
fourth
in the
there, so
fourth.
second and third. But I think we're going to see Watts joining that battle. But beautiful up the inside there.
Yeah, Austin.
Slightly worried there towards my car.
Austin. No, it's different. Oh, yes, it is. Yes, Nunes Aranda there had to make way, didn't he? He had to make way and compromise. That compromised his exit as the move happened coming out of the Haynes loop and then down the inside of Johnny's. And then, that was Macaulay Austin. Paulo Nunes Aranda had to make room.
Okay, so the leader has made a great bet, but Watt now right on the back of fourth place. So it's third and fourth one we're looking at there. So there we are now. The multicoloured car in third is Nunes Aranda, who's always had made a bit of a drop back, and then you've got Watts now, who's moving through the field. He hasn't won any heats today, but he's racking up the scores for decent starting position over the three, and as the cloud obscures more and more of the light grey with dark grey.
Well, Watts, remember, he took 2 heat wins and a second at Clay Pigeon, and then had an off at the in the final. So Watts will want to take maximise his championship points haul here. He's on the tail now of Nunes Aranda, and now makes the move. That's the textbook move into the final turn.
He didn't fight that. He just because it's going to happen.
Well, he couldn't fight it because he was there. He was there. Nunes Aranda's not silly. He knows how to race, and Jenson Watts made that textbook move. Clock ticking down under 3 minutes now, and now we've got Watts chasing after Macaulay Austin in second, who likewise is chasing after Kieran Gifford. However, Nick, Kieran Gifford's one of the quickest drivers on the track on the O plate. Kieran, 41.878 is a personal best lap time for him.
Yeah, and he's got a 2 and a bit second lead. 2.5 minutes to go. Cloud's coming over. I'm not quite so convinced about the cloud now, because it's actually getting brighter at the back end of that cloud, so we might get away with it. Who knows? Trying to predict English summer weather is a fool's game.
Summer showers were forecast today. We've been lucky so far. Now then, there's Jenson Watts, Nunes Aranda, Kieran Ives. Kieran Ives coming
absolutely
through.
going for it, isn't he? Ives, he's got through. He's got past Nunes Aranda.
We saw how quick Kieran Ives was in the first heat here this morning.
And I think Ives has got the pace over Watts at the moment, which is quite surprising. Watts is getting the hurry up. We got rain on the window, Joe. Rain on the window.
Oh, we knew it was coming. That's going to affect the track immediately. That is going to affect our drivers immediately.
Light bit of spitting.
Kieran Ives here for the first time this year.
Nothing serious
in
yet,
NKC.
rain-wise.
Yeah, we've got spots of rain, very, very light rain, with under 90 seconds now. We will see, and just look at this. Kieran Ives, Nick, overtook Jenson Watts in the first heat, and he's about to do the same in this one. So Jenson Watts is aware that Kieran Ives is there. This bodes really well for this year's championship to have such a competitive field.
Yeah.
Jenson Watts, great to have Macaulay Austin here. If his itinerary having to work in the karting scene in the United States allows him to join us for more of the NKC rounds. That's the card just ahead of these two that we're watching. The red and white card there, the Burrell, is Jenson Watts. The card behind is Kieran Ives. And there's Ives looking down the inside into the dip.
Ives is quite like that move into Winger's Dip. It's not worked for everybody, and the rain's now coming down.
Yeah,
this is proper rain now, and this is going to be a real problem for the drivers their last couple of laps, because we've got actual rain. The track will go off very quickly.
This is a nightmare. You've got psychological rain that hits your visor, that tells you that the rain is there, but then you're looking for grip, and sometimes there's a voyage of discovery. And already we're seeing that voyage of discovery being a little bit too much for Macaulay Austin, who has now got Jenson Watts. Look at how slippery it is going into that loop.
They dropped just shy of 2 seconds a lap, that last lap. And now it's going to be hanging on as best they can. Oh, it's really affected Austin. Austin's just lost all his pace, and up to the inside goes Watts. Watts has gone up the inside.
Look at how
coming down.
Wet it is.
Watts went up the inside and Austin, but I think through all of that was Ives.
Yeah.
So Ives, and both of them got Austin. So Ives, I think, is now. Oh, and they're looking behind them.
Nick, it's going to. We're about to go into slow motion karting here because it's going to. You can see the rain falling. You can see how ineffective the slick tyres are, and all the way around side went Ives, and that's where the grip is, isn't it?
But Watts is going to lose out to
all the way around the outside.
But Watts is going to lose out to McCall. Who's that coming from behind? Who's the yellow cart that's coming from the 132? Ethan Lomax has made several places in the last couple of corners.
Lomax went through and into third, Nick, on the yellow cart. He's into third, and he's also about to get onto the. Oh, and he's gone wide.
He's gone wide.
He's gone wide. He's gone wide.
This is the last lap, thankfully, for these guys. But what are the people in the collecting area going to do?
Oh, I think
because they're already carts down. They're already on their tyres.
Yeah, it'll be consternation. They'll have to delay to give them a chance to put them onto the wets. So we've got the last lap board that has been flown. We've got the checkered flag being unfurled, and let's see who it's going to be. It should be Kieran Gifford on the O plate.
He's there.
Where is Kieran
He's
Gifford?
coming down to the final corner now.
So as Kieran Gifford goes through the final turn, that's the cart we're watching there squirm around for grip.
Second place is going to be
Kieran Ives.
Kieran Ives, Macaulay Austin third, Nunes fourth, Lomax fifth, Watts one of the big losers of the wet weather, then Levi Goodyear in seventh, then Samuel Hawthorne, Jamie Burt, Samuel Wyatt, Rafi Salianto in 11th, 12th Archie Cart, then Ben Ballou 13th, Tommy Lady 14th, Mason Perrin down in 15th, Reese Pope 16th, Michael Thompson 17th, Henry Stratton 18th, Harry Pearson 19th, and Bobby Rosier 20th. Just for reference, that last lap for Kieran Gifford was a 55, 13 seconds slower. That's just damp. That's not wet. That's a bit of damp.
That's very, very. Yeah, but it's pouring now. We've got, it is. It's
I can see it, yeah. And the wind's blowing as well. Lovely. It's very lovely weather now. It's blowing straight in the face of our main camera. But luckily, not into the front of either of our fixed cameras, because we've got a man on our main cameras.
Which is me.
Oh, do you want it louder or softer?
I want louder. Sorry, quieter. Yeah. You're far too loud at me.
You're on one, because you're the number most important. Have we got any... Have
I got any what?
Stuff to clean the lenses with.
We have got one more heat coming up next, and then we go to our lunch break. It's Junior Rotax for their fifth heat. After lunch, we've got another set of heats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 heats. Then we go to a 15-minute tea break, which is nice, before we go into our finals. So
that tea break might disappear with a delay of 2.
It might do. 8 more heats after lunch before we get into the finals. So for now, before our lunch break, we've got one more 8 minutes and 1 lap for the juniors who are being released. Now,
what are they on?
Your job is to find out for me what tyres they're on.
Most of them are on slicks and falling off the track.
Samuel Aston on the pole position. Jason Dukis is on alongside. Second row of the grid, Callum Scrivens and Nathan Traverse. Ben Adrian, Reese Green, share row 3. Sam Mott and Connor Tubby. Amy Peacock, Sam Green Gomez, Leo Basterfield, Archie Hardiman, Charles Green, Jack Dimbleby, Karthik Kumeta and Theo Bush, Zach Burke and Jaden Sherwood, Dylan Morton and Jill Leverton, Sonny Morgan and Jasmine Taylor share row 11, Jaden Shearing and Toby Street are on row 12. Then we've got Jensen Cox, George Theobald and Jacob Aston rounding off the 27 cart
There
field.
is not one car on wets. All the carts are on
Well,
slicks.
this is going to be interesting, isn't it?
That's one word for it. Chaos is the other word for
This
it.
is going to be chaos, yeah. Is the rain still falling too?
Yeah, it's coming down.
I'm not sure that's the right decision, to be honest, but that's not down to me. We've got these kids out on slick tyres in what is a very wet track. That's going to be absolute carnage.
Yes, let's look forward to that.
So here we go.
Well, here we go.
We are
Waiting
about to see the field come through the cut-off, the shortcut, and then we'll get this race underway. I'm not sure how this is going to go into the first turn. Slicks on a wet track. The driver's doing very well to get through that one, and they have indeed got through.
Some good drive,
Just
very, very
good
sensible driving
yeah.
here. I think perhaps they've literally had their brains switched to hang on a second. We need to be careful here. And around the first corner, it is the leading that 1-1. It's very, very wet out there. They're now getting rooster tails, a couple of carts going off in the grass, but they are moderating their speeds. Superbly sensible running there by the drivers.
Red flag. Rain's coming down too heavy. Choice being made there, red flag. I would imagine, Nick, we may go to a lunch break here. But red flag being called as the rain.
Like a red flag, it's sticking back in the collecting area.
Absolutely torrenting down. The intensity is upped.
Yeah.
The ante to make it not just a damp track, but a very, very, very wet track. You can see there on the screen just how wet that is. And
well, we expected this rain, and it's come at an interesting time.
I did tell you it was coming.
You did tell us.
Look, I didn't expect it that heavy. However, we are in a big green, yellowy green mudge on the blue. The blue
What
is
Joe is explaining is the picture on his satellite app.
Because
when you say we're in a big bluey greeny smudge, it just sounds like what? Where are you? You're in a big bluey
we're in
greeny
a big
smudge?
yellowy green smudge, which means heavy rain.
It's called the world. And the biggest problem is one of the major things I was looking forward to about this break was getting across the other side of the track for certain reasons. Well,
yes.
no, it's chucking it down.
Well, could you pop out to the car and get our raincoats?
No. But we are.
Right, I'm looking now
I'll
to
be doing lunch now.
Sue and Lisa, who's waiting for the word on whether we're going to a break there. She shrugs her shoulders. We don't know. So we'll
That
wait
was more
for
cool.
the word.
That was kind of like, I don't know, it could be.
These trees are really handy in the middle of the infield, aren't they? Because the marshals and the officials can...
You're a bit wet, Ash.
Right, hang on. So we are waiting words from the officials. The carts have gone into the Parc Fermé from the 5th of our junior Rotax heat. We're just waiting for word to see if you are going to be able to see our paddock show, which will be coming up in
That'll make your day.
in the lunch break. Our cameramen have come in from the roof.
Have they?
Yes.
Lazy little things.
Yeah, and to shelter out of the rain, they'll need a few microfiber cloths to take up there with them next when they go up.
I think, are we going to lunch? I don't know.
Well, yeah, you can see for yourselves, everybody.
It's raining.
That's the Parc Fermé. People scuttling around, running about the paddock, not just walking about the paddock, but scuttling about the paddock. I'm not sure if we're going to put these carts on wets and then get them out before lunch. Somebody's alarm's going off. That's Sue's.
What, car alarm?
What's the alarm for, Sue? What's that I tell you? Lunchtime. There's a what? What's it saying? Who's it off?
Oh,
From your daughter.
that's
What's she
funny.
want? Yeah,
Money,
yeah.
money. I expect money.
Mom, where's lunch? Where's me lunch? How old is she? Is she going to be watching?
Can you lend me 20
I didn't
quid?
think she was going. That comes as no surprise. A 17-year-old daughter's not watching this karting event.
What? What? I'd have thought
She's probably just got up.
I'd have thought that's our that's our core audience, the 17-year-old girls.
Was she out last night?
She's too young.
What's her name? Olivia. Olivia, you're a disgrace. We are still scuttling around with tyres, look, in the paddock.
Oh, perhaps
We
we are
can
going to
see-
try and turn them straight round.
Yeah, I
though.
think we might be turning these around. Yeah, we.
It's not the work of a moment, though. They're getting back into grid order, haven't they?
No, I don't know why we didn't do this before we released them, because it was wet enough for wets.
I kind of think why they didn't just turn them right round and say, right, we're going to go 10 minutes early, do all the changing, and you were first one out after lunch.
They have got to do this before lunch. It's just coming on the radio.
Right, we are. Right, so that's
Why?
the word that's coming through. We are going to...
So they're doing it before lunch. We're doing this. So there will be some more racing in a minute on a pure wet track. It takes a while to change all the tyres and then regrid them. So it could be 5 or 6 minutes before we get going.
Yeah, we're going to regrid them in exactly the same format as we saw.
Is it still raining?
Yeah, it's still raining.
I've only got wet glass in front. Oh, yeah, I can look behind me now. It's raining.
This is really bad news for us, Nick.
Yeah, I know.
For everybody at home.
Yeah.
From our commentary position here at Forest Edge,
Yes.
we are basically trapped in the
the track.
middle of the track.
Yes.
And we aren't allowed to leave the box and have pit stops, our very own private pit stops.
Yes.
You know what I mean by
Yes.
that? Because we're not allowed over the track. So we've got to wait for the lunch break.
Yes.
which at our age isn't exactly easy.
No, it needs to be more regular.
And that's
These
the only
3
reason
lunch breaks.
I'm standing up now.
It's excellent work.
Because of that.
Yeah, the thing to remember is we are allowed over the track. We couldn't go over the track and have a pit stop and come back before the next race had started.
Well, you were just going to have to talk.
Well, that's not going to
Talk
happen,
amongst yourself.
because you keep turning me down. You've attacked my fader. It's a nightmare.
Looking back at round 1 of this year's NKC at Clay Pigeon, it doesn't. In some ways, it doesn't feel like a month ago. In some ways, it feels like 6
A
months
lifetime.
ago, but then in some ways, it feels like last week.
Yeah.
We had Jaden Sherwood take the win in the final, and a very fine second place from Jasmine Taylor, with Leo Basterfield coming through in third. Fourth was Will Swales. Fifth was Freddie Worlock, and sixth was Tom Holden. Now the championship after one round looks we've got Jaden Sherwood leading, and this is the purest form because we're not dropping any rounds here, are we? With only one round, so Jaden Sherwood leading the championship. Will Swales in second with 1 heat win in the third heat for him, in his third heat, I should say. Jasmine Taylor took her first heat win and is third in the championship. She was second in the final. Freddie Worlock took his third heat win and was fifth in the final. Then we've got Tom Holden in fifth. He was second in his second heat. Leo Basterfield took his first heat win and then was third in the final. He's sixth. Charles, just outside that sixth place is Charles Green, who took a third, a fourth, a ninth, and then a seventh. Now that's a solid finishing rate there for round 1 for Charles. His namesake Reese Green, who isn't any relative, thought that because Sue hasn't got a Welsh accent, whereas Reese Green has. Reese took a win in his second heat. He took a 7th, a win, 11th, and an 8th. And Reese is currently 8th, just behind them. Zach Burke, Nathan Traverse, rounding off the top 10 in the championship.
How's it going?
Is it still raining?
Yeah,
Yes, it is.
And
It's not raining,
they're
it's
beginning to
pouring.
get lined up in the collecting area again.
Yes, it's pouring. However, the weather
What's
app...
your weather app saying about this? How
The
long is
weather-
this? And then do we have dry weather again?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we are. We're about to have dry weather.
Oh, here we are. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look,
Drier weather.
Look, we're in the middle. We've just passed through a yellow
Again, saying look on radio.
green spot. No, I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay.
So we've just gone through that
Green
green
spot.
splotch,
Green bad.
right?
Green's bad, is it?
Yeah, it is. That's very heavy. In about 10 minutes, it's gone.
Mm.
And as you can see from the sky, you can't see on the screen from the sky because we're looking at the paddock. Oh, there it is.
Ash is putting another pair of trousers on,
It's
which could be pointless.
it's a bit lighter.
Ash is over-trousering, I think.
You are now, Ash, because it's going to get bright and hot again. Oh, he's wet, he said.
Yeah, but those don't breathe. They'll have sweaty internal legs.
Not nice.
Skin will go kind of...
Right. Going to sit down
Might
now.
get trench leg.
Give up on a toilet break.
That's a nightmare, isn't it?
What do you want to talk about?
Good luck to Jason Hookey, Forest Edge 2023 Honda Cadet Champion, stepping up to Junior Rotax this year.
So who was that, sorry? Because you said that very, very quickly.
Jensen Hookey.
And he was the what, sorry?
Do you listen to
Speak
me?
slowly.
Okay. Let me speak in the words you can understand. You're right, dear.
No,
Okay.
you said that. You just whittled through that about him being...
Good luck,
Yes.
Jensen
No. What is he?
Hookey.
Is he your local champion?
Forest Edge 2023 Honda
See,
Cadet
now
Champion.
all of our viewers will have understood what you said now.
All of our viewers understood the first time round.
So, Jensen Hookey, did you say?
Yes. Stepping up into Junior Rotax this year.
All right, let's see if he's on the grid for this one then. He wants to hope he's not. And that he's in his motorhome or van.
Not
He's
about
not.
to get horribly wet.
Jensen Hookey is not out for this one.
There we are.
But if you give me a second, I will be able to find out where.
Also, Alfred Matthews Racing says, good luck to Sonny Morgan in Junior Rotax.
You're being
number...
silly now, Nick.
No,
You're
I'm just
being
making sure. I
annoying.
don't want to lose you. Okay.
Just don't speak too quickly.
I know you're hard of understanding. It's fine.
You know we've had complaints.
By whom?
The public.
Really?
Yeah.
What about?
You speaking too quickly.
Oh, that's only foreigners.
It was the sugar in the Kit Kat.
Yeah, I was having a bit of a fade till then, to be honest. I need that Kit Kat get me going again. Got a cheese sandwich later. Woohoo! Very quiet, Joe.
I'm trying to find out the results of. I'm trying to find out how Jensen's been doing.
Jensen Hookie.
Yeah.
Before it says 2023 Honda Cadet Champion moving up to Junior Rotax this year.
Yes. So I'm trying to find him.
Is he in it?
Yeah, he came fourth.
Oh, there's fourth. Yeah, look at
Came
that.
fourth in the first heat, which is.
I think we're about to get going, camera people.
Great. We're about to get going. Yes, we are. We've been waved off. So Jensen Hookie, we'll keep an eye out for him this afternoon.
Hang on, Simone Hookie, who sent that previous message, says he's in heat 6 and 7.
All right, thanks for that. So heat 6 is coming up after the lunch break, and heat 7 is obviously after that. So he's got a very busy afternoon.
He has.
He's got a very
Hopefully
busy
it's dry,
afternoon.
because that is teeming wet.
Yeah.
That's a lovely shot.
We've got more rain coming this afternoon.
Oh, for flip's sake.
That's why they brought out the red flag. You can see the sprays, plumes of wetness coming off these carts. And we may get about 2 or 3 laps, I think, behind the... to find out where the puddles are on half of the track here. Because when we release them, they come out and go through a shortcut. So they're forming up now. They're on that straight down towards Wingers.
Wingers Dip.
Wingers Dip, that is. And that does really dip down there, doesn't it, Nick? They kind of plummet over the brow.
I'm really enjoying the rooster tails. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's brilliant cameras. Looks really good. Sonny Morgan, 21st on the grid here. Jasmine Taylor, 22nd. The rain has stopped falling. The sky is brightening, as predicted.
Track's not going to dry out, though.
Here we go. That's a very fast start.
Here we go.
I'm not sure if we're going to be happy with that.
Yep,
Yes, we are. We are going. We are green. And I can't see who's who because of the spray.
Right.
As they come through Haynes Loop and towards Johnny's, it's a red cart of the number 67, I think that might be. I really can't see in the spray here. Very, very tricky. They're already out of Anson's and down the straight towards the chicane, the bus stop chicane. It's coming up next, and it is the 67 of Nathan Traverse who has got.
Oh, someone's cut that. That's just that's just spray.
Yeah, that's how wet it is. That is how wet it is. Nathan Traverse, though, he's got no spray in his eyes because he's at the front of this field. The only spray he's got is coming off his front wheels. Second place is the number 116 of Jason Duchess.
Fantastic move up the inside there by the cart number 57, who, Zach Burke is flying through the field. He made up 4 places, going to 2 leads on that last lap.
See if you can see what number that is in the lead, because I've got Sam Green Gomez showing in the front of the field with Charles Green second.
Yeah, I think there's might be issues about carts that have come back on the field again.
Oh, there is. Sam Green Gomez and Charles Green are recovering because they've already completed 2 laps.
Yeah, I think
Nathan Traverse.
Nathan
Traverse is the actual leader.
Yeah, there's been an issue with where they've glitched a timing loop.
Yeah.
Up at the front, that's the 77 of Charles Green there. They're all over the side of it there.
So the 71 is Reese Green.
Leading,
that's the one. That's the one with the white
67 is
nose.
Traverse is leading.
Right. So
then
Traverse leads. Then Reese Green, Dukis, Scrivens.
That was our 57 that's going so well. 57 has gone off. So that was
extremely tricky, these conditions, and you can fall foul very easily there. And almost lost a car to the outside of the Wingers Dip.
Yeah, we've got an issue with the timing. That's all the way from Alpha, so there's an issue on the actual timing within the system.
Yeah, so
Green and Green Gomez aren't where they say they are.
So take no notice of Charles Green and Sam Green Gomez, who are showing in first and second. They're not, actually.
Your leader is 67.
I don't know what.
That's second and third.
77,
That's
Charles Green.
Second plate. No, hang on. What's going on here? Oh, this is really confusing.
Yes.
I don't know where Charles Green is. I think Charles Green might be in third or second. Unfortunately, this is timing issues coming straight away from the circuit.
The water's getting into the systems or something.
I think you're absolutely right, yeah.
So, yeah.
I think he's actually in. I think Green actually is in
Right, I tell you what we've got. I'm going to go the old-fashioned way.
Well, look at stuff.
We've got
We've got a lap
67,
counter, thank
Nathan
heaven.
Traverse.
Yeah.
77.
Right, so green second. Okay.
Here we go. I'm gonna have a look over Lisa's shoulder. Is it Charles Green in second? Right. Okay. Yeah, I know that's wrong. That's wrong. Here's the leader now, just in front of
So
us.
67 and 77 are coming together,
67,
thankfully.
77.
Traverse is very
71.
carefully. Yeah, Traverse is in the lead now, going around the Haynes triple. Doing quite a lot of work on his radiator, actually, trying to keep that dry.
So there's your first two there on camera now. The red cart, that's Nathan Traverse. The cart that's catching him, the 77, is Reece Green.
Scored first.
Sorry,
but
no,
not.
is
Charles
Green.
Reece Green's in third.
Right. Then the 71 of Reece Green.
Well, lucky this is the first and second battle, so that's fine.
Yeah, we'll keep with that.
Ignore the timing because unfortunately the information from the track's not right.
Charles Green beginning to mount a challenge now. So Charles just dropping back off Nathan Traverse. Bit of local knowledge coming into play here.
I think he's got a nose cone.
I think he might have a nose cone. Yeah,
he's got a nose drop.
Yeah,
that means he's going to be on a 5-second penalty at the end of the race if it's correct.
Confirmed. Yeah, let's wait and see, Nick. At the moment, we've got a battle for first and second there on screen, with 3.5 minutes remaining. Nathan Traverse with the red helmet. Charles Green coming right down his inside from literally nowhere. He came from nowhere down the inside at Winger's Dip, and now Charles Green leads.
And he needs to get himself a 5-second lead, doesn't he?
So Charles Green gets it all over the curb. Now we know he's local to this track, and he's showing his local knowledge really well here. Let's have a look at that again. Here he goes. Oh, that is fantastic. Hey, Sue, another picture of Charles in the area. That's Sue's son, you know.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. That's Sue, our timekeeper's son there, the number 77. Now, he's going to have to pull 5 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
Because he's got a nose cone. His front fairing is flapping away as well. So he's had a bit of an
It was
incident.
quite busy in that that pack early on.
I tell you what, he's pulling out a bit of a lead, isn't he?
Well,
He's at Winger's Dip
wet
now.
weather is when
Look at that.
But wet weather is when local knowledge really pays off.
And it really is, because he's got the confidence to throw the cart at the corner, let it slide until it grips up where he knows the grip's going to be.
Oh,
he loves that curve.
Just,
he's saving on tyre wear, isn't he?
But he's adding to his chassis cost, though.
He is. He might need a welder. Here he comes then.
We know one has got nothing to do with this today.
There's what, sorry?
We know one has got nothing to do today.
Here he comes into the final turn then. We're going to have a look at the gap with just under 2 minutes remaining. Our leader here, we believe, has got a nose cone by what we can see. And he has got, now then, the gap is...
It's hard to tell.
It's not going to tell us.
It went up 8/10, though.
Because of that glitch.
Yeah, but it went up by 8/10.
All right. So I wouldn't be surprised, Nick, if he's getting towards that fight. No, it's not 5 seconds. Is
nowhere near.
No, not at all.
The interesting thing is how far he'll drop back.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's hard to tell because of that glitch in the timing. Take no notice of the timing.
Two
screen,
lapped
by
carts in front of him, or two about to be lapped carts in front of him.
We've got Charles
There's
Green.
the second place man. There's third and fourth. So it's third and fourth the action at the moment. Dukis and I think Scrivens. And coming into, so that's it. The next two. Oh, just struck them a little bit. So that's your third and fourth. The all-white machine. I'm going to look up the number, and that is your 110. 116 it must be.
James
Jason
Dukis.
Dukis. Yeah, Jason Dukis.
Callum Scrivens, Karthik Kumeta, Reece Green 6th, Ben Adrian 7th, Jaden Sherwood 8th, 9th is Leo Basterfield and Sonny Morgan, the two Minimax protagonists from last year, battling it out here this weekend for 9th and 10th in the junior class now. Inside the last 30 seconds then, the sun has come out.
There's a big spread off the field. It's interesting, isn't it, that whilst there have been not so many accidents and incidents you might have expected, there's a big spread. The wet weather's really separated the field out.
Right, here's Charles Green coming through now, and he's going to cross the line with 8 seconds or so on the clock. That's going to be 2 more laps for Charles.
He's 7 seconds ahead of Nathan.
He's 7 seconds.
7 seconds. He was 7 Mississippis ahead.
Wow, right. So he's got the lead. Then he's going to take the win.
I think Nathan's got an engine problem.
Nathan Traverse.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah,
I think he's flooded it. I think he's flooded his engine.
He has. Who's that? That's gone through then. That's Jason Dukas.
Yeah.
Jason Dukas has gone through. He's come back into it though. Nathan Traverse has picked up.
I think his engine's not clear. It's not clearing itself well.
Maybe.
So he's got some water in the electrics. Was my guess. He's dropped back another position, and he's got a misfire, and that's the problem.
He's doing something, isn't he? Yeah, he's going to drop down the field. Meanwhile, our leader is with us once again. Charles Green just coming underneath our cameras now. And he's on to the final lap. And we're just seeing if we can count the gap.
I think he's 7 seconds ahead.
So we think he's 7 seconds ahead of Jason Dukas. Let's see if we can pick up the leader, please, Paul. And that's him heading down towards Swingers Dip.
He did it.
Towards Wingers Dip. Towards Wingers Dip. I did, didn't I? Yeah. Prolonged me, yes. Yes, here he comes then. Out the chicane, kept off the curb that time. I tell you what, he is rapid in these conditions. He knows this track very, very well, and that's proving to be the case. Here he comes, the final few stages into the penultimate corner here. Just look at the way he's able to throw the cart in because he's got confidence. He knows where the grip is. And now through the final turn, he takes a very well-deserved and showboats. Showboats just like his man.
Surely his sister should be watching that. Why was his sister not watching?
Because she's 17.
Oh, families.
Right then, we're going to take a bat at this. Then we think he's clinched that with 7 seconds gap to Jason Dukas. Callum Scrivens third. Karthik Kometa fourth, fifth Jaden Sherwood, Reece Green sixth, Nathan Traverse seventh, Ben Adrian eighth, Dylan Morton ninth, and Sonny Morgan rounds off the top 10. Leo Basterfield finishes in 11th, just outside that. Just behind him, Amy Peacock, Sam Mott, Thea Bush, Samuel Aston, Jasmine Taylor 16th, Jay Levitt and Toby Street, Jack Dimbleby, Jaden Shearing. It's the lunch break now, Nick, so let's have the paddock show, and we'll be back to see you in about half an hour.
Well, hello and welcome to round 2 of the NKC, and welcome to Forest Edge, the fabulous countryside track that is rarely used, but it's an absolute monster of a circuit. Joe, what do you think of this fantastic Forest Edge?
It's got to be one of the most beautiful, picturesque circuits that we come to. Round of the British Championship was here in 2019. Very, very fast and demanding track. It's going to be a big challenge, not just for the drivers. You know, I like to talk about the tyres and the engineering, and we are going to talk a lot about setups, but we are also going to see a lot of overtakes. There's a lot of switchbacks here that will disadvantage you and advantage you in places. And as ever, the NKC, I think, Nick, is going to deliver here at Forest Edge.
Yeah, and of course, a circuit which drivers don't often go to. It's not on that regular loop of Wilton Mill and Warden Law and Rowra, which means they're going to have some unique perspectives. And to find out those unique perspectives, why? Joe Bradley is going to walk round the paddock.
Sam Wyatt here and his family team, Andy and his brother Ethan, stalwarts of the NKC. But here at Forest Edge, bit of a new track for you, Sam. Yeah. So what challenges does this new track bring?
It's a very flowy track, fast corners, and uses a lot of low down revs with the engines. It's all about keeping the speed up and not bogging the cart downs in the slow corners to then keep your momentum around all the rest of them.
Yeah, we like that word momentum, don't we? What I've seen, there's a lot of places where you're coming out of the corner, you've got to get it back across the opposite side of the track where you are, and that's going to open up gaps, so it's going to race completely different to how you drive it in like a practice or a qualifying session.
Yeah, definitely. Especially in turns 3 and 4, it's a quick right-left, and obviously depending on how you take the corner, depends on your exit speed, and then if we're slower into it, faster out, and then you might get run down into the bottom corner and overtake there.
Is that something that's going to be at the forefront of your mind going into race day tomorrow?
Well, yeah, definitely if it's dry, but it looks like it's going to be rather wet.
Well, actually, it's going to be intermittent. It's all going to, when this goes out tomorrow afternoon, of course, we're going to know. But are you ready for the wet? Have you been here in the wet before, perhaps?
No.
Oh, new experience then.
Yeah. At the end of the day, wet's all down to the driver, really. So you'll see who's quick at the end of the day.
Do you like that? Do you like the wet being a leveller?
It's definitely a lot harder mentally, but physically it's a lot easier. Yeah, we'll see what we're like for setup. We haven't got any for wet at all, but hopefully it stays dry.
One quick question: you and your family have been part of this championship for a few years now. Are you still enjoying it?
Yeah, it's still great fun. Even off the track with friends, it's good fun really. The whole weekend. Yeah. Last night was good. Dad was on the beers.
That's what dads do.
Yeah, but no, it's still very friendly. Yeah, very friendly.
Thanks, Sam. I'll let you go now.
Thank
Sam's about to go out, and and good luck tomorrow, mate. Cheers. So this guy next to me has been around the NKC paddock for a few years now. Matt Nibbs is always what I thought he was called, and I've just found out right now that's not your actual name, is it?
No.
What is it?
My actual name is Matt Isaacs. Nibbs was a nickname I got given to me when I used to play football years ago, and it's sort of stuck now throughout my whole life.
It absolutely has, because now he's got, this is what Nib Sport is Matt's team. Now Matt, I'm here in your awning, and there is a lot going on. How many drivers are you running?
So we've got 12 this weekend. We've got 6 juniors, 5 seniors, and then the 177. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's pretty hectic.
Yeah. So all right, I'm not going to ask you to choose your favourite child or driver, I should say. But what class is the easiest to contend with?
I'd probably say the 177, really. Only because there's one of them.
Yeah, and he's old enough to look after himself, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly that. And obviously they've been doing the sport long enough to understand certain things and stuff like that. The juniors I find quite easy. I mean, I've looked after juniors for a numerous amount of years. It's just, yeah, I feel like the kids, I get a lot of respect from the kids, and that, and they listen, and certain ones do, certain ones don't. But we sort of build up a bit of a relationship and a bit of almost like a father-son relationship with them, and then that sort of carries through then in the senior.
I've always found it stronger than that, because as a parent you've got no credibility with your own kids, but you will have credibility from the very outset because you're the team manager.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the amount of parents that come into the team, and I tell them what to do, and they go, "I've been telling them that for years." And they never listen to what I told them, but they do it straight away when you tell it to them. Yeah. And it was the same. I was the same when I used to race when I was a junior. My dad would tell me to do something, and I'd be like, "What do you know?" Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And it wasn't until he got me a proper mechanic and the driver coach and stuff, and then that was it. And it just clicked. And, yeah.
Credibility. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly that.
12 carts. How many engines have you got to service these 12 then?
So we've got fantastic support from AAM, Ayrton Anderson Motors.
Where are they based?
So they're based in Bath. Right. They're here obviously giving us trackside support. And yeah, he looks after all of our kit, motors, carbs, exhausts, etc. Dynos, and rebuilds them. So anything we need to get sorted out, we give it to Air, drop it off to him. He brings it to the circuit for us. And
that is actually during a race weekend if needs be as well, is it?
Yeah. He can do top end rebuilds in his van. Do you know what I mean? He's doing any replacement in gears or anything like that, or carburetor problems. He's there. He's in his van waiting to go to deal with everyone's problems. We try not to give him a hard time.
Yeah, well, your engine man is really important, isn't it? Yeah. Tyres in the NKC, always a talking point. Mm-hmm. The organisers, though, Matt, they're getting on top of things. They're trying their best, but there's still people who, shall I say, trying to twist the regulations and push the regulations to the very edge. But that's common, isn't it?
That's motorsport, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Everyone, no matter what rules you make, there's always someone's going to try and find a loophole or whatever. For me, like this weekend's been really tough, like in practice, because I think it's a very tyre-dependent circuit, very much like Clay Pigeon is. So there's a lot of people testing on new tyre or 2 sets of new tyres, and then there's some of us, that we're on the tyres we used at the last round on the practice day. It's done 2 days plus yesterday, plus the sessions today. And then the hardest bit is maintaining the kids' confidence, and because they're looking at their lap times, they're going, I'm a second off, and then you go bolt a new set of tyres on, and there's your second. Do you know what I mean? So it's tough, and to sort of know where you are on pace when you've got such a difference in tyre. I think it will level out at certain tracks. Like I think at Mansell, it will be a little bit closer between the old and new tyre. It's not a tyre dependent track like this is.
Right.
But yeah, that's the hardest thing with the tyre is the testing bit, trying to know where everyone is at, if you know what I mean.
And during, by the way, I wasn't trying to point the finger at you when I was twisting the regulations. So during the practice session, it's kind of like almost irrelevant what to be. Is that at round one?
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, obviously at round one it was a little bit easier to test on because you're racing on new tyre. So all of us, we tested on new tyre to get the setup. Obviously this time round we're on a set of tyres that have done 3 heats and a final at Clay Pigeon, which we know is a track that is hard on the tyre. Yeah. So they are more worn. So testing on new tyre for us really is a little bit irrelevant and giving us a false hope. Yeah. Obviously some of us today in the Ornan have had to go new because they've had no other sort of tyres. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think it's a suggestion. I'd like to do what the British Kart Championship used to do in 2019, where they used to say you had to use your race tyres from the round previous for your practice tyres for the round, the next round, and then maybe go to a new set every round. I know obviously they're trying to keep it cost effective, and obviously that's what draws in the big grids. Yeah. But like I said, most people will go new once anyway during practice. So I don't think it will alter the entry level personally myself.
Yeah,
but
it's still that one set of tyres for 3 rounds. Yeah. But that becomes very complex when you've got a customer, i.e. a driver, saying to you, I want to bang a new set on the Friday, and you're trying to tell them how irrelevant that is. And is that quite common?
Yeah, it is quite common. I've got a few chins on the floor in here today. You know, they're people that are kids that are used to being right at the front, and they're sort of like 10th, 11th, and I'm like, look, don't worry about it. We know where we're at. We're doing the right thing. You know, if they're on new tyre, we know if we go new tyre, we can find this much. But it's obviously just installing that confidence into the driver. So.
Matt, I'm going to leave you to it. I know you've got a very busy weekend. That's great insight. I know we talk on our commentary about the tyres a lot because, after all, it's all about the tyres, isn't it?
All about the tyres, yeah. I keep telling the drivers that. It's, the cart's doing this. It's the tyre. Yeah. It's all about the tyre. Don't worry about it. Yeah. So, it's all about the tyre.
He said it. I always say it. He said it as well. Newcomer to the junior Rotax class here in the NKC is Alfie McBain. He's on the number 78 and he's on the brand new Carlos Sainz 55 chassis. I've got to say, Alfie, I absolutely love this livery. You must be, that must be pretty cool though, on a Carlos Sainz chassis.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to be fair. I'm much quicker in the chassis. I set the first pole position of all time, like nationally, in this chassis.
For you, that is, yeah?
Yeah,
cool.
At Warden Law. I think it might be the first person to ever get pole in this chassis. But yeah, I love the chassis, I love the paintwork. It's really nice, to be fair.
Yeah, it is. I love that livery out on track because I can spot it from a mile off, you see. Now then, you've already been out on practice.
Yes.
Is this the first time you've been to Forest Edge?
Yes, this is the first time I've been.
What's your thoughts on the track?
I really like it. There's lots of technical bits, but it's a pretty good track, lots of grip and good competition.
Yeah. What's your favourite part of the track? Is there any?
It's probably the D chicane just back there. It's a very, there's some really big curbs, and if you hit them, you can go really wide, and it's really tricky, which is what I like about it.
Where am I going to see the most passing here at Forest Edge?
It will probably be just after the D chicane, probably the long right, just there. It's probably the easiest overtaking spot of the whole track.
You've got a good team behind you. You've got Adam there cleaning off your kart. Is the team support behind you important to you?
Yes, it's really important. They've given me lots of feedback, which has helped me immensely, especially with the steering where I put my hands. They put these cable ties on the steering wheel, so they make my hands go up because on the steering wheel the cable ties are really sharp, so they make your hands go up, which then because they want your hands to go up, which makes you faster.
Does that give you a better feel? Is that what they're trying to do for you?
It helps you get the kart to push, so you can get the jacking in the back wheel, which can get you around the corner faster.
Because you're in the small category in the junior class, aren't you? So it must be very hard for you to get that rear wheel to jack up. What we mean by jacking up is getting the rear wheel to lift, aren't we?
Yeah. Basically, when you jack, the back wheel lifts, which allows the kart, because that's just dragging all the way around the corner.
Yeah.
So if you get that to lift, you can go much faster around the corner.
Yeah, brilliant. You're looking forward to racing on this track? Because we've only practiced on it, haven't we? But we're going to be racing. By the time everybody sees this go out tomorrow, you'll have already started racing. You looking forward to that?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward that, like I said, there's some really good competition, hoping that I can get a good result and just hope for the best, really.
Yeah, brilliant. Now, we saw you out at Fullback last year. You're here for the first time. Are we going to see you at the remaining rounds in the NKC?
Yes, you will see me at Mansell. I don't know what the rest are, but I will be at the rest of the races.
Well, they're closer to where you live, I think. Where are you from again?
I am from Thirst, North Kilvington, so about 5 hours from here.
Yeah. It's a long way down here, isn't it, for us from the north?
Yeah, very far.
Yeah. Well done, Alfie. Well done on the practice sessions, and hopefully we'll see the CS55 out there on track later on. So 2 forms of engine here in the NKC. We've got our Rotax classes, and then you'll see the TKMs go out. 110cc, air-cooled, slightly different, well, a lot different actually to a water-cooled Rotax. Jim King here, you've been around the NKC for... Forever, let's leave it at that.
Only one to do the whole lot.
Now, you're the only one who's done the whole...
I've never missed a meeting.
Wow, that's incredible. So how many years is that?
Oh, decades, I don't know. 7, 8, I can't remember.
Yeah, it's incredible. Now, you were obviously a bit of a sadist, being around it that long and being around two-stroke karting for that long, because once again, Jim, you've had an eventful practice session, haven't you?
Yes.
And we came upon you just when you were about to have a look at something. What's gone wrong?
Well, I was about to pull the top on the engine. I've seized it.
Right.
Going into the bus stop.
Right, we've seized a motor. What do we mean by that? Jim, this is the... Paul, that's the new motor going on. This is the offending motor that is seized. And what do we mean? Well, so two-stroke, you were playing around with the fuel mixture, which has the oil in it. So you add the two-stroke oil to your fuel, to your petrol, basically. And then, as the motor is running and feeding off that petrol, it's got a residue of oil in there, which is where the motor is taking its lubrication from. And it's really hot right now. This is how on the ball we are. So we're going to lift the head off. You see these vanes when we say air-cooled? This is just the whole body of the engine is much smaller because these aluminium vanes is what dissipates the heat into the atmosphere. Air-cooled. That's why it's called air-cooled. So 4 nuts securing the cylinder head. That's the spark plug there. And Jim's just about to lift this off, and then we'll see what the damage is, and then we'll talk to Jim about the kind of costs implications. But yes, exactly, Jim, I have been in this situation so many times, and I've got to say I don't really miss it, to be honest.
I don't miss this bit.
No, we never did.
I'm not racing,
Yeah. So 4 nuts securing the TKM head. There's the branding there, and then we'll see just what Jim means by the bank balance is just how bad the seize is, because you can have what I used to refer to as little nips, which is just basically the thing locks up, and when it cools down it releases itself, or if it's a really bad one, and Jim's not going to be telling the wife at all, is he? No, so there's the head. Right, Jim, we can now you see, I don't know if Paul's camera can pick that up there, but you see that scoring there, that aluminium scoring. Now that is residue off the piston. Could you lean that forward for the camera there, Jim? There's the top of the piston there, and that scoring mark there is where the piston has basically glued itself to the cylinder wall, and that's where it's locked up. And did that lock up coming into the chicane or going out?
sort of halfway through.
Right. All right. So just and
started to go on the way in, and I'm sort of committed. I've got nowhere to go, so I've had to just sort of like sail on through.
Yeah, with a locked axle. Because with a direct drive cart, when that engine stops,
And that's why, Joe.
look at this,
I don't
look at
need
this,
to tell you
guys.
That's too lean, do I?
So that plug there is like the wrong shade of grey, isn't it?
It's the wrong side. It's the wrong shade of dark grey.
Yes, it should be a little bit darker than that.
Pilot
Yeah.
error.
Yes. Pilot mechanic error. You put the.
Same thing. It's the main pilot, same thing.
I know. So, roughly, just to give any ideas to people who want to go TEM racing, how much is that going to?
Arguably, the top end isn't the dear bit. It's the fact that it's gone down the bottom. There'll be aluminium down the bottom. It's in the big end. It's in the mains. So it's arguably it's a full rebuild.
Yes. So you've got to strip that engine completely down.
For do it myself is about 600 quid.
Right. For parts.
Yeah.
Yeah. And how long will it take you?
Depends. Well, I look at the bank on when I get home.
Yeah. No, I mean.
It's a weekend's work for me. 'Cause
Yes. Yeah.
Get it all cleaned, and I've got to give the crank to a guy in Ringwood who does the cranks for me. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's
But
it's not a massive amount of work, but it's
it's not a Cosworth DFV. It's not a Chevy V8, but it's still at the bane of our lives, aren't they?
and that was my best one.
Yeah. Oh dear, I don't want to hear it. Thanks, Jim. I'm going to leave you to it. I appreciate that.
That's it.
Great stuff. Another familiar face in the junior road tax grid here in the NKC is Jasmine Taylor. Jasmine, you've just been out for practice, your first time here at Forest Edge. Is it a track that you've grown to like over the course of the day?
No, I don't like the track at all.
Why is that then?
It's just not my type of track style. It's really different to a lot of tracks. It's not similar to any tracks. Don't like it.
Really, it's not similar. I mean, from what I can see, there's a lot of fast bends there.
Yeah, it's a really fast track. You got to keep it flowing, but it's just not my type of style.
No. So you've only practiced. Do you think tomorrow's going to be different when you're actually racing wheel to wheel with other competitors?
I hope so, because obviously we've never raced here before. This is my third day here. You're just hoping to get good championship points, to be honest. Yeah.
You know what, Jasmine? Isn't that a good thing when a driver says, I'm not happy with the track. I'm not happy with... I take it you're not happy with how you're going out there.
Well, no, because we're actually not doing bad. We're fast because most people have gone new tyre and we've stayed on the old rubber.
Right.
But looking at it, we're actually fast, but I just don't like the track.
Yeah, so if it's a track that you don't like and yet you're going well, maybe we should go to all the tracks you don't like.
Yeah.
Which other tracks do you not like?
Oh,
I'm only kidding, don't go through it. No.
Yeah.
You're with TH Corsa. Have you, I would imagine the team's going to be there to try and encourage you to start enjoying the track and helping you with setup and stuff, are they?
Yeah, they've tried a lot to get me to like the track. Obviously, the team have been here a lot, so that also helps having the good data and the good coaching. But they're just trying to help us get the way, like Lewis, Abby, Teddy, Tiernan, they're all trying their best to get us up the top.
You had a great first round, didn't you? You must have been thrilled when you were leaving Clay Pigeon.
Yeah.
Have you brought that momentum with you here to Forest Edge?
Well, yeah. So obviously, we got second, and it was a really, really good weekend. And then last weekend at Clay, we did really well with the WC. So we're on a streak.
Yeah.
So I just hope to keep it going well.
So you'll be happy by tomorrow afternoon if you've had a good race. You'll begin to like Forest Edge, I bet.
I hope so.
Look at that face. Thanks, Jasmine. Thank you, mate. Welcome back to Forest Edge. We are here with the NKC in the south of England. We're not far from Basingstoke, we're not far from Andover, and we're not far from, what's the other one? Winchester.
Winchester. We're not far from another place. We're not far from drowning either.
No, we're not. It's the rain that was forecast, the rain we were expecting has arrived, I think is the saying. I think Jason Statham said that, didn't he?
It always rains at Forest Edge.
So we are about to get going. I hope you had a nice lunch. We had a very nice sandwich. Well done,
Sandwich,
Nick.
biscuit,
Yeah,
chocolate biscuit combo.
Yes. Yeah, very nice.
Bought
Well
them
done.
that way.
You do them yourselves?
Literally, I went to the local Asda and bought them myself, yes.
Oh, don't spoil the illusion.
I think everyone
So
knows
you
the
baked an artisan bread.
Well, I am a sour dough person.
We have got 8 heats coming up next, and then we'll get into our finals. So for next up is the Rotax 177s. I want to talk to you, Nick, about your thoughts on the series implementing those measures to safeguard people stepping outside the regulations. Tyre sniffers. I don't know if you're aware of that, but tyre softeners. Personally, I'm not really sure how I would even use that on a tyre formula that has your tyres after the last 3 rounds. And the risk of tyre softeners are that you soften them too much, that they just tear themselves up in one heat. So I'm not really sure, but yeah, there's there's been rumours, and they are keeping an eye out on that and monitoring that, along with fuel and fuel additives.
Yeah, I think that it's indicative of when a championship gets worth winning, people will start bending the rules to win it.
Always said that.
If it's and the level where someone thinks something's worth winning is depending for everyone else.
And this one is really worth winning.
Certainly is. If they come out in the wet.
We've got.
But yeah,
carts.
I think it's a good thing, and I think it levels the playing field more.
I think it proves that the NKC are listening to their paddock. They're listening to their paddock, and they are pleasing their customers, who are indeed the drivers. And
because if you're not breaking the rules, it don't matter, does it?
If they don't know what is happening in their paddocks, and you don't tell them, then they can't address it. And it seems that over the course of the 3 seasons that we've been involved with the NKC, whenever they become aware of things, they monitor it and address it and act on it. Toby Case and Harrison Crook lead the field out in what is now a very wet track as the rain continue to come down during that lunch break. Dan Millward and Josh Pickford are on the second row. Neil Hemming and Tyler Kelsey. Nathan Chafer is at the front end of the grid for this one. He'll be happy to hear. He's on the 4th row of the grid with Archie Elliott, and then we've got Sean Rudge, Adrian Smith, Lawrence Hilton, Patrick Williams, Rahaj, Josh Howard, Billy Clark, and Ryan Taylor-Truman and Max Williamson. Ryan Taylor-Truman, of course, the current championship leader. He was 3rd in the championship last year, and we've got them already almost upon us, so I can't continue shouting down the grid. We've got them coming.
It is actually not raining anymore.
It's going to be like
it
that
only
all
stopped
afternoon.
about a minute ago, but it doesn't matter because it'll be a full wet track
It's
the whole
going to
time.
be full wet.
Through there, and it's into the lead comes it's our O plate, and a very low number in there, 6. Yeah,
it's number 6.
It's Harrison Cook is going to lead. A lot of spray limits the amount you can see.
Yeah, it's the wet line that you need to find here at Forest Edge. We saw Charles Green in juniors show everybody where that line was on a very wet Forest Edge, and they're all the way around the outside edge of that newly named corner, as we were pronouncing it wrong. It's not wingers, it's whingers. And the reason it was called whingers because all the drivers used to whinge about it being too difficult. It's off camber, it's very tricky.
It's downhill.
It's very easy to make a mistake and go in too deep. And that's how wet it is, everybody.
Oh, we get spray guards on
if
then.
you can see who's who, then you're better than me.
Well, big lead for Toby Case. He comes around to complete the first lap on the wet line, which is the wider line, that last corner. And then you've got 2nd, 3rd and 4th now to go, the 60, the 54 and the 56, which is Toby Case, Archie Elliott and Joshua Pickford.
Into the Haynes Loop for the second time. We've got side-by-side action. It's just a case of scrambling for grip, actually, as we get them scrambling for grip out of there through Johnny's and on the straight down to Whingers. I like the term Whingers actually better.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
It makes a lot of sense, yes. Into and out the chicane. That's the lead of the number 6, Harrison Crook, showing everybody the way around here in this wet treacherously wet track. Midgets is a tricky corner. It tightens up on the exit. And there you see plumes of spray showing that the rain isn't going to go away or the wetness isn't going to go away for a while. Into the final turn then. It'll be 2 laps completed. Crook across the line.
Yeah, second, third and fourth. Actually, I tell you, like second, third, fourth and fifth now. Kind of
change for second as well, Nick, as Archie
that's
Elliott.
Third.
No, Archie Elliott has gone ahead of Toby Case.
Oh, has he?
And crossed the line in second place.
Yep.
Ryan Taylor-Truman, the number 3, up to 7th. First of the Masters, Neil Hemming. He's in 5th place overall. And here's a challenge into the chicane, is it?
And there's our leader at second, third and fourth.
Oh,
apparently,
they like that curb,
well,
don't they?
the curb's faster than what I was hearing in some gossip in the background earlier today.
Yeah, what were they saying, sorry?
Apparently the wet line, the curb is a faster than the wet line.
Well, it probably checks your slide. It probably
So it
stifles
checks
the
your chassis.
slide. Yeah, you sacrifice that. Sacrifice that for a
They
race
come
win.
in now, the second place battle hotting up once more.
Oh, and get it again. It was a competition of traction there out of Tolly's. And then into the
very
Haynes
different
loop.
lines.
Yeah, very different variation now, wasn't it?
I think there's a change. I think Schaefer may have got past Case in the background.
Well, Schaefer's up to 5th now.
I think he's 4th. Don't quote me on that, but I think he's 4th. He's second and third. Yeah, there's 4th.
No, he's not. It's Pickford, Case, Schaefer 5th. He's 4th now, is he?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
I think he went past.
Well, he's easy to see. He's bright orange.
Yeah, he's 4th then.
Is Nathan.
No, 2, 3, 4.
Ah, there he is. Yeah, that's Nathan Schaefer.
The leader has a very, very comfortable lead. And I'll give you an idea how comfortable it is, because you're watching second and third, and the leader crosses the start-finish line now. So they've got the whole of this straight and this corner before they go across it effectively now. Into Tooley's.
Harrison Crook.
Into Haynes. The 3 there.
Harrison Crook, of course, is with the TH Corsa team.
Position made up there, second and third swaps round like a drive. You're absolutely right. It is a traction competition a lot of the time, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Are you on the bit of the track that's giving you traction now, but will it give you traction 3 corners later?
And was it the number 56 of Pickford who won the traction?
I think
battle
so. I think
there?
he's gone from third to second, yeah.
He's with Hobbsy Motorsport.
Hobbsy, I say.
Yeah, curbs are the choice of the day. We've got 5 cars coming together, Nick.
Yeah. Not the leader, though.
Yeah, not the leader. 5 cars coming together for what is 3rd place down, isn't it?
Well,
or is
second,
that
third,
second,
third, fourth, fifth, fifth. In fact, the battle at the moment is third, fourth, and fifth. And third's just changed. It may switch back again, and it does. Drive. No, it's the driver's gone with the 54 of Archie Elliott.
Well, Schaefer went down the inside, and it's clearly slipperier. But he's gonna lack traction. Oh, he hasn't. He's got the traction.
But has he got the traction second? Oh, you managed to get across. Because I think there's a point coming down this short straight into Whingers that you actually the traction swaps from side to side.
And that's Ryan Taylor-Truman coming through on the red and white cart as well. He was right with Nathan Schaefer. Now he looks across. He looks across at, I think that's Archie Elliott, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So now we've got Harrison Crook, Joshua Pickford, Nathan Schaefer, Ryan Taylor-Truman, Archie Elliott. That's how this timing screen will look when they've crossed the line. Inside of 3 minutes remaining then. Schaefer getting his head down on that CRG. Ryan Taylor-Truman just letting the car breathe, didn't he? Look at that, all the way around the outside for Truman. Taylor-Truman there. Then firing out of the corner. Look at that. It looked like he was miles away from Schaefer, but Schaefer just couldn't get the power down.
Yeah. Still very, very wet. If you check it behind me, it is actually not raining. There's blue sky coming over, buddy. So it's about to get
a break in the clouds. It's about to start drying.
I don't think it's going to dry out for a long time.
I'll check the satellite.
It's a great idea. So it's the battle again for third and fourth. It just split slightly there. I think it's slightly wrong coming into midgets. Nice little break in second now as well for the 56 Joshua Pickford. This is Schaefer against Taylor-Truman. Both took the same line there, so no game from either. It's the 99 of Schaefer from the 3. Going around 3 parts of Haynes and now looking to get that drive. And what's happened is I think they've had enough laps between them all to work out where most of the good pieces of traction are. So the surprise overtakes aren't going to happen so much. And that bottom camera, I went to change the battery on that And there were some worrying tyre tracks. Very no, someone had gone off when we weren't filming. It had got within about 2 metres of the camera.
Really?
Yeah.
The one at the chicane?
No, the one back there, bottom of the hill.
Oh, really? Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Winges.
Yeah.
Here we go then. We're getting towards the final minute of this 5th heat for senior Rotax 177, and Nathan Schaefer there on the orange-coloured CRG. He's being chased down by Ryan Taylor-Truman, who is on the number 3. He's with the TT Motorsport team. Schaefer on the 99. He's with the NCR, his own race team. NCR, Nathan Schaefer Racing.
That's quite a good idea, actually. Just invent your own team.
Well, it's
rather than saying you're a private team. No, I'm at my own team.
Well, no, you have paying customers come along.
Oh, okay.
Drivers pay to be with your team, and that's what Nathan's done.
I'm not sure they paid with my team, to be honest.
Nobody would pay you, Nick. Don't worry.
Lucky it's like
you
I
don't
paid
get
myself
paid for this.
No, I don't. It's a good point, actually. I know a person doesn't.
Here we go then. Nathan Schaefer trying to get on terms with Pickford, and it will be the 1 lap to go board for Harrison Crook, who's just gone, the TH Corsa driver, gone and disappeared at the front. He's got, let's call that 7 seconds, shall we? As once again, 2nd, 3rd and 4th concertina together through the Haynes Loop. Look at Taylor-Truman. He's just letting that cart breathe. Whenever you look at it, he's just got the cart sliding around, and there's a move down the inside, and that was purely to do with Joshua Pickford getting it all wrong at Winges and sliding wide and off the track. That's allowed Schaefer through to 2nd now, and Taylor-Truman's gone with him.
Oh, snaking under braking into the midgets there.
Yeah, into and out of midgets now. The chase down to the right-hander.
2 laps to go.
That's Climate out of there. Tolly's now.
Last lap has been started by Harrison Crook.
Last lap board.
His lead, 7.3 seconds. Pickford be kicking himself for that mistake.
Pickford will be. But you know what? That's why we've learnt over the lunch break. That's why that corner is called Winges. Because everybody whinges about how hard it is. Because it is. It's off camber.
Pretty harder in the wet.
Off camber. You're like turning right on the side of a hill, basically. That's how it looks. It doesn't.
And you can't see
the camera really does not
completely flatten
Yeah,
everything.
they flatten it. It flattens it all out. Here we are then on the final lap, and the driver of the certainly of this 5th heat for 177s has been Harrison Crook. Now it all bodes well for the final when the likes of Harrison Crook, Nathan Schaefer, Ryan Taylor-Truman come together for the final. That's when it starts getting very interesting.
What will the weather conditions be? What will the
we
track
have no
conditions
idea.
be?
I can have a look in a bit.
Be wet, dry, could be damp.
It's going to rain again very quickly in the next 20 minutes. So I don't think we're going to see a dry track. We've got a checkered flag though, Nick, and Harrison Crook, like I said, man to beat. 7-second gap was the gap at the finish. Nathan Schaefer 2nd, Ryan Taylor-Truman 3rd, Joshua Pickford 4th, Archie Elliott was 5th, and then we've got George Walker 6th, Neil Hemming 7th, Toby Case, Oliver Moss, Sean Rudge was the driver that rounded off the top 10. First of the Masters was Neil Hemming, he was in 7th overall, and then 2nd of the Masters was Marcus Basley, 3rd was Ollie Hancock, 4th was Tim Darlow, and they were 12th, 13th and 14th.
I have a question.
Go ahead, caller.
Is it, obviously it's one set of dry tyres for each 3 meetings. Is it unlimited wets? Or is
It's got to be.
Right, because you burn them, do you?
You burn the wets up, yeah. We've got our 2nd TKM heat coming next.
That'll be smoky.
It'll be smoky, put in a great way. And guess who's on pole position, Nick?
Is it
Don't
our
guess by
reigning
looking
champion, Mitchell Ball?
As a guess, don't lean forward and look at the grid sheet.
Well, what can you say?
Yeah.
It's our reigning champion, Mitchell Ball, isn't it?
It is Mitchell Ball, yeah. Our reigning champion and current championship leader after a very dominant run at Clay Pigeon. He won 2 heats and the final last month at Clay Pigeon for round 1 of the Junction 6 NKC. And Mitchell Ball is in fact Junction 6. It's Mitchell's family company. And a big
second-hand commercial vehicle, isn't it?
Big
second-hand commercial vehicle, isn't it? You used commercial vehicles, isn't it?
I think so, and recovery, isn't it? Like commercial vehicle recovery. Based at Junction 6 of the M6.
How far? Oh, it's not that far. That's before Birmingham.
Yeah.
And for other traffic news.
Big thanks
I was about to say it.
Big thanks to Mitchell Ball and his family for continuing their
For
sport.
other traffic.
So we've.
I was going to mouth it. You didn't have to mute that. It was fine.
Honestly, Nick,
A friend of mine.
if I
friend
could,
of mine.
I would mooch you forever because
friend of ours,
I don't know what you're going to come out with.
A friend
next.
of ours very seriously dislikes one of the BBC travel reporters.
Just because he got his job.
Yeah, because he used to work with him. I'm afraid that Johnny does not tick the same number of boxes.
Right.
That's the problem.
Let's.
Isn't it?
Okay. So we've got Mitchell Ball lining up in the collecting area on the pole position.
Is the Polaris Doom out?
Molly Nicholas Biles is alongside. Samuel King and Chris Whiteside are on the second row. Third row is Chris Whiteside and Liv Jenkins. Joseph Phillips and James King. Hopefully James has sorted out his issues from the first heat. He had. I hope you enjoyed the paddock show, by the way, because James King took us through that engine seize that he had on his TKM.
I wonder why. I did wonder why when he would talk, he looked so miserable the whole time.
Who, James? That's
He looked really miserable.
He was
miserable the whole time.
he was unscrewing the nuts on the top on the head. He was, as every turn of the ratchet, it was probably 20 quid, 40 quid. 60 quid.
So why is this guy's really not very happy about this interview? What's it, you know?
Yeah, did you think that? Yeah, he was very sad. Great. I mean, great sport, and great to let us film that. And you know what? It's a part of motorsport, isn't it? That's what we the jeopardy, the attrition, the expense, the cost. I once sold a house to go karting.
Did you?
Yeah.
It wasn't yours.
No, they weren't very happy, the owners.
It's even worse than that, you became an estate agent.
So Mitchell Ball, Molly Nicholas Biles on the front row, Samuel King and Chris Whiteside.
Did you seriously sell a house to go but karting?
Yep. Liv Jenkins had the best season of my life.
What did the missus say?
She was all for it because she was mad.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah. Peter with 25 grand.
Jeez.
Back in 1991. I
Wow.
competed everywhere, Europe, everywhere. Anyway, Liv Jenkins, Joseph Phillips. Fourth row I was talking. James King and Matt Slate. Or Slight. Matthew Temple Purcell and James Hull on row 5. Row 6 is Will Cregeen and Ben Watson. Alexander Lehman and Jamie Mead are on row 7. Row 8 is Harrison Morrow and Jake Humphrey. Then we've got Jake Cox and Sam Cope, Jack Crisp and Ryan Layton. And then rounding off with 11 rows of TKMs, Leo Crabtree and James Workman. Got two masters in this race. One of them is James King. He's off 7th. And the second one is James Workman, who's off 22nd, the last one on the grid. Let's see how this one develops then. This is the second heat of their weekend. And we've got Mitchell Ball, who I'm not expecting to disappear as he would in the dry. He may do in the wet, but let's wait and see. Here we go then. We get the go-ahead, and it goes green for him.
Huge leap by Mitchell there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He's away and gone already.
Yeah, through Parsons, which is the left-hand king just in front of us here. And then on towards the Haynes Loop. And again, it's the attraction limited acceleration out of that corner and then through Johnny's and then down to Winges. This is where it can catch you out at race speed on the brakes. And it's caught out a driver there who is not travelling in the direction he should be. And that was quite a ride for the number 11, who's Matt Slate, who spun off and had the look really to roll backwards. These carts haven't got clutches, so that was the engine going in reverse there, basically.
Some of them got clutches, haven't they? You can't get clutches for these.
Yeah, he probably did. Yeah, it was probably a driver who did that. A couple of carts, actually, who had the pleasure of watching the whole field descend upon them.
I was more worried about they're going to go in the grass and go towards the camera, but they didn't, so that was good.
That's Molly Nicholas Biles, Molly's dropped to third, just behind Samuel King. Mitchell Ball leads. Samuel King, Molly Nicholas Biles.
You look at the carts go away and you go, is it spray, is it smoke?
Well, it's a bit of both with these TKMs, isn't it? Yeah, it's a bit of both. So there's Mitchell.
You're absolutely right, he's not getting away. Sam King in the 16 with his hoodie flapping in the background.
Because the Wetnick is a good leveller.
Right.
It's not about who's got the quickest engine. It's not about who's got the newest chassis. In fact, an old soft chassis in a TKM on this TKM grid is probably better in these conditions, and it's a good leveler. Plus, if you've got a bit about you and a bit of courage, then driving in the wet is a lot different. As we saw young Charles Green show us the way around a wet Forest Edge earlier in the junior Rotax heat just before lunch. And a bit of local knowledge here will go a long, long way, I think, is what we're seeing. Samuel King's the fastest kart on the track. He's the black and white kart chasing down that yellow kart in front of him. That's the leading kart of Mitchell Ball, the number 1.
Yeah, Ball being kept honest on these conditions. I see another kart going backwards in the corner of my eye. But I think actually has pulled a little bit this time round. I think it's a little bit more. As Mitchell settles into the presumed third and fourth are absolutely neck and neck coming into that. Who's going to come out first? Is it Molly or is it?
Oh, it's a Birrell. Whose was that? Was that Joseph Phillips?
I think it may have been. I think Molly may have dropped.
Yeah,
place.
I think it is Joseph Phillips. Yeah.
No overtaking into the final corner.
Molly's dropped back, Nick.
So the gap last time around was 0.7 of a second. Let's see what it is this time. In the lead, we're looking at 37. That's Molly Nicholas scored in third, now in fourth. Lee had gone out by a couple of tenths. James King, big drop there from Chris Whiteside. He's dropped down to 10th place from about 5th. So there's a lot of shuffling about in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, there will be, invariably. We've got 2 carts off at the last corner here at Tolly's. That yellow flag will have been tucked in by now. They're into the chicane, the leaders. Mitchell Ball into the chicane, and the sun comes out, Nick, and look at that, we've got steam rising from the tarmac.
That's what you need. 4th and 5th is where the battle is now. The top 3 have kind of spread out, so 4, 5, 6, 7 are in a train.
Look at that steam coming off the track.
And then Joe's pointing at the steam.
Yeah, which is it really works on TV, doesn't it? You can't really tell out
I've missed
track.
the camera on the stream, so that's 49. So actually it is the 37, and Molly Nicholas bars are getting beaten up left, right and centre by everybody. That yellow and grey kart, I think, is that the Liv Jenkins machine. But certainly it's 1, 2 and 3 not getting much closer to each other. 3 is still the 66, then 4th is 20, and then I think who came 5th, it's Liv Jenkins. Yeah, so it's Joseph Phillips and James King, and this is that kind of trundling battle for those lower top 10 positions or lower top 5 positions, and up the inside but not making it stick is that the 87? Is that Molly came back? No, that's 97 Jay Mead. So it's drying out now. Of course, you've got this new kind of situation where the grip's improving every single lap, and you've got to find it.
Yeah, but I think it's still going to be slippery, Nick. So I think, we are going to see a track that transitions over the next few heats. I think for these TKM drivers, it's very much wet. And
yeah, it's wet, but I mean,
the grip level's going to start changing, isn't it?
The standing water and the spray has been from the racing line has gone now. It's not drying out, but obviously the grip is slowly increasing. As the fact is, they're probably some people may have their tyres may even be beginning to overheat it, and now they've not got anything pure water to cool them. Yeah,
we've still got 3 minutes. Still got 3 minutes of this second heat for TKMs. Got one more heat coming up before we go to a tea break before the finals. I thought for a moment there I saw more rain coming.
There's a very, very grey cloud coming over us next.
We knew the weather forecast was exactly this, with sporadic rain clouds appearing. There's a move.
This morning.
The 97 of Jamie Mead inside of Liv Jenkins, and he's made it stick. Jamie on the old black cart with the white helmet there, and there's the 49 of Liv Jenkins. Slots in behind now. Liv has now got James Hull behind her with Ben Watson, the number 5, making good ground is Ben on the number 5, the Klassen Motorsport driver, trying to get up the order, 5th in the championship last year. Mitchell Ball, by the way, 1.7 seconds.
He's eked that one out, hasn't he? From initially about 7 tenths, 9 tenths, done by a couple of tenths a lap.
And Samuel King equal 1.7 seconds to Joseph Phillips, who's got 2.6 seconds to James King. Now, James King is having a great heat, this one. So he had a retirement in heat 1. He had a seizure, which we covered in the paddock show. But James King, 4th place overall, 1st in the Masters, is having a very enjoyable run here. There he is, the number 20. He's got a whirly visor.
No, seriously.
He's got a whirly visor.
Fantastic. That is 80s classic.
James, we love you. He has competed in every NKC round.
That's amazing.
And
he's got a whirly visor. We talked about it last time and said no one had them anymore.
Yeah,
there's like a helicopter on your face.
What's a whirly visor? Well, if you look at that orange overall driver, forget the move from Jamie Mead.
Look at the front of his helmet.
Look at the front of his helmet. He's got a disc on the front of his helmet that basically attaches to his
helmet.
The visor, the front of the and it's basically spinning around, and it's got vanes on it, and it throws the water off it. It spins. The vanes cause it to spin in the airflow, and it throws the water off.
That's a historic. It must have got the Mantiques Roadshow, surely.
Did you have a whirly visor?
Of course I did. I was racing in the late 80s.
Everybody had a whirly visor. There it is. Look at that.
That's spinning around at several revs a minute.
I think that's the only whirly visor we've got on the grid.
In Christendom.
Yeah.
They've all gone. Whirly visors are us.
You know what? He's gathered the Masters points here, James. You're having a great run. Like I say, it's a good level of the wet. Always a great level.
I think it must be more the our end of the Masters age range.
Yes, I think so. He's over 35. We'll leave it at that.
And then some.
We'll leave it at that. He's having a cracking run here in the second heat. 10 seconds on the clock, so that means we're very close to last lap board. Mitchell Paul just heading towards Climate. Through Climate.
Andrea Jarman on the chat says, what a drive from Sam King in only what I think is his second race ever.
Really?
Apparently. That's what the chat says.
If Samuel King in 16, in second place on that number 16, is in his only ever his second race in these conditions.
Perhaps second race meeting, perhaps.
If that's his second, you're going to have to clarify that. Who was that from?
That's from Andrea Jarman. I think, has he done like indoor karting and that sort of thing?
I don't know. We need to know. We need to know about Samuel King because he has kept Mitchell Paul, our current champion, in his sights. So he's lost. Yeah, he's down 3 seconds, but he's kept a 1 second gap to Joseph Phillips. Jamie Mead is fourth, James Hull fifth, James King, who we watched earlier on. There's the number 20 there, James King. And then behind James King, Ben Watson, the number 5.
Andrew says yes, which I think is my statement. Has he done indoor karting?
Right, but that's still, you know what?
Completely different.
Yeah, he wipes his brow there, does Mitchell Paul, for the checkered flag. Let's watch our whirly-visored James King come through and take his checkered flag. Oh. He should be delighted with that. So Mitchell Paul takes the win. Novice. No indication that he is a novice here, by the way, Andrea. But we'll take your word for it. He's done very, very well indeed, if that's only his second race weekend. Samuel King in second, Joseph Phillips third, Jamie Mead fourth. Then we've got James Hull in fifth, James King in sixth, Ben Watson, Liv Jenkins, Jake Cox, Jake Humphrey rounding off the top 10, and then behind Jake Humphrey from 10th down over Alexander Lehman, Molly Nicholas Biles, Chris Whiteside, Matt Slate, Ryan Layton, Jack Crisp, Will Cregeen. There goes James Workman in 18th, who's our last finisher. James second in the Masters. We lost Leo Crabtree. Interestingly, Harrison Morrow went out on lap 3. Sam Cope were lost with Matthew Temple-Purcell on lap 1.
So just to add to this, Andrea Jarman says it's his second race meeting. Not sure whether he's done any indoor karting, but not much he has. Anyways, he's usually at the track supporting Charlie King.
Well, all right. So what's the relationship with Charlie? Because Charlie was outstanding last year, not just in the NKC, but also in the Vera Tools British Championship. So is he a relative, Andrea? Get her on the phone. Fire us your number, Andrea. We need to talk to you. So Samuel King, at the first round at Clay Pigeon, a 23rd, a 19th, a 19th, and an 18th. Well, he's now got a second place.
He's learned a bit.
He's a fast learner because he's got a second place finish in his second heat there, everybody. So that's outstanding from that young man.
It's his brother.
It's his brother. Mm-hmm. All right. So it's in the family genes. Yeah. Quickness is in the King family genes. I don't know if James King, our Masters representative there with the whirly visor,
you were in the garage.
No, he was by himself. He's just working out of his own. Working out of his own. And Charlie King's not competing this year. I'm not sure why Charlie has taken a year off. Got Junior Rotax, heat number 6, coming next. And remember, just before the lunch break, Nick, we
Rain.
had that. We've got more rain, have we?
Yes.
Just before the lunch break, we had that
Had the prophet of doom.
absolute masterclass in driving in the wet here. From we're Heat 6, aren't we?
I don't know.
Yeah, Junior Rotax
I'm
Heat
just
6.
looking at stuff and pressing buttons.
Yeah, Charles Green gave us an absolute masterclass in how to drive Forest Edge in the wet, didn't we? Is he out
Absolutely.
on this one? Is he out this one, Sue? He's not out on this one. That was
no.
quicker than me looking down the list
It
there,
is
wasn't it?
much. Here comes the first 2 instalments of the Polaris of Doom. 3 are missing wheels. Someone can't tighten up their nuts.
Oh, no, that's the... there's a hub missing on that one. That's the nuts on the wheel is on that one. So completely missing wheels.
The
We're in
back
completely
one,
different ways.
one didn't tighten the nuts up.
Yeah.
The front one didn't
Tighten the hub
didn't
up.
turn the hub up.
Yeah. Yeah, Sorry, what's that thing called? The what's it of shame?
The Polaris
The
of Doom.
Polaris of Doom, yes. Right, grid for the Junior Rotax coming up next. Alex Dole and
I
Joshua.
think there's one more to rescue still. Oh, no, that's
well, that
just
gives
the
me
back.
time to read the grid out, Nick, though.
Well, they're going for it anyway.
There's one basking in the trees there.
That makes a fabulous. That's like a calendar shot, isn't it? Like
It
it's
is,
kind of the sexy cart behind the tree. Going, hello, look at me, I'm alluring.
Only in your head, my friend.
It's a weird head.
Alex Dole, Joshua Withcombe on the front row. Harvey Lee Winteridge and Jacob Hobbs are next. Then we've got Jasmine Taylor sharing with Daniel Clancy. Tom Holden and Jensen Hook here on row 4. Row 5 is Alexander Stefanoff and Adam Catling. Alexander Colantuno and Connor Tubby are on row 6. We then got Ethan Barrow and Melissa Adrian. Dylan Morton and Max Chown. Ben Adrian and Freddie Warlock. Harry Hadley and Karthik Kometa. Oliver Grundy and Sam Green Gomez. Amy Peacock and Zari Viserek. Jack Dimbleby and George Kate. And then just looking down the order, Charlie Thompson and Izzy Lawton rounding off the 28-cart field.
Chucking
So
it
28 carts, and now we've got rain.
I'd like to say rain intensity 5.
Yes.
Out of like 9.
Yes.
It was 9 earlier.
It was very much 9.
But looking at it again, this is going to get really quite annoying not for us, for the camera, I mean, yes, but not for us, because it's going to keep coming and going.
Yeah, it's very a day like this is very frustrating. You know, when you're racing, you just want it to be either wet or dry. But when it's changing so rapidly, I mean, to be honest, when that sun did come out, it didn't come out long enough, did it?
No. I got Gravinelli with 1977, talking about the previous race. Well done, Jake Humphrey. Second race ever, second meeting. 16th to 10th in the first heat and 12th to 4th in the second heat.
Wow, that was a one. That was a drive that
But
worth talking about.
Right, they've had 2 wander rounds, so they should get going this time. Oh, no, we got someone off. Just coming out the Parsons. Actually, that bit of track we can actually use the proper name for it because it normally doesn't get a chance. It's just too quick.
It's too quick off the start, isn't it?
But someone off at Parsons. I'm not sure what they're going to do.
I'm not sure what that actually does.
Well,
actually.
I think they may have. They're slowing him right down. I can't think they're going to want to throw him into that with this situation. They're going to have to walk him around again.
They're going to have to send them around again
Yeah.
because we've got a cart off on the outside of Parsons. And
need to drag that. They need to drag that to the other side of the track.
Yeah, I'll just push it further on. Push it further off.
Driver skulking off. That's fine. Can't go into safe area. But they're going to be under yellows, aren't they? On there, which is the first corner.
No, not for that.
No, he's putting it right in the safe area. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I think that was that the number 777? Yeah. Adam Catling. Yeah, sorry, Adam. Bad luck. I'm not sure what was exactly wrong. Maybe water in the electrics or something. That's quite common. Here we go then. We've got the field coming towards us now, and then they'll turn right instead of heading on down to the chicane through the cut-off and taking the shortcut to start this race. It is the number 66 of Alex Dole and Joshua
29.
Withcombe controlling that pace through Parsons and into the Haynes Loop.
He's done very well, the 29. He's got the front and gained a bit of a lead. Second place is the 25. So that is Jacob Hobbs who's moving to second place. And they've put a big break in between third and fourth. So somebody there is not quite as confident with the weather as the others. They sweep round the dip and then we're going up past round Anson's and coming up the hill again towards the bus stop chicane. As you can see, first two with a little bit of flipping heck, with a little bit of a break, and then they got this train of carts behind them as they settle themselves down. Oh, what's that flowing off something?
That looked like an exhaust, potentially.
I think that was an exhaust.
Yeah.
We'll find out, though.
We'll find out when they come by.
Yeah.
They'll find out when they come back towards us. Here they are now. That's the 33.
Oh, very
Daniel,
wide.
Is that the 33?
Yeah, that's 33.
Of Jensen Hookey, who is absolutely on fire. He's just overtaken about 4 carts there through Climate and then Tollies. Didn't really hear too distinctive a sound. Getting drowned out in the field, to be honest. Joshua Whitcomb, though, is, and let's have a look at the replay. Was that a bumper or an exhaust?
It looked too small for a bumper.
Yeah, it did look too small.
Not an airbox, is it?
I didn't see.
That'll drown if it even was.
Whitcomb leading, Jacob Hobbs in second there. Then we've got the 66 of Alex Dole. Then the rest of the field coming through. Jensen Hookey, Daniel Clancy,
inside.
Dylan Morton. Down the inside, and off the track has gone the 33.
He was kind of unsighted by but I think Clancy overtook him. I think it was Clancy. I wouldn't put money on it. It wasn't Clancy.
It was Clancy, yeah, the 333. Yeah.
No, the overtake actually was by the 193 of Dylan Morton, who's coming through the field like a hot knife through butter.
Well, Jensen Hookey was doing the same, and now Jensen Hookey will fall back down to 7th. He was already up to 4th.
Sun's out now, by the way.
Out comes the sun.
Here comes the sun.
We've got a mechanical for the 44. That tells me that Ethan Barrow is the driver that lost that part that we saw fly off at the chicane.
It's not compromising his performance too much, is it?
Oh, that's compromised the performance.
Oh, what happened there? Superb hop out there. That's this rest of the overtaking manoeuvre there. This is Morton, isn't it? This is Dylan Morton just going through the field. Morton now in 3rd. He's actually now in 4th. So over the line. With Gus Buckers, yes, he's in 3rd. But Withcombe's so far ahead, he wasn't in that frame. So Withcombe has put himself into the lead by 4.5 seconds, and then second and third have come together. Because I think that Morton's not to take long to get past Hobbs, that's for sure. There they are coming in to the dip and out through Anson's. The field streaks round. Give you an idea, our leader is already into midgets as these guys take a go at the bus stop. That's changing position again into second place.
Hobbs is getting the chicane all wrong. He's getting crossed up in the left-hand bit and then the right-hand bit. He's crossing it up again. Bit of wheel banging going on towards Climate Corner. Side by side through there. That's a one-line corner then. Dylan Morton hangs in. But there, down the inside, no. Traction. Stopped. Jacob Hobbs getting back on terms with Dylan Morton. So Hobbs finding it very difficult in the chicane. He's losing a lot of time there. And as the sun's coming out, Nick, and the track beginning to get less wet, let's say, I'm not going to use the term dry, less wet, it turns greasy. And there's actually less grip than when it's fully wet.
There we go, right old scuffle, these two, aren't they?
Yeah, brilliant drag race.
Is that Holden, is it?
I think that
Dolan
was Tom
Holden.
Holden.
That's not a position. You should be pointing that direction.
No,
so
cart off.
Cart error. I think it's the problem. You take too much curb. I think when it lands, it hasn't got the grip to hold on with the rear tyre. It's going to spin.
So Tom Holden, the 87, ahead of that purple and white Cosmic of Alex Dole, I believe.
I think you're right.
Yeah, let's see. Withcombe already through, 5.3 seconds of lead. Dylan Morton second. Jacob Hobbs, Tom Holden, Alex Dole, Harvey Lee Winteridge up the order. Jensen Hookey, 7th. Melissa Adrian. Now, Melissa has made some good ground. We'll get an idea of the movers.
It's interesting, actually, that long shot just shows you how they've all now spread out. And they kind of got into their natural position. They look 1, 2, 3, 4, all those kind of multi-cart gaps between them. This is the lower reach of the top 5.
Daniel Clancy, the 333, lost 5 spots there with that half spin. Down to 11th now, inside of 3 minutes.
There's a definite nose cone issue there. Who's that? Is that
that's the 87
Morton.
Of Tom Holden.
Yeah, Holden's got a 5-second penalty. That's cost him a huge amount of positions. So Holden's nose is virtually falling off rather than just being slightly dropped down. He's behind the 25. So this is third and fourth in a row, but Holden will not be scored fourth when he gets out. He's now third. Or is he? No, yes.
Well, the more ground he can make up, he's negating
he needs
that
to get
5 second
through. Yeah,
penalty,
because currently he would drop down to 8th. So it's not a disastrous drop.
We've got the number 70 off, Harry Cadley, who's slid off at Whingers. And he's trying to resume. He's going to have a bit of a wait, isn't he, as the whole field comes through. He's on the novice plate, so he's a novice driver, is Harry, with a black number plate with white numbers.
He's got to learn, and this is a difficult day to learn on.
Oh, these two are still hammer and tongs.
Oh!
They're still hammer and tongs, these two.
He's going to get himself a second nose penalty because he keeps doing that. But you can't do that, obviously, I realise that.
It's the 25 of Jacob Hobbs. If only Jacob knew that the cart that's just gone through of Tom Holden has a nose cone that's flopping around. He's going to take a nose cone penalty. So he just needs to stay with him or within 5 seconds of him, because that 5 second penalty is going to put the number 87 down the order.
8th at the moment, but obviously now he's got some clear air and he can really push. He's got 3 or 4 laps to do it, and he can easily gain a couple of positions back on the field who don't know they're being overtaken because he's doing it by a virtual situation.
Yeah, that's undoubtedly a nose cone. You can clearly see it, can't you, in that nose-on shot, that front shot of ours. Getting towards the final minute then, and Joshua Whitcomb, he's been the class of this field, hasn't he? He's just gone through. He's already going through Johnny's.
His lead's come down. It was over 5. Now it's 4.44 seconds.
Yeah, but he's
probably
kind of...
the person catching him up's got a 5 second penalty.
What, Dylan Morton?
Oh, no, sorry, no, Tom Holden. Sorry, you're right. It's 2 points.
It's 2 cuts there.
Dylan Morton now.
Dylan Morton is 5 seconds ahead of Tom Holden.
Will now be 7th if it stopped at this point with that 5 second penalty.
Right, we'll see what happens when the results come out. But right now, I think we're going to get 2 more laps at least.
28 seconds, yeah.
Got another mechanical flag warning for, can't quite see the board.
95.
95, yeah. So that is Karthik Kometa, who's got a mechanical of some sort, something loose maybe. His cart sounds all right.
He's our 3rd place man. Was quicker that time round than the leader, not that it really matters. And would now drop into 6th place with that penalty. So quite a stretched out field really, nothing really attacking going on. Sometimes you have absolute classic race, sometimes you have races where people just bank the points, try and make the places they can, and certainly in Holden's situation try and gain some pace. You see he's just darting on the inside of a lapped cart there, because he knows he's got a drop nose, he knows he needs to make it up, but so he has to go as fast as possible. Others can be slightly more conservative, not take any risks.
He's pushing on, isn't he, Tom Holden, knowing he has to, he'd be aware that his nose has dropped. I mean, you can clearly see it when you're driving.
He was there when he hit something.
Yeah. Well, there is that as well, of course.
So the 6 and 33 are quite close at the moment, but that is for 5th and 6th. And they're kind of rolling round.
Glistening tarmac into...
It was glistening, wasn't it? The sun comes out. It's marvellous.
Yeah.
Where's our leader? Let's see if we can find our leader on his last lap.
That's the number 29 of Joshua Whitcomb, who I think
is about to come over the line now.
Come over the line now. They're just crossing the line now.
There he is. Got him, you see. Got him. Yeah, what great. Look at that. Got him by at least a second and a half there.
And he'd managed that gap, hadn't he, Nick? Yeah. He'd managed that gap to 3 seconds to Dylan Morton. Morton comes through in second. Then Tom Holden will take a 5 second nose cone penalty. He finishes 3rd on the road. Jacob Hobbs 4th. Jensen Hookey 5th. Alex Stoll 6th. Harvey Lee Winteridge. Great drive from Harvey coming up the order there for 7th. Max Chown, Freddie Whirlock 8th. Melissa Adrian finishes in 10th place, and then beyond the top 10, Alexander Colantuno, Connor Tubby, Karthik Kometa with the mechanical flag, so I'm not sure what will happen there at the end. Oliver Grundy, Ben Adrian, Amy Peacock, Daniel Clancy, Jack Dimbleby, George Kerr, and rounding off the top 20 is Alexander Stefanoff. The rest of the 26 carts there on the screen for you to see. We've got Senior Rotax next. Senior Rotax 162, Stick.
Yeah, Holden from the last heat will drop only to 5th, from 3rd to 5th, that 5-second penalty. So he managed to make good. He obviously had a smack early on in the race, didn't he? And in the opening kerfuffle.
Yeah.
Made up for it. Over a few cuts. Here comes the Polaris. He's got a few people to pick up. Oh, he's ignoring the first bloke entirely.
So we've got the Senior Rotax 5th heat out next. Jack Maidment and Billy Vogt, whose first weekend in the senior class, just moving up from the junior class. Billy starting his first ever senior race on the front row. Second row of the grid is Ben Ballou and Ryan Shepherd, with the current champion Bobby Rosier sharing row 3 with Simon Spagnuolo. Reese Pope and Joshua Priest are on row 4. Billy Edgecombe and Nathan Jensen are on row 5. And then we've got on row 6, Braden Hill and Kieran Thompson. Row 7, Grace Lee Davis and Samuel Christiansen. Mason Perrin, our current junior Rotax champion, will start in 15th alongside Finlay Underwood in 16th. 9th row of the grid, Kel Gray and Harry Wright. 10th row of the grid is Rafi Salentano and Elliot Barrell. And then on row 11, Harry Pearson and Henry Swanson. Row 12, Ollie Varney and Kieran Ives. Levi Goodyear and Joshua Della Carter are on row 13. Row 14 is Paulo Nunez Aranda with Jamie Burt. And then we've got Macaulay Austin, Tristan Sharp and Reese Knight, rounding off the 31 cart field. So, Nick, Macaulay Austin starting 29th. Paulo Nunez Aranda starting 27th. And then we've got Kieran Ives and Ollie Varney, 23rd and 24th. They've got quite a few quick drivers ahead of them. So whether they can make up ground and get up the order from their rearward
initial
grid position in their 5th heat.
The major thing I think about this is obviously we are in damp conditions now. We're not in wet conditions anymore until the next shower comes, which is looking quite like it could come in a couple of seconds. So with the damp conditions, it gives you more chance to exploit and overtake. On the flip side, it gives you more chance things to go wrong.
Yes, it's tricky.
Were you a fan of the wet and the damp?
Yeah, I like the wet because it was a good leveler.
Actually, I can't gloss over that I sold a house to go racing. You were like late 20s.
I've told you this story.
No, you've never told me that.
I was sat there with me then wife.
Then wife. That tells you everything.
Beverly. Yes. How much equity have we got in this house then? What's it worth? And she said, I don't know. Let's get it valued. So we sold it and moved. Moved into a cheaper house. Life's for living, mate.
No, I just think it's amazing.
I live in a caravan now.
Well, that's kind of overselling it slightly. It's more like a millet's tent, isn't it?
That's how greasy it is, everybody. Carts spinning around.
So what did she spend her half the money on?
Tyres, I think. Lisa causing consternation in the commentary box there with a massive "oh dear" in the background. Cart spinning. Yes, she tyres and motors, mate.
Oh, that's a very generous of her.
We did the Hull Street race. We did the Metro Centre race. We did all of the club rounds in the northeast at Langbar and Felton. And
he blew it all in a year.
And then we went to Lido de Jeslo and did some obscure European thing. Went to Laval, near Lamont. Yeah, mate, we had a great year. Great couple of years, 2 or 3 years of just peeing away a lot of money, as you do. Right, here we go then. The grid nicely formed up. They've sorted themselves out, and as everybody caught up, I think the answer is yes as we get them away, Nick.
Clean one. Oh, I was going to say clean, but there's a couple of carts. I think what happens is they try and go too tight. They end up falling off the curb and kind of into other carts. So away they go. It's the 11 in the lead. So 11 must be 77. Jack Maidment.
Bright sunshine and a glistening track. We've got very little spray now.
Yeah.
That shows how quickly the track is warming up.
Good drainage.
Yeah,
as well.
It's good drainage, and the sun is really hot. So that's how quickly we're going to dry.
Is this your statement? Joe Bradley, the sun is really hot. There we go. That's the science we need.
The sun's not necessarily always hot, is it?
No, the sun is always hot, Joe.
Well, yeah, on the sun it
The
is.
sun is always hot.
Not on Earth, Nick.
Anyway, so it is now a change for the lead. I think it's still the 77. Yep, across the line it is the 77. In second place, but right up his backside, it's the 37 of Ben Ballou. Ballou looking for the inside line through, I was about to say Halfords rather than Haynes then. I've got my motoring companies wrong.
I think we just had Billy Vogt, who was just seeing how much grip was on the grass. We got a spin.
No enemy car.
A spin through Johnny's. That was the leader, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Who just got it. The back end just came around. Do we have a replay of that, Paul?
There we are.
Yes, we have. Yeah, just got. Oh, he
Dark
hit the curb
and bang.
He hit the curb. He knew what was coming. Look at that.
There was a sinking feeling
He
there,
just,
wasn't
yeah,
there?
he just
The
knew.
Maidment.
You could see the resignation in his body. I've hit the curb. I know what's going to happen here. There was no way he was going to hang
More
on to
yellow
that back
flags
end.
around this part of the track as well. So through climate, there's a yellow flag.
So is that? No, that's not the leader. That's Billy Vogt in fifth, who had that excursion out the
Maybe I
final
expect
turn.
would be very near the
Right.
bottom of the field because you have to wait for him to go past. But leading to Ballou, second place now is the number one, our reigning champion Bobby Rosier. Then it's Shepherd, Voigt, Jensen. Maidment still dropping down. Let's see where he finally finishes.
There's the leader. Just look at that. When they try to get the car to turn to the right to maximise their line through Johnny's, the car just flicks sideways for a second, doesn't it? Ben Ballou, the leader now. He's fastest time of the race so far, but look who's chasing him down. The number one, Bobby Rosier. That's the wet line here at Forest Edge. You basically launch yourself off that inside curbing at the chicane.
You basically throw some money at a chassis manufacturer.
Yes.
Hello, OTK.
Get
Have some of my cash.
Get the brazing rods out. Bobby Rosier, the number one there, the current champion in the NKC in the 162 Rotax senior category, is chasing down Ben Ballou. But Ben Ballou, and you see the dry line coming there, don't you? Where the carts are really leaning on it, dissipating the water, creating heat between the tyre and the tarmac. The dry line is appearing. We've definitely got a light grey line appearing. So
this was soaked less than half an hour ago.
But look to our right, and we've got another black cloud.
And of course, never forget the sun is hot.
Yes, yeah, the sun is hot. Yeah.
Yes.
Stop being
Water's
pedantic.
wet, apparently.
Stop being pedantic. Here we go then, hopping across the curbs at the chicane. 5 minutes to go. So there's plenty of time for Bobby Rosier to close the gap to Ben Ballou, which he is. 50.882 was the lap time there for Rosier. 51.180 for Ben Ballou in the lead. Yeah, it's gone funny in my ears as well.
This knocked it.
Ah,
so
right.
de-stereoed it.
All right, I see.
There you go. Exciting, isn't it? On-air sounds fixing through Haynes.
He's catching him, mate. This is the battle for the heat win right here. Bobby Rosier, we know how quick Bobby can be. He's carrying that number one because he's the reigning champion. And Ben Ballou has had some good heats in the past in the NKC. As the track continues to dry. That's a great shot of these drivers in the wet.
Still some spray there coming off from the,
yes,
from the bus stop. So some of it's got spray, but some of it's got a dry line.
I think the faster turns is what dry up quicker.
Yeah. They get kind of
turns,
scrubbed, don't they?
Yeah, they do.
Else.
They scrub the water away and the water dissipates. Here they come then out to the final turn. See how slippery that final turn is? Because it's really slow there at Tully's. The Tully's hairpin, let's call that.
Shepherd and the 54's coming for them.
He is, yeah. So this two-card battle for the lead beginning to just eke into and ebb into potentially a three-card battle. Behind these three of Ballou, Rosier and Shepherd, got Billy Edgecombe, Junior Pro Tax champion Mason Perrin in fifth, Macaulay Austin. Macaulay Austin has come from the back of the grid and is now in sixth place. Reese Pope, Finley Underwood, Nathan Jensen in ninth. Look where Nunez Aranda is. He's up into 10th with Ollie Varney following him through as well. Kieran Ives, another run from the back, up to 15th.
Top two. Over the line. Leading is now down towards the Whingers dip, as we now know it's called. As Joe continues coughing. Up towards the bus stop. Oh, more chassis damage.
And Rosier continuing to just eat away, isn't he? You know what though, Nick? He's just eating away at like hundredths of a second. And with 2 minutes remaining, Ben Ballou is driving really consistently here. He's driving a great race, 50.5, fastest lap of the race from Ballou. He's responded to the advances of Rosier. You can see him. Look at the way that he flings the lock on there just to get that front end to bite and turn the kart. And I'm being told that it's splashing with rain again. So that dry line that was coming is going to disappear again. Hey, we knew coming into this weekend that was the weather forecast, intermittent showers, which makes our job really interesting as entertainment providers with the NKC here on Karting Live TV. However, the competitors, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare for the drivers.
Kieran Ives also moving to the field at 13th now, so we had quite a few of the fast, as you pointed out during the grid read, quite a few of the faster drivers starting further back. Macaulay Austin, obviously the star of the show, up to 6th. But these top two, Rosier's getting a little, eking back to about a couple of tenths a lap.
It's the first time I've seen anybody use the curb on the inside of Parsons. That's the left kink, just after the start-finish straight. And Bobby Rosier did massively. Ben Ballou, though, look at the times here, Nick. 50.135 was Ben Ballou's time. 50.150 was Bobby Rosier's time. So Ballou is controlling this lead. He's not being caught. And we are inside the final minute. We're also almost inside the final half a minute. So it'll be 2 more laps after this one.
Yep. The slow creep towards, which Rosier was doing to Ballou, was curtailed last time round. Remember, it's 0.537 per second last time. Yep, 3/10. So as you say, Ballou's found a little bit of a, well, he may have had it all the time, but he's got this second wind.
And that rain hasn't come, has it? There was a little bit of a splash there.
A little bit of spittage, that's about it. It's about looking behind me, I see about 4 drops on the car behind us. So it's not done anything at all.
The last lap board I see in front of me being readied for Ben Ballou.
Austin's got past Macaulay. Macaulay hasn't got past Perrin.
Where's Ben Ballou gone? We've lost him, Nick.
There he is.
Right, is that him? Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at the gap. I didn't think that was him because he's got a huge gap now to Bobby Rosier. I thought Rosier was going to keep on coming, but he hasn't. Ben Ballou, great effort. That's the second place kart there. There's number
the
one,
leader,
of current champion Bobby Rosier.
So crossing the line now, you probably see him.
That's the last lap board for that man there.
37 shoots underneath the timing gantry, and he pulled out 8/10 a second that time.
Yeah, he did massive job.
Behind him.
First driver and only driver in the 49s, 49.7 there. So that line is continuing to come. The track is continuing to transition to dry, or perhaps damp, as he continues down the straight there towards the bus stop chicane, bounces over the curb, and there he's pulled a gap, hasn't he?
Yeah. Behind him, Ryan Shepherd in absolute no man's land. 5 seconds behind them and 10 seconds ahead of the next person. It's Billy Edgecombe in 5th, Mason Perrin in 6th, and then Paolo Nunez Arando in 7th.
Macaulay Austin ahead of Mason Perrin for 5th, that time by. And if Mason Perrin's not careful as the checkered flag flies for the number 37, Ben Ballou takes the win. And if we're not careful, we're going to see Paolo Nunez Aranda come through just in front of us now at the final turn. Let's see how they finish then. Billy Edgecombe, Macaulay Austin, Mason Perrin, Paolo Nunez Aranda. So it was Ben Ballou first, Bobby Rosier second, Ryan Shepherd third, and then Billy Edgecombe, Macaulay Austin, Mason Perrin, Paolo Nunez Aranda, Finlay Underwood, Ollie Varney and Reece Pope rounding off the top 10. When all of them quick drivers come together, Nick, that's going to be absolutely mega.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got some interesting finals to come up. There's a lot more karts showing speed at differing parts of the what you said, the dryosphere. It's not a word, but it's a word I'm going to use. Where's the grid for the next one, young man? I should do some grid reads. Thank you all who are watching on YouTube and on Facebook. If you're on YouTube, it'd be great if you could subscribe. That would do us a favour. Just like to say thank you to all the team who are putting up with the fantastic weather. Well, it's mainly Ash and Kane, to be honest, up on the cameras who are who are doing that. So next up we have the Rotex 177 Heat 6. Thank you very much. And we will have Jack Maidment on pole. Next to him, Billy. No, this is the wrong one. That's the wrong one. That's not the right grid. You've given me the wrong grid. You're only as good as your information, aren't you? When the man running the grids gives you the wrong grids. Thank you very much. Start again. So it's Ollie Hancock, the historic racer, in pole. And then you've got Ryan Taylor-Truman starting 2. Jake Davis starts 3. Then George Walker, Scott Smith, Nicholas Walker. And that's down to 6. 7th is Rob Simpson. And it's Jack Sweeting, Cole Edwards and Daniel Hammett. That's the top 10 starters. Then Lewis Crocker, Ben Hitch, Richard Evans, Dan Wright, Harrison Crook, Matt Lear, Zach Fonteneux, Josh Constable, Paul Horton and Joshua Pickford. They're making up the next 10. And so in 21st is Steve Thompson, with Steve Mottram in 22nd, Scott Clee in 23rd, Tonino Muccelli in 24th, Steve Gilly 25th, Josh Bass 26th, Steve Stewart in 27th, Marcin Kaminsky is in 28th, and they've got Matt Zanetti, who's right at the back, but I expect he's going to go move forward really quickly. And then you have Oliver Hutchins and Tony Case. Thank you. Here goes the field, and they're going to be waved round for their second warm-up lap, which is nice. That's a quote. You're confused. That's another sketch comedy quote from a long time ago.
What was that?
Which is nice. That's Far Show, wasn't it?
It was a Far Show, yes. Which is nice.
Good luck to Oliver Hutchins, starting 30th. Says Butcherly. Butcherly, I think.
Starting 30th, Oliver Hutchins. Yes, he's got his work cut out. Here we go, Nick. We're about to get going with the field already coming out onto the start-finish straight. We go racing, and it's the 51 of Ollie Hancock who will lead into the right-hander of Haynes Loop. Will he lead out of it? I think he has. He's hung on to it. He's on that drier line.
Oh, a lot of curve from Taylor Truman there. Got away with it.
Massive amount.
74's in 3rd, so it has gone out pretty much in grid order.
Current championship leader, Ryan Taylor Truman, remember. Winner of the first round of Clay Pigeon in the final.
Streak over the bus stop, a little more delicate on the... have we now reached a point where it's not fast to cane your cart over the curve?
I think so. I think, we've got that sun beating down on the tarmac. We've got the carts running round. We've got definitely a dry line being created. And we see through here the slower part of the track here, and it's definitely drier on the line. And look how wet it is offline, but they're on wet tyres. Yeah, so you are going to rip your tyres to shreds and start overheating if you're not careful.
Yeah, you've got an awful lot of tarmac now that is dry, and that tarmac is all the racing line. Just looking down the hills, there's a little bit of spray still into this area here, which is Wingers Dip. But you expect that it's the lowest part of the track. It's going to have more of the draining into it. As they climb up, you can see yourself by the different colours of tarmac. That's way too much again from Taylor.
It didn't alter his momentum though. If anything, it kind of maintains the pace. Got a mechanical flag for the 15, who was down the order somewhat. He's not in the contention of the top 10. So
Messi has made up 8 places already from 277th into 20th. Won one of the earlier heats today.
Oliver Hutchins has made up 7 places, and he's already in 23rd. So Oliver Hutchins fan club, keep an eye on that one.
But there's a battle at the lead, unfortunately, so we can't show that because it's the first and second Hancock against Taylor Truman. Is Hancock a master?
Ollie Hancock is, yes, he's a master. Yes, he's over 35. Ollie, if you watch historic car racing, Ollie is a familiar name on the historic car scene.
Drives a lot of F1 stuff, isn't he?
Historic Formula One, and he was, we
Oh,
did it.
that's the lead gone though.
Yeah, he's Ryan Taylor-Truman. I mean, he's the current championship leader, Ryan Taylor-Truman. Ollie is sensible enough to not fight too hard and hang on his tail and gain ground. But Ollie was telling us in an interview we did with him last season how similar the characteristics of these karts are, the Rotax Max karts, with a 1970s, 1980s Formula One car. The power to weight ratio, the way the way that the kart reacts underneath you is very similar to a high-powered Formula One car of that period.
Now, we've not mentioned the fact the lead pair has become a trio, being joined by Scott Smith with the white fairings on the 38, and they're going to fly across the...
I think Scott is looking very dangerous for Ollie Hancock because of the way that he closed that gap, Nick. If he can continue that momentum past Ollie Hancock. But Ollie Hancock, in fairness to Ollie, he's hanging on to Ryan Taylor-Truman, isn't he? And if anything, he is not being dropped at all. He's still glued to his bumper.
Yeah, he's actually looking to get the inside. They're doing this classic thing of being very differently quick at different parts of the track. Because they slightly dropped Scott Smith coming out of the bus stop, and now he's right up the backside again. And the three of them are quite close, so in fact it's a tiny advantage to Taylor-Truman over Hancock.
And there's Hancock down the inside of Winges. Hancock down the inside.
And
Smith down the inside of Ryan Taylor-Truman as well. How's it going to look at the chicane? Who is it? It's Smith. Smith getting by Hancock. Hancock made all that kick off, didn't he?
Hang on.
Here we go at midgets. Ollie Hancock absolutely loving
and he's gone
this.
Third again.
And Smith back
first,
to third.
No, back to second again. No.
Here they come back towards us then. This is the final turn. It's going to be Ollie Hancock back into the lead, and off the track has gone Ryan Taylor-Truman. Taylor-Truman right off there, but he hung on to it. What driving that was. Hung on to it on the grass, and he held back Scott Smith. Ollie Hancock says, thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm aware. I'm just going to leave you to it. And if these two continue squabbling, as they do, as Smith down the inside at Winges and through, what's that one, Anson. A little king after
he'll
it.
be in the lead at the bus stop, but I don't think he's got doesn't tend to have great exit from the bus stop. I'm wondering whether Taylor-Truman will be able to actually pull up inside him. There's a couple of other carts being involved there. Is that fourth has caught up? Is that Rob Simpson
Smith,
now
Rob
joining?
Simpson, second of the Masters in the field.
Out and
down the inside, Simpson.
There.
Simpson down the outside. He had the momentum through Climate Corner, and he's made that happen.
And they're catching up Hancock as well. Hancock got that little break. It's one of these situations where absolutely Scott Smith appears to be the fastest kart on the track, not at every single point, but overall in the lap. And he now pulls towards Hancock going into the dip for the seventh time.
Here they come then. It's a race towards the chicane, and Hancock's got to defend. How's it going to shape out? Look at this. We're back together, look. Hancock, Smith, Crook.
But they're dropping Taylor-Truman.
But they're dropping Ryan Taylor-Truman. Now, Harrison Crook was the winner of his second heat, and he's going to be delighted with this. Currently third and looking very racy indeed for second. He's going to try and do the switchback. Accelerates through Parsons. Side by side towards the Haynes Loop. Still side by side into Haynes Loop. It's Hancock, Smith, Crook, and then Ryan Taylor-Truman just being dropped and trying down the inside of Johnny's and making it happen.
Psyched him out, and there was no drive for Smith.
Well, Smith had to make a compromise, and that compromise put him on the wetter line. Harrison Crook, very forceful driving there at a part of the track that
I think
is
Crook's
very,
going to make
very...
a move. I think Crook's going to make a move now into
midgets.
He's gone the outside. That's not the best way.
Great defensive driving from Ollie Hancock.
Look who's coming back. Look who's joined the party again. It's Scott Smith. Up the inside. Will this be a move for the lead? No. Will we see a dive up?
Hancock's hung on to the outside line, which puts him in great stead for the final turn at Tolly's. He's got the best line for Haynes Loop as well. And here comes Smith. Smith down the inside of Harrison Crook. It's an acceleration battle. Crook's done this before. He's not going to... He's done it to Hancock. He's done it to Hancock. And there were three wide out of Johnny's.
And now it's Crook from Smith.
In fairness to Harrison Crook, you're on the inside fully. You've got the other driver has got to make room for you. And unfortunately, in these conditions, the outside line is very, very wet.
and you just spin away your momentum. That's it. So Ollie Hancock, who was proudly in the lead less than 50 seconds ago, is now dropped down to third. Smith in second.
I think when Ollie sees the drivers around him, though, you know, the likes of Harrison Crook, sixth in the championship last year, Ryan Taylor-Truman third, Scott Smith, he's no slouch as well, Rob Simpson not far behind as well. He's in good company there as Ollie, and he's had a great race there. He'd be happy with that. Where is Oliver Hutchings? Hutchings up to 21st.
Zanetti's up to 14th from 30th. So that'd be a good score for the overall points basis. Over his shoulder goes Hancock, but he's kind of on his no man's land in third.
We're on 2 seconds, 1 second.
Last lap, they've been given the last lap board.
Lap board, yeah, that was right on the cusp. It was 0 time as they hit the line, right on it. So one more lap. And Harrison Crook with a 45.98. That's how quickly this track's coming back, Nick.
Yeah, we were seeing 55s only a few minutes ago.
We did, yeah. So we'll watch.
So let's move forward to the leader.
Here he is, Harrison Crook. We've seen him win one heat already. He's got 2 more corners to come. Through the right-hander at Climate and then into the hairpin at Tully's to finish the lap. And he's come through the order. He acknowledges that one. Hasn't got time to take his hand off the wheel. It's a very busy end of the lap here. The start of the lap pretty much straight away here at Forest Edge. So Harrison Crook takes another heat win. He's got to be one of the favourites, if not the favourite, for the pole position for the A final coming through later on this afternoon. Scott Smith second, Ollie Hancock. Ollie, you've got to be delighted with that. First in the Masters and third overall with a cracking race there. You showed some magnificent experienced racecraft there. A lot for young drivers to learn from in those early laps. Ryan Taylor-Truman was fourth, Daniel Hammett fifth, Rob Simpson sixth, George Walker seventh, Nicholas Walker eighth, Jake Davis ninth, and then we've got Ben Hitch rounding off the top 10. Outside the top 10, Richard Evans, Steve Gilly, Scott Clee, Matt Zanetti finished 14th off the back of the grid. Cole Edwards, Joshua Pickford, Steve Thompson, Matthew Lear, Josh Bass and Lewis Crocker rounds off the top 20. The other 10 carts there down to 30th place there on your screen. So we've got our Junior Rotax out for their 7th heat of the afternoon, or the day I should say. So Junior Rotax once again. Junior Rotax Heat 7 it is. And who have we got? Our timekeeper's going to take an interest here because Charles Green is alongside Jensen Cox on the front row. So Jensen Cox, Charles Green, that's the front row of the grid there. Just about to be released, I think, by Sarah Darlow, our grid marshal. Toby Street and Jaden Sherwood are on the second row. Archie Hardiman and Maximum Smith are on row 3. Then we've got Lincoln Bevan, Barnaby Grubb, Jaden Shearing, Nathan Traverse, Sam Mott, Lucas Howell, Samuel Aston, Harvey Williams, Will Swales and Callum Scrivens, Charlie Hooman, Joshua Whiting, Jensen Hookey and Harris Roberts, Alfie McBain and Harry Hadley, Jacob Anslow and Jacob Hobbs, with Jack Theobald in 25th, rounding off a 25 cart field. Juniors next, Nick.
Excellent. Are they going to stay on wet? My guess is yes.
Well, championship leader Jaywan Sherwood, who was indeed the winner of the first round of Clay Pigeon in the final, that is, he's on the second row of the grid, on the 4th place there, so he's going to be hard to keep back. However, with it now dry, that local knowledge of Charles Green, which we saw that masterclass from Charles in that very wet previous junior heat, that's not going to be the case here. So that might be a good leveller in another way for Charles, who's going to have to contend with dry conditions.
So you're saying everyone's going to be out on slicks? I think you're right. Everyone on slicks.
Yeah, that's a slick track now.
It's going to be tricky through the.
Tricky through Winges.
Yep.
It's a one-line. Track in various places on this Forest Edge circuit. But you know what? If the Junction 6 NKC was easy to win,
We win it.
we'd all be doing it.
I'd win it.
Yeah, if it was easy.
I'm not actually sure it could be that easy, to be honest. That'd be really easy.
It's not easy, mate.
Because I literally could only do about 4
You'd
laps.
have to be the only one who turned up.
Well, me and you.
Class of one.
Me and you. And then
Well, then you're not going to win, though,
Well,
are
no,
you?
because you might have a stomach issue or something.
I may be poorly that day.
I wouldn't let you have anything to eat. It was burning.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd do it, mate. So we released the juniors. We've got 3 more heats to go.
Then a theoretical break.
We might
But
have a
perhaps
theoretical break
My bladder hopes so.
for Sue and Lisa, our timekeepers, to catch a breath. And then we'll be cracking straight on with the finals. We'll tell you more about them towards that. So Jensen Cox is the driver on the pole position, who is bringing everybody round. Charles Green alongside. Just looking down the order to see. I can't see whether Jensen Cox took part in round 1. So once more around, and then this time from Whingers up to the right, what is a right-hander that leads, that takes the shortcut. Now they've gone off a little bit quick and we've got stragglers, so we're going to send them round again. And that gives the drivers who, I can see the front row are on wets.
I don't see any slicks.
Everybody's on wets, Nick.
Is that one person on slicks?
Is that the number 13?
That's one of the,
on
just
slicks.
one of the 10 might have been on,
Callum
on
Scrivens.
slicks.
See if you can see.
I think there's a couple at the back are on slicks.
Well, if you're at the back, it makes sense, because you've got nothing to lose. You might as well. They need to slow down, don't they? They're going far too quickly at the moment. Here they come then. The Momentum Motorsport of number 58, Jensen Cox, on the pole position. And we get things underway. It's the 77 of Charles Green, though. He knows this place like the back of his hand, and look at that. He's got about 5 carts lengths now. Before we even turn left at Johnny's, he's pulled a gap. That's a very rare thing to see. We haven't seen that sort of gap being pulled all day. And off towards the chicane for the first time, these junior Rotax carts. And Charles using a little bit too much grass there, went wide at the chicane. He's going to lose out towards the midgets corner. And I don't know how he's done that, but he's held onto it. And as they come out of midgets and down towards the right-hander of Climate, now they're in the left-hander of Tollies. And it's Charles Green who leads.
Second
Charles
place
Green.
is Samuel Aston, Jaden Sherwood third, and Barnaby Grubbs have been a big shuffle up behind them, but that big lead's gone, and he's now very much under pressure from the 31 of Samuel Aston in the red car. That's left, looking right, but it's the blue car of Green that stays ahead. Aston now, this is where it kind of slightly went wrong for Green, into that bus stop, took way too much curb, ended up not where he wanted to be on the outer exit. This second part here, again, he's very wide again.
Yeah, he is. He's wide, but he's keeping that momentum up. However, he's been under massive pressure at midgets. And there's the 2 carts through. 2 carts of Samuel Aston and Jaden Sherwood. Jaden Sherwood, winner at round 1 at Clay, is now second behind the number 31. The Tyro drivers, or at least the leading driver now, Samuel Aston, is and that's Barnaby Grubb.
Green's dropped to 4th.
Who's second? Jaden Sherwood's third.
Yep, Green's
What
dropped to
happened
4th.
there? I lost that. I didn't see that at all, Nick.
I think there's a lot of shuffling about further down the pack.
So here we go then. Samuel Aston and Barnaby Grubb race towards the
Breaking
chicane.
away.
Has Charles Green dropped to 4th now?
Yeah, he's dropped to 4th. I don't know, he's just
He
lost
has,
a lot of pace.
Yeah. He's lost a lot of pace. Has his tyres gone away this early? I
bent
mean,
something?
we're on wet tyres on a dry track.
Yeah, it's going to be a situation. Perhaps he knows. Perhaps he knows you have to ease back. Perhaps he knows you can't run wet tyres and drive it so
Well,
long
the
here.
thing is, Nick, the Max is wet. Is quite a robust tyre. It seems to not tear up as other wet tyres do on dry tracks. It just kind of remains. not as grippy, obviously, as a slick on a dry track. But we've
Sun's
now
out.
got 4 carts, then a bit of a gap. Those 4 carts, Samuel Aston, Barnaby Grubb, Jaden Sherwood and Lincoln Bevan. Charles Green just dropping off the tail of them in 5th place. In 6th place, Sam Mott, little bit off behind Charles Green.
Smith and Williams. Williams has got a warning for improper driving.
And then we've got a mechanical flag for number 33.
Okay, here's something interesting.
Yeah.
Sherwood's on slicks.
Sherwood's on slicks.
Sherwood in 3rd is on slicks.
Right, here we go then. This is a big indication. At the moment, Nick, I don't see any
We're at the
difference
crossover,
whatsoever.
yeah, we're at the crossover here,
Yeah.
but as they get hotter and meltier and the dry cut gets drier, Sherwood's on slicks and he's just taken a position.
Sherwood up into 2nd ahead of Barnaby Grubb. Another driver who I need you to check, Alfie McBain, the number 78. That's the Carlos Sanchez. He's moved up the order massively to 14th. He's took about 6 carts in 1 lap. So again, are the slick tyres coming to the fore?
You think they would be?
You think they would be. I mean, we're completely dry there.
So
Here they come, cross the line.
leaders on wet, 2nd's on dry, 3rd and 4th are on wet. Slicks
this
for the 30 as well, I
Yeah,
think.
McBain's on slicks as well.
Yeah, so it's more of a mix it looked like initially,
Yeah,
but I think that Sherwood's going to win this because I think it's going to come to him, and it is coming to
he's
him
on
already.
his tail now.
And
Yeah,
he's just got too much drive.
he has got too much drive. The slick tyre has got lots of traction.
And he's up
there
the
he goes.
inside.
He's just picking his point, isn't he? The Coles driver with the good shout to be on slick tyres has taken the lead. First 3 together. It's Jaden Sherwood, Samuel Aston, Barnaby Grubb coming towards the final stages of lap 6. There'll be 6 laps on the board now. Go through Parsons and then the right-hander, sweeping right-hander.
So who's the 30?
Loop.
I think they're 200 as well. I think 30 and the 200 both
Alfie
on slicks.
McBain has gone up 4 places. Alfie McBain up to 10th now.
I think
He's a slick shod driver.
Yeah, I think at this point the wet tyres are suffering. All these carts going past at the back of the field are all on wets.
Sherwood pulling away already. There's Samuel Aston in 2nd. Lincoln Bevan now 3rd. Barnaby Grubb 4th. Aston Aston's on wets, isn't he?
Yeah, the 2nd, 3rd and 4th are on wets.
Yeah. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th on wets. Who's the next cart on slicks
The
then?
30. The 30's on slicks.
Right. Yeah, that's the
The
number
10's
10.
on 10's on slicks
Number
as
10,
well.
that's
10's
another
on slicks as
yeah,
well.
Will Swales has Coles as well.
I think it's pretty much there's a gaggle of cars now coming through who will all be on slicks. You've got these 3 in 2nd, 3rd and 4th who are on wets who may actually just about survive. They might not. But, you know, you've got... Yeah, it's still... So I think the wets are about a second and a lap slower. Perhaps even a second and a half a lap slower. People are trying.
Yeah, Alfie McBain's just put in the fastest lap on that Carlos Sainz 55.
What's he done? A
9th place, 43.9.
Yeah, 45.0 for the 4th place man.
First driver into the 43s.
Yeah, I get the impression that Sherwood is very, very much measuring himself this week. He's not going as fast as he needs, as he has to. He's taking a couple of tenths. 78 now. Where's he gone up to? That's Swales has gone up. Sorry, 78. McBain's up to 6th
McBain
now.
up to 6th. What a...
It's really whether he and the car ahead of him can actually bridge that gap before the race runs out. I think it's going to be touch and go.
McBain started 21st.
Fabulous points, but he obviously lost time initially because it wasn't as good. He was also mired in the pack. So what's the difference in laps now?
44 dead, 43s.
Yeah, so they're only getting about 4 tenths, but I think he was in traffic.
McBain still the quickest driver on a 43.9. We're getting towards the final minute. The number 31 of Samuel Aston still in 3rd place. He's lost that second now to Lincoln Bevan, but they're all on wets.
I think Lucas Howell might be on slicks. That's my so Bain's gone fastest again, hasn't he, in a 43.4.
Yeah, a 43.4. He took a half
against
a second
44s. Yeah, it's about 1.5 seconds ahead. There's not enough time because there's this one and 2 more, and there won't be enough time to catch up.
Yeah, now they're spaced out somewhat now, unless McBain really starts making ground.
A couple of them are stuff. In fairness, the car, if that is the car in second, I'm not sure it is the car in second. I need to have a quick look about this. That's the
number
36. Yeah,
31.
Lincoln Bevan still going okay.
That's Samuel Aston.
So what's the difference that time around? McBain now is...
Lucas Howell, 42.9. He's just took a second out of the fastest lap there.
Yeah. So he is... Will he be able to catch up the distance? McBain... Yeah, he's only got a second to go to Barnaby Grub, so we need to drop back a bit, little boys. Let's hold at the chicane for a bit. Okay, there we
there's
are.
McBain there.
Right. Okay.
That's the cart ahead of him.
Yeah, you want to pick up about...
We're going into the last lap as well, Nick. There's time's running out very quickly. There's the leaders through.
Yeah.
And it's the number 111, Lincoln Bevan, closing the gap, I think. But that's more to do with Jaden Sherwood.
Barnaby Grub's
just
about 4 places there, so Grub's gone.
Yeah. McBain ahead of Scrivens that time. Up to 5th.
Let's get the look at the leader. 111, Jaden Sherwood.
Just heading towards midgets, I think, Nick.
Yeah. Is he? There they go now. Just gone through the chicane now.
All right, there they are. Yeah, there he is. Look at that. Look at the gap. The gap's disappeared, and I really don't know why.
That's 33. That's a different cart. That's 33 cart.
That's the 111.
Yeah, he's the leader.
The 33 is a lap down.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got all excited.
The second place is much closer.
There's the checkered flag. Lincoln Bevan second, not far behind, 4/10. Lucas Howell up to third there at the very end. Samuel Aston, what a drive from Alfie McBain. That youngster who you may have saw being interviewed in the paddock show. Alfie enjoying his time here in the NKC. He didn't compete in the final at Clay Pigeon, but he did have 3 heats to contend with. And I'm just going to find him. Where is he? As Alfie on the number 78. A 32nd, a 32nd, and a 30th at Clay Pigeon. So he had 3 nightmares, and then it's massive improvement. He's here with Reese Hunter, remember, and Reese obviously doing a cracking job getting into that kid's head.
Kind of knows what he's doing, Reese, isn't he?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, British champion, British Rotax champion in 2022, was it?
Does he race anymore? He's just stopped racing entirely.
He hasn't got time, honestly. He wishes he had another 3 sets of hands and another 4 heads. Yeah. Jaden Sherwood then takes the heat win. Lincoln Bevan second. Lucas Howell third. Samuel Aston fourth. Alfie McBain with a drive from 21st to 5th there. Callum Scriven 6th. Will Swills 7th. Harvey Williams 8th. 9th was Maxim Smith. And Charlie Hume rounds off the top 10. The rest of your 23 up to 23 drivers are there. We move swiftly on to the third heat for our TKMs.
Third and final heat for Smokey Joe in his game.
Yeah, this will be the grid formed when we get these drivers out.
Everyone will be on sticks.
I would have thought so, Nick.
Oh, it must be at this point.
Got to be, because the majority
What's
of
the dark cloud? No dark cloud clouds. Those clouds are higher.
Shall I check the...
Check the satellite. Give us some satellite information. Yes, we could do a lot of things like that. You could get that, actually, because I could just, if I knew what the site was, I could patch it all up. But that's something done yesterday when we were sitting around doing nothing for 2 hours.
Yeah, just buffering. Oh, here we go.
Hello, I'm buffering. Oh, okay. I'm Mr. Buffering, yes.
Oh, look at that.
Well, from the bufferings with Cheam.
There is something coming at...
Is it big?
Yeah. At 3:30.
Is it going to hit us?
3:30, 4 o'clock.
Is it going to hit us hard?
It is currently... We have just skirted. We're in the middle of 2 big rain clouds. So it's raining in Winchester and raining in Andover, and we're in like a little channel between them. So
is it raining in your heart?
3 o'clock, it's dry. By 3:30, it's dry. By 4 o'clock, well, not quite 4 o'clock. Yeah, 3:30. Look, big horrible. That's heavy rain. Heavy rain.
I love the Polaris as shame. They get away from the start line marshals and everything. Hello, having a good day? No.
So the grid then for the third and final heat for our senior TKMs. Jamie Mead and Harrison Morrow, they're on the front row of the grid. Jake Cox and Jack Crisp are on row 2. Row 3 is Ryan Layton, Will Cregeen. Row 4 is Jake Humphrey and Sam Cope. James Workman, Leo Crabtree on row 5. And then we've got Samuel King and Molly Nicholas Biles on row 6. Row 7 is the number 1 of Mitchell Ball and Liv Jenkins. Chris Whiteside and Joseph Phillips are on row 8. Row 9, James King and James Hull. Row 10 is Matt Slate and Alexander Lehman. Ben Watson and Matthew Temple Purcell share the 11th and final row.
They'll be very much enjoying their 2 warm-up laps to clear the engines out. And everyone is on... Oh, no, the 20 cart's on wets.
What? James King is?
The 20 cart is on wets.
That's how whirly... Has he kept his whirly visor on as well?
No. I mean, what he's doing and why he's thinking about it, he's got no whirly visor, but he has got wets.
Whirly visor.
Wow. Easy for
Right.
me to say, or not.
That is a completely dry track. I'm not... He may have looked at his app and saw that it was going to rain mid-race. And it will be egg on everyone's face if it pours down after 5 minutes.
No, they're going round for another one.
Don't know, Paul. We're going to send them round again. The full start flag being flown at the start finish. So one more lap, or one more half a lap here at Forest Edge. We use a shortcut here.
Oh, so someone's oiled up and is crawling along. It's the... Oh, it's just getting to view now. It's the 61.
Ryan Layton. Oh, Ryan! If it's going to clear,
it's picking up. No,
come on. Oh,
well, he's in a safe place. He's in a safe place.
Yeah, he is. He's not going to cause any further delay as long as the driver gets out the way, out the firing line. Okay. That is dreaded luck there. So yes, he's out of the way.
Here we go. They're racing. 97 leaps into the lead. There's Jamie Mead. Can he hold it through Haynes? He does. It's like hung out to dry there. I think it was Hamilton Morrow. Second place is the bright green machine, the 26 of Jake Cox. And everyone streaks through. I'll be interested to see how quickly James King falls to the back with his interesting tyre choice.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. They're already out of Wingers and Anson and towards the chicane. We'll get a view of them coming out the chicane towards us. The black livery of the leader leading this field of TKMs round in the pall of blue 2-stroke smoke. A fine sight to behold out of midgets and down towards Climate. That's the right-hander.
Into Climate for some reason. Can't think why.
We've got yellow flags coming out of the final turn here. And I'm not sure what that is about.
Well, certainly the cart that was pulled off is completely safe.
Yeah, we've got a yellow flag there into Tolly's, and I'm not sure what the yellow flag is about.
No, me neither. Still being waved. It's a stationary yellow and a wave yellow. Wave yellow into the final corner. Not sure what that is. Anyway, let's carry on. Well, I wonder if he dropped some fluid when he was sputtering along.
There's no fluid to drop other than what's in your fuel tank.
Well, he may have dropped that.
James Mead leading out of midgets. That
it's gone now.
Number 97 of James Mead being chased around by the number 26 of Jake Cox. Here they come. It's 2 laps completed and Jake Cox, the fastest car on the track that time by.
Humphrey and Morrow 4th and 5th, and the big move there was Mitchell Ball picked up about 4 positions, Joe, into 6th.
Yeah, it's not going to be long before he tries to get by Will Cregeen, is it? We've got a great battle at the front, though. They're absolutely bumper to bumper with Jamie Mead in the black cart. He's got the purple shoulders and the purple helmet. That go really well. And Jake Cox with the bright green nose of that cart of his. Not able to challenge at midgets, out of midgets, and then the charge down towards Climate. This is the right-hander at Climate. It's very fast. And then firing out of there. Get the cart across to the right-hand side for the ideal line. Through the hairpin at Tolly's. Through Parsons and then onto the Haynes loop. It continues on and on and on and then keep it tight.
Through Johnny's.
That's the Johnny's left-hander there.
So these two
Jake Cox doesn't look like he's quick enough to have a challenge, does
Well,
he?
I was about to say they've been kind of this sort of distance apart the entirety of the period. Look, I think he's got a bit more top speed actually, but I'm not sure whether he's probably therefore got less acceleration. He's certainly getting a couple of feet gainage coming into the bus stop, and now they go up the top of the circuit around midgets, and they're going to come slightly down towards us. It's flat, but it's kind of a southerly direction, and they then turn the right-hander, and then they come to the final corner, which of course is Tooley's, and she's not quite a hairpin, very nearly, and they're over the line again. So we've got a pair at the front, then just a second or so back we've got Humphrey and Morrow. Mitchell Ball's got himself fifth, and he's got himself away from the rest of the field, so there's a good chance. Does Mitchell Ball normally have a Sunderland helmet?
Yes, it
He's
is.
got a different helmet. He's got a
Has
different
he
helmet.
really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he had it out earlier.
He's
James King, by the way,
is very last.
Has dropped off, I think.
There he is.
Ah, there he is.
He's just sitting there burning money.
Yeah, he's got problems. We might as well. He's
on wet
this weekend.
That's his problem.
Ben Watson, the number 5, down in 15th, the fastest car on the track at the moment. 44.876 was his lap time. As the leaders come back towards us once again, into and out of Tolly's they come. The black cart of Jamie Mead still leading this race in fine style, and Jake Cox not able to make any kind of attempt to get by. Whether he's playing a waiting game remains to be seen. And there's another fastest lap. This time though, Mitchell Ball is the driver to do it. He's in 5th place. He's right on the tail now of Harrison Morrow in 4th. And if it's not going to be long before we see a 3-cart battle develop for 3rd, 4th and 5th. At the moment they're pretty well spaced out. Not spaced out at all as the 2 leaders. Absolutely bumper to bumper there.
Yeah, they've been that way from corner 2. But at what point is Jake Cox going to make a move? Is he playing the waiting game, or does he actually not have that extra oomph of speed or tactics to get past?
Is he playing a waiting game until he starts getting challenged by Jake Humphrey? Humphrey hasn't closed the gap to Jake Cox. Another fastest lap from Mitchell Ball, who has gotten by Harrison Morrow. So it's not going to be long before Jake Humphrey, has got Mitchell Ball for company.
Yeah, Ball's showing his class at the moment. The leaders, you'll see him now at the background there. He's the lot of flory yellow and even a flory yellow hat as well. Well, helmet. Yeah, this is an interesting tactic by Cox, making no attempt to overtake. He's not even really showed his nose or anything, has he?
No,
he's just followed.
Not at all. He's quite happy to sit there. He's sitting there with 2.5 minutes about to tick by, and there's the move.
Finally,
the move we thought might come, and that waiting game is over as the green liveried cart of Jake Cox now takes the lead off towards Whingers, and then from Whingers through Anson, that little kink that you can't quite tell. Sure what happened there in front of us.
The 65 almost fell off.
Look at this. Look at this. Jake Cox got in the lead, but he's not as quick as Jamie Mead, because Jake Humphrey is now right on the bumper of Jamie Mead.
Yeah, the problem they got there is that's going to mean that Mitchell Ball's going to get closer and closer
That's
as
right.
well. But
there's the move for the lead.
Back again, so he didn't actually leave over the line at any point.
He's not going to show
so
us
Jake
lost
Cox
the lead.
never shows the leader.
Yeah.
But he cost everyone a bit of time.
He has now. Then Jamie Mead, clock ticking. They can see exactly how much time is on the clock.
Well, you got to worry about what the 3 of them got to worry about is that big fluorescent yellow shark coming up behind them. They'll be nibbling at their rear bumpers very, very soon. And he's got probably got 4 laps, so he's got plenty of time.
Time is running out, though.
I think he's got plenty of time.
I'm not sure he has. And there's a move for second. There's a move for second.
Look, he's on the tail.
51 of Jake Humphrey makes the move on Jake Cox. He's wanting to get the job done, and now Mitchell Ball joins in. It's a 4-card party. Invitation only. Jamie Mead, Jake Cox, Jake Humphrey. Sorry, Jamie Mead, Jake Humphrey, Jake Cox, Mitchell Ball.
Good driving by the back marker there.
1 minute to go, Nick. That time is running out for Mitchell Ball. I think Mitchell is probably going to get by Jake.
He's got 3 laps.
Yeah.
So what's he going to do in those 3 laps?
Well, he's got 3 laps to get by 3 carts.
Yeah, that could be a tall order. Cause
it is.
They are running well. I'm sure he's going to try and get one at midgets.
I think he's going to have a go
he's
at
gone.
midgets here.
Got it.
And so is the leader. The lead has changed. Jake Humphrey's gone for the lead. Oh, and here he comes back towards Climate. Jamie Mead is able to do that. and down towards the final turn and just poking his nose down the inside of
Well,
Jake
it's not
Humphrey.
wanted.
There's Mitchell Ball side by side through Parsons, and he's going to have the line as Jake Humphrey into the Haynes loop, and he hangs on to second place and keeps Mitchell Ball back. However,
Brilliant.
look what's happened.
Brilliant
Jamie
news for
Meads
me.
pulled out a
Brilliant
gap.
news for me, but Mitchell's now going to go up the inside at the dip, and he will pick up second place. And Mitchell Ball is in second now. That Flory cart with the green helmet. Stop hitting me, he's saying. Because I think there was a bit of nudging. But the point they've got now is that Mead got 3/4 of a second of the lead.
He's got one lap to go this time.
He's gone back.
There's a move. Mead. Is that Mead? No, it's
That's
Humphrey.
Humphrey came back, but he's lost it
now,
again.
And now Ball comes back at him. So while these two keep on swapping backwards and forwards, that's playing into the hands of Jamie Mead to take this third heat win.
1 lap to go, and he's got a lead probably, it's 1.5 seconds, thanks for the mucking about. So certainly these two should be on Jamie Mead's Christmas card list, shouldn't they?
Side through Johnny's, and Mitchell Ball just sorts it out before he turns in through the left-hander. And they are now being joined by Harrison Morrow and Leo Crabtree.
Yeah, Jake Cox is thinking about getting somewhere side by side. They come into the bus stop. Who's going to come out in lead? And it's going to be, fantastic move. Humphrey gets past Ball again, but Ball gets the drive. So Ball will take the second place again into midgets. We've now got 5 carts because they've held each other up so much with this squabbling.
Two more corners. Jamie Mead's going to take the win. The checkered flag will fly for first place for Jamie Mead, but this second place here will go to Mitchell Ball. What a fine finish that was. Mitchell Ball had to fight and scrap for that. Jake Humphrey was not going to let him have that easy, and he will take home third. Jake Cox fourth, Harrison Morrow fifth, Leo Crabtree was sixth. Then we've got Will Cregeen, Ben Watson moving through the order, and with a fastest lap there right at the very end for Ben Watson, a 44.1. Great effort from him. Matt Slate 9th, 10th was Liv Jenkins. And then we've got Chris Whiteside, Jack Crisp, Joseph Phillips, Samuel King, James Hull, James Workman, the first of the Masters, takes a 16th overall. Sam Cope was next up in 17th, Molly Nicholas Biles, Alexander Lehman. The only driver on wets was James King, and he was a lap down in 20th, and we lost Matthew Temple Purcell on lap 7. Well, Nick, final heat of the day coming up. Heat 6 for Senior Rotax is next, and after this one, we will get straight into our finals, I believe.
Unless there's a break of 15 minutes.
Unless there's a break for 15 minutes, which I'm still waiting for word on. Yeah, the timekeepers are in charge of everything, and they tell us 15 minutes. So I'll put a fresh pot of coffee on, Nick.
And I'll get rid of your last coffee.
Yeah, which you haven't had a chance to drink.
No, I don't mean that. It's been through.
Oh, I see, yes.
It's done a lap. It's done a whole lap.
I may do that.
It's done a whole lap.
What are we going to put on then for people for 15 minutes?
Paul's going to sing songs from the shows.
Oh, all right, okay.
Can you start with Frozen?
Let it go.
Let it, which I intend doing that as well.
No. Yeah, which is what we'll be doing.
Here we go. They are released. We have been released. So after the first final will be the C final for Junior Rotax. Then we have a selection of B finals. Is the C final 6 minutes again? And then we have yes, okay. And then we'll have the B finals, and the A's are 10, are they?
Ouch.
The A's 10 minutes, yeah.
The A finals are 12.
12.
Yeah, 8 minutes for the Bs, 6 minutes for a C final, which is only for juniors. Henry Stratton and Ashton French share the front row. Michael Goodburn and Sam Wyatt are on row 2. His brother Ethan is on row 3 with Liam Deedman. Theo Frederick and Ethan Lomax are next up. Luke Evans and Matthew Lambert are on row 5. Row 6, Matthew Bramwell and Curtis Latimer. Then we've got Louis Rees, Arthur Thacker, Aidan Pomeroy, Joshua Priest, Zach Mead, Michael Thompson, Archie Carter is next up, and then Simon Spagnuolo, Tommy Lee Davis, George Hume, Rufus Flan, Zach Fletcher, James Becker, Oliver Atkinson, Kieran Gifford, Gregory Akers, John Hobbs, Ollie Rowley. Keep an eye on the O-plate holder, Kieran Gifford here from what would be 27th up the order. Here we go then, the 59.
Stratton. Oh, and someone's gone off in the first corner and was helped off even more.
Who is that, Nick?
I'm not sure. If we watch it again, we'll probably see.
Yeah, as the leader streaks through Johnny's, we'll have a look at that again and see what happened. And
it's pushed
I
off,
think
yeah.
was it one of the Wyatts?
It's one of the early ones, yes.
I think it's Sam
Liam
Wyatt,
Deadman
isn't it?
actually was the pushing, so it's probably Ethan Wyatt, I think.
Is it? Right, we'll check that as they come
It's
through.
the 21. It was Samuel White. You're right. It was a White. I had the wrong one. It was Samuel White who got. It was coming together. It wasn't deliberate. So Sam White there.
Well, it's so easy through Parsons, isn't it? It's a flat-out acceleration zone, turning left.
He's running, but he is running again, so it's fine. Well, it's not fine for him because he's lost many positions, which will mean probably a B final rather than an A final initial appearance. Okay, over the line, and it is.
Henry Stratton leads in the 59. Ethan White, his brother, up to second. Theo Frederick, third. Ethan Lomax, Matthew Lambert, Michael Goodburn, Luke Evans, Louis Rees, Liam Deedman, and Joshua Priest. That's your top 10.
And poor old Sam White hasn't even finished the lap yet. And they are streaking around Winger's dip and now up towards the bus stop for the second time.
Oh, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts in a train. And they're all going to sort themselves out by the time they get to midgets. But Ethan Wyatt hangs on to that by keeping that momentum through the corner. They're all boxing up behind this leader, Henry Stratton. But Henry doing the job he can, as down the inside has gone Theo Frederick.
By 92. Well, I'd like to say this is obviously an interesting track, Joe, 'cause that's the first time you've seen momentum the entire time I've been here.
I think I've said it 3 times.
No, I haven't had the other ones.
Have you not?
No. So, we've had a high-speed game of chess. So Stratton has managed to get a little bit of a break, half a second, as he goes right at the dip. But there is an absolute plethora, a cornucopia, a pride, a semi-million of cars behind him. So the carts now go through the bus stop.
We've got the leader, Henry Stratton, for LPR.
But first and second back together again.
Against the Coles Racing of Theo Frederick. That's the inter-team battle that we see here in the NKC at the moment in Senior Rotax. Across the line then. They're still very close, aren't they? Stratton, Frederick, Lambert, Lomax, Evans, Rees, Goodburn. What has happened to Ethan Wyatt, who's come through in 12th?
He's had a moment, but it's interesting because Stratton lost 4/10 of his half-second lead that time round.
Kieran Gifford is up to 11th. Remember where Kieran Gifford started? Kieran Gifford started in 28th place.
That's not bad.
And he's up to 11th.
Just the 17 places in 3 laps.
Incredible drive that.
So Stratton now able to. No, he's been edged out. So change the lead there.
That's the first time we've seen a move there.
And I'm not sure whether Stratton's going to. Oh, you have a very good point on the inside of climber. Oh, a big off-road rough riding there for the 7 car of Matthew Lambert. He'll have a few bruises in the morning.
Oh, he's come back though.
No, he hasn't. That's a similar looking car.
Is that not number 7?
No. He's dropped down to about 6.
Oh, there's a change for the lead
again.
Theo Frederick back to the lead then.
Stratton got back in the lead again after losing it.
It is the number 7. It is. It absolutely is.
How's he got back there again?
Because they slid wide when I was trying to tell you, but you wouldn't let me speak.
They're off the track. I would never let you speak.
And he's coming through to second. He's gone through to second at midgets. Yes, second. There's the leader. That's second place for the number 7, Matthew Lambert.
Well, the
Nib Sport driver.
Give up now.
The Nib Sport driver has had a crack. It looked like it had all got away, but it hasn't. It's come back almost instantaneously. He's got Ethan Lomax to contend with, but he's chasing after the Coles.
So it's Stratton who's had the bad couple of laps and got down to 4th and being in the lead.
Yes. Now we've got a battle for second then. Or are they going to work together and catch Theo Frederick on that Coles Racing cart ahead of them? That's the orange, blue and white cart.
I've yet to see anyone work together in these 2-3 years I've been covering this.
Absolutely, you're certainly in this class.
I've seen lots of helmet touching, but no actual driving that match that.
Nib Sports Matthew Lambert is that cart in second place, the blue one. And then the Ethan Lomax one, the number 132, that's with PRP. So I'm not sure what PRP stands for, but the yellow livery cart there, the PRP cart, Nib Sport in second, and Coles Racing in first. Down towards Winters, down the inside.
Second. Lomax has gone past Lambert.
That was a great move, wasn't it? Look at that. Look at the gap he's pulled already.
We're for about the third time, I think today, we've got a fully dry and quite warm track.
It is fully dry. It is beautiful.
And it picked up a lot of temperature with the sun.
Yeah, it is due to rain in about half an hour.
The sun's hot.
The sun is very hot out there. It's 22 degrees when I last checked. So that's why the track is perfect for this senior road track. The final heat of the day, actually. The final heat of the whole day, which is phenomenal. We've got a warning for Kieran Gifford on the O plate, who's up to 5th place. He's obviously had to shove a few people around to get there. from, what did I say that was, 28th?
20-something, yeah.
27th place. So Gifford making massive grounds here to get up the grid for the final. Always exciting to see those grids being produced. Look forward to seeing who's done what and where when we go towards the final, Nick. As the lead begins to come down between Theo Frederick and Ethan Lomax.
Yeah, Lomax now.
Oh, he's right on his bumper, isn't
Really
he?
coming down on Frederick.
The PRP driver catching the Coles Racing cart of Theo Frederick, and he basically reduced the gap to nothingness there through Wingers and Anson.
So is he going to be able to have the drive and do the favourite overtaking up the inside midgets? It looks like it. It looks like it, and it is. But now there's a switchback move we started seeing now the track's dried out and got warmer. They just dive in there, but not this time for Frederick.
No, is he going to have a go down the inside at the last one at Tolly's? No, he doesn't. Frederick slots in behind the PRP cart of our new leader Ethan Lomax through the Haynes loop, getting the cart across to the right to maximise the run through Johnny's, the left-hander, and then on to Wingers. Great view of the carts coming over the brow, and then off towards the chicane. Lomax pulling a gap, Nick, if anything. That's relatively comfortable. He looks over his shoulder to see where he is, and he's got a gap, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got that's about 0.3, 0.4 of a second. That's a comfortable gap with about 3 laps to go.
Ethan did win his second heat at Clay Pigeon, and he was on the podium. So Ethan Lomax is one of the quickest drivers in the NKC's 162 class.
Lambert from Gifford in third and fourth. Gifford's pulled quite a bit of a distance back on Lambert. So that third and fourth may well end up being the action points. Let's look at third and fourth, which is Lambert and Gifford as they come out and up through Anson's and into the 1, 2, 3 and 4 much closer than first and second.
It's going to be last lap board though.
There we go.
There's the move from Gifford.
Into third, another point for the championship.
It was coming, wasn't it? It was coming. Kieran Gifford on the O plate. He's with his own team, Kieran Gifford Racing. So he's effectively running himself and doing a great job. They got round just in time, actually, just a few
6
seconds on
yeah,
the board.
6 seconds, yeah.
Yeah, so we have got this lap and one more. And that will conclude the heats for this weekend here at Forest Edge. Not quite done yet though, Nick. Let's see if we can pick up Ethan Lomax again and catch the leader in fine style. Lomax, Frederick, Gifford, Matthew Lambert, Luke Evans, Louis Rees, Ethan Wyatt. Ethan Wyatt coming back up the order there and up to 7th place. Joshua Priest in 8th. 9th is Rufus Flan, and Archie Carter is the driver that rounds off the top 10.
It's a good move here. Lomax really easing out on this last lap, and in fact second and third now looking much, much closer. This is where the action is going to be in second and third between Frederick and Gifford. Can he make a last lap lunge or a last lap move even and get another extra point up through Anson? So it's going to be whether he can get that drive out of the bus stop and into midgets. Well, that's the bus stop. I'm not sure. Frederick's
got to
looking
come
over his shoulder.
Oh, he's defending. Great defensive driving by Theo Frederick.
But that often means you get set you up very vulnerable now into
Yes, he
Climate.
is.
He is, but then there can be a reverse switchback. But this is a problem. You defend. Now Climate's opened up because I think the track conditions, that defence is really hard. And that one finishes. Lomax wins. Gifford got that second, as you saw on the line. Frederick was third. Look at this. Comes out and he's look at what can I do? You can't do anything, mate. I've just got the drive. I'm coming up inside the Climate corner.
He couldn't stop him, could he?
No. So Gifford makes up most of the grounds, the entire pack, and picks up and moves into second.
So top 10 in this one then. Ethan Lomax, Kieran Gifford, Theo Frederick, Matthew Lambert 4th, Louis Rees, Luke Evans, Ethan Wyatt 7th, Joshua Priest 8th, 9th is Archie Carter, 10th is Curtis Latimer. We have a very short 15-minute break for our grids to be sorted for the heats going forward. We're going to kick off the heats with the C final for Junior Rotax. I'm not sure how many we're going to see run. But remember, the C final and the B final the first 4 drivers will qualify into the next final. So the first 4 in the C final will qualify onto the back of the grid for the B final. The first 4 in the B final will qualify onto the back of the grid for the year final. We'll have more information on that. I think we'll go quiet for a little bit, and gives us a chance to have a little pit stop, and we'll be back to you very shortly indeed. We'll leave you with a view of the collecting area, and we wait for those grids for our finals to be produced.
Hello. We're back.
We are indeed. Welcome back to Forest Edge. We're about to get going with our finals. It's B finals first. And first up is Rotax 177s. They are already in the collecting area. The grids have been formalised and made official, so we can go. So Rotax 177s, then we've got the 162 B final, then we've got the B finals for junior Rotax. Our first A final is after that, and that's for senior TKMs. And then we get on with our A finals for the Rotax classes. So we've got a huge grid for the B final. And when I see it, we've got 33 carts. Now then, significantly, Scott Clee has just missed out on an A final start, and he will start on pole position. Now, Scott Clee, currently third in the championship, with a 4th, a 6th, a 9th, and a 4th at round 1. He hasn't had a good day, has he, Nick?
No, he's certainly broken down from at least one of them, or crashed out from at least one of them.
That's what's put him out there. Will Milner is alongside Matthew Lear and Patrick Williams-Rahage are on row 2. Dennis Trezerick and Nicholas Walker on row 3. James Frost and Zach Fontenot are on row 4. Row 5 is Lawrence Silton and Josh Howard. And then we've got Toby Case, Steve Stewart, who we saw coming back on the Polaris of Shame. Lewis Crocker, James Price, Alfie Williams, Chris Sivia, Dan Millward, Tyler Kelsey, Stephen Mottram, starting 19th in the B, and behind Stephen, Sean Rudge, Jack Sweeting, Adrian Smith, Dan Wright, Billy Clark, Tyler Fossey, Marty Gilfillan, Marcin Kaminsky, Tonino Machichi, Gary Cox, Josh Constable, Chris Abraham, Paul Horton, James O'Keefe. Now 33 carts, Nick. However, the positions of interest when we get going with this B final are the first 4.
Yes.
Because the first 4 are going to qualify through to the back of the A final. And so the position of importance is that 4th place, because that's the last qualifier.
That's carry on or go home.
Usually the position of interest is, of course, the leader in first, because that's who's going to win, and we're all about the winners. But on this one, in the B finals, it's all about that battle for 4th and 5th place, because that's where the tension is, that's where the drama is, that's where the intrigue is. And all those sort of things. Tension, drama, intrigue. Emotion, thank you. Emotion, that's a good one, Paul. Yeah, very good one. Talking of emotion, we've got Sarah Darlow, who has allowed us and released the field. I didn't mean Sarah's emotional. I didn't mean that at all. I meant talking of emotion of releasing the carts. Emotion of the carts moving. Of carts and noise and what have you. Here we go. So we're about to get going. And I'd point out that 15-minute break was 40 minutes. Was how many? 40 minutes. Was it really? Wow. Right, that's how. That's half hour. Never get back in the right way. That's how. There was lots of things to sort out. There was penalties to import, to put in there. The biggest problem was that one of the heats had been red flagged, and it then needs to be moved back a lap for the result, and that took a large amount of time. Was that the one before lunch? That was 177. Yeah. Yeah. No, that was the junior one. That was. Oh, we restarted that one, didn't we? Yeah. Yes. Yeah, the 177. Yeah. Yes, of course. It's fine. That's all right. That went back a lap, yes. Oh, dear. So we've got the carts on track then, half a lap here at Forest Edge. They're all ready and willing to get going, because we've got a straggler, I hear, at the back. We might get a full start here. The red lights are on. The red lights go off, and we're going. We're going. The CRG takes lead. Will Milner. So Clee hasn't made a clean start. But is he in second and therefore bumping? So, yep. Fourth at the moment, I think is the 99 or 39 might be actually. We'll let things settle down into Whingers for the first time. It's definitely Will Milner on the CRG. He's with Nathan Schaefer Racing, and the distinctive livery of that orange and black livery and the orange and black overalls, that's the leading cart that we can see clearly. The rest of the midfield making it through the chicane, and the leader already into that climate right-hander, and then into the last corner here, Tollies, that's what it's called, and there's the first 3 breaking away, and it's Will Milner, Scott Clee, Patrick Williams-Rahage, and the first of the vulnerable drivers is James Frost.
Car got completely shoved out there on the Haynes Loop. Not quite sure what it was, but that's the end of their day. They never get back through the field. So it's Milner, Clee, Williams, Rahal. James Frost is a fourth place man. So let's get the fourth place man as he comes out of the bus stop, because he's the person at risk or actually qualifying currently.
Right, bit of a lonely fourth place at the moment, isn't it, for James Frost?
There's some shuffling behind him.
The second in the field who was a master, over 35. It's he needs to get his head down and continue and maybe get on terms with that cart ahead of him, which is Patrick Williams-Rahaj.
It's Nicholas Walker now, I think, is it in fifth? Yep, Walker's now in fifth in the 28. He's managed to try and catch up. And the triple number 252 of Zach Fonteneur is in sixth. But they're both currently going home. And the atmosphere is saying to me, imminent rain.
Yeah, it's got a little bit dark, hasn't it? It was forecast for 3:30.
Well, it's raining behind us.
It's 15:33.
Not at the track yet.
Is it raining?
No, it's raining.
Oh, it's raining over there.
Over
right,
there,
okay, yeah, it's coming, isn't it? It was forecast, so we're getting ready for it. The first two has changed position with Scott Clee on the Lando Norris getting ahead of Will Milner on the CRG. So a change for position for the lead. So Scott Clee, Will Milner, Patrick Williams-Rahaj, James Frost. Now James has got about 9/10 on Nicholas Walker. The man on the move is Zach Fontenue in sixth place, 43.476, literally hundredths of a second quicker than the next fastest cart. They're all in the 43.4s.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. The biggest gap is annoyingly between fourth and fifth at the moment, of a second, which is the gap between this red cart in fourth position of James Frost and then the cart behind him, which I'm not sure. There still is Nicholas Walker in the 28.
Yeah, but
last time round it was a second.
Zach Fontenue, the cart behind him, he's the cart that's the quickest until now, because Scott Clee has just gone 43.1. So a 43.134 is the
important
fastest
thing is
lap.
that gap between fourth and fifth has dropped to 8/10.
So it's coming down, Nick. Plenty of time as well. Just under 5 minutes remaining in this B final. So championship points are being accrued, of course, but they'll want to get in the year final and increase their chances of even more points, is what we'll see
They
here.
will get more points unless they finish. Yeah, what happens? They get more points, won't they?
Yeah, get more points for finishing in the year final, because they're up the order, aren't they? They're up the order of 63 carts or whatever it was. Here they come then. That's third and fourth there, the blue cart of Patrick Williams-Rahaj. And there's the 81 of James Frost. Can Nicholas Walker, he can see that position coming closer to him, Nick, and Zach Fontenue is going with him.
Yep. It's going to come a train of four carts pretty soon for the third, fourth, fifth and sixth bottom two bump places. They are managing to hold a little bit of a gap at the moment. Frost doing a pretty good job. Frost now is, I think, faster than Williams-Rahaj, but look at that. Coming out of the bus stop, they're set together.
Oh, there's a
Rahal
move.
goes for third. That's third and fourth changing. Now this is fourth and fifth going to change. Will Walker get up the inside of Williams-Rahaj?
Yeah, Williams-Rahaj now wanting to get back because he knows he's vulnerable. That blue cart is the last of the qualifiers. And side by side has gone through with Nicholas Walker. Now becomes the cart that's the last to qualify for the year final. The Tony Kart driver through Johnny's, and Patrick Williams-Rahaj is about to be overtaken by Zach Fontenue. So Williams-Rahaj dropping back even further off the bumper of that cart, now in fourth place of Nicholas Walker.
He didn't lose the place to Fontenue just then. He's still, I think, running in fifth. But can Fontenue get up there? They said nose to tail. The blue cart, yeah, that's Fontenue trying to go past right now in the 2.52. And oh dear, Patrick Williams-Rahaj, it's a nightmare. He's dropped down to another position.
Yeah, he's out.
Through came Alfie Williams as well.
He's out of contention now as Fontenue and Williams, fifth and sixth now. So Walker is the last of the qualifiers in fourth. That's him there. He'll want to get ahead of maybe Nicholas Frost.
Oh, of course, yeah. You don't want to be,
and then he's not vulnerable.
Or less vulnerable.
Yeah. Or is it fewer vulnerable? Here they go then. Out of the chicane and on towards midgets. Through the right-hander. And if anything, James Frost consolidating that third place. We've got Scott Clee and Will Milner ahead of them. They're first and second. James Frost there, the number 28 is Nicholas Walker. on the Tony cart, now coming under pressure from Fontenot. Zach Fontenot on the bumper of that fourth place cart, but they're queuing up behind Fontenot as well. Alfie Williams and Sean Rudge. Sean Rudge wanting to get by as well.
I think William, did Rudge get Williams, or was it Hilton getting Rudge? There's an overtake there going into the dip. And fire themselves through. So Scotcley absolutely clear and safe. Will Milner also clear and safe. 1 and 2 are not under any pressure. James Frost has got a bit of a grab, but this is the battle. 4 and 5, bump up and go home. Tony Cart of Walker, and then the multiple colour cart with 252, 3 numbers for some reason. Alitalia colours, really, because he Lancia Stratus, couldn't it, from the 70s.
I'm not really sure what nationality Fontenot is. It sounds French. Sounds French, yeah.
It could be Canadian.
But that's definitely the Italian colours he's sporting there.
Probably it comes from Birmingham.
Yeah, well, probably, yes. The name is probably derived. There's third, there's fourth there, right there, under pressure.
Fourth and fifth.
Towards
and
midgets.
So you've got 3 in a row, but only one person bumps to the A final, and they got this one and 2 more.
And we are on, the leader's gone through. He's clapping in 42 seconds.
Oh,
going to be 2 more laps after this.
More than this, because he's going to get over, he's going to 3 laps.
3? No, he's going to get 2.
No, 42 seconds on where he's 55.
1, and then last lap.
Yes, this one.
Oh, sorry, including this one, yeah. I thought you meant 3 after this one.
No.
Oh, we've got an incident on the start-finish straight. Carts climbing over one another. That'll bring out the yellow flag, but that's not going to interfere with this race, because I think they're going to sort themselves out by the time the field come through. They do indeed get clear of that. So that's an end to their day.
Chris driver and Tyler Fossey having a bit of
he's not big exhaust off. Here come the leaders. Leader Scott Clee. He will get through before that kerfuffle started. 2 more laps to go. Time running out now for Zach Fontenot to overtake Nicholas Walker. That's the second cart in that shot. The white with the green pinstripe and red and green pinstripe of Tony Cart. That's the cart there. And if he can hang on for 2 laps, Nick, and remember, there are certain areas of this Forest Edge track, and here's one of them coming up now. Momentum out of the chicane down towards midgets.
Who's that by?
That's Sean Rudge coming through on
into
Fontenot.
5th, yeah. So Rudge now in that blue and white cart becomes the man most likely to depose Walker from his final bump up place. Fontenot now in real trouble with this on the last lap. Can the blue and white machine of Sean Rudge fight to go to the inside now? He's nudged him off. He's nudged off. Oh dear, he's taken Walker off. That's going to be an interesting thing for the stewards to decide about. Obviously, Walker's not coming back now, so Walker's out. But Rudge has nudged him off. Fontenot now is right behind him.
And right behind Fontenot is Lawrence Hilton.
Yeah, and there's a good chance, I think, of some repercussions for Rudge, because that seemed a little bit leany.
Well, here comes Scott Clee to take the checkered flag, and he will qualify into the A final. Takes the checkered flag now. Let's see who the last of the qualifiers are. There's Will Milner on the CRG through. There is James Frost, and that was almost 3 wide.
And Fontenot got it on the line. Fontenot got it on the line.
As Zach Fontenot got it on the line. Well spotted. The AIR driver Sean Rudge just losing out.
This is the leaning situation.
Oh yes, that was
off.
I don't know how they will see that.
Well, Rudge isn't qualified now, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
Because Fontenot got it by 800ths at the end.
Yes, absolutely.
Rudge must have lost some momentum because he was only 200ths ahead of Lawrence Hilton as well on the line there. So,
do you want to have a rundown of that top 4 then? Because that's the only one.
Right, so it's Scott Clee, Will
else.
Milner, Jack Frost and Zach Fontenot have bumped up into the A. Not bumping up, Sean Rudge, Lawrence Hilton, Patrick Williams-Raj, down right, Gary Cox, Steve Stewart, Chris Abraham, Josh Howard, Steve Mottram, Matthew Lear, Tyler Kelsey, Dan Millward, Marty Gillifan, Marcin Kaminsky, Josh Constable, James Price, Dennis Jazirek, Adrian Smith, Nicholas Walker, who's a bit unlucky, Alfie Williams, Chris Scriver, Tyler Fossey, Toby Case, Jack Sweeting and Lewis Crocker.
Well, I've got another list to read out because the carts that we see in the collecting area there, Paul, if we can have a look and see if they're ready. Yes, there they are. That's the B finalists for our senior Rotax, the 162s now. That's the blue number plate with the white number. Michael Thompson will start on pole with Elliot Barrell alongside Zach Mead and Reece Pope. They are the 4 drivers that are in the qualifying seats. So Michael Thompson, Elliot Barrell, Zach Mead, Reece Pope, they are starting in those 4 qualifying positions. Whether they'll be like that at the end of lap 1, remains to be seen. Behind them, Harry Wright, Arthur Thacker, Ethan Wyatt, he's had a nightmare, Ollie Rowley, Harry Pearson, Jack Maidment, Rafi Salentano with his first weekend in the senior class, moving up from juniors. Ashton French, Matthew Lambert, the number 7, he's had a nightmare as well. The Nipsport driver starting 13th in this B final. James Becker, Henry Stratton, Ethan Lomax. Ethan Lomax, by the way, let's have a look at Ethan, because I'm pretty sure that Ethan, he finished 3rd. He was on the podium at Clay Pigeon, and Ethan Lomax is starting 16th.
Wow.
Got Kel Gray, Archie Carter, Kieran Thompson, Liam Deedman, Henry Swanson, Simon Spagnuolo, Martin Bramwell, Billy Vogt, another driver moving up from juniors this weekend. And there's Ollie Varney, the number 2, the vice champion from 2023. Ollie starting in 25th.
That must be a terrible day.
Yeah, Reece Knight, Grace Lee Davis, Tristan Sharp, Samuel Christiansen, James Cutting, Aidan Pomeroy and Joshua Della Carter round off the 32 kart field.
So a couple of drivers who would normally expect to be absolutely nailed into the main final, but I think the problem is you have one really bad result and you're in trouble. No, going round for another time. You have one really bad result and that puts you in the B final.
It absolutely does, yeah.
You might get a 4th and a 6th, but if you then get a 32nd because you've not round, that's it.
Are we starting 34 here, did I see? Or 32?
Quite a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even qualifying through.
But don't forget, some of the people who have qualified for this would have gone home already.
Remember the first 4, that's the important one here.
Some of the people who qualified for this will have decided our day is over already.
Oh, that's right, yeah, we've only got 20. Yeah, we've got 28 karts that have come out to play, and we had 32 karts that qualified, so 28 from that 32 list that I give you. That's who we've got at the moment, so we'll see if they're ready to start. That looks a bit quick.
Here we go.
But we're going to get it underway.
97 takes the lead straight away. So that's Elliot Barrell from Zach Mead. Oh, it's gone right off. Was that our leader goes straight off in the first corner?
Was that Elliot Barrell?
He just barrelled off the track.
Yeah.
Barrelled off the circuit.
I beat you to it, Nick.
I know. It's a bad day.
I know. It's terrible, really. Terrible pun. Already towards the chicane then, and the first 4 not breaking away at any sort of means.
No, it's a train, but it's a train where the leader's about to change. So first and second are neck and neck at the top of the track. You can see it's the yellow helmeted racer who's just come into the lead, and that is 38. So Reece Pope has taken the lead.
There's a change for second.
In the red and white.
Or is it?
Neck and neck, 84 and 42. 42 is half the number. Something has fallen off. Another plastic thing's fallen from the car. It looks like an airbox cover has fallen off.
This is a great battle for second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth. A train of karts battling it out for the 4 top positions. The leader, Reece Pope, he's disappearing. And behind him, there is all hell breaking loose. That's second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and even 7th is there. Look at this. This has got 6 minutes and 50 seconds or so. There's a move down the
42.
inside. Harry Wright down in the inside for second place. The run down to Climate Corner. And he's just pointed in his helmet, let's catch the leader. There's a change for third.
No,
not
White's
quite.
Trying to get past.
Yeah, there's the number 7 coming through. That's Matthew Lambert, the Nipsport driver, making his way ever so gradually through.
So Thacker's got second.
Ethan Wyatt was the purple cart there that was having a go.
Yeah, so it's Pope's leading by 1 second from Thacker. Thacker got in second as well during that lap. Now third.
I think that's Ethan Wyatt in 4th, Nick. Or is it? Because it looks different from that angle now.
Also, it's Harry Wright. I'm not quite sure. We'll come back into our vision and we'll be able to read numbers, which is always useful. Right, your leader, who isn't important because he's already qualified. There we are. This is that red car is a E84. That is Zach Mead, and that is the car that's in 4th place and currently bumping up. Behind him is the 7 of Matthew Lambert in the blue machine. And then behind him, I think, is Ethan White. Yes, that's right. 65. Yeah. So White actually dropped a position in that lap. Top 2 away
It's Zach Mead who's in the vulnerable position now. The number 84 driver for MP Racing. He will want to keep Matthew Lambert at bay. Harry Wright just ahead of him, the number 42. He's with NCR. Nathan Chafer Racing, distinctive with their orange livery. But
top three are away.
Yeah, they've broken away, haven't they? Yeah, the NCR driver in the orange breaking away from that number 7, Matthew Lambert, now in that all-important 4th place. And Ethan Wyatt has gone through as well.
In 5th, but that's not bumping up, Joe. So
two great drivers now in that 4th and 5th spot. We're going to see Matthew Lambert and Ethan Wyatt duke it out.
More than half the race to go, though. It's only just the opening stanza, as they say. I can say there is some very inclement weather. Cup might miss us, but it's currently on its way. We might get missed by the rain. We've got that. It's chilling down, which you normally get when you're about to get a big old bit of rain. But the 7 of Lambert, there's the blue machine, has got a little bit of a gap before you get to Ethan Wyatt and Rafi Celentano. Those
Rafi
three,
Rafi. I was going to say Rafi in the white cart there, Nick. That's it's his first weekend in seniors, so he's had a bit of a baptism of fire this week.
I can imagine.
Yeah, he's
with the big boys, the rough big boys.
Look at his pace. I mean, Ethan Wyatt and Matthew Lambert are very, very quick drivers in this class in the NKC, and have been for a few years now.
They're about to come through the bus stop. So the top 3 actually, not we're bothering about, the top 3 actually coming back together again. So there's a top 3, then there's a second 3. But the problem is this is the second 3, but it's 4, 5 and 6, and 2 of them are going home. They can stay away. You actually, in fact, you are allowed to stay and watch Joe get the prize.
Yeah, of course. I'm not sure they'd want to. Ethan Wyatt.
Well, if anyone's stay, that is.
Well, Ethan Wyatt's going to have to stay because his brother Sam has qualified for the year final.
That must be so annoying.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, he's had a bit of a nightmare though, hasn't he, today? As Ethan. So here we go then. Matthew Lambert, 7th in the championship last year. Here he is. A nightmare day here at Forest Edge, having to qualify out of the B final. There's the first 3. This is the 4th place driver there, the number 7. That's the important position, the vulnerable one. And he is very vulnerable, becoming more vulnerable as Ethan Wyatt's got his... Oh, and he's lost pace there.
He got nudged out the way by Salentano, that's why.
Yeah, Salentano. Ethan Wyatt, I think Ethan Wyatt had the wrong position, trying to challenge for that position on the number 7, and that made him vulnerable to Rafi Salentano, who's taken up the cudgels of chasing down the number 7.
The good news is that Matthew Lambert gave himself, they gave him a free 3/4 of a second there.
Yeah, it did.
And that'll take a while to get eased back. In fairness, Salentano's doing his best to bridge the gap as he goes, and he's also gapping Wyatt. Salentano seems the fastest of those 3, but of course catching, as they always say, is one thing, passing is another. As they black their way to the top of the hill. 3 different cars have got a warning now, so there's obviously been some rough and tough going around. 22, the 89 and 53, none of which are involved in these battles. They're having an argument of a roughness further down the pack. Right, Salentano in the white car has got back up onto the tail of the 7 of Lambert in the blue as they sweep round the 3rd part of the Haynes Loop. They go left into Johnny's and then down the hill before they get to the Whingers dip and then out on the Anson's kink.
Salentano has got right onto the rear bumper of Matthew Lambert, and Salentano on the 46, the MP Racing driver, chasing down Nib Sports Matthew Lambert and having a go at midgets. He's made that move, and what a move that was, and look how decisive he was, Nick. He's going to make that his own. He's going to be the final qualifier with that kind of pace. He's going to pull away, and he's already doing so. 90 seconds remain, and Rafi Salentano in his first weekend out of the junior class.
The 19 car of Billy Voigt is putting in a tremendous turn of speed. In fact, he's got the fastest lap of the race.
He's another senior debutant.
He's down in 7th. I think he's got too many carts in between for him to get past. But he's found some turn of speed later on in the race. Wyatt's dropped away now, so Ethan's definitely going to have to watch Sam in the final, which is not obviously good news for him.
Yeah, not good news at all for Ethan.
But the top 3, still a reasonable lead for Reese Pope. Thacker and Wright together. Wright's got 2 supporters. Sarah Wright and Supercar Blondie are both saying go Harry Wright. And he is going straight into the A final.
Qualifying 3rd here into the A final. We're inside the final 45 seconds or so, inside the final 40 seconds actually. As Reece Pope continues leading, Arthur Thacker second, Harry Wright third. Rafi Salentano is now our final fourth place qualifier. We'll just pick him up as the cart. That's the first, second and third place
Yeah,
cards.
but
There's
what's
the
happened is
fourth place.
Voigt's got past Lambert. So Voigt is now past Lambert, and on the way, that blue cart behind was the cart that was the fastest in the entire circuit. There's going to be 2 more laps and across the line. Can Billy Voigt in the blue catch Celentano in the white?
He has got 2 more laps to try that than Nick, and he's coming, isn't he?
Yep.
Now these 2 drivers this is their first weekend out of the juniors. So incredibly, that is going to be the battle of the former juniors, so to speak. Rafi Salentano and Billy Vogt.
Celentano
showing massive pace here.
Driving well on this lap. It's interesting that where Voigt is so fast is coming into and coming out of the bus stop. He's taken a huge amount of Celentano's lead there. It was half a second. It's now, well, as close as you can get without hitting someone.
It's gone. There he goes. It's gone, and it's become fourth place. Billy Vogt.
Hang on.
No, he hasn't got the position. Out of Parsons already into the Haynes Loop. As they come out of the Haynes Loop and through Johnny's, look at Billy Vogt. He's going to be the fight. He's going to have the final grid position of that 162 Rotax A final. Incredible pace. He just came through the field. Let's remind ourselves, I think he started way down the order, you know. Billy Vogt started in 24th, Nick.
That is a fabulous
He's
comeback.
made up 20 places.
And they come over the line. Reece Pope qualifies, Arthur Thacker qualifies, Harry Wright qualifies, and Billy Vogt, fantastic drive by Billy. Huge pace he was showing, and he wouldn't bet against him making several places up in the A final.
No, we'll see. I mean, again,
he's obviously had a nightmare of a day.
Maximising your points haul, isn't it? That's what it's about. Last of the B finals coming up next, Nick. We've got the junior B final. If you think those 2 senior Rotax class B finals were intense, well, we've got the juniors out next. It's intense when there's nothing up for grabs here, but it's the first 4 that qualify again.
The good news is the really, really bad weather has passed us by, but there's some not looking too nice weather coming.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's worse than that earlier, Paul. But it is. I don't think we're going to have a completely dry rest of the day, which could certainly throw some spanners in some works.
Shall we have a look at the grid for the B final for juniors?
Go for that junior B final.
Look how close they were from 4th downwards. They were on exactly the same amount of points. Zari Visarek starts on the pole. Harvey Lee Winteridge starts second. Third is Barnaby Grubb. Fourth is Nathan Traverse, who had exactly the same amount of points as fifth place driver Max Chown. They were both on 104, so then it was taken from their fastest laps, 42.28, 42.63. Same for 6th and 7th. Jill Leverton had exactly the same points as Jack Theobald, and then it was down to lap time. So 8th place Alex Dole, Jasmine Taylor, 2nd place at Clay Pigeon for Jasmine, remember. So a podium position at round 1. It's very unlikely for Jasmine will pull off a podium here. She told us in the paddock show she wasn't really keen on this track. She didn't like it very much. That's what she said. Jamie Salter 10th, Alexander Colin Chiono, Adam Catling 12th, Theo Bush, Connor Tubby, Daniel Clancy, Jacob Anslow, Freddie Theobald, Joshua Whiting, Jaden Shearing, Alexander Stefanov, and they've got Jarek Metters, Jensen Cox, Toby Street, Oliver Grundy, Archie Hardiman, Jacob Aston, Harry Hadley, Maxim Smith, George Theobald, Charlie Thompson, Sam Green Gomez, Izzy Lawton, George Kerr, Ethan Barrow. Got 34 qualified for the B final. 32 have come out, Nick.
That's quite good.
Yeah, very good.
Come on, Joshua Whiting, says Super VR.
Where is Joshua Whiting?
I don't know. It could be. He's not even in this heat.
That's true. That's true.
It's just kind of a general, come on!
Yeah, that's very true. Right, they're being waved down. They're getting towards us. There's our race official just telling them to ease the pace as they come into our sight. onto the start-finish straight. It'll be the start straight for this one, though. And off we
They've
go.
got huge
And
leap
the
there
32
for Kazari.
of, Vizorek getting through. Got a cart on the grass there. A cart
facing
pointing the wrong way.
way.
Yeah, that's never good. Vizorek, though, is our leader, Nick.
Yeah, huge avoiding action around the back there. But that won't affect them. I think wasn't going to affect what was happening at the front of the field anyway. It wasn't the front runners. They all sweep round the dip camera and they accelerate away with those threatening skies before they come. But luckily that weather's already been. So the threatening skies over there are not a problem for us because that weather's already happened and gone past. So what will be the order as they come round to finish the first lap? Dropping down through Climate and now into the last corner.
That's Jill Leverton moving up the order there, Nick. I'm not quite sure what position.
That's fourth.
They're squabbling over. Is that fourth, is it? Right.
Yep. So your leader is Jacob Anslow. Kazmi is second. Barney Grubb is third. Traverse is fourth. Leverton is fifth. And Harvey Lee Wittering is in sixth.
Right, and so that was Jill Leverton overtaking Harvey Lee Winteridge for fifth place is what we saw there. Now, can Leverton... He's been run by Paul Azan, remember. He's on the gold cart. And Can Leverton, who's the fourth place cart there he is, the blue and yellow cart. He is the cart that is in fifth place. Nathan Traverse is the cart that is in the most vulnerable fourth place position. Warning for Alex Dole down in 11th being shown. That's not going to interfere with the first four.
Top two breaking away. That's Vizicek and Traverse.
Jill Leverton is into fourth now, Nick.
Yep.
So that was for fourth.
Fifth place is
Harvey
113 of Harvey Lee.
Keep an eye on the number 84, everybody. Jasmine Taylor moving up the order to seventh already.
But despite not liking the track.
Yeah, despite not liking the track, she's gotten to grips with it slightly. And she'll want to, I think she's keen enough to qualify through to the year final, perhaps.
So you've got a breakaway from the front, and then we've got third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. Unfortunately, again, there's a bit of a gap between fourth and fifth. Which the 11's at the 11, who currently is in fourth. 11's going to get a black flag. 11's exhaust is loose.
Oh,
so
no.
really bad news. 11's exhaust is loose. Once the officials notice this, 11 will be pulled off the track.
Right, where did you hear that from?
I just saw it visually.
Oh, okay. All right.
I mean, I don't know. I assume that it'll be seen on the track, and they'll give him a black and orange flag. And you watch it when he comes round. Look at the rear of number 11. There he is.
We'll have a look
That's
at that
11
next time, Bike.
He's on the screen.
Here's the leaders. Now. We've got a cracking battle for the lead, Nick, but that's not really important here. It's the battle for fourth and fifth place.
So if you watch the 11 as he goes away now, see?
Oh, yes.
It's broken.
Yeah.
I mean, whether it's broken enough to bother the score, I don't know.
It's not making excessive noise.
It's the end mounting on the left-hand side.
It's not making excess noise. That's the thing. The rest of the field make their way through. Nathan Traverse is up into second place now. He's on the rear bumper of Zauri Vizorek. And
here we go. Black almost is a warning flag for 140. But the leaders about to complete another lap. Not even halfway through yet. It's a 72. And then on picture there, that is Barnaby Grubb in third, with right behind him the 11 with the waggling exhaust, but apparently not an issue. With Leverton, and you've got Taylor up to fifth. That's your bet, isn't it? With the pink and blue car in the back of this three-car battle. So Taylor,
if Jasmine's not careful, she's going to qualify through the year final.
Definitely another race.
And have to put herself through another race on this track that she dislikes. I wonder if she's grown to like it, though, over the course of the day.
I'm sure she qualifies, she'll like it.
But when I spoke to her, she hadn't actually raced on it. She'd only practiced on it. And she was saying she just, for some reason, didn't like it.
More warnings. The 27's got a warning as well.
You can catch that interview on the Paddock Show, by the way. She's now on the bumper of Leverton and looking very racy indeed. That's the pink and blue cart of Jasmine Taylor.
Up the inside, she's going to go, and she's got him.
Yeah, she's got him. So that's the final qualifier there. Jasmine Taylor is going to have to endure a 12-minute final. If she's not careful, she's going to get by on Barnaby Grubb as well. Down the straight towards the chicane. There's the leaders. There's third, fourth, fifth. Vizorek leads. Nathan Traverse. Then Barnaby Grubb there. And the orange and white cart with Jasmine Taylor looking very, very intent
Up
on
to third.
getting by.
Traverse has also taken the lead this lap as well, so Traverse is now leading. That was Jasmine Taylor getting third. The good news is that now means that the Grubb can be attacked by Leverton, and Leverton can still get a chance to get back into fourth again.
If Barnaby isn't careful, he's going to be overtaken by Leverton, who is absolutely all over his bumper. Can't find a way through at Whingers. Off towards the chicane they go, and look at the gap that Jasmine Taylor has pulled already. She's pulled a huge one there. That's leaving Barnaby Grubb to the clutches of Leverton, who goes down the inside at Midgets. He's got the gap.
Ooh.
He's got the gap already coming out of Midgets down towards Climate, and he's going to show his fourth here, Nick.
Yeah, Leverton has got that final bump up place. I am surprised he's being allowed to carry on with that exhaust though, because that is a risk that could come off at any moment, and that's a heavy piece of metal bouncing down the track. I can only assume that it's not being spotted.
They will have seen it and assessed it as to what exactly it is that's bobbling around.
It's exhaust. It's the upper
No,
level
I mean
exhaust.
exactly what is, what exactly it is, and it's mounted in more than one spot. But obviously, if you can see it bobbling around, the officials can see it as well. But
They seem more concerned with driving standards, to be honest.
well, yeah. There's been lots of warning flags for this B final. People enjoying their last race of the weekend, of course. Yeah. It's all about the first four to qualify through at the A final, but everybody else down to 33rd, it's all about enjoying the racing experience, and that's what the NKC provides. It provides a great platform to go karting, and it's not necessarily about winning. Yes, the top lads and lasses will. Jasmine Taylor being one of the top lasses in this series, who will be not happy with qualifying for the B final. She was on the podium at round one at Clare, but it's all about just enjoying the race.
Moving into third. So Leverton holds fourth. The 32 kart of Grubb is in fifth. Max Chow now up to sixth, but it's been a big drop from Jack Theobald, dropped several positions. But it does seem at the moment Traverse has got a few tenths over Cassie Vision at the front. Then Jasmine Taylor will still take that position. And then it's Grubb currently just about holding the position that they need.
It's going to be 2 laps to go, Nick. They're going to make it round in time to get another lap out of this, I'm pretty sure. Here comes the leaders now. Nathan Traverse on the bright orange kart, the number 67, across the line with about 7 seconds on the time there.
Or 1 3/4 now.
He's with MP Racing here this weekend, and he's very much in position to qualify along with Zauri Viserek. Jasmine Taylor, Jay Leverton will be the fourth and final qualifier if they can hang on to those positions for one more lap after this one. The leader already at Midgets and heading back towards us on the start-finish straight. He's going to have Nathan Traverse is going to have a couple of back markers to contend with. That's the fourth qualifier there, though.
Yeah, it's certainly spread out this race, sorry.
On to the final lap then. Traverse, Viserek, Taylor, Leverton, Grubb, Metters, Chown, Harvey Lee Winteridge, I should say, Alex Dole, Catling, Theobald, Freddie Theobald, Jack Theobald, Connor Tubby, Oliver Grundy.
Sun's out, but also there are dark skies literally in 3 directions.
Yeah, everywhere. We're surrounded by dark skies. Here is the leader then. The checkered flag being unfurled in readiness. He's got a back marker that he might, he takes the win.
Takes his hands off. He did the kind of, I'm taking my hands off, but you haven't got much after the checkered flag
no,
there
you
before you
have
got the corner.
Not here.
So you can't go, I've got to turn the car. I've got to turn the car. Nightmare.
So confirm that. Nathan Traverse, Zauri Viserek, Jasmine Taylor and Jay Leverton. They're the 4 qualifiers through to the A final. And behind them, Barnaby Grubb 5th, Jarek Metters 6th, Harvey Lee Winteridge 7th, Max Chown 8th, Alex Dole 9th, Adam Catling 10th, and then we had Freddie and Jack Theobald, Connor Tubby, Oliver Grundy, George Kay, Theo Bush, And moving down the order, there it is on the screen there. Nick, that concludes our B finals. We are now into what this weekend has been all about.
Finals.
We are into our A finals. This is where the podium is up for grabs. And the first A final we've got is our senior TKMs.
Smokey Joe's out for 12 minutes.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, 12 minutes and 1 lap as the Polaris of Doom is deployed to retrieve some...
Giving it some this time as well. So you're doing a speedy Polarising.
22 karts have qualified for our A final, of course. 22 kart grid for senior TKM. Its current championship leader, Mitchell Ball. He was very, very dominant in this category at Clay Pigeon. He took 2 heat wins, a 4th, and then he was on the top step of the podium after the final. He's on the pole position, would you believe? Jamie Mead is alongside. Now, Jamie Mead was second in 2 of his heats and 13th in the final. So I'm not sure what happened to Jamie in the final at Clay Pigeon. Second row of the grid is Ben Watson. Now, Ben was second to Mitchell Ball. He was on the second step of the podium. He will start third. Jake Humphrey. Jake was third. You've got the same podium there. First, second and third. First, second and third on this grid here at Forest Edge. So you've got first, second, third and fourth, actually. Sorry, no, you haven't. Jimmy Mead wasn't fourth, of course. I'm talking rubbish. I'll come in again. Right, Mitchell Ball, Jimmy Mead, Ben Watson, Jake Humphrey. Third row of the grid, Jake Cox and Matt Slate. Fourth row of the grid, Joseph Phillips and Leo Crabtree. Fifth row is Samuel King and Alexander Lehman. Sixth row is Harrison Morrow and Will Cregeen. Seventh row, James Hull, Liv Jenkins. Eighth row, Molly Nicholas Biles and Chris Whiteside. Ninth row is Jack Crisp and the first of the Masters, James Workman. 10th row of the grid is James King. Second in the Masters and Ryan Layton. And then rounding off the 22 kart field on the 11th row of the grid is Sam Cope and Matthew Temple Purcell.
Just waiting for the Polaris to do its job. Take back a couple of drivers. And then we will be ready to get underway with this, the first of the finals, TKM final.
Yeah, we're getting towards the important bit, aren't we, Nick? This is when the intensity, if you've been watching with us all day, you think the intensity during the heats has been massive. Well, just wait for this one.
It's getting more intense.
Yeah, it is, because you've got trophies, you've got maximum points. You're going to be the biggest point scorer of them all if you win the final.
And you get to meet you. Get to meet Joe Bradley.
On the podium,
the voice of Karting Live TV.
On the podium,
On the podium, yeah.
I just read the names out, Nick.
Well, we've all done that.
Yeah.
Sometimes worse than others. Did I tell you about did I tell you about this? You were watching, weren't you, when they had the Lithuanian team came up?
So in Portimao.
In Portimao, there's a Lithuanian team.
I didn't watch the podium, of
course
I didn't.
So the Lithuanian team, there are 4 of them. They all have unbelievably complicated names.
That's right.
And I sat there and went... So I said, do any of you speak English? When you said, could you read your own names out?
What a brilliant idea.
So just read because none of them, I said, I really don't want to massacre all your names for the podium.
Yeah,
so could you read out his team's name?
Brilliant idea.
Because basically, I honestly, you sit there and go,
you look at it, I know, you look at it and
it's
you
just
think,
got letter combinations that don't exist in English.
How do I say that? Yeah, it's completely...
And certainly, whilst I'm prepared to make a bit, not make it completely right in commentary, on the podium, it's got to be right, hasn't it?
The letters have different sounds.
Yeah.
So the letters sound differently. So we absolutely massacre those names from that part of the world.
Good sport, good car.
Yeah. That was at the port about 24 hours, of course, wasn't it? Right, let's get back to Forest Edge then. Senior TKM.
What's the best podium you've ever done? I did a WEC podium once.
I've done the WEC podium at Silverstone.
That's it, yeah. Not an F1 podium. I've been on the podium.
I haven't done them all.
I've been behind the podium at F1 on many occasions.
Yeah, World Endurance Championship, Silverstone.
Yeah, I did one as well. Yeah.
I've done the. I've done the Sebring World Endurance Championship as well. The Sebring 1,000 miles. Yeah. Did the podium?
That's very good. That.
Yeah.
I did the Sebring Creventic. That's another story about Matt.
It was only you there, wasn't it?
Me and Marriott. I must tell you about Matt. Not now, but
not now.
The car.
Time.
Because Matt, it's a classic Andrew Marriott story.
TKM gold, silver, and
go.
bronze up for grabs, and here we go. Mitchell Ball off pole position and into the lead through Parsons. on towards the Haynes Loop, and it is not
leading,
Mitchell
no,
Ball
it's
who
the 11,
leads.
I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's Jamie Mead.
No,
number
97. God,
Yeah.
God.
The
So
number-
97-1.
Jamie
Down-
Mead, the all-black
down to
cart
the dip.
with the purple helmet, is into the lead. And look at that, dips his head down behind the steering wheel to reduce the airflow. It's a long way to go, though, guys and girls. Look at this.
Obviously, he's gone no sticker kit. So I think he's on the weight limit. So he's saving himself a
That's what it'll
kilogram with
be.
stickers.
Yeah, that's what it'll be.
He's pulling away.
He
He's
is.
making,
He absolutely
obviously,
is.
we've learned that being fast in the first 3 laps doesn't mean anything.
Doesn't mean anything because your tyres aren't up to temperature. And you've got Mitchell Ball, who's probably pressured his tyres not to come on quite yet. Maybe lap 3, maybe lap 4. And because he's looking at the longer race. However, let's not take anything away from Jamie Mead. With a great start there, Jamie Mead, Mitchell Ball, Jake Humphrey, Ben Watson, Matt Slade, Jake Cox, Leo Crabtree, Alexander Lehman, Samuel King, and Liv Jenkins is the driver that rounds off the top 10. Here they go through the chicane.
Yeah, coming through now. And, Mitchell Ball, I think that's a change of third, isn't it?
It looks like it. Ben
Watson
Watson
got past Humphrey.
Yeah.
And that is interesting because I think that's actually given Ball a bit of a break. And Ball's now trying to kind of edge back towards Mead in the lead. In fact, yeah, he's definitely getting a little bit closer this time. It was 0.4, now it's about 0.2. Over the line, yep, to 7. Through the triple apex of Haynes. And now you turn sharply right. Now, interestingly, most of the Rotex carts are getting a little bit leery going down the left hand of Johnny's. TKM with a bit less power and slightly different weight distribution, they stay perfectly in line. They're not kind of slipping the tails out. So a little bit more short wheel. I think the short wheelbase making more leery, but I'm sure it's something to do with the way the actual kart is set up, narrow track as well, of course. In fact, you don't want to throw out. First and second, Mead and Ball now really close. But interesting, Mead is not necessarily going as fast even as third place Ben Watson now.
Well,
Mead,
Mead,
come together.
I'll just remind everybody that Mead is in the black liveried cart. However, he's a flex driver, which is the same team as Mitchell Ball. So you've got 2 teammates behind them, 2 Klassen carts. Ben Watson and Jake Humphrey, they're with Paul Klassen's team. So they
team
are
battle.
They're inter-team battle coming off here. First, second, third and fourth. The first 4 are together. Behind those 4, Matt Slade, Jake Cox, Leo Crabtree, Alexander Lehman, Liv Jenkins up to 9th. Harrison Moore joining in.
Ball's thinking about a move, possibly.
Too early, Nick. Still 9 minutes to go.
Still thinking about it. He's got closer and closer. I mean, they've all had, of course, 3 heats of practice, some of it in the dry. And they're all now thinking about how do I improve my position. Is Humphrey just hanging on, do you think, in 4th? He's
No. I think he's there. I think he's got the pace. He's had the pace all day. I mean, we know how quick Ben Watson can be.
Jake Cox is in 5th, by the way.
Remember, Ben Watson was 2nd at Clay Pigeon behind Mitchell Ball. He's currently 3rd behind Mitchell Ball here. Jamie Mead was 2nd in 2 of the heats and 13th in the Clay Pigeon final. Now, we don't know exactly. I can't remember what happened to Jamie Mead in that final at Clay at round 1. But you never know. And there's the move we've been looking for. Mitchell Ball, you were saying, Nick, he's busy playing a waiting game. He's waited long enough. Now, the story is, can Jamie Mead come back at him?
Mead's been quite good at coming back during the course of the day, but I just get the fact that Mitchell Ball has had this underlying pace, not just today, but for the whole season, in fact, for the last several years, as he is the champion. And now, but in his slipstream and not being dropped, which is obviously absolutely key, is Mead, but in Mead's slipstream not being dropped is Watson, and behind Watson is Humphrey, 1, 2, 3, 4, but then a bit of a gap before we get to Lehman, Cox and Crabtree.
Mitchell Ball is looking like he's being challenged into the chicane, but not challenged enough. Look at that, Jamie Mead, the 2 flex drivers absolutely has won. It's like they've got cable ties on the front and the back of that bumper, isn't it? They're so close. And you know what, Ben Watson is equidistant in 3rd, as is Jake Humphrey. These 4, class of the TKM field here at Forest Edge. Off they go then, 7.5 minutes remaining still.
Yep,
almost a full heat remaining.
It's surprising that once in the lead, Ball's not been able to really break away. He's managed to get a cart's length and that's it.
You've got to wonder if there's any tyre management coming into play here. Or if these guys, I've asked this question of drivers so many times, and they just tell me, no, we are flat out. We are flat out.
Yeah, but there's flat out and there's flat out.
Well, yes, there's Ben Watson.
Watson's going to move to second, and he does. And this is great news for Ball, because by doing that, he disrupts the run of the followers. And Mitchell gets himself a 3-cart gap, a 4-cart gap. So that's almost closing down as they come through Tollies.
Flex Klassen, that's your first 4. We've got this team split up. Now Ben Watson, everyone at Klassen is working on something to bring Mitchell Ball back to them. Now Louis Bevan, another flex driver, is missing this year. We miss him dearly. And I'm not going to say it's left Mitchell Ball with everything. Mitchell Ball's having to fight for this. He's certainly having to fight for this. We know how quick Ben Watson can be. We know how quick Jamie Meade and Jake Humphrey can be. Just hanging off them by 2.5 seconds is Alexander Lehman, who's got Jake Cox for company. Just out of shot there, just coming into the final turn as these 4 go through.
So Ball's managed to get a few kart lengths. He's got a 0.3 of a second lead, which is remarkably is the biggest lead of the race so far. I wonder whether the pace is easing up very slightly. I think he did his fastest lap last time round, didn't he, Ball?
Yeah, Mitchell Ball, personal best 44 dead. So, like I say, they're not hanging about, are they?
They're not really breaking anyone. Second place now. No. Watson is now thinking what he can do with Mitchell Ball. Meade, there's a bit of a gap. Now, whether that's actually a gap because they've been gapped or a gap because just leaving a bit of a safety margin at this point. Don't forget, this is a 12-minute race, but only just at halfway. 5.5 to go, but of course the next lap after that.
Oh, there's Meade coming back. It's a flex 1-2 once again with Jamie Meade taking that second place back from Ben Watson. And that looked very, very simple, didn't it?
Yeah.
Out of climate and into the left-hander to end the lap, and there he was down the inside.
And Mitchell Ball now has a very noticeable gap at the front of the field.
They'll not want to fight too aggressively because that can slow you up, and they just know that Mitchell Ball's going to pay dividends for Ball, and his lead will extend. But now they're coming back towards Mitchell Ball. So it's Flex, Klassen. They are the teams that are involved in this top 4.
Yeah, mate, it's a good point there. Mitchell Ball wasn't able to capitalise on that break a second ago. That 3 or 4 tenths has disappeared down to effectively the minimum it can be without occupying the same item of space and time as such.
I think it's because Ben Watson was clever enough to just allow. He saw Jamie Meade come down his inside. He didn't delay Jamie Meade or himself, and they kept that momentum to stay on terms with Mitchell Ball. And now the 4 are back together. First, second, third, fourth. Absolutely nose to tail. We're inside the second half of this final.
But still a very long way to go. They've done 10 laps. They're going to do probably 17 before
what's happened there? We've got a problem for Ben Watson.
Gone, pulled off.
As Ben Watson pulls off, we've got a change of lead as Jamie Meade goes through, and that looked like it might be a chain.
So, yeah, that's really bad news for Watson. Yeah, because when you lose power coming out of those bus stops, when you've been clambering the curbs, often it's the curb that snaps the chain.
Yeah, we've got a change of lead then, right at the point that Ben Watson pulled up with a slowing cart. Absolutely devastating for Ben Watson. He was looking, this is going to cost his championship as well, remember. Ben finished second at Clay Pigeon. He was looking for a podium there, wasn't he? Looking good for a podium. So we're down to 1 class, and as the flex drivers swap positions again, trying to do it as smoothly as they can. And Meade coming back at him at Climate. We haven't seen many moves there.
Yeah, to be honest, there's no team orders at this point.
No, not at all.
All for themselves, and in fact, it's put Mitchell Ball now into do a bit of fending off, a kind of a parrying away of Humphrey around the first part of the Haynes Loop.
If these 2 flex drivers are not careful, they're going to hand this to Jake Humphrey for Klassen Motorsport. Here they come then, down towards the bus stop chicane. He's looking over his shoulder of the leader, Jamie Meade, just seeing where everyone is. Mitchell Ball right under his bumper, down towards midgets. I think Jamie Meade was closing the door there towards the tighter exit of that corner. Through Climate.
It's a very, very long 3 minutes now if he tries to stay in the lead this one, Jamie Meade. Ball's all over him. Humphrey, I don't know whether he's watching brief or he hasn't quite got the pace to make a move, because it makes sense. Just give it a go, give it a nudge up, show your bumper, see what Ball does.
We've never really seen many moves down at Whingers, have we? It's a very tricky corner.
Not in the dry, no. He's got
Not
a
in the
couple
dry,
of wet.
yeah. It's too fast. Very, very fast entry. It's a very fast chicane here as well.
Oh,
There-
ball,
oh,
no,
ball,
maybe.
ball,
Oh,
no.
no,
Shimmied, didn't he? Shimmied to the inside.
If he's going to do it, probably not 4 laps out isn't a great idea.
No, still 1 minute and 40 seconds, so still plenty of time. But as you wait for that moment might never come. And Mitchell Ball is fully aware of what the job in hand is to get by his teammate Jamie Mead, but also to keep that class and cart of Jake Humphrey behind. The cart's behind these three: Alexander Lehman, Jake Cox, Liv Jenkins.
Think he's going to go for it?
He did. He went for it at the
chicane.
chicane.
And he's completely psyched out.
Jamie Mead.
Has he gone? Has Mead gone as well?
I don't know if Mead is slowing.
I don't know what happened there.
I don't know what happened there.
He lost a huge amount of time. So he's got the top two. Mead is back on pace again. Just lost all momentum for a while.
It really did slow him down. Let's see what the gap is. We've got a change of lead, obviously. Mitchell Ball, Jake Humphrey, Jamie Mead down 1.6 seconds now. Jake Cox in fourth. So now the battle is Flex versus Klassen. And I don't know what Jake Humphrey is indicating to Mitchell Ball to do. He's wanting to. There's 35 seconds on the clock. I don't know what he means for to happen.
Well, interestingly, he's been told on the chat to pick your time, Jake, says Gavinelli 1977. Come on, Jake, says Deborah Humphrey.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got to pick his time. I don't know what he means. Let's go. I mean, there's 20 seconds. Let's go.
Miles ahead of
let's go.
Mead after whatever happened that
Absolutely.
coming out there, the kerfuffle. Right, 2 laps. This one and one more.
Interesting. Jake Humphreys indicating, virtually having a conversation through sign language to Mitchell Ball, telling him just right, let's go. I don't know when Humphreys is going to serve notice of intention to, right, okay, all bets are off, all deals are off. Let's go for it.
I think he's thinking about it now into midgets. He's gained a bit of momentum,
No, that's
lost
the
it
chicane,
coming
Nick.
in. No, you then live.
I see what you mean.
midgets.
Yeah. I see
You
what
have
you
to
mean.
run it through.
Yeah.
But he actually lost a little bit on the entry into the chicane.
Yeah, I mean, Mitchell Ball knows that the flag's coming as well.
Gravinelis is now push Jake. So, but he's 30 seconds behind us. He wanted to push him a minute ago.
He's got a task ahead of him to get by Mitchell Ball.
Ball's taking
with
a different
one lap to
line.
go. Ball's aware, though, isn't he? He's defending through Haynes Loop for the final time here this weekend. On to and out to Johnny's, down towards Whingers. Defensive line from Ball. Jake Humphreys might have the momentum because of that defensive line. Not quite defensive line into the bus stop from
He's closer
Mitchell
than
Ball.
he was. So Jamie Mead's made up virtually all that gap. Can he get the inside? He's thinking about it. No. Closed off
because
through
he closed the
midgets.
door. Slammed the door.
Now he
Time's
hasn't.
running out. Opportunities running out. The penultimate corner.
Ball's
Through
done very,
that
very
final,
well.
final
and then
corner.
second, third. He's eased him out for second. What a finish. Eased him out for second. And Jamie Mead took that right at the last moment.
Jamie Mead used a tin opener there to get that gap made. Came from absolutely nowhere. Incredible finish. But Mitchell Ball will take round 2 to add to his round 1 trophy. It will be the top step of the podium for Mitchell Ball. It will be his Flex teammate that joins him on the podium for second. And it will be Jake Humphrey for Klassen, who will see at the trophy presentation for third. Behind these three, what an intriguing battle that was for top honours. Behind these three, Jake Cox, fourth. Leo Crabtree was fifth. Liv Jenkins was sixth. Harrison Morrow was seventh.
Harrison Morrow?
Yeah,
Harrison Morrow
was seventh. Matt Slate was eighth. Alexander Lehman was ninth. Will Cregeen was 10th. And then just outside the top 10, Molly Nicholas Biles, Samuel King, Chris Whiteside, Matthew Temple Purcell, Ryan Layton, James Hull, James King, first in the Masters in 17th, Sam Cope 18th, James Workman, second in the Masters, is in 19th, and then Jack Crisp, and we lost, of course, Ben Watson. That looked like it could have been a chain.
Well, I'm not sure he's going to drive past us with his in the modal of shape. We might be able to see even. But great racing there, and love to know what happened to Jamie Mee coming out of the bus stop with a couple laps to
Yeah,
go.
that was an odd one.
Looked like he'd done his training as well, lost all drive, so
Yeah,
he picked it back up again. And due to them battling, Mitchell Ball backed him into Jake Humphrey, and he managed to make the move in the last corner.
I'll get the chance to ask him on the podium, Nick. But
Jake's only 15 and just moved up to seniors, by the way. He's doing great. So Jake's only 15.
Jake Humphrey is?
Only 15.
Oh, wow, that's incredible. That's a brilliant drive. Right, I'm just going to...
Okay, is that the grid for the next one? Okay. So just to remind you, Mitchell Ball won that. Jamie Mead was second. Jake Humphrey was third. Jake Cock was fourth. Leo Crabtree fifth. Then Liv Jenkins, Harrison Morrow, and Matt Slight. So next up is the final of the, he says, speaking slowly so he can riff it up, Senior TKM. Senior TKM next.
We've just had Senior TKM. It was 177.
Where's that? I'll come back in again. I'll come back in again. So next up is... Why have we done Sue plus Lisa? You're trying to make out something's happening here. It's the Rotax 177 main final. So in pole, it'll be Harrison Crook. Next to him will be Ryan Taylor Truman. Third is Archie Elliott. Fourth is Matt Zanetti. Then it's Ben Hitch and Oliver Moss on row 3. Row 4 is Richard Evans and Rob Simpson. Row 5, Marcus Beasley and Ollie Hancock. Row 6, Oliver Hutchins, David Simpson. Row 7 is Nathan Chafe. I'm surprised he's back that far. And Steve Thompson. And then you've got Daniel Hammett and George Walker. Ollie Bailey and Rhys Lorena, 18th and 19th. Josh Pickford is 19th. Cole Edwards is 20th. George Willis, Scott Smith, Neil Hemming, Jake Davis, Tim Darlow down in 25th. And you've got Max Williamson, Josh Bass, Nathan Wells, Steve Gillian 29th, and Chris Roy. Scott Clee, of course, was joined by Will Milner, James Frost, and Zach Fontenot as the bump ups from the B final.
Well done, Nick.
Well, eventually. Eventually. Quite interesting how when you're kind of reading those names, you end up combining two of them completely subconsciously.
How did you move that up by just doing that?
By just using the mouse. 2 fingers.
Ah, 2 fingers.
It's your new computer, isn't it?
Yeah.
You don't know how to use your own computer?
No.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Absolutely.
Okay, 177.
Right, here we go.
And I'm going to say it because you won't say it. Unofficial British Championship.
No, what do you mean I won't see it?
Well, you're very, because you've got a kind of a part, you're part of the karting establishment now, and you have to be careful what you say. As you know,
this is the British. This is the 177 British Championship. It absolutely is. We've got the cream of the class here, who are about to come through the cutout, the shortcut, and I think we're going to be racing.
We are racing.
Yeah, the lights have gone out.
And then straight into the lead
look
is
at
the
that.
6. But look, nudge it, but it was a 6 and a 3, so Crook.
Harrison Crook.
Taylor Trim, they had a bit of a coming together. Oh, super move round the outside from Kai now in 5th or 6th. So there's been quite a few changes in that top few positions because there was a lot of kerfuffling around came around the exit of the Heinz loop and into Johnny's.
The result of the first round at Clay Pigeon was Ryan Taylor Truman from Harrison Crook from Nathan Chafer. We've got Harrison Crook, Ryan Taylor Truman, and is that the 22.77 of Matt Zanetti? That's your first 3 so far. Yeah. This will be confirmed here across the line for the first time.
6-3.
Remember, 12 minutes and 1 lap these finals, and it is indeed Crook, Taylor Truman, Zanetti, Hitch, Evans, Archie Elliott, Rob Simpson, George Walker, David Simpson, Marcus Basley rounds off the top 10. He's also 3rd of the Masters. Rob Simpson 2nd in the Masters in 7th. Ben Hitch leading the Masters in 4th place behind those 3.
So we've got a break of 3, so the top 3, and then another set of 3. But a little bit of and the 2nd and 3rd swaps round.
Zanetti.
So Zanetti gets past Taylor Truman, and he now needs to get after Harrison Crook, who's given himself a nice little gap there. It was 0.338 last time round. I think it might not be that much bigger because of the kind of a little bit of momentum. It's gone up by a 10th approximately.
Matt Zanetti did not have a good first round. 29th, 26th, 11th and 23rd for Matt Zanetti at Clay Pigeon.
No, he's looked much better this weekend.
He didn't feature at all, did he? I thought he wasn't even there. No offence, I hope, Matt. but you have certainly turned up here at Forest Edge, because you are now on the rear bumper of that number 6 cart of Harrison Crook, the TH Corsa driver. If he had mirrors, they'd be full of the 277 numbered Hobbsy Motorsport Matt Zanetti.
So
into the final turn, Nick.
Crook looking quite stiff in his movements. He's got quite a long arm reach and quite a high driving position, and up the inside and losing the lead temporarily to Zanetti, and now just nudges him out. This is real heavyweight boxing, isn't it? It's all
it really
kind
is.
Of punch and counter punch.
Quite literally.
You add 15 kilograms and suddenly it's all about...
I'm surprised to see these guys duking it out at this early stage. I mean, we're just inside 10 minutes now, and they're duking it out and swapping positions. Usually we see that high-speed game of chess develop, don't we? But no, here we are.
More
Change for
changes.
second.
Yep.
As Ryan Taylor-Truman comes back inside of Zanetti, and he says, well, you've had a bash at getting past Harrison Crook. Now it's my turn.
It's all good news that Ben Hitch is really getting on the back of this triumvirate at the front.
Into the Haynes loop then, and another change as Truman goes through momentarily into the lead, but Harrison Crook comes back. So no change as they go through Johnny's, head towards Wingers. Oh, turning right.
There's a few people using the back of other people's carts to brake down there.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's deliberate. That's completely inadvertent.
1, 2, 3, 4. This final also delivering just the last one did. And 5 and 6 going to catch us up.
Yeah, I was going to say, Nick, the 1, 2, 3, 4 is about to become 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is cracking 177 Rotax driving.
Through Climate, and they're going to come again around this 170-degree final corner of Tollies. Crook now really can't brake Taylor Truman, who's now thinking a little bit about taking the lead, but there's now 4 carts nailed together. In the old-fashioned day, you couldn't get a cigarette paper between them, but no one knows what a cigarette paper is anymore.
Into Wingers, Crook, Taylor Truman, Zanetti, Hitch. They're together, about to be joined by Archie Elliott and Richie Evans. There they go then, out of the chicane, on towards Midgets. These 4 drivers looking like they're tripping over one another, and they've tripped over one another indeed as Ryan Taylor Truman goes into the lead at Midgets. Through Climate, the right-hander, and here's the final turn at Tollies. It will be Ryan Taylor Truman, the winner of round 1, now into the lead at round 2.
And we do have a train of 6 carts now in the lead, so the leaders have been so preoccupied with each other they've let the second batch of 3 completely catch up on the tail of this. But now, is it a chance for Taylor Truman to actually break Crook, break Hitch, break Zanetti, break Elliott, break Evans and get away? Streaking down and through the bus stop for one final time.
All of a sudden. Here we go then, through Midgets. And then heading down towards the right-hander at Climate. This is the most spaced out we've seen these 4. Ryan Taylor Truman is ahead of Harrison Crook. That's how these 2 finished at Clay Pigeon in round 1. We pick up where we left off when we left Clay Pigeon. Here we are at the final of Forest Edge, and things looking very similar. Ben Hitch has done a great job in getting up into that 3rd place and ahead of Zanetti. Zanetti's day's not over. He's got the advances of Archie Elliott to contend with. As the 2 leaders, Nick, they've pulled out a bit of a cushion now, so it's not as frantic as it was earlier.
No. There's a little bit of a gap, 1 and 2, and then you quite rightly say 3, 4, 5 and 6, but I don't think it's reduced the franticness, because it's just the franticness has been divided by 3, that's all, in 3 separate areas, because 1st and 2nd absolutely all over each other. And as Crook desperately wants to try and get onto that top step of the podium, receive the honour from Joe Bradley at the presentation ceremony in an hour and a half or so.
Oh, I'm sure that's at the forefront of their minds.
Of course it is.
Yeah, well, whatever.
And there's the 41. So now they decide to make it 2 breaks for 3 again.
Yeah, this is, again, classic stuff. We have just clicked by half distance, and there is still a lot of racing. Oh, and a little bit of a mistake there from Harrison Crook. He went a little bit wide at the chicane at the bus stop and kicked up a bit of dust. That would have affected his traction out of the corner. That's put him back towards Ben Hitch.
Well, it was 2/10 the last time round. What's the gap going to be this time? And the answer is, when it clicks up, it's going to be half a second. So that's a 3/10. See, a little tiny mistake, but 3/10 is huge. It's actually going to give Taylor Truman a bit of breathing. But more importantly, it's going to mean that Crook has to be more concerned with what Ben Hitch is doing behind him than what Taylor Truman is doing ahead of him. And will that tiny error be the decisive factor? I know we're only just over halfway.
Yeah, we are just over halfway, Nick, and we've still got a lot of racing time. However, doesn't Ryan Taylor-Truman look really composed at the front of the field? He's using his body very effectively in getting that car to handle, and that's why we're seeing that gap being extended. It was very busy in the early laps, but now as we get towards the important part of any final, which is the last couple of minutes, the 2-minute warning bell, we're still 2 minutes and 45 seconds away, I should say. 2 minutes and 45 minutes. What am I talking
that's
about?
47 minutes.
Sit back down, yeah. Sit back down.
Yeah.
So second, third, fourth,
Look
and
at this
fifth.
gap. Look at this gap.
Yeah, second, third, fourth, and fifth beginning to come together. But this is, if they start squabbling, Ryan Taylor-Truman's going to say thank you very much. Archie Elliott, Nick, in fourth place, is the quickest kart on the track at the moment, 42.231. Fastest lap of the race from Archie Elliott, who's the fourth kart in that frame right now. That's him there at the back in the goal in the yellowy helmet.
Yellowy helmet, yeah. But it is very good news for Ryan Taylor-Truman. He's got a nice 7/10 of a second lead, effectively. Hitch just behind him. They're not gaining anything. Now, this would be a point where the Crook and Hitch and Elliott should be tapping each other's helmets and saying, yeah, we need to get on.
Yeah.
But of course, they're not just bothered about winning. It's not an O plate. There are points for everything. So winning isn't the only thing. You can also get the points for for everything else.
Yeah, that's right. The O plate comes later on in July when it's all about on the day. This is about championship points. So you've got to be clever. Discretion is always going to be the better part of valour. And making a move that nets you 0 points at the end of the day is not what this is about. It's about strong positioning. However, Ryan Taylor-Truman, he finished on the top step. It's clear you can't let him get away too much, can you?
There's the 4 chasing karts, but the leading kart is out of the frame because he's that far ahead, and it's easing out towards the second now. So visually, no, I was about to say visually it's got closer, it hasn't. Visually it's exactly the same, but what has happened is Harrison Cook now has also got a tiny little bit of a breathing area between, you get the Hitch, Elliott, Zanetti battle for third, fourth and fifth. 3 minutes or so to go, including the extra lap over the line.
Oh, look at that. Second place, Harrison Crook, looking relatively comfortable because Ben Hitch, Archie Elliott and Matt Zanetti are beginning to duke it out. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Just to remind everybody, the drivers are fully aware how much time is left because right above the start-finish line is a gantry that sticks out over the track with a countdown clock. So as you pass underneath it, you glimpse up and you take a note of how much time is left. And there is a challenge on Harrison Crook there. It came at midgets, but it didn't quite come off. And Ben Hitch is asking Archie Elliott, let's work together. Archie Elliott's got something different in his plan, though. I think Archie Elliott, Nick, is looking at maybe getting by.
Yeah,
because
I think
at the end of the day, it's more points.
It's points, yeah. I mean, this is the point about this. Yes, this is a win, and this is the podium. But every single place you gain is an extra point in the championship, and you don't know which is going to be your duff weekend you need to drop. So you need to get as many points at every single race as possible. But Taylor-Truman with over a second of a lead. Harrison Cook had 8/10, and then you've got this incredibly tight battle for third, fourth and fifth, and a move left, a move right as Archie looks to get past Ben Hitch.
Yeah, they're slowing each other down. Look at that, they're tripping over, quite literally tripping over one another, and as they come through, they're tripping over one another. That's allowing Taylor-Truman to disappear. It's allowing Harrison Crook to disappear in second.
I think Ben Hitch, though, in fairness, Joe, is really doing some excellent kart positioning.
He is.
I think at this point he's realised third's my best result.
Yes.
And I'm going to sit there, because a couple of times he's just had the kart half a length, half a width where you would think the ideal line was being, but you say, hang on, that means that other guy can't do this. So
that's right.
Very intelligent racing.
Look at that. He comes out the chicane, he immediately goes down the right-hand side of the track towards midgets, and look at that, he's been tripped over.
But he parked it in the corner. And you can tell it. Sorry, we're
look
both
at this.
too excited.
Look at this. Matt Zanetti got fired from a cannon. I think that's Matt Zanetti. Let's see who it is. I'm pretty sure it is. No, it's Richard Evans. Richard Evans got fired from a cannon into that group of four. Zanetti dropping
they were
off
holding
the back.
each other up, and suddenly Evans is through. Now this is a new player has entered the game, as they would say.
Yeah.
But Hitch now with 16 seconds to go, so this and two more. No, this is
No,
one
no,
more.
this is one more. Yeah. Heading
So you
down.
know, first and second are miles ahead. They've really done a great job between and Harrison Crook. This is the battle. It's now 3, 4, 5 and 6.
Yeah, last lap board being ready for Ryan Taylor-Truman. We're going to have to leave this battle in a moment, everybody, to pick up the leader who has come.
There we go. Look at that, straight on the inside. So that's a change for 4th. And I think that was Evans again, dive at the inside.
Yeah.
Whether he can make it stick. Oof.
Evans up to 4th.
That'll help.
We're going to have to pick up the leader,
So
though, Nick.
we'll pick up the leader coming out of the bus stop.
Well,
So
good luck.
we'll hold until then. There we go. There's the leader. That's Tyler Truman from Harrison Crook.
Let's stay with Riley Taylor-Truman because he has got into the lead. The Saudi kart driver has got 2 more corners here at Forest Edge this weekend. The checkered flag already flying for him as he comes out of the final turn, and he will take a very fine win in matching exactly what happened to Clay Pigeon with Harrison Crook second. However, a little bit different from there on in as Ben Hitch, the first of the Masters, taking the final step of the podium. We'll see him twice at the podium presentation. Richard Evans was 4th. He came second in Masters. And then we had Matt Zanetti 5th, Archie Elliott 6th, Oliver Hutchings in 7th. Third of the Masters, Marcus Basley is 8th. Nathan Schaefer came through into 9th. Cole Edwards, pardon me, cart number 10, rounds off the top 10. Thank you very much for that. There's the rest of the result there for our overall A final for the 177s. And once again, some very, very intriguing racing there. Some very technical racing, as you pointed out.
Yes, I'm very impressed. I'm actually very kind of impressed with the whole of the top 3. Ryan Taylor-Truman, Harrison Cook, I think they've all maximised their results. And Ben Hitch absolutely realised what he could achieve and then drove to achieve it. And that's all you can do, isn't it?
Yeah, I better fade myself over.
Yeah.
I mean, it becomes a race of intelligence, doesn't it? And Ben Hitch showed that. Absolutely showed that. We've got 2 more A finals to go, both of 12 minutes and 1 lap.
Are we going to get some rain, though, because it's darkened?
Oh, shut up, man.
I don't want it to rain for packing up time.
I know. You know what? It's going to rain for the juniors, isn't it?
Oh, look over there. That is rain.
Well, it was forecast for 3:30, so it hasn't come yet.
Oh, I think we're going to get a downpour is
coming.
coming.
Away. Yeah. Right, we've got the final, the grid, I should say, for the A final. And it's our O-plate holder, Kieran Gifford. It's going to be a cracking one, this one, when I read the names out who we've got at the front of this field. Kieran Gifford and Samuel Hawthorne on the front row of the grid. Second row, Macaulay Austin, the Nib Sport driver over from America, where he works with RPM Racing on the American karting scene. He's third with Kieran Ives alongside. Third row is Ben Ballou and Jensen Watts. Look at the names we've got. Rufus Flan and Theo Federick. We know how quick they are. Oliver Atkinson and Paulo Nunes Aranda. That's the 5th row of the grid. Jamie Burt, John Hobbs are next. Junior reigning champion. Shares the 7th row of the grid with the senior reigning champion, Bobby Rosier and Mason Perrin, that is. Or Mason Perrin being the junior, Bobby Rosier the current senior champion. 8th row of the grid, George Hume and Levi Goodyear. Billy Edgecombe and Gregory Akers are next. Then on the 10th row, Joshua Priest, Braden Hill. 11th row, Ryan Shepherd, Michael Goodburn. Finlay Underwood and Zach Fletcher share row 12. Tommy Lee Davis and Luke Evans share row 13. Row 14 is Louis Rees and Curtis Latimer. We've got Sam Wyatt and Nathan Jensen sharing row 15. And then we've got the 4 qualifiers from the B final. Reese Pope, Arthur Thacker, Harry Wright and Billy Vogt. Billy in the A final in his first weekend in the seniors, stepping up from juniors. Those names, Nick.
Yeah.
We've seen how quick they are all day. And pick a winner out of that top 14.
I'm going to pick
a winner out of the top 20
well,
odd.
I'm just waiting. I think we might get away without any rain on this one. That is coming over quite threatening. I think whilst not really evident today, I think on previous NKC records, you would have to say Jensen Watts.
No, you know what? Jensen is a very quick driver, and it wouldn't surprise me if I see him on the podium. However, Jensen hasn't been as dominant here as we've seen him dominate before. We've got Kieran Ives, Ben Ballou, Macaulay Austin is massively quick, and there's a reason Samuel Hawthorne and Kieran Gifford are on the front row of the grid as well. And behind Jensen, Theo Frederick, Rufus Flan, all the names I can read. I'm going to end up reading you the grid again if I continue. Keep an eye on Bobby Rosier in 14th.
At least I was prepared to make a statement about and choose someone.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm going to say Macaulay Austin then.
Okay.
Just to pick someone.
Yes. I think I have been impressed by. There's been some great drives. Macaulay Austin I've been impressed by a couple of times. Here they come.
Yeah, here they come. About to get away then.
Very similar paint job, but
they
not
are
teammates, the first two. It's different. And a good leap there by the O-plate holder Gifford. So he's taken the lead, though I'm not sure whether he's actually held it on the inside the first corner, because he seemed to go a little bit wide. And no, it's actually the blue 130-something cart that's in. So it says Macaulay Austin, your bet, has taken the lead, going down the hill to the first time into the dip and out through Anson's.
Yeah, the Nib Sport driver off and ahead of the Coles Racing of Samuel Hawthorne and Kieran Gifford from Kieran Gifford Racing. The O-plate finding himself in third place. We've got people straddling, I should say, the chicane. Here's a challenge, though. Macaulay Austin's not going to have it all his own way, is he? The number 15. The Coles driver down the inside. Here comes everyone else trying to get down the inside as well. So Samuel Hawthorne into the lead. And there's a spin.
The top.
And Macaulay Austin goes spinning off and out of contention for a podium.
And this is your man. This is the curse of the Joe Bradley commentator. It's actually my man, Jensen Watts, who collects him. But he was out of control. It wasn't out of control.
Jensen Watts has come through in third, Nick.
Yeah, and he's now in second, I think.
So Jensen Watts still in
he's
with
in
the
third
chance.
Again, because
back into
coming
third.
Together. So it's Gifford now leading. I think I saw the O-plate at the front there. Could be wrong. Yeah,
Jensen Watts has kept the powder dry for the final, hasn't he? Look at that. The Birrell cart of Jensen Watts up into second, chasing down the Coles driver.
But Jensen's got himself a black and white flag warning for that incident. So he has been given a don't do that again, but he's in second. So it's Gifford leading around the top of the track and now coming through Johnny's, sweeping around full power down the hill. Gifford, nice little gap, but now it's the battle. It's Kieran Ives, who's also been fantastic today. In third place. The field that sweeps past. There's hardly any time between any of them. They go behind the trees for Rams looks and now up through the bus stop, looking slightly askance. There's Kieran Gifford just wondering where the attacks are going to come. Well, at the moment, you're okay. There are no attacks.
Yeah, Kieran Ives has been very, very quick all weekend as well. He's a newcomer to the series. Jensen Watts. Now, are we seeing a waiting game here? Are we seeing these drivers circulate without challenging too much? The rest of the field pouring through underneath our camera spot. That cloud above us looks very ominous.
It's raining.
We've got a little bit of precipitation.
We have some precipitation. This could all throw an absolute rat into the drain pipe. If you can do that, is it legal? Throwing rats in drain pipes? I don't know, but back down the.
I'm not really sure
chucking rodent-based issue.
What Nick is trying to say is it's going to affect the track conditions, and we are going to see a slippery track, and that's raining from our cameras. It looks quite heavy out there at Midgets, and that's already seen Jensen Watts sliding off and onto the grass, coming through Climate.
They're all going.
And they're all going. Yes, they're going to have to unabated speed there. And we've got one driver who's going to miss a lap. He's going to go a lap down if he continues.
52,
because he hasn't clicked by the timing beam. He's going to show it like a 4-minute lap time there. So we've got one driver that's going to drop a complete lap there.
It's now that terrible situation where you're on slicks on wets, and what are you going to do? It's coming down hard.
The thing is, Nick, we might see a red flag here.
Really?
Yeah, because that's really, really heavy.
Yeah, but it's a slippery surface flag.
But these slick tyres are absolutely. It's like driving on ice,
and
that is a heavy.
Look at that come down.
A heavy downpour.
I feel sorry for our cameraman on the roof. I apologise to Kane and Ash. And anyone else, but it is cleaning my car, which is quite good news.
Right.
Where's the leader?
Right, we've got the O-plate driver through Climate.
Right,
now.
So he's got a reasonable lead.
The O-plate leader is Kieran Gifford.
447's behind him.
Yeah, that's Kieran Ives behind him.
The other thing is these guys haven't got their wetsuits on, so they're all soaking wet and freezing cold.
Samuel Hawthorne in third. There's Bobby Rosier, the current champion, in fourth. Ben Ballou fifth. Jensen Watts regains to 6, did very well there. George Hume, Levi Goodyear, Braden Hill, Gregory Akers, Billy Edgecombe, Jamie Burt,
Look at the
Zach
rain.
Fletcher, Finley Underwood.
The
Everybody
rain. It's red
regaining.
flag. Red flag. Red flag. No, I don't know what happens with this.
I did see a red flag. I'm not sure whether we will get a restart on wet tyres, maybe, but these conditions on slick tyres make these karts pretty undrivable. It's very, very difficult. The clock stops at 7 minutes 40, and the officials out there on the track without their rain gear, because that has caught everyone out. That black cloud came across very, very quickly, didn't it? With raindrops are indeed falling on our cameras.
And our heads.
In true style. They're being told to go in. So they're being they're being
calling it.
told to go in with 7 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. I don't know if we are calling it, or
are they going to run the?
Or we might run the last of the finals, which is the juniors, of course.
The juniors are not down, so the juniors.
Yeah, the juniors won't be down.
They hadn't got the 2 minute warnings. They can still change the tyres.
They can change the tyres. And to be honest, what I've seen in many times when it's raining like that, you allow everybody to change onto wets, but only change tyres. You're not allowed to change setup. You're only allowed to change tyres, and if anybody's seen to change setup, then that's outside the regs.
And do you restart from the original grid, or do you restart from the order?
You restart from the race order from lap 4.
Okay.
That's what the regulations say in the Blue Book. But of course we're an IKR, so we can do what we want.
I think we should start. I think we should have a reverse grid.
We can do what we want.
Reverse grid, or anyone whose surname begins with L gets to go first.
You had a story to tell us about Marriott.
Oh yes, the presentation, because he's a bit wet.
Yeah, hello. Kane's just coming.
Kane's not coming back again, is he?
We don't usually get pestered by. I'm feeling really awful now.
The camera annoying
I
miles
don't
away.
usually see this.
Yeah, they're miles away.
Miles away, but they're on the roof because it's the best point here at Forest Edge.
I'm not sure what's happening now. They're going.
Well, Sue's finding out. That's why she's on the radio. Yeah. Full restart from. So does that mean everybody who was off and retired can restart? It's going to be a fresh start, right? Oh, that's good news.
Bang goes our thoughts. We're going to finish by 5.
Yeah, that's good.
I told you every single time an hour. You end up with an extra hour in the day somehow.
Oh, what a shame! Just be thankful you're not a Leeds supporter.
They're lost.
Looking likely. So Marriott.
Right. So we're doing a presentation on the podium.
I'm going to have a little snack.
We're doing it live. And we're having to. We can't hear me. I want you to comment.
I can hear you. I've got ears.
Anyway, the point about it is what they were doing for the Sebring podium was they were pushing the car that had won the class in front of the podium, getting all the people. Okay, so that pushing the previous class car off and pushing the new class car on was not the work of a moment, especially because they didn't know what they were doing. So we were told. Yeah, we were going to have to fill because the whole thing was live on YouTube. So I thought, well, what I'll do, Marriott and I will have a chat. You know how we have a chat at the end of preventing events to so I started off. We'll have a chat, and what we'll do, I said to Andrew, whatever you do, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about the car you can see and the class you can see. Oh, great, yeah. Well, so basically, start off by going, so Andrew, GT3, great race. He goes, yeah, it was a great race. Well done to the so-and-so. And then, what about the GT4 race? And what? And literally, he did the entirety of the field on the first piece of filling. I then had to find about 22 minutes of airtime to fill when he'd already said everything. And he was completely useless. And he was sitting there going, whoa, I don't know what's going on. Andrew. There's a lot of things happen on the podium. I had a podium. I did the podium for Formula 3. And the podium was, I believe, was Mick Schumacher, George Russell, and Nikita Mazepin. And I said to George Russell, I can't remember exactly what I said. I said, George Russell, the reserve driver for Mercedes. He went, I'm the development driver. Oh, for fuck's sake, George. I said. I'm going to have to change the rating now on this programme. Just chatting. Anyway, George Ross, lovely eyes. Nikita Mazepan was a bit of a, even then. Oh, it can't get any worse. It can't get any worse, can it? Schumacher was very professional, like his dad. His dad was very professional.
I've interviewed Mick Schumacher on a Formula 3 podium at Silverstone.
I interviewed Max Verstappen in Formula 3. My only interface with the young man. It was fine.
I think I did as well.
Yeah,
Silverstone.
Yeah, Silverstone. It was a support race for WEC. Yeah, I think
it
was about 3 races. I'm sure we took turns.
Yeah, I think we did. I had to have some snappage there.
What? Because you know the event's running for another 6 months.
Yes.
Very noisy chewer, aren't you? To kind of blank everything down as you chew. So,
when's our next Karting Live TV broadcast?
Karting Live TV. Well, the next broadcast on the Karting Live TV channel is not karting.
Really?
No. It's our once a year Radio Le Mans Studio Vision takeover.
That is right. Yes.
So Radio Le Mans Studio. So if you are thinking of if you wanted to follow the Le Mans 24 Hours, we put a camera up into the studio of Radio Le Mans. The reason for that, not really, is to actually see the people in Radio Le Mans, but what it actually does give you is a very high quality audio feed. It's actually the highest quality audio feed you can get.
You don't want to see a lot of grown men and women just sitting
unless
talking about racing cars. Because all you can see, unless they fall off chairs, which won the internet last year.
It is true. What you can see is people talking, but it does have some graphics.
Where is that on YouTube, by the way? Is that still available?
Well, it's on Karting Live TV.
How do people find it?
It's on Karting Live TV.
How do people find it?
They go to YouTube, and everyone's listening to it now.
Is it under Johnny Moore? No, if I go on YouTube, right, I need to find
the Johnny Mullen thing's actually on the. I'll find it somewhere. It's actually in the page.
Yeah,
on the Karting Live
how
page.
Do I find it? If I go Johnny Moore falls off chair?
I think it's well-known racing driver.
Is it?
I don't know. Should too. I'll find it.
It is hilarious, everybody, that you need to see that. Johnny Morland, one of our co-commentators at the Le Mans 24 Hours, and he basically fell off his chair, which was brilliant. He kind of did that.
He was being a bit supercilious, wasn't he?
Very smug within that.
Oh,
no, you're wrong. Whoosh, there he went. It was
wrong with you.
Let's
look. It's channel content. Is Johnny falling off his chair part of our channel content?
I hope so, because it won the internet last June.
There we are. Famous racing driver overreaches himself, I tell it as, on Karting Live TV.
Come have a look, Sue. It's hilarious.
You need the sound. I can't put the sound up.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't.
That's
a shame. We are in a red flag situation.
So we're just making stuff up?
Because of a massive downpour. Yeah, of course we're making stuff up. Sure, Sue, that one.
Hold on.
We are going to. We've brought the senior Rotax runners in. They will be fitting their whatever tyre is required in about 20 minutes' time. We've got a bit of a stall because the obviously the junior Rotax runners weren't ready for their final. They've now gone on to wet tyres because we've got an absolutely soaking wet track. So 2 more finals to go. A little bit of a delay because of the weather. That wasn't just a little sprinkle of rain. That was a massive, massive torrential downpour. That rendered the track to be pretty unsafe for our slick-shod senior Rotax runners. So discretion being the better part of valor on the grounds of safety. We red flagged it and brought the runners in. They will get their final after this next one. Have you found it yet?
I'll go show the listening public it.
Oh, we're going to see it on here?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay, everybody. Just bear with me a second. I'm having to do difficult stuff.
Johnny's a professional race driver, sports car driver.
Apparently.
I don't know if you've heard of Johnny Morland. Have you not? Yeah, yeah. I'll not tell him you haven't heard of him.
We're going.
Oh, we're going, Nick.
I'll get it.
You weren't quick enough.
See the next gap. It's
right,
fine. Don't
let's
worry.
have a look at the grid then for the juniors, because this is going to be an absolute stonker. Jaden Sherwood. That's the kart and driver that is on their pole position. He was the winner at Clay Pigeon. He continues in that vein. We're going to give them a few laps round. Dylan Morton is second. Look at that youngster who's on the third place on the grid. Alfie McBain on the Carlos Sainz chassis with Charles Green alongside. Lucas Howell and Josh Withcombe are on row 3. Row 4 is Harris Roberts and Will Swales. Then we've got Melissa Adrian and Callum Scrivens. Reese Green and Leo Basterfield are next. Then we've got Tom Holden, Frank Ward, Harvey Williams, Jensen Hookey, Karthik Kometa and Jacob Hobbs are on row 9. Row Teller, Charlie Hume and Sonny Morgan. Got Ryan Sayers and Sam Mott. Lincoln Bevan shares row 12 with Samuel Aston. Then we've got Amy Peacock, Zach Berg, Jason Dukas, Jack Dimbleby, Freddie Worlock, Ben Adrian and Nathan Travers, Kazeri Viserek, Jasmine Taylor and Jay Leviton were the 4 qualifiers from the Junior B final. Sherwood, our pole driver, was the winner at round 1.
Gone. And
we get things underway, and in a cloud of spray, Nick,
well, it's not 111 leading, that's for sure.
It's not, is it?
Who's gone through in first? Oh, look at that for some drifting, and it's the 77 who's in the lead. So that would be Charles Green taking the lead in the wet.
Oh, you know who this is, don't you? We saw how quick Charles Green was in the wet earlier. And look at that, another masterclass from the 77.
His mum can't watch.
Sue can't watch here, our timekeeper. Is the mother of that child in the front of this field in that spray. It's not dangerous at all, Sue, honestly.
It's still raining now. Oh, it's picked up again. It's picked up massively again.
Remember, Charles can see the best out there because he's got nobody in front of him. He can see everything in front of him because he hasn't got a field of karts. And here he comes to complete lap number 1.
It's the 29, and the 111 and the 193. So it's Joshua Withcombe, Jaden Sherwood, Dylan Morton, Lucas Howell, Alfie McBain dropped to 36 in an absolute vortex of water as they sprint away down the towards the top of the corner. But the leader already on his way down to the bottom of the hill.
Into Whingers, and look at that, Charlie Green showing everybody the wet line around here at Forest Edge already into towards the chicane. Now then, this is how you take the chicane, everybody. In the wet. Oh, we just missed it. He fired it out of the chicane. And he's already ahead. Where is Charlie?
He's miles ahead.
He's miles ahead. We can't even pick on our cameras. He's so far ahead.
There he is.
There he is. The blue cart is the one we want, guys. Here he comes.
Okay.
Here he comes to complete 2 laps. 10 minutes remaining. So we've had almost 2 minutes of this Junior A final.
50 seconds. Still pretty quick lap times. Still raining, so it's not going to dry out. So this is great news for the local lad.
And Alfie McBain dropping to 7th there. He was a mover on that lap, dropping down the order. Struggling in the wet, I think, young Alfie, lacking in experience in these treacherous conditions. There's the gap towards the chicane. And there we've got Charles. Does he get Charlie, Sue, or Charles? Cheesy, is he really? Cheesy Green, eh? All right. Cheesy Green leads then.
Cheesy Green?
There he is. Cheesy Green.
Not Cheesy Green.
That's off his mum, mate.
Oh dear.
So,
I hope she's phoned his sister up to say, actually watch this.
If she can give him grief, we can as well.
Out to the far end.
Look at the line, though. That's in that. You know what? That's a masterclass of the wet line there. He's completely off the conventional line. He's right on the line with Johnny's.
But we've heard that curbs are quick in the wet here.
Yeah, I want to see. Is our camera on the exit of the chicane?
Yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, let's see that, Paul.
Not always.
I want to see him using the curb. There it is. We just missed it there. We need to be a bit quicker. I want to see him over the curb. And there he goes down towards us now Captain on the start-finish straight.
Why don't you direct the entire ship? Come on, do the whole thing. Do you want to move the cameras too?
Stop talking, Nick. Tollies. Here we go then. 4 laps completed. Let's see what the gap was. It's 2 seconds, would you believe? Joshua Withcombe. Now Joshua, where was Joshua in round 1? Will Swales was another driver who was in 4th.
Let's have a look at the 2nd and 3rd because it's a little bit closer.
Yeah.
Charles
I want to see. Hang on. I want to see Charlie over the chicane. So get ready, Paul.
Right,
let's go to the chicane now. Here we come. Right, wait for Charlie. or cheesy. See that? That's how you take the chicane in the wet, he told us.
Aggressively.
Yes, use all the curb.
In fairness, it's all got very kind of misty over there. I think
Yeah,
everything's got very wet.
It's very, very wet.
So second and third are closer than the leader, who's having a lovely time, but no one's super close. They will give themselves a bit of a gap. I think that...
they have to in the wet, isn't it?
Yeah,
Because it's, they sort of
and you get cagey. I feel sorry for the Rotax guys who've already got completely wet and have to get back out again with their soaking wet overalls. They didn't have wetsuits on, did they?
Everything,
or wet coveralls.
Everything beginning to space out, Nick. It's, you've got... Biggest gap is between Tom Holden in 5th and Dylan Morton in 6th, and that's 0.6 of a second.
There they all go, round the bottom of the track. So, there's your leader. All over the shop. But that's how you have to do it. And then up and about. Second and third. That's second. Just a bit wider for third, Ash. Around the outside of Climate. Actually, the slightly more internal line there that Jaden Sherwood took seems to be working as well. So, third place, that's Sherwood.
Lucas Howell 4th. Tom Holden through in 5th. And then we've got Dylan Morton through in 6th. Will Swales.
Still raining quite hard, by the way.
Yeah, it's still coming down, isn't it? That's not going to dry up for the senior final. We are about a half a minute from half distance here. So great composure from Cheesy Green at the front. There he is, just coming through the chicane. Just missed it again there, Paul.
If he comes over and slaps you, you deserve it.
I just want to see him hammer the curbs because it really is a cracking photograph.
But the battle is second and third. And this is the real competition here at the bottom two steps of the podium. Withcombe and Jaden Sherwood. Sherwood is gaining on Withcombe.
Well, Sherwood, remember, started on the pole. Winner at Clay. Top step of the podium for him.
Second and third.
Yes, Cheesy. There's the battle for second and third. You can see how much water these carts are spitting up with the plumes of spray. Gap between first and second. Charles Green, 2.5 seconds to Joshua Withcombe. 3 seconds. Sorry, half a second to Jaden Sherwood. And then we've got 1.7 to Lucas Howell. 2 seconds to Tom Holden. 2 seconds to Dylan Morton. 7.5 seconds to Will Swales in 7th. Harris Roberts 8th. Reece Green in 9th. And Leo Basterfield all the way from South Wales, Leo. And he's rounding off the top 10.
So they're coming out of the corner now. This fourth place has got closer. Yeah, we got so second, third, and fourth a little bit closer. The fourth place of Howell, 1.2 seconds behind. In that kind of reaction zone you need in the wet. Give yourself a bit of extra space early on. And it's Dylan Morton behind him. They come through the chicane. That second, third, and fourth are beginning to tighten up, but certainly not tightening up as far as Green is concerned. It's got a 3-second lead. And then it's half a second between Withcombe and Sherwood, and it's scored it over a second. I'm not sure it's still the same way between third and fourth, but show Jaden in that second of the two multicoloured red and blue carts. Sweeping round now the 3 parts of the Hayes Loop. And then come that fast left-hander of Johnny's. And they've actually, despite the fact it's still raining, I think it's still raining.
Yeah,
they've managed to sort of, not like a dry line, they've actually got a racing line, which they've all cleared with these very effective rain tyres.
He's ever so slight. He was gaining on him, and now he's dropping back away from him. So strangely, he's beginning to lose out a little bit for that third place. Withcombe is a solid in second and as composed as you need to be. Charles Green on the number 77 is 3.3 seconds up the road. And now that gap's coming down, Nick. Look at that, Jaden Sherwood.
Together.
That's the narrowest it's been, isn't it?
Yeah. I think at this point, it's a kind of voyage of discovery. I think what the interesting thing is, with the rain still falling lightly, it's keeping the track very consistent, Joe. It's not kind of drying or wetting as such.
Yeah.
What they're clearing is being replaced.
It's wet.
So when they get to a corner, unpleasant as it may be,
it's the
they
same.
know where it's going to be. Yeah,
it's the same. Yeah, I mean, if you look at Charles Green, the way that he's currently leading, of course, if you look at the way that Charles attacks the corners, it looks like he's about to go off on a tangent, and then it doesn't. The kart grips up and stops in its tracks pretty much in the slide, and then continues around the corner, and you think, look at that. That's exactly what I mean there. The kart sliding towards the outside of the corner in the higher speed corners, and then the kart just grips up and away they go.
Looking to see.
It's a balance thing, isn't it? It's into a rhythm and a balance, totally in the middle here. And you feel it with your backside when you're racing. It's all about your feel and the balance of the kart and getting it sliding underneath.
Well, Lucas Howell right on to the back now of these three. Interestingly, Withcomb's had a bit of a lap and actually managed to gap Sherwood a little bit more there. There's our leader. There's a lot of back markers in the way now, so it's becomes a bit confusing for all of us. In that there's people who aren't directly involved in the battle, who are sort of involved in the battle. So a couple of people. There's the 11, for example.
That's Jaden Sherwood. The 11 is. Where's the
Jay
11?
Leverton. Leverton's at about.
Yeah, Leverton. He's down the order. Right, he stopped. Yeah, he's stopping. He's letting him come
a bad
through.
race because obviously he had a couple of good results in the heats.
Yeah, remember he qualified from the B final.
Yep. Yep. So he's let them go. Now they all go round again. So the lead's now 4.1 seconds. That's your battle for second, is it? No, it's not.
No, that was the leader.
That's the battle for second.
That's number 29. That's Joshua Withcomb. Jaden Sherwood is the number 111. We are.
So Sherwood got past Withcomb.
No, Withcomb is number 29. Then Sherwood. Oh, that's 19. Lucas Howell. Where's Sherwood then?
Where's the 111? Where's the 111
I think
gone?
Howell's gotten ahead of Sherwood.
Yeah, that's
yes,
what
he has.
I saw someone overtake somebody, and that's what it was. Someone's off the track there. Who's off the track?
Not sure who that is.
It's a back marker. It's not the 77.
So Lucas Howell.
Now Howell, I think, is going down the outside of Withcomb to pick up second place, or trying to. Not quite managed it. Giving it a go. So it'd be interesting if they come out. They're very similar.
Well, they're teammates. They're teammates. TH Corsa.
Distinctly blooming annoying.
They're teammates, mate. They're TH Corsa.
So there's your leader. There's a back marker. There's second, third, and fourth, I think. 22 seconds to go. So this is two more.
Yeah, and it's 18 seconds. Yeah, it's going to be two more, isn't it? Now then, Charlie Green. Let's pick up the leader, can we, Paul? Because he's got a plethora of back markers that we're going to see a masterclass in how to get through traffic here. I think. I'd like to think so.
Yeah, Lucas Howell did get second on that lap.
Right, here he is there. That's him there. That's the one, Paul.
He did get second.
Yeah, Lucas Howell ahead of Withcomb.
And gapped him immediately as well.
Well, this is the leader, Nick, and this is the jeopardy that we're involved in. Charlie Green.
The lead's come down by a second and a half.
Right, okay.
So it was 4 and a bit, now it's 2.8.
Well, it might come down even more. We've got two more laps of racing, and Charles Green has got a lot of back markers to get round. So, and remember, he's got to get off that ideal line. Look at that. So he gets through into Climate Corner, then into the final corner there. He'll stay on the outside.
He's got some cars, but cars between himself and the 19.
Let's see what the gap is now, Nick, as we wait for Lucas Howell. 2.8. It was 2.6. It's gone back up to 2.8.
They're both in traffic, that's why.
So, yeah, they are. Look at the way Charles Green is just driving here. You know what? The jeopardy is him tripping over the back markers.
Yeah, exactly.
He's on the final lap. And, again, we saw this in the heats. Charlie Green, who's famous for being the son of Sue Green, our timekeeper, of course, uses all of the curb and is on his way to a second round victory that will bring him right into the four. He was seventh in the final at Clay Pigeon. He had a third place in the first heat back at Clay. But this is going to put him right into contention for a championship. Look at that. He tells us how he's done that. And a little bit of showboating again. Lucas Howell, what a drive that was, Nick. You picked up on that very late on. And Lucas began to just make ground. Where did Lucas start? The number 19. Lucas Howell started. Let's have a look. Fifth.
But he dropped back and then came forward again.
He dropped back, didn't he? Right out of it. So Lucas Howell we will see on the podium along with Jaden Sherwood. And it will be a rundown. So the 77 of Charles Greens with Nib Sport, of course, isn't he? So Charlie showed us how to drive Forest Edge in the wet there this weekend. If you want a lesson in how to drive Forest Edge, you've got to have the confidence and the knowledge there, isn't it? You can clearly see that. Lucas Howell will be on the podium on the second step. Third step of the podium, Jaden Sherwood. Behind these top three, Joshua Withcombe ends up fourth. And we've got Dylan Morton fifth. We've got Tom Holden sixth. Will Swills was seventh. Reece Green eighth. Ninth was Harris Roberts. And rounding off that top 10 was Leo Basterfield. There's the 33 kart field and how they finished right there on the screen. We've got the last of our races today, Nick, is already getting ready in the collecting area.
Is it going to get released in a second? Are there any cars to be rescued?
And I think it's a complete restart in grid order.
Yep.
Under the full race distance.
Yep. 12 minutes of fun.
So we've got. Remember, these are all provisional results. We've got to get through tech. We've got to see if any drivers have incurred any penalties for driving standards or anything.
Drop noses.
Drop noses. All of that's got to come into play at scrutineering. So all provisional results that we announce on the stream from the event.
Thank you all for joining us today. We've had a good time here in a very busy day, added to by the weather.
Yeah, very much. Always. If it gets boring, add water.
The
thing is, the NKC never gets boring. That's the thing.
Even use that word around the NKC.
Yeah. Just to remind everybody, this is round 2. We've got round 3 at Dunkswell, just down the road at the end of June. But meanwhile, we've got our grid of seniors coming out to play once again. This time they will be on wet tyres, of course. Kieran Gifford then our pole position driver. Samuel Hawthorne alongside Macaulay Austin and Kieran Ives. Macaulay gets to have another bash at this because he spun off down the field, didn't he, in that first run?
Yep.
Ben Ballou and Jensen Watts are are 6th and 5th and 6th. Rufus Flan 7th and Theo Frederick 8th. 5th row, Oliver Atkinson and Paolo Nunez Aranda. Jamie Burt and John Hobbs are in row 6. It's the current junior champion Mason Perrin on 13th with the current senior champion Bobby Rosier number 1 on 14th. We've then got George Hume, Levi Goodyear, Billy Edgecombe, Gregory Akers, Joshua Priest, Braden Hill, Ryan Shepherd, Michael Goodburn, Finlay Underwood, Zach Fletcher, Tommy Lee Davis, Luke Evans, Louis Rees, Curtis Latimer, Samuel Wyatt, Nathan Jensen, Reese Pope, Arthur Thacker, Harry Wright and Billy Volk were qualifiers from the B final. We've got a false start because we've got a few stragglers, I believe.
There we go.
So they're going to get another sighting lap, which is all very important. So Reese Pope, Arthur Thacker, Harry Wright, Billy Vogt, just spending his first weekend in the senior class, Billy Vogt. And a bit of a baptism of fire, no doubt. So, Nick, it's been another corking
NKC deluge. Day of dampness. Great racing. We've got a hometown winner, a happy mum in here.
Our first visit to Forest Edge has been, I would like to think, a massive success. I don't know what the ambience of the paddock is. We find that out later in the week. Here we go then.
Here we go.
Oh, we've got a bit of a jump start from Samuel Hawthorne.
Hawthorne absolutely got the jump there.
Yeah, he got the jump on the O-plate of Kieran Gifford, and he will lead into turn 1.
Oh!
And through Haynes Loop, and then on through Johnny's. Turn 1 being Parsons, of course. Big connection with the Forest Edge Kart Club, Mr. Parsons.
All named. Most of these are named after either people's feelings about the track or people from the track.
Yes. And the chicane there being used effectively. What a great picture that. I hope Steve Stretton's been out there. and got some of that. Problem is, down the field you can't see it for the spray.
So first
Stewie
and 2, away they go.
Wet.
So we've got an early break in the wet weather. The cart's been hurriedly retuned for the damp. Of not just having wet tyres put on, but the track adjusted and everything else. And the leader is Kieran Gifford, who's got through in that spray with a bright fluorescent top, and he's actually pulled away as actually Hawthorne makes a mistake at the second part of the Haynes triple. And then behind him, Ives, Austin and Watts.
So full wet conditions, a little bit different to what we saw before. Jensen Watts moving down the inside of Macaulay.
But he got
who was that?
Back. That was Macaulay, but he got
right.
Austin just cutting back straight away. But look at the drive.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at the drive.
He's going to have the line into the chicane, and it is going to be Jensen Watts ahead of Macaulay Austin.
4th place.
Again, we tried to pick a winner, didn't we? And it was just purely picking a one out of a hat, really, in the first 10.
Gifford is away.
Oh, look at that. Jensen Watts saying to Macaulay Austin, right, let's work together. The little tap of the helmet there. Let's catch those ahead of us. Those ahead of us being Kieran Gifford leading, Samuel Hawthorne, Jensen Watts is 3rd.
They've got a chance of catching Watts at this moment, sorry, Hawthorne this moment, but Gifford has pulled it out a 2.5 second lead.
Yeah, he has. He's gone. Another masterclass in the wet line. How to drive Forest Edge in the wet.
It's not raining now, so this track will dry over the course of the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's still very wet, isn't it? I'm not sure we're even going to see a dry line or any kind of sorts. Maybe we'll see a reduction of spray, Nick, on the line.
Someone's asking on the chat, who is the ex-junior champion?
The ex-junior champion. The current junior champion is Mason Perrin,
right,
who's currently 14th.
Yes, there we are.
Yeah. So he moved up to seniors, of course.
Yeah, that was a question from Mike Leon.
Yeah, he's number. Where's he gone?
76.
He's number 76.
Place.
Yeah, and 14th.
Up the inside. Is that another position? But it is. That's Jensen Watts moving into second, isn't it?
He has.
Watts in second
Jensen
now.
Watts.
But he's got 3.5 seconds to try and catch up on Gifford.
He's got plenty of time to do it, Nick. He's got 9 minutes. And the way that Jensen Watts has found his way through. Now remember, Jensen Watts had a nightmare end to Clay Pigeon. Jensen,
and they're coming together.
Yeah, he had
turn 1,
a second, a first, and a 32, a 30-second finish with coming together with Phil Howarth for the lead, didn't he?
Yeah, which was saw Howarth being initially disqualified and then reinstated.
Yeah, that's the part of this sport that we love, dealing with all of those issues. Kieran Gifford, fastest lap of the race, 50.4. 50.7 for Watts, so the gap's gone out to 4
seconds. That's going to be a real ask unless suddenly it starts coming towards Watts. So admittedly, in that he was doing the overtake in that last lap as well.
That's true.
His first clear lap.
Good point. We'll get
he's gapped Hawthorne very effectively in 3/4 of a lap by 1.2 seconds.
We'll get a better indication of just what speed we can see from Jensen Watts, considering there was only 3/10 in that there. As we...
Back with our leader, are we? No, we're back with... it's gone round.
That's Macaulay Austin.
It's gone round.
And Macaulay Austin, that was more of a trip over, wasn't it? He was right on the bumper of Samuel Hawthorne, and he basically, his front end dug into the back end of Samuel Hawthorne, and that has now put Bobby Rosier into 4th place, the number 1. Ben Ballou up to 5th, Theo Frederick 6th, Kieran Ives in 7th, Mason Perrin up to 8th, Billy Edgecombe now 9th, and the top 10 being now rounded off by Paulo Nunes Aranda.
So Watts lost more time that time. Well, another half second
half
faster. Gifford's looking super fast. Coming into the bus stop now. And they come out of it. And is I think this is 5th and 6th, isn't it? It's Ballou and Frederick. The top of the track. No, this is 3rd and 4th. This is Rosier and Hawthorne. There they go, the 15 of Hawthorne under pressure from Rosier in the 1, current champion.
Came 6th in the final at Clay Pigeon, the current champion did.
Looking close.
This class, Nick, certainly in the past 2 seasons when Karting Live TV have been covering it, has been about consistency of finishing.
Yeah, absolutely.
We get to the last round and the winner of the champion comes from out of the blue. It's like, oh, really? And Bobby Rosier, he was always there last year, wasn't he?
Yeah, but never the star. until he started by winning it all.
Yes, that's right. And it's that consistency of effort, really. Now, Jensen Watts is...
he's not gained on Gifford, but he is pulling away from the rest of them.
So he's pulling away. So Gifford is really masterclass here. 50.2, 6 minutes to go, plenty of time. But Kieran Gifford, who's running with his own team, Kieran Gifford Racing.
Oh, that's the door. The door could be more open if he opened it and welcomed him through. Dear, dear.
Now Bobby Rosier looked like he was kind of using his weight. However, Bobby was not in control of that. That cart was sliding to the outside. He was trying to get it to tuck in. And now look at that. That's the cork out the bottom, isn't it?
Hawthorne now is ahead of Ben Ballou. Oh, it's a different line there. Has he got Rosier back? Nope, no drive. So they're trying a few different lines now at this point.
That's how wet it is. That's our camera absolutely covered in spray. Just coming out of the haze there. Rosier hasn't pulled away quite as much as we thought he might from Samuel Hawthorne, who, if he's not careful, is going to have Ben Ballou is looking down the inside. Ben Ballou turns in.
Goes wrong too far. Oh, no, despite jumping and nodding the cart along, it didn't actually make Hawthorne's cart go any quicker.
And again, they trip over each other through Anson. Sorry, no, that's the Haynes
Johnny's,
Loop,
yeah,
isn't it?
Johnny's,
yeah. Through the Haynes Loop, where there is more than one line, I think. Off towards the chicane, and I think he's made it happen, Ben Ballou.
Spinning on the grass, goes to one of the back markers.
He's made that move stick, hasn't he? Now we've got the 92 of Theo Frederick. Theo coming up onto the rear bumper of Samuel Hawthorne once again. Kieran Gifford's across the line.
4 minutes.
There goes Jensen Watts in
laps.
second. 5.5 seconds. Still lapping quicker than Watts in second. Bobby Rosier third. Ben Ballou in fourth.
Hawthorne in fifth.
Frederick, Mason Perrin, Rufus Flan, Kieran Ives, Braden Hill, and then just outside the top 10 is Billy Edgecombe.
These guys coming into the... it's not that dark for them, really. It's just there's been so much water sprayed on the camera.
Getting towards 3.5 minutes remaining as we continue to watch our reigning senior Rotax champion, the number one, flings the cart in, just turns the cart, gets it to bite, and then once it's gripped up, then you can release the steering a little bit. I know it sounds a bit odd, but that's how it works.
Now you wait for the thing to start to nibble before you let it go again. They're managing to get themselves a drier line. Not a dry line, a drier line. It's not raining anymore, and there's a lot of clearance ability from these tyres. And that's the advantage of having 33 carts going, well, 32 extra carts running, is that there's a lot of water clearance going on each lap. Yeah, a lot of it just sprayed in the face of the driver behind you, but some of it's going off the track.
Yeah. Quite a lot of it is. We are displacing water. So Bobby Rosier is continuing in that third place. That's they're well spaced out now. Ben Ballou, is he catching him? No, he's not. 50.4, 50.7.
They dropped back. The next two are quite close, which is the 15 and the 92.
So everybody in that first four positions.
Those two there, which is Hawthorne, who's trying to ditch hook round that corner for some reason, which doesn't work. And then you've got Theo Frederick there coming down. 2 minutes and 17 seconds to go. Just so you know, Gifford's miles ahead and getting miles ahead of the whole time. Watts is miles ahead of Rosier and also extending his lead. Sometimes wet races give you classics, and sometimes wet races just show you the differences of setup and adaptability.
Well, it's very different to circulate nose to tail when you're slipping and sliding around and
getting a free shower.
And it's inconsistent grip. That's the problem. Each lap into every braking area and every acceleration zone, the grip level is different. So you're delicately easing the throttle in, trying not to spin that rear axle up too much, and just controlling it on the throttle. When you go on the brake, you're just waiting for that rear end to lock up, and just sliding the cart. The cart is sliding underneath you. Not sure that's the quickest way, using that curb on the inside of the Haynes Loop.
Yeah,
which seems to be Samuel Hawthorne's
Well, there's a lot of
desired.
people who obviously haven't had any chance to practice out this track in the wet, so they're kind of making up as they go along.
Yeah, true. They're finding it out, aren't they? Yeah.
I mean, obviously,
that's a good point.
normally if you kart race in the UK, you get a lot of opportunity to race in the rain, but this is not an often used circuit. So, not by travelling championships.
We are inside the final minute of the Senior Rotax final. We're inside the final minute of the second round of the NKC, the Junction 6 NKC, here at Forest Edge. Quite an interesting track, a very picturesque location, just equidistant between Basingstoke, Andover and Winchester on the south coast of England, or near the south, not far from the south coast.
Near Hull as well, apparently.
It's nowhere near Hull, as neither is Warden Law. Here we go then, Nick. We've got this challenge coming about for Theo Frederick, who's now right on the bumper of Samuel Hawthorne, with time running out.
There's going to be 2 laps because they just crossed the line.
Yeah, there is. Kieran Gifford's just gone through with 12 seconds or so on the timing screen. These two are teammates. They are both with Coles. Theo Frederick running behind his teammate. So I'm sure there's going to be bragging rights within the Coles awning here. Coles new to the series at round 1. They're here for the season.
I'm not sure about whether either of those two have worked at the best way of getting round the Haynes triple, to be honest, the Haynes loop.
No. I know. Maybe a bit of info from...
Well, what they'll be able to do is watch all the pictures, won't they?
Yes.
And go, I should do it that way.
So 2 laps remaining for this field.
Let's see if we can pick up our leader for his final lap. He's coming round towards start finish. He's over start finish now. So
there he
is.
Up now. The bright yellow wetsuit of Kieran Gifford. He got soaking in that first start, didn't he?
Yep.
There he is. And another masterclass and local knowledge, I think, from Kieran Gifford. I mean, we know how quick Kieran is. He's our row plate holder in this class, isn't he? So we know how quick he is. He's competed at British Championship level as Kieran Gifford, and run at the front of British Championship level, and this is a pretty high level championship these days, and has been for the last few years, I think. The standard of drivers, the standard of teams. This year we've got Coles Racing, we've got other major teams here being represented, and here comes Kieran Gifford to take the final checkered flag of the weekend.
Just one hand off the wheel,
wave of the finger.
Worked out you don't take 2 off because you can't get back on again in time.
Yeah, that's right. So great win for Kieran Gifford in very, very dominant style in what were very tricky conditions. To put 5.7 seconds on Jensen Watts in second is no mean feat. Jensen putting 5.2 seconds on third place Bobby Rosier. They are the drivers we'll see on the podium later on this afternoon, or at least I will. Ben Ballou was 4th, Samuel Hawthorne 5th. Mason Perrin came through to a very well-deserved 6th. Rufus Flan was 7th. Theo Frederick was through at 8th. Now, Frederick was on the rear end of Hawthorne, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So he's fallen back. So he obviously had a go and didn't come off just when we moved the camera off them. Hartherthack was 9th. Braden Hill 10th. And then just outside the top 10, Kieran Ives, I should say. Kieran Ives, Billy Edgecombe, Sam Wyatt, George Hume, Ryan Shepherd, Luke Evans, Levi Goodyear, Zach Fletcher, Paulo Nunez Aranda and Reece Pope round off the top 20. And that rounds off our coverage from Forest Edge.
So, as I said, next thing on this channel will be Radio Le Mans Studio Vision, which is a slightly interesting niche thing. But hey, enjoy it over the Radio Le Mans weekend. But the next karting racing will be the Kart Championship from Rowra on the 21st and 22nd, is it? I think.
22nd, 23rd of
June.
Yeah.
And then, of course, then it's round 3 of the NKC from Dunkerswell Raceway, no longer Mansell, Dunkerswell Raceway. So you've got 2 weeks in a row. First week is TKC next week, and then the next round, 29th, 30th of June, Dunkerswell Raceway with us and the team, and hopefully no more rain. It's now raining again. And the one thing I didn't want to do is pack up in the rain. There we go. Anyway, thank you all for being with us. Great for you to have listened to what we've done. Thank you to my very, very long-suffering camera team of Kane Wood and Ash Leontine, my very long-suffering producer who got yelled at by all of us on 7 different occasions, Paul Bateman, and actually has no idea what day it is, what time of the day it is. to my my commentary marriage partner.
I suffer from my art.
Yes, my commentary marriage partner, Joe Bradley. My name's Nick Doman. We're Carlton Live TV. Thank you very much indeed. And we will see you all for really weird stuff at Le Mans in a couple of weeks, and then proper karting stuff up at Rowra, and then after that at Dunk as well. Bye all.